Chapter 1. This summer is a bit different. The match has commenced. Summer is about to make its entrance. Huasia's men's basketball team is pitted against the American team. What sort of performance can we expect from Summer? On August 23, 2004, countless fans across the nation eagerly gathered before their television screens. This year's Huaxia men's basketball team boasted stars like Yao Ming, Butler, Ike Jinlian, Lu Wei, Du Fenlinan, Zhu Fengyu, and of course Summer. After a resounding victory over New Zealand in the group stage, they fought valiantly against Spain, and in their final match against Serbia and Montenegro, the team struggled, nearly facing elimination. However, thanks to the synergy between Summer and Yao Ming, they clinched a narrow victory, securing their advancement. This young guard, aptly named Summer, emerged as a dark horse, captivating countless fans. The dream combination of a super center and a super guard led many to believe that this was the year of greatest promise for Huaxia's men's basketball team. While dreams were lush and vibrant, reality proved starkly different. After advancing from the group stage, Huaxia's men's basketball team found themselves up against the formidable American Dream Team. Though the Dream Team 6 lacked the anticipated Kobe Bryant, their lineup remained dazzling. In the backcourt were the likes of Allen Iverson, the Lone Wolf Stephon Marbury, and the Flash, Dwayne Wade. The front court featured stars like Carmelo Anthony, King James, Carlos Boozer, and the big fundamental, Tim Duncan. This Dream Team was exceptionally youthful, viewing their global counterparts with disdain, and they possessed the talent to sweep any opponent aside. With two teams of vastly differing caliber, Huaxia's men's basketball team was universally underestimated even before the game began. Nonetheless, countless fans still held hope that the pairing of Summer and Yao Ming could create a miracle. At halftime, Huaxia trailed 32-41, 9 points behind. In international competitions, each nation fields its finest players, and the venue was teeming with scouts from various NBA teams. Mr. Kevin, what do you think of the number 1 player from Huaxia's men's basketball team? Summer wore the number 1 jersey, a homophone for Lenny. Kevin Mann, a scout, stroked his chin and said, "The pros and cons are quite apparent." The young scout who had posed the question nodded in agreement. Indeed, his physical attributes are commendable, and his ball handling is exceptionally graceful. His passing is solid and invigorates the team's offense. However, the shortcomings are glaringly evident. His scoring ability is lacking. It's quite poor. As the scout noted, Summer excelled as a point guard in organization and ball control, effectively facilitating his teammates' scoring, but his own offensive capabilities were severely lacking, and his shooting technique was abysmal. After all, he had allocated all his focus to ball control and passing. Kevin Mann remarked, "I've watched his previous matches. He initially had a speed advantage, but in the first half, whether facing Iverson or Wade, that advantage dissipated. Such a player is easily targeted, and the second half will be even more challenging for Huaxia's men's basketball team." A young scout wearing a beret inquired, "Does a player like this have prospects in the NBA?" Kevin Mann chuckled, stroking his beard again. "We are scouts, tasked with uncovering potential prospects and submitting data to teams. While we can make suggestions, the ultimate decision rests with the team. If you must ask whether such a player has potential, based on his ball handling and passing skills, I can assure you yes." Seeing the young scout's puzzled expression, Kevin continued, "In the NBA, there are many big men lacking self-scoring abilities. Their favorite activities involve dominating the paint or executing alley-oops, and Summer possesses a unique insight into passing, with plenty of creativity. If a player like Ben Wallace or Zydrunas Ilgauskas were paired with a guard like him, they would thrive on the court. Oh, by the way, this year's number 1 draft pick, Dwight Howard, is an exceptionally skilled center down low. He would also benefit from such a guard. You have much to learn, young man." The young scout nodded, observing the re-entering Huaxia's men's basketball team as they faced a suddenly invigorated defense from the Dream Team, deep in thought. Indeed, Mr. Kevin was correct. In the second half, the Dream Team intensified their defense. Although Summer's passing was commendable, his teammates struggled to respond, and with his own offensive deficiencies, the situation became rather awkward. Dang! On the court, Summer opted to take a shot, but his long 2-pointer clanged off the rim. After several attempts, the Dream Team extended their lead further, and Summer was substituted out for Lu Wei. "Mr. Kevin, after the game, will you reach out to him on behalf of the Orlando Magic?" Kevin's expression turned conflicted as he replied, "Let's wait and see if he gets another chance to break this passive situation." He then turned to the young scout, asking Carl, "What inspired you to become a scout and join me?" Carl, brimming with excitement, replied, "Being a scout is fantastic. It's a job that allows me to watch games, and the best part is I get to travel on a team's dime." With just 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Dream Team led 76-56, a daunting 20-point advantage that rendered Huaxia's chances virtually hopeless. A 20-point deficit is challenging to overcome even in an NBA game, let alone for a Huaxia team facing such a disparity in skill. Yet, Huaxia had not benched their star players Yao Ming, Yi Jinlian, Li Nan, and Zhu Fangyu remain on the court, and Summer rejoined the fray. Upon entering, Summer brought the ball past half-court, leveraging his height to deliver a high pass to the already positioned Yao Ming. Yao Ming turned and hit a jump shot, granting Summer yet another assist. As his assist tally grew, a system notification echoed in his mind. New milestone unlocked. Assists exceed 100. Reward. Ghostly pass. Current level. 1. In the stands, scout Kevin Mann's attention peaked as he bit down on his pen cap, jotting down another note in his pad. Carl leaned in closer, glancing at the notes detailing Summer's personal information and on-court performance. Summer, standing at 191 centimeters, weighing 85 kilograms, age 20, Huaxia's men's basketball point guard. Completing his notes, Kevin Mann fixated on the court once more. After a sequence of plays, Summer again brought the ball up the court. The familiar defense awaited him, completely obstructing his passing lanes. I am genuinely curious, can you break through this situation? As the point guard, the orchestrator of the team's offense, if he cannot navigate such challenges, his aspirations for the NBA may prove difficult to achieve. Yao Ming was boxed out by Stoudemire. Yi Jinlian found himself stifled by Duncan's relentless defense, and James and Wade closely shadowed Huaxia's wings. Only Iverson was left to defend against Summer indeed, the very idol he had admired for years. Just 2 years prior, watching Iverson's games, he had declared, loyal to AI for life. Yet he never anticipated he would find himself matched up against his idol so soon. As Summer controlled the ball, his eyes scanned the court. Suddenly, he executed a fake pass, causing Iverson to shift slightly. Seizing the moment, Summer took a small step in the opposite direction. A small step forward, a monumental leap for civilization. To everyone's astonishment, Summer unleashed a crossover. With a dramatic change of direction, he surged toward the basket, finishing with a bank shot. In the stands, young scout Carl adjusted his beret, exclaiming in surprise, he actually scored. What's so surprising? Kevin remarked. He simply isn't adept at scoring. It doesn't mean he can't score. The Dream Team's defense aims to sever his passing connections, preventing synergy with his teammates, and his obvious shooting deficiencies lead them to ease off on his scoring attempts. Otherwise, do you think the big fundamentals interior defense is so easily breached? After finishing his statement, Kevin Mann's face lit up with delight as he penned another note. Possesses potential recommend consideration. Chapter 2. A promising future. Having been breached by his opponent's signature move, Iverson chuckled. In the subsequent offensive play, he dazzled Summer with an array of dribbling maneuvers, causing Summer to furrow his brow. However, he maintained utmost focus. As Iverson made a swift change of direction and created space, he broke through and executed a layup with fluidity. As Iverson retreated on defense, he called out to Summer, I have 1,000 ways to get past you, and I can use one way to do it 1,000 times. Keep it up, young man. Summer remained non-committal, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. While ball control and dribbling were his strengths, he recognized the significant gap between himself and a master like Iverson. Iverson's words did not sway Summer's mindset. He remained steadfast and methodical. Arriving at the arc, he dribbled while signaling for a screen. Yao Ming maneuvered within the paint, executing a high pick-and-roll to assist Xia Tian in creating space, making a decisive drive. However, Stoudemire stood resolutely, while Duncan and James on the wing refrained from providing support, merely awaiting Xia Tian to fall into their trap. Fully aware of the lurking danger, Xia Tian nonetheless pressed forward with unwavering speed, closing the gap to a mere 1.5 body length from Stoudemire, executing a swift move reminiscent of looking back at the moon. After a series of training sessions and matches, Xia Tian had grown accustomed to Yao Ming's receiving height. Thus, the pass came swiftly, almost instinctively. Utilizing his height and wingspan, Yao Ming took a mid-range shot, evading the defensive effort of Duncan. With consecutive successful offensive plays, the point deficit gradually diminished, yet the revolution remained unaccomplished. Comrades still needed to strive diligently. In that moment, the great Yao was also drenched in sweat, offering a smile to Xia Tian while giving a thumbs up. As the Dream Team launched their offense, Iverson's speed was remarkable. Having rested for an extended period, Xia Tian maintained commendable stamina, though it was still challenging to keep pace with his opponent. Observing Xia Tian's diligent defense, Kevin Mann nodded and remarked, though it is arduous, he has not surrendered, exerting every effort to fulfill his responsibilities. The young scout Carl shook his head in confusion, stating, although he has narrowed the score, it still does not alter the situation. Such persistence is futile. Kevin Mann lightly tapped Carl on the head and replied, you are not a player. You cannot comprehend their competitive spirit. This is a player who yearns for victory, which is why he continues to persevere. In the NBA, it is precisely players like him that lead to thrilling matches and remarkable comebacks. Do you recall the NBA Finals of 2001? Everyone doubted Iverson and the 76ers. Yet it was his determination in the first game that created iconic moments, ultimately securing victory and delivering a resounding slap to the face of skepticism. Karl scoffed, offering no further commentary. Just as he began to lose interest in the game, Hsiao Tian intercepted Iverson's pass. Oh my, he has stolen the pass from Iverson. Unbelievable. Hsiao Tian had been tenaciously defending, allowing Iverson to showcase his dribbling skills without flinching, maintaining a staunch front defense. Naturally, with such a score disparity, Iverson's enthusiasm had dimmed otherwise. He would have scored long ago. Unless the Chinese national team formed a human wall, Iverson could easily bypass both Hsiao Tian and Liu Wei in unknown situations. Iverson's pass was casual, yet Hsiao Tian was poised, leaping to intercept, swiftly initiating a fast break. Crossing half-court, Iverson and Wade, positioned on opposite sides, sought to create a double team. This exemplified the disparity in skill and physical attributes. Hsiao Tian had initially held the advantage with his early movement, but was quickly caught up. With the arrow drawn, there was no time for contemplation. Upon crossing the three-point line, Hsiao Tian was faced with a choice: to confront the double team and attempt a shot, or, utilizing his peripheral vision, he finally spotted a teammate crossing the mid-court line. In a moment of elevation, he deftly bounced the basketball between his legs, returning it to Zhu Fengyu. Zhu Fengyu, showing no hesitation, seized the fleeting opportunity as James was hot on his heels. Launching a trailing three-pointer, he evaded James' looming block, watching the ball trace a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. In that instant, countless fans across Huaxiao erupted in cheers, as if the national team had already clinched the championship. With a surge of 72, Hsiao Tian contributed 2 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, directly prompting a timeout from Team Dream 6. Kevin Mann scribbled in his notebook, then murmured to himself, "If there were doubts before, it is now certain. This individual possesses the ability to play in the NBA." Following the timeout, the Dream Team denied the Chinese national team any further opportunities, executing a seamless offensive flow that ultimately sealed the match. This outcome was anticipated by all, while the Chinese fans felt a pang of regret. None were disheartened, for they had glimpsed the hope belonging to the Chinese national team. Given time to enhance his personal offensive skills and refine his technique, the future appeared bright for the Chinese national team. Losing was not fearsome, nor was it disheartening to fall short in the quarterfinals. What was truly daunting was the absence of fighting spirit in the players, and even more troubling was the thought of indulging in luxury without any ambition. Yet, it was a relief to see that even under the immense pressure from Team Dream 6, the Chinese national team did not relent. Yao Ming did not relent. Hsiao Tian did not relent. They fought until the final moment, and this spirit of perseverance inspired many. While the outcome was significant, it was not the sole criterion for evaluation, much like Kevin Mann's affirmation of Hsiao Tian. After the match concluded, Kevin Mann beckoned to Karl, expressing eagerness. "Come, let us go backstage to meet this spirited young man." Following the match, a series of interviews ensued, during which Hsiao Tian shared extensively with reporters, ultimately declaring, "I want to go to the NBA." This was not merely for the reporters and fans to hear, but also directed at the Basketball Association. Although Yao Ming had paved the way, the association remained cautious regarding local players venturing to play in the NBA. Securing a passport was exceedingly challenging. When Yao initially sought to enter the NBA, he faced a buyout fee of $18 million, and to this day, he was still repaying that sum in installments. "Damn, this guy got ahead of me," Kevin Mann muttered under his breath as he observed Hsiao Tian conversing with a middle-aged man in the player tunnel. "Mr. Kevin, who is he?" Kevin Mann frowned, replying, "That is Osei Jean, a scout for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Due to penalties, the Timberwolves lost their first-round pick in this year's draft, and their hopes of selecting a guard in the first round have evaporated. I didn't expect him to move so quickly." As they drew nearer, Kevin could overhear their conversation. "If you come to America, you must come to Minnesota. We are in urgent need of a point guard. Are you familiar with the big ticket, Kevin Garnett? Pairing with him could lead us to a championship. I cannot guarantee a starting position, but a regular rotation is certainly possible." Noticing Kevin Mann approaching, Osei Jean intensified his tone. "Summer, you must seriously consider this." "Hey Hsiao, how are you?" Kevin Mann greeted Hsiao Tian in his broken Chinese, extending his hand from a distance. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kevin Mann, a scout for the NBA's Orlando Magic." "What is the situation?" Unexpectedly losing the match during summer, I found myself under the watchful eyes of scouts from 2 NBA teams who appeared quite intrigued by my potential. Chapter 3. Free Agent to the NBA? Provide me with a reason. After the conclusion of the Olympics, I returned home with the team. Under the guidance of the esteemed Yao Ming, I formally submitted my application to the Basketball Association. The Huaxia men's basketball team reached the quarterfinals, and it was astonishing to witness the formidable USA men's basketball dream team fail to secure the gold medal. The dream team had transformed into a nightmare team. As Argentina's formidable prowess shattered their dreams of glory, coupled with the earlier defeats of the dream team, it became evident that they were not invincible. Moreover, international men's basketball is continuously evolving, and so is the Huaxia men's basketball team, steadily narrowing the gap between us and the dream team. In the office, I resolutely expressed my desire. I yearned to face stronger opponents to enhance my abilities and simultaneously elevate the strength of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Mr. Li, the Vice President of the Basketball Association and Director of the Basketball Sports Management Center, remarked, "Improvement is achievable domestically. I acknowledge your vast potential for growth, however. You must recognize your strengths and weaknesses. My suggestion is to hone your skills in the CBA for 2 years, focusing on personal offense before seeking stronger adversaries." He did not explicitly state whether I could leave, but rather offered sound advice. Yet, he overlooked a crucial point. What is the peak period for a basketball player? The ages of 20 to 30 are considered prime, and after 30, one gradually descends. Those with exceptional physical qualities may experience a slightly extended peak. 2 years, how many such spans do I possess? I refuse to wait any longer. Who knows if another 2 years will even follow? No, I cannot afford to wait. I stated plainly. During this Olympic Games, I recognized the disparity, not merely between individuals, but between the Huaxia men's basketball team and other teams. I aspire to bridge that gap through my relentless efforts. Mr. Li gazed at me intently, asserting, "The chasm between teams cannot be surmounted by you alone." Summer nodded ambiguously and remarked, "Perhaps it may seem a tad presumptuous to others, yet this is indeed my conviction. You, in your esteemed position, act with the intention of advancing the Chinese men's basketball team. Although I do not occupy your lofty perch, my aspirations align with yours. This year, the team achieved its finest performance in history, reaching the quarterfinals. However, I aspire for us to reach the semifinals in the next Olympics, or perhaps even contend for a medal. I believe the wisdom of our ancestors holds merit, to learn the strengths of others to better ourselves." Vice Chairman Li fell silent for 3 seconds, gazing at Summer with a meaningful expression before suddenly laughing. "If I were to withhold this pass from you, what would you do?" "Retire," Summer responded with a smile. "Perhaps I would focus on my university studies, seek employment, and lead a simple life." "Did Yao teach you that?" Summer neither affirmed nor denied, simply smiling in silence. "I cannot provide you with an answer at this moment. We need to discuss this further. It's not solely my decision, do you understand?" "I understand. Please await my response. I shall get back to you as soon as possible." Shortly after leaving the office, Yao Ming called to inquire about the outcome. 2 days later, Vice Chairman Li spoke with Summer again, presenting the conditions. First, for significant events, the national team call-up must be accepted without refusal. Second, a year will be granted. If Summer has not established a foothold in the NBA or secured a guaranteed contract, he must return home and comply with the arrangements. Without any hesitation, Xia Tian readily agreed. As for the first condition, even without it being stated, he would have complied. Regarding the second condition, although he received invitations from 2 team scouts, he remained an undrafted player. Even if he joined a team, he wouldn't immediately secure a guaranteed contract. The most probable scenario involved him participating in the team's tryouts, where he might receive a 10-day short-term contract, akin to a temporary position. During these 10 days, Xia Tian would have a chance to play. If he performed well, the team might offer him a guaranteed contract. Conversely, if his performance faltered, they could either release him or extend another 10-day contract. After 2 such contracts, the team would be compelled to make a decision to retain or to let him go, thus revealing the outcome. Joining a team as a free agent inherently carries risks, and navigating the evaluation process is no simple feat, fortunately. Xia Tian had a milestone system at his disposal, which would provide skill enhancements upon reaching certain standards. For instance, achieving the assist milestone rewarded him with the Ghostly Pass, significantly elevating his passing and assisting abilities. By amplifying his strengths and contributing to the team's success, or by delivering a standout performance, he could potentially secure a contract directly. In other areas of assessment, Xia Tian was not overly concerned, as his physical attributes were commendable enough to earn him a place in the national team. After sharing this good news with Yao Ming, the two arranged to meet. Have you considered which team you will join? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tian remarked that the conditions presented by the Timberwolves were indeed quite alluring, as they were in need of a guard for their regular rotation. The sincerity of the Magic scouts was noteworthy. They had secured Dwight Howard with the first overall pick and followed up with the selection of power forward Bo Outlaw in the second round. However, having acquired Jameer Nelson through trade, their backcourt had become somewhat congested. Yao Ming nodded, stating, "Allow me to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of both teams, after which you may make your own decision." Upon seeing Xia Tian nod in agreement, Big Yao continued, "The Timberwolves have developed a system centered around Garnett over the years. The two guards, Castle and Sprewell, are veterans who may opt for retirement in the coming years, presenting you with an opportunity. However, you should be somewhat familiar with Garnett's temperament. If you can assimilate into the team and adapt to their style of play, it warrants consideration." In the summer, I nodded slightly, acknowledging that the Minnesota Timberwolves backcourt has indeed aged somewhat. If I were to join the Timberwolves, the prospects would be promising. Rather than hurrying to make a decision, I chose to observe Yao as he continued his analysis. The Orlando Magic's backcourt features Francis, who has been quite supportive of me in previous years. He is a commendable individual. As an all-star guard, his starting position is virtually unassailable. Should you decide to join, your chief rivals would be Jameer Nelson and Stevenson. Furthermore, Cardino Mobley has been traded to the Kings, which does create a small opening in the lineup. After acquiring Howard, the Magic will likely focus on nurturing new talent. Thus, if you were to join, it would signify a fresh start for both you and the team, with ample room for growth. To summarize, the Timberwolves present a greater opportunity, while competition within the Magic is more intense. Additionally, the scouts' opinions do not wholly reflect the team's stance. The coach may have differing perspectives despite the scouts' approval. I am merely providing you with an analysis. The final decision rests with you. So, have you arrived at an answer? After a moment of contemplation during the summer, weighing the pros and cons, he finally nodded and said, "Minnesota Timberwolves." Chapter 4, The Forgotten Summer. I am going to America. Have you made up your mind? When will you depart? After the National Day holiday, as summer drew to a close, he bid farewell to his best friend, Housie, before embarking on his academic journey. Did you tell her? Housie inquired. No, and what of it? Let it be, Summer responded with a look of resignation. Women merely hinder my passing speed. Safe travels. And remember to ask Kobe for an autograph. On October 8th, Vice Chairman Sun personally saw Summer off at the airport, where Housie also said his goodbyes. Once back in the car, Vice Chairman Sun instructed his staff to closely monitor Summer's life in the NBA, ensuring that if he required assistance, it would be provided. Upon stepping beyond the borders, he represented not only himself but also his country. He could not afford to bring shame or suffer indignities. Upon arriving in Minnesota, Scout Osei-Kin was there to welcome him, escorting Summer to a hotel near the team. Osei-Kin acquainted Summer with the surroundings, claiming, "This will be your home for playing and living." As a scout, he had his own commitments to attend to. For 3 days after Osei-Kin's departure, Summer received no invitation from the Timberwolves for a tryout. On the 4th day, he took the initiative to visit the team's training facility, only to be halted by the doorman. He had yet to join the team and lacked permission to enter. This left him speechless, filled with hope. He had traveled thousands of miles to this harsh land, devoid of family or friends, with not a soul to converse with. In 2004, even making a phone call was costly. Housie was in the country, unable to afford roaming fees even for a simple connection. Moreover, chat applications had yet to gain popularity. Summer's daily routine consisted of morning workouts and practicing shooting at a nearby court. Upon returning at noon, he would often find a small card slipped under the door, adorned with the alluring image of a glamorous woman, prompting him to shake his head in amusement. In the afternoons, he watched game footage, studying techniques. As for the evenings, he deemed it prudent to avoid them. Safety was a concern in a foreign land, where freedom and beauty coexisted with violence. Shooting had always been his Achilles heel. During the activation of his system, he had the opportunity for comprehensive enhancements from amateur to professional status. His physical attributes, speed, jumping ability, and strength, improved significantly, as did his skills in passing, defense, and steals. However, in a moment of excitement, his hands trembled, and he allocated his shooting enhancement points to passing assists instead. This resulted in a glaring disparity between his strengths and weaknesses, meeting the standards for professional players. Summer quickly entered the youth training program and played half a season in the CBA, shining brightly and earning a spot on the national team, completing a remarkable leap. In just over a year, his life became both busy and fulfilling. He continued to practice his shooting, but the time was too short for significant progress. As scout Kevin Mann noted, he was not inherently poor at offense. Rather, he simply lacked proficiency. During the national team's Olympic campaign, he averaged 5 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, and 0 steals per game. His assist statistics stood out like a handsome figure amid a crowd of unattractive faces, a beacon in the night. Yet, his impact on the team transcended individual statistics. His presence enabled players like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian to play with greater aggression, streamlining the team's overall offensive flow. This was one of the primary reasons for his inclusion in the national team, if he gained recognition from an NBA team. With his efforts and the support of the system, the future held great promise. Having stayed in the hotel for half a month, he pondered leaving. But Yao encouraged him to exercise patience. The team was engaged in preseason games, with many star players and coaches preparing for the upcoming season, which could explain their delay. As the days passed, with the new season imminent, he found himself stagnant, far from the aspirations he had harbored prior to his arrival. When Osei-Kin returned, he inquired about Summer's tryout status. "Mr. Osei-Kin, I am truly grateful for your recognition and invitation. However, I must ask if I have been forgotten." 15 days? Do you know how I've spent these past 15 days? Were it not for the hotel being complimentary, I would not have endured this long. Even quarantine lasts only 14 days. What? Osei-Kin responded, bewildered. "The team hasn't invited you for a tryout?" Summer shrugged, his expression one of frustration. Without delay, Osei-Kin made a phone call, initially inquiring, but soon adopting a more forceful tone. After hanging up, Osei-Kin swore, "Damn it, they said they forgot. Are they out of their minds? Let us go, Summer, we're heading there now." The pair quickly left the hotel and arrived at the training facility, where Osei-Kin sought out the coaching staff of the Timberwolves. The head coach was Flip Saunders, who had been in Minnesota for nearly a decade, having arrived in the same year as the legendary Kevin Garnett. The arrival of Summer and Olympic gold has captivated the attention of many within the training facility, including the fervent athletes Latrell Sprewell and Wally Szczerbiak, who are in the midst of their training. Head coach Philip Saunders furrowed his brow and urged the players to continue their practice. Although Olympic gold expressed some discontent, he approached Philip Saunders with a smile, saying, "Coach Saunders, I have discovered a guard during the Olympic period. After some discussions, I arranged for him to come and try out for the team." "An Asian guard?" Saunders inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, that's correct. Here are his physical assessment data," Olympic gold replied, handing over a sheet of paper to the head coach. Saunders merely glanced at it briefly, without even taking the time to examine the details, and stated, "I apologize for my candor, but I have no use for an Asian guard, and I would rather not waste time here." Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, a pang of realization struck him. It seemed he had been deceived by A.O. Saijin. Despite harboring his own discontent, A.O. Saijin endeavored to maintain a tone of tranquility, Coach Saunders. "This individual has traveled thousands of miles from Huaxia to Minnesota. Surely, he deserves an opportunity to participate in a practice match. After observing his performance, you may then determine the next course of action." Coach Saunders scrutinized Xia Tian and inquired, "Point guard?" Summer nodded and said, "Indeed, the point guard excels in dribbling, passing, and assisting." Saunders took the form from Osei-Kin, glanced at it once more, and shook his head. "I apologize, but our team currently has Sam Cassell, Troy Hudson, and Trent Hassel filling the point guard positions. We simply do not have any additional spots available. Moreover, please forgive my candor. If you were a towering player from Asia, I might reconsider, but as for an Asian guard, I regret to say that we have no need." This reflects a certain bias and a fixed perception. Asian guards are deemed incapable of thriving in the NBA. This has been a long-standing issue. No Asian guard has managed to establish themselves in the NBA, hindered by various factors such as physical attributes, shooting ability, technical skills, and basketball IQ. Perhaps Osei-Kin has mentioned to you that we are seeking a successor for Sam Cassell, yet I believe you do not fit that bill. What we truly require is a player proficient in both scoring and playmaking, and you are only capable of fulfilling one of those roles. Therefore, a training session is entirely unnecessary. I trust you can understand. In the summer, there was a profound sense of disappointment and despondency. Yet there was no urge to force matters, to take a step back, even if he fails to enter the NBA this year. After a year or two of enhancing his offensive capabilities, opportunities will still arise. Perhaps Vice Chairman Lee is correct. Allowing him to continue honing his skills domestically for 2 more years might yield better results, at least sparing him the frustrations experienced today. Disappointment aside, it is unthinkable to cling to others in hopes of being taken in. Maintaining one's dignity is paramount. Sanders, what harm is there in granting him an opportunity? How much of your time would it truly consume? Have you witnessed his performance on the Olympic stage? He averaged 12 assists. Chapter 5, Ambitions. Undeniably, the statistic of 12 assists is indeed impressive, yet his offensive skills are severely lacking. Is there truly no chance afforded to him? The old face of Osai Jean darkened, feeling as though a heavy stone pressed against his chest. Without waiting for Sanders to respond, Sprewell, who had paused training, chuckled. In a game of such caliber, 12 assists are hardly remarkable. The intensity is even lower than that of the NCAA. What kind of guard is one who cannot score? At this level, I could easily dominate him in a one-on-one match 10 times over. In the summer, she cast a glance his way and, noticing his face brimming with arrogance and pride, retorted, "Is the intensity of this competition even lower than that of the NCAA? May I inquire how the Dream Team 6 fared in the standings? Furthermore, might I ask why you did not participate? Is it out of disdain or a sense of superiority? Are you implying that you surpassed both Allen Iverson and Tim Duncan? Additionally, how many championship rings have you earned, and how many MVP titles have you claimed?" Summers' words pierced through Sprewell's heart like a needle, rendering him momentarily speechless, his expression gradually shifting to one of fury. "You are in no position to lecture me, you worthless individual who cannot even make it to the NBA." Sprewell, known as the Maniac, had previously made headlines during the 1997-98 season when he choked Coach P. J. Carlesimo in response to his criticisms, an incident that became infamously known as the NBA Choke Gate. The following day, the Warriors promptly terminated Sprewell's contract, which still had 3 years and a total worth of $23.7 million remaining. The league also announced a 1-year suspension for Sprewell. He marched angrily towards Summer, who stood his ground and took a few steps closer, their confrontation intensifying as neither was willing to yield. "Mark my words. I will not only enter the NBA, but will also defeat you on the court. I hope you don't find yourself suspended for a season by then." Sprewell clenched his fists, his expression twisting, as if on the verge of a physical altercation. Yet, Summer showed no sign of fear, even pressing his forehead against Sprewell's. "Back to training," came Sanders' voice, breaking the tension. Sprewell took a deep breath and slowly stepped back. "O'Shea, I appreciate your invitation. However, please ensure you understand the team's situation next time." In the summer, she turned to Sanders with unwavering determination and declared, "I will establish my presence in the NBA. I will also demonstrate that a guard from Huaxia can indeed adapt to this arena, and further prove that, as a head coach, your judgment is profoundly lacking." Having spoken her mind, Sia Tion turned and left. There was no sense in lingering any longer, especially since the other party had been so forthright in their words. Summer hesitated to utter the phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Did not underestimate the youth and poverty, perhaps feeling a tinge of awkwardness, thus refraining from voicing it. Upon exiting the training facility, he exhaled deeply, his emotions a tumultuous blend of hope and disappointment, equal in measure to the expectations he had harbored before arriving. Osai Jean pursued him outside, intercepting Summer. "Summer, I sincerely apologize. This was indeed my oversight. However, please believe me, I had no intention of toying with your feelings. I was unaware that Sanders would harbor such bias against you. I hold your abilities in the highest regard." As Summer waved goodbye without a backward glance, he muttered, "All right, let it be. If I cannot stay here, let freedom find me elsewhere." Osai Jean watched Summer's retreating figure. Letting out a weary sigh, he approached the hotel front desk and extended Summer's stay for 2 more days, a gesture of his own guilt. Upon returning to his room, Summer felt a surge of frustration. In the heat of the moment, he had proclaimed grand ambitions, yet how could he possibly realize them? Asian players, particularly guards, undeniably lag behind their European and African American counterparts in basketball talent, making it exceedingly difficult to establish oneself in the NBA. Lying on the bed, Summer pondered his next steps. Should he seek out Yao Ming? The thought filled him with reluctance. Yao was currently on the rise, and an uninvited interruption might distract him. Surely, if Summer reached out, you would lend his assistance. There was also an invitation from a scout with the Orlando Magic, but after some contemplation, he dismissed that option as well. Both Kevin Mann and Osai Jean had extended their invitations simultaneously, yet he had opted for the Timberwolves. Now, having faced failure, what would Mann think if he sought him out again? The third option was to return home, but that would likely subject him to a barrage of gossip and immense public pressure. Lost in thought, Summer eventually drifted into slumber, only to be awakened the next day by a phone call. The moment the call connected, Kevin Mann's voice came through. "Summer, it's Kevin Mann. I trust you remember me. I heard you made it to America." "Indeed, Mr. Mann. How did you come to know?" "Just wait until you check the news. The Huaxia Sports Channel has abruptly announced that it will no longer broadcast any games of the Minnesota Timberwolves, stating they won't cover such a team. Your rejection by the Timberwolves has already been reported, which is how I learned of it. Osai Jean, that old fellow, provided me your contact details and asked me to convey his apologies for the situation you find yourself in." "That was fast," Summer said, momentarily taken aback. Was the Huaxia Sports Channel standing by him, striking back at the Timberwolves? Despite being in a foreign land, a warmth spread through him. "Summer, are you still in Minnesota?" Kevin Mann's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Yes, I plan to leave in a couple of days." "Where to next?" Kevin inquired eagerly. "If you truly wish to enter the NBA, would you consider trying out for the Magic?" "To be candid, the Magic are in the midst of a rebuild, centered around Dwight Howard. And we are in search of a pass-first guard to complement a few shooters. With just a season or two, I believe we could secure a playoff spot." Suddenly sitting upright, Summer felt a rush of excitement as he asked, "Is the Magic genuinely willing to offer me this opportunity?" "Absolutely. Since the Olympics, I have been in communication with the team. They're indeed ready to give you a chance. There is another layer to this. Since Yao's arrival in the NBA, the Rockets have almost become the primary team for Huaxia fans. To put it bluntly, the Magic also seek to enhance their visibility, which would yield numerous benefits for both you and the team, a true win-win." Summer nodded silently, and regardless of whether it was their first encounter or this phone conversation, Kevin Mann exuded sincerity and did not shy away from expressing his genuine thoughts. Yesterday felt like a mire, but today brought an unexpected resurgence of hope. "Mr. Kevin, I am grateful to you and the Magic for this opportunity. Are you willing to give it a try?" "Of course." "Okay, call me when you arrive in Orlando, and I will come to pick you up. I will communicate with the team shortly to arrange a tryout as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Summer eagerly packed his belongings, booked a flight, and set off for Orlando. Chapter 6. The Assembly of the Magic Team. Orlando, Florida, derives its name from a lesser-known figure. Orlando Rivers, an ordinary soldier who fell during the early territorial expansions against the Native Americans. "In my name, I bestow upon you this town," is the essence of today's Orlando. Though small in size and population, the city is peaceful and serene, yet its fans are exceedingly passionate. The Magic joined the NBA in the 1989-90 season and quickly garnered the affection of the Orlando populace, once achieving a remarkable feat of selling out tickets for 33 consecutive games. Despite its brief history, the Magic has boasted extraordinary talents like Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, alongside the recently traded, perpetually drowsy Tracy McGrady. The team has a tradition of exceptional center and guard combinations, and this year's top draft pick, Dwight Howard, is a young powerhouse dominating the paint, destined to secure his place among the league's elite centers in due time. Thus, the Magic are unperturbed by the abundance of guards. They can afford a season to select the most compatible partner for the beast. Currently, the starting guard lineup features Francis and Deshaun Stevenson. But what kind of synergy can Francis and Howard create? Although he is an all-star guard, it is well known that Francis possesses a strong desire for individual scoring, often prioritizing his offense over passing. This approach evidently contradicts the restructured roster of the Magic. Perhaps Francis is merely a transient figure in the team, having accrued experiences through 5 seasons in the NBA to share with newcomers. Summer's arrival at the Magic resembles the analysis he had with Yao Ming before going abroad, recognizing that the competition would be fierce. Beyond Francis, there is also the rookie Jameer Nelson, selected at the 20th pick in the first round. Given Summer's current abilities, standing out will undoubtedly be challenging. Yet, how can one know without trying? As the saying goes, one must have dreams. What if they come true? When opportunities arise, one must strive for them, no matter the obstacles. On October 25th, Summer arrived in Orlando, where Kevin Mann awaited him at the airport as promised. "Mr. Kevin, the head coach of the Magic harbors no biases against Asian guards, does he?" Upon hearing Summer's question, Kevin Mann smiled while driving, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your past experiences in Minnesota won't be repeated." Summer felt a flush of embarrassment at the mention of the Timberwolves, remembering how he had chosen them, only for them not to reciprocate. However, Kevin Mann and the Magic were more than willing to grant him this opportunity. "I sincerely apologize for not choosing the Orlando Magic at the outset." "I understand," Mann chuckled, After all, the allure of the Olympics was hard to resist. I would have made the same choice. After a day of travel, Mann advised, rest well today to rejuvenate your spirit as the new season is about to commence. And time is of the essence. A scrimmage will be scheduled in 2 days, serving as your tryout assessment, so be sure to perform at your best. With a solemn nod, Shi Tian assented. There is no need for pressure. One must exhibit their strengths to demonstrate their value to the team. Additionally, I must clarify that even if the trial results are favorable and the team agrees to retain you, you will initially be offered a brief 10-day contract, during which you must prove your worth in actual gameplay. My role is merely to guide you. The remaining efforts rest solely on your shoulders. At the entrance of the hotel room, Shi Tian earnestly shook hands with Kevin Mann, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, opportunities are seized through one's own endeavors. 2 days later, with a heart full of trepidation, Shi Tian stepped into the training facility of the Magic team, feeling a surge of nerves akin to that of an important examination. Assistant coach Chris Gent, holding a folder, stated, Shi, 20 years old, hailing from Huaxia, standing at 191 centimeters, weighing 85 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2 meters. He bench pressed 75 kilograms for 7 repetitions, completed a 12-second shuttle run in the paint, recorded a 3:43-second time for 34-meter sprints, achieved a vertical leap of 3:26 meters, and an impressive jump height of 0.90 meters. His physical attributes are commendable. His speed, strength, and vertical leap all surpass the standard benchmarks. Yet, is there a deficiency in scoring ability? In the summer, Zhang Feng openly acknowledged, indeed, I require time. I am certain I can enhance my offensive skills. Assistant coach Chris Zhang nodded, remarking, in that case, the team's players will arrive shortly. You will engage in a scrimmage with them, and the coaching staff will observe closely, hoping for an impressive performance from you. Understood, he replied. Before long, head coach John Davis approached, and the players began to arrive one by one. Coach Davis. Is this our new teammate? Boomed the towering Howard, who strode over with an easy laugh. I heard he is a player from Huaxia. I was the first to arrive today because I was eager to meet you. I have learned about Yu Ming and have some knowledge of Huaxia, and I never expected our team would have someone like you. In the summer, Xia Tian extended a friendly hand and expressed, it is a pleasure to meet you. The future foremost center. Howard paused momentarily, taken aback. Although I am the first overall pick, to be called the foremost center at this moment is quite amusing. I truly appreciate it. With excitement, Howard rubbed his hands together, initially intending to shake hands, but instead, he enveloped Xia Tian in a warm embrace, instructing the staff. Let us capture this moment with a photograph. Was this exuberant display perhaps a tad excessive? Such affectionate gestures seem rather improper. Nevertheless, a single remark from Xia Tian elevated Howard's fondness for him, and it is no wonder he was so exhilarated. Following shortly were Stevenson, Grant Hill, Turkoglu, Kevin Cato, Tony Batty, Jameer Nelson, among others. Lastly arrived Francis. Hey, Xia, it's wonderful to see you. In the summer, he shook hands with Francis and inquired, are you familiar with me? Indeed, I have witnessed your remarkable performance on the Olympic stage. Your passing is exceptional. Furthermore, over the past few days, Yao has been consistently calling me to speak of you. As summer enveloped the heart with warmth, Dayo felt a surge of determination. Head coach John Davis clapped his hands and announced in a resonant voice, this is the player participating in today's tryout, Xia, who may also be referred to as Summer. His position on the court is point guard, and he will take part in today's scrimmage. Regardless of whether you are familiar with one another, I implore each of you to showcase your true abilities. I will now proceed with the team allocations. Steve Francis, Deshaun Stevenson, Grant Hill, Tony Batty, and Kevin Cato will form the white team. Xia, Jameer Nelson, Doug Christie, Hito Turkoglu, and Dwight Howard will compose the blue team. The scrimmage will last for 24 minutes, adhering to NBA regulations, and we shall commence with warm-ups. Coach John Davis beckoned Xia over. Perform well. I have placed Dwight on your team to observe whether your passing skills can impress me, even in the absence of any prior synergy. There's no need for anxiety. Give your all, and I anticipate your performance. Xia nodded, exhaled deeply, and began to warm up. This scrimmage held paramount importance for his aspirations of entering the NBA. Chapter 7. The Tryout Match, Part 1. Following the warm-up, the scrimmage commenced. Benefiting from the privilege of newcomers, Xia's blue team initiated the offense. Kevin Mann had somehow positioned himself beside Davis and Gent, his eyes fixated on the court, curious about the performance Xia would deliver today. During the Olympics, the opponents varied greatly in skill, and the intensity of physical confrontations and technical competitions paled in comparison to the competitiveness of the NBA. For newcomers entering the NBA, the most significant challenge remains the ability to adapt to the pace of the game and withstand the physicality. After all, prior to the advent of the small ball era, NBA contests were marked by fierce physical confrontations. Upon receiving the ball, Xia expelled a deep breath, striving to relax before advancing the ball up court. Assistant coach Chris Gent remarked, "His dribbling is commendable. It diverges from the rigid style typical of many Asian guards, exhibiting a certain elegance." As they spoke, Francis confronted Xia, who maintained control of the tempo, dribbling with a measured pace. Jameer Nelson maneuvered, extending his hand towards Xia, signaling for a pass. Although Francis's defensive skills were not particularly solid, his exceptional athleticism and proactive defensive stance allowed him to gain an advantage in one-on-one encounters with all point guards. Before the summer arrived at the Magic team, I had gathered some understanding of the players through online resources and video footage. Nelson's movement and positioning were quite reasonable. However, it was evident that Howard possessed a clear advantage in both height and strength beneath the basket, suggesting that passing to him might yield better results. In that moment, Summer found himself in a state of hesitation. Head coach Davis offered a critique: indecisiveness and susceptibility to distraction. Kevin Mann appeared visibly anxious. If Summer were to perform poorly today, it would not only be an embarrassment for him, but would also reflect poorly on Mann, casting doubt on his judgment as a seasoned scout. There was no need for haste. It was merely the first shot, and since Summer had been granted this opportunity, a bit of patience was warranted. On the court, Jameer Nelson maneuvered past 3 defenders, yet Summer ultimately chose to pass the ball to him. However, as soon as the ball was released, Francis made a swift dive, snatching the basketball and charging down the court. Assistant coach Gent remarked that the point guard lacked sound judgment. Mann added that every player entering the NBA must adapt. Their initial lack of synergy was evident. To be candid, I do not believe that a single scrimmage can truly reveal a player's genuine capabilities. One should observe his performance during the Olympics. John Davis nodded gently, stating, "Kevin, we are merely discussing the matter at hand. We will certainly evaluate his Olympic performance." Nelson glanced at Summer with a sigh, saying nothing. But his eyes conveyed a sense of reproach. Had the pass been timely, the ball would not have been intercepted. Howard approached, retrieved the basketball from the floor, patted Summer on the back, and offered his trademark smile, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his brilliant white teeth. Summer responds with a smile, gently exhaling a breath. And thereafter, he will steadfastly adhere to his own judgment. In this summer training match, he possesses certain advantages, being familiar with the members of the Magic team. While they are relatively unaware of his capabilities, a point that can be exploited. Once more, he maneuvers the ball across the court, only to be intercepted at the top of the arc by Francis. Nelson again makes a run to receive the ball, the scenario echoing that of the previous play. This time, Xia Tian did not hesitate. With a swift feint, he broke through the defense, and Kevin Carter rushed to provide support. At this moment, the ghostly pass skill at level 1 glimmered softly within Xia Tian's system. Ghostly pass level 1 increases passing accuracy by 10, reduces the probability of being intercepted and blocked by 10. This encapsulates the current effect of the ghostly pass, which can be upgraded as Xia Tian's assists continue to accumulate. The rules of the milestone system are quite straightforward. Upon reaching a certain number of assists, points, steals, and other statistics, different skills will be unlocked. The statistics accrued after unlocking skills will convert into experience points. To elevate the ghostly pass from level 1 to level 2, 100 assists, equivalent to 100 experience points, are required. Observing Xia Tian's actions, Chris Gent furrowed his brow and inquired, while offense may not be his strong suit, is opting for a jump shot against a towering defender not tantamount to inviting disaster? John Davis chuckled and replied, "No, it's not a jump shot." He passed it to Dwight. Indeed, the basketball glided over Kevin Carter's fingertips, and Howard leaped from beneath the basket, unstoppable, executing an alley-oop that emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. One could only marvel at how well Xia Tian served that assist. Howard pointed towards the sky, striking a Superman pose in celebration. How splendid. Kevin Mann exhaled deeply, smiling at the two coaches of the Magic, his expression markedly different from earlier. He had been even more anxious than Xia Tian just moments ago, but now he felt at ease, even slightly smug. The proud look on his face seemed to inquire of the head coach, "How about the talent I discovered? Quite promising. Let us observe further." Davis responded with an amused smile, noting Mann's self-satisfied demeanor. Jen added, Now, let us see how he performs defensively. This was not Sion's first encounter with NBA players. Previously, he faced Allen Iverson during the Dream Team matchup, where his steal was particularly noteworthy. This time, he confronted Francis, who differed greatly from Iverson. While Iverson relied on finesse and speed, Francis predominantly depended on his physical prowess. At this moment in summer, there are certain similarities with the aging Francis. The defense lacks solidity, yet the enthusiasm is remarkably high. As Francis dribbles forward, he shows no intention of passing, bearing the explosive intensity that suggests he might either demolish a school or a sports arena. In the summer, with arms outstretched, his wingspan is remarkably impressive among players of the same height, comparable to that of Chauncey Billups. His physique firmly withstands Francis's advance, enduring 2 solid bumps from the veteran. Yet he does not yield an inch, only able to marvel at the undeniable force behind it. His unwavering defense, with arms spread wide, creates a barrier that compels Francis to regard him with newfound respect. Generally speaking, during his years in the NBA, it is quite challenging for rookie players to hold their ground, but Summer's enthusiasm and relentless interference force Francis to alter his offensive strategy. A slight smile graces Francis's face as he deliberately creates half a step of distance from Summer, taking a half step forward, executing a swift dribble between his legs, and then rapidly pulling back to break through on Summer's right side, driving straight to the basket while evading Howard's block, successfully scoring once again. The score is now 2-4, with Francis's team regaining the lead. Such is the wisdom of experience, Jet remarks with a faint smile. Kevin Mann interjects, "We can't blame Summer for the lack of experience." Davis, observing Mann's defensive Summer, chuckles softly and replies, "Of course. But this offensive maneuver poses a bit of a test. The same trick won't work twice." He is astute, understanding the importance of supporting his teammates, after all. There is a saying about shared blessings. In the summer, the ball was passed to Nelson, both of them playing as point guards, presenting him with a choice. However, a dilemma arose. Without the ball, Summer's impact on the court diminished significantly, especially on the offensive end. He could only attract defensive attention through relentless movement. Facing DeShaun Stevenson's defense, Nelson found himself in a precarious position. As a rookie this year, he was at a disadvantage against the seasoned players, lacking in both experience and physical prowess, most notably in terms of height. The current matchup seemed somewhat inequitable for Nelson, perhaps influenced by a recent assist. Nelson reconsidered his initial impression of Summer. Unable to initiate an offensive play, he opted to pass the ball back. Once again, the basketball found its way into Summer's hands, and the coaching staff watching from the sidelines looked on with eager anticipation. How would he play this ball? Chapter 8, Tryout Game. Part 2. Francis leaned slightly forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized every movement of Summer with utmost seriousness. While it was one thing to consider Yao Ming's sentiments, he could not allow a newcomer to elude him continuously. Yet, reality unfolded differently. Summer's subsequent actions left even the venerable Francis astounded. Dribbling, then suddenly executing a crossover. Francis was momentarily taken aback, creating an open lane for Summer. However, this was the NBA, and DeShaun Stevenson, quick to react, immediately closed the gap, obstructing the opportunity. Summer was in no rush to break through. After a swift crossover, he pulled the ball back and seamlessly delivered a behind-the-back pass to Nelson, who had already found ample space. Nelson caught the ball, stepped beyond the three-point line, and released his shot in one fluid motion. Stevenson scrambled to defend, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball swished through the net. Chris Gent gasped in astonishment. "My God, isn't that Iverson's signature move? I'm growing more and more intrigued by this kid." Conventionally, after such a crossover, one would drive aggressively for a layup or a dunk, a highlight-worthy play that could easily make the top 10 in a game. But Summer? No. He preferred to pass. Francis shook his head with a wry smile. He had prepared meticulously, anticipating every possible move Summer might make, given his own wealth of experience. Yet, he never expected Summer to pull off this particular play. Even Nelson, who had previously been critical of Summer, exchanged a quick high-five with him as they retreated on defense. Earlier, Stevenson had locked him down, leaving him frustrated. As fellow rookies, they all harbored a desire to shine, yet Summer, despite his dazzling footwork, had selflessly given him the opportunity. After the play, Kevin Mann's face brimmed with even greater satisfaction. "Well?" He smirked. Davis chuckled. "All right, Kevin. We all know you have an eye for talent. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. One scrimmage doesn't define a player's entire ability." The blue team now led 5-4. And the game resumed. The previous two plays had merely been probing exchanges, a testing of waters. Yet, one couldn't overlook the fact that the white team boasted not only an all-star point guard in Francis but also the versatile Grant Hill. Hill's all-around brilliance lay in his two-way dominance. Triple-doubles came effortlessly to him. Scoring, rebounding, playmaking, he excelled in all, earning him the moniker of a point forward. Receiving a pass from Francis, Hill breezed past the 35-year-old Doug Christie and sank a smooth mid-range jumper for an easy 2 points. Hill and Christie were like spear and shield. In his prime, Christie had been named to both the NBA All-Defensive first and second teams. But time and injuries, the cruelest adversaries of any NBA player, had taken their toll. Over the next two possessions, Summer delivered crisp passes, but the white team's defense stifled their offensive attempts. Meanwhile, Christie and Hill seemed locked in an intense duel, one attacking, the other defending, so fiercely that Summer couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Shouldn't I be the protagonist here? After Hill scored 2 consecutive baskets on Christie, the veteran finally managed a steal. Summer reacted instantly, and the two sprinted down the court almost side by side. Christie dished to Summer, who immediately returned the ball. Neither seemed eager to force the issue. In the end, Summer reluctantly laid the ball in for an uncontested 2 points. He scored, Gent remarked with a chuckle. Kevin Mann shot him a disdainful look. And you call yourself an assistant coach? You're as clueless as that fool Carl. As I stated in my report, he may not specialize in offense, but that doesn't mean he can't score. Gent flushed with embarrassment. After all, in the NBA, making an open layup was expected, missing one would be the real surprise. Back and forth they went, the score seesawing with neither team able to gain a decisive edge. Summer, meanwhile, found himself constrained by Francis' relentless pressure. The head coach signaled for a timeout, and the referee's whistle brought the scrimmage to a brief halt. Davis turned to his assistant. You take the white team. I'll handle the blue team. Gathering the blue team, Davis studied Summer before speaking. You've shown flashes of promise, but there are clear areas for improvement. We'll address those after the scrimmage. For now, let me teach you how to shake Steve Francis. Summer nodded thoughtfully, listening intently. First and foremost, you must possess confidence. Your ball control is commendable and quite steady, making it challenging for him to steal the ball. In such circumstances, you can provoke a foul on him. Secondly, engage in interaction through passing with your teammates. As long as the basketball is not in your possession, his defense will naturally wane. At that moment, position yourself to receive the ball, and when his defense has yet to intensify, reorganize your strategy. Do you comprehend? In the summer, Sion inquired, can fouls be committed? Did I ever state that fouls could not be committed? Well, it appears not. I comprehend what must be done now, coach. Davis imparted a few more words of guidance to the other players, and the scrimmage resumed. With the sound of a whistle, the blue team initiated play once more. Sion advanced with the ball, observing that Christie had crossed half-court, and opted to pass. The previously closely guarded Francis and Sion created a slight distance between them. Christie glanced around and returned the ball to Sion, positioned at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the pass, Sion positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, body leaning forward, and held the ball with both hands. It is well known that the motion Sion executed is known as the triple threat stance. When a ball handler adopts this stance, they are prepared to drive, pass, or shoot. Francis smiled subtly. While others may not understand you, I have witnessed your performance during the Olympics. He was certain that Sion would either pass or drive. Moreover, given his tendencies, the likelihood of him passing was greater than that of driving, and as for shooting, Francis did not even entertain that thought. Anticipating Sion's actions, Francis was already poised. Should Sion pass, he could immediately leap and attempt to intercept. However, in the next moment, Sion soared from beyond the three-point line. The basketball lifted above his head with a bent wrist. Damn it, Francis exclaimed, hastily following Sion's jump, extending his hand. With a loud clap, Francis's hand struck Sion's arm, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Sion landed and flashed a grin at Francis. Have I been outsmarted? Francis could hardly believe that he had granted Sion 3 free throw opportunities. The scrimmage adhered to NBA rules. Thus, Sion was to execute 3 free throws. Before joining the national team, although Sion's shooting was subpar, he had consistently practiced his free throws. During the Olympics, he averaged 4.5 points per game, most of which were derived from free throws. His free throw percentage hovered around 60 as he stood at the foul line. He made 2 out of 3 attempts, securing 2 more points. The score was once again tied, and the intensity of the scrimmage escalated, with both sides fully engaged. I appreciate such players. They grasp concepts swiftly, remarked Coach Davis while observing Sia Tion with a smile. Kevin Mann, standing nearby, chuckled softly, since the head coach was pleased. It seemed Sia Tion had indeed seized the opportunity. If he continued to excel, he would earn additional accolades. The game pressed on, and the white team initiated their offense. Stevenson missed his shot, and Howard retrieved the rebound, holding the basketball as he sought Sia Tion's position. In a reciprocal gesture, after crossing half-court, Howard drove toward the paint, while Sia Tion advanced from the left flank. With a lofty pass, he propelled himself off the ground, catching the ball with one hand and executing a powerful dunk. His overwhelming strength and nearly invincible physical prowess crushed Tony Batty and Kato in the paint. Although Sia Tion's pass was commendable, Howard's reception and dunk were even more formidable. Coach Davis envisioned the future stars of the Magic dazzling on the court. As time elapsed, the scrimmage neared its conclusion, with the score still locked at 40-40. Francis, with the ball in hand, orchestrated the offense, signaling Stevenson and Grant Hill to spread out, clearly intent on a one-on-one confrontation with Sia Tion. After over 20 minutes of play, the intensity of the scrimmage surpassed that of many domestic matches, and Sia Tion's stamina was gradually waning. Stealing a glance at the timer, Sia Tion refocused his concentration. Francis employed his body and strength to forge ahead, forcing Sia Tion to retreat. Upon reaching the free throw line, Sia Tion strategically turned to grant Francis a measure of offensive space. Francis did not reject Sia Tion's goodwill. He dribbled, pivoted, and charged toward the basket. Francis felt quite pleased. Although Sia Tion had eluded him and played a clever trick, he was still considerate enough to yield at the critical moment. This was not merely about basketball. It was a lesson in human relations. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, as Francis went for the layup, a colossal hand descended, swatting the ball away with a thunderous block. Francis was left utterly bewildered. In a swift response, Sia Tion rushed to seize the ball, almost simultaneously with Grant Hill. He lunged forward, tightly cradling the basketball in his arms. The assistant coach, Gent, expressed his admiration, remarking on Sia Tion's boldness and tenacity. Just as Sia Tion had yet to rise, Nelson appeared, promptly passing the ball. Nelson orchestrated the tempo, and when faced with Stevenson, he found the challenge formidable. Once the blue team members had positioned themselves, he returned the ball to Sia Tion. Francis felt a twinge of irritation in this practice match. The presence of the veteran leader was conspicuously absent. Were the newcomers this fierce? The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, leaving the former ones washed ashore. Francis clung tightly to Sia Tion, denying him any space, making it difficult for Sia Tion to maneuver. Dribbling while signaling for teammates to set screens, the usually silent Turkoglu stepped forward. Haido Turkoglu, a Turkish small forward standing at 2.08 meters, found himself somewhat out of his element, playing as a power forward in this scrimmage. With a high screen, Sia Tion finally shook off Francis, breaking through from the left side with unyielding speed. Just as he prepared to leap for the layup. Wait, where's the ball? Even Man, who was familiar with Sia Tion, gasped in disbelief. Midair for the layup, the ball had vanished. At the moment of his jump, Sia Tion had already passed the basketball behind him to the center, Turkoglu. Even Turkoglu was taken aback by the unexpected return pass. For any other guard, the layup would have had a high success rate. Moreover, as a newcomer, finishing the game with a decisive score would certainly leave a favorable impression on the coaching staff. However, Sia Tion was not an ordinary guard. Scoring would come later, but for now, he aimed to rack up assists and maintain his rhythm. While Turkoglu was astonished, he did not hesitate, taking a mid-range shot. Yet, it seemed he had exerted too much force, causing the basketball to circle the rim. All eyes were fixed on the hoop, and after 3 revolutions, the ball finally descended into the net. Splendid! Well done, Sia. Both Turkoglu and Nelson praised him. With only 2 seconds left on the clock, the white team had little time remaining. Grant Hill executed the final offensive play. But with time running out and the distance too great, a comeback was ultimately unattainable. The final score stood at 42-40. With Sia Tion's blue team emerging victorious in the scrimmage, while Howard recorded an impressive 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks. In the summer, he contributed 4 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal. For a newcomer, achieving such results in his first NBA-level game over 24 minutes is commendable. Everyone performed admirably. Head coach Davis clapped his hands, laughing heartily, clearly in high spirits. The 9 players stood in a line, with the Summer player on the side, as he was not yet an official member of the Magic team. Summer, go stand over there, Davis gestured toward Francis, indicating he should join him. All right. The scrimmage has concluded. Let us share our thoughts, particularly on how you feel about Summer. Jameer, you go first. Jameer Nelson pondered for a moment before responding. He had a few passes that surprised me. His ball control is stable and his passing accurate. However, in a one-on-one matchup, I believe I could prevail. The head coach nodded and then pointed at Francis. I have faith that with some time to refine his skills, he will become a formidable opponent and an excellent point guard, as well as a valuable teammate. Francis understood that Summer might very well become his teammate, so his perspective leaned favorably toward him. Nevertheless, his words were sincere. A player of Summer's caliber merely requires time to develop. With him on the Magic, the offensive side would undoubtedly thrive, especially in critical moments. Who wouldn't he appreciate a guard who can both deliver precise passes and defend diligently? Dwight, what are your thoughts? When Howard spoke, his gestures were somewhat exaggerated, and his expression was vibrant, showcasing a brilliant smile. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be comfortable. Playing with him is comfortable. He passes better than my high school teammates and allows me to showcase my abilities. What he really meant was that playing alongside him made him feel more impressive. As a new generation center, Howard possesses exceptional athleticism, particularly in his jumping ability and slam dunks, which exude a certain violent aesthetic. Summer seems particularly adept at allowing Howard to exhibit his more aggressive side. This is what the Spark refers to as comfort. The head coach turned to Summer and said, "Now, Summer, share your feelings." Summer remarked that the physical confrontations were more intense than in previous matches, and the strength of his teammates allowed him to play more freely. The performance of his teammates was commendable. Despite it being their first collaboration, they all placed their trust in him, which brought him great joy. In contrast to the disdain from the Timberwolves and the harsh words from a few individuals, the members of the Magic team were remarkably amiable. This newly revitalized team may indeed be more suited to Summer than the Timberwolves. His shortcomings were evident to all, and there was no need to reiterate them to belittle himself. It's a delightful day, the head coach smiled, saying, I can assure you that if it were up to me alone, I would gladly grant you an opportunity to debut. However, this is not solely my decision. I will confer with the management and will provide you with a response within 2 days. Do not fret. I estimate that there is an 80 to 90% chance you will receive an opportunity. Just wait patiently. Chapter 10, the Coach's Training Task. Everyone else, please continue with your training. Summer, I have a few things to discuss with you. With a commanding voice, the head coach instructed the players to disperse. Howard bestowed Summer with his iconic smile, while Francis patted Summer's shoulder, reassuring him not to worry excessively. You performed admirably in this scrimmage, yet numerous issues were also exposed, and I believe you're aware of them. Observing Summer's nod, Davis continued, as a point guard, you must first trust your judgment and not allow opponents or even your teammates to sway your decisions. Secondly, involve more teammates in the offense. Let the ball circulate. Only through movement can you dismantle the opposing defense. I can assure you that the level of defense in the NBA surpasses that of scrimmages by several degrees. But do not be concerned. Once you join the Magic team, I will gradually enhance your skills. Thank you, Coach Davis. A heartfelt expression of gratitude during the summer reveals significant limitations. The meticulous explanation provided by Davis stands in stark contrast to the abrupt finality of Sanders' judgment. However, do not be in haste to thank me, for I have yet to conclude. Davis gestured towards the vacant hoop in the training facility and said, Go. Take a few shots so that I may observe. Summer found himself in a predicament, acutely aware of his greatest vulnerability, especially in front of so many onlookers. However, a moment of reflection led him to realize that perpetual evasion was not the solution. Eventually, he would have to confront the challenge. With a determined nod, he picked up the basketball from the ground and began to shoot. Inside the training facility, it was as if a symphony of iron was resonating, punctuated by the sporadic swish of the net as he occasionally made a basket, adding a rhythmic cadence to this orchestral performance. Well, this is it. It's even worse than I had imagined, Davis candidly remarked. You must have witnessed in NBA games that, when unguarded, particularly among guards and forwards, their shooting accuracy is remarkably high. While it may not be a perfect score, it certainly hovers around the 90% mark. Do you understand how this is achieved? During the summer, it is almost instinctual to utter muscle memory. There are no shortcuts, only relentless practice, continuous shooting. Davis nodded in approval, appreciating Summer's insight into this principle. Indeed, it is all about muscle memory. Therefore, your forthcoming training should focus on shooting practice. Thus, today, make use of the remaining time to accomplish one. 000 mid-range shots. Of course, you are not yet a member of the Magic team, and you are not obliged to heed my advice. However, should you choose to undertake this task, you must see it through to completion, leaving the training facility only after making every single shot. In the summer, Zhang solemnly nodded, clutching a basketball, and approached the hoop, taking shot after shot. With nothing else to do, I decided to stretch my limbs as well. Kevin Mann took off his shirt, loosened up his muscles, and made his way to the hoop where Zhang was practicing, ready to fetch the balls. Go for it, Summer. You can do it, he encouraged. All right, you scored. Excellent. Keep it up, believe in yourself. As Mann retrieved the balls and tossed them back to Zhang, he continued to offer encouragement. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the Magic team concluded their training, Summer was still immersed in his practice. Francis approached Mann and said, "Take a break, let me take over." Mann nodded, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Fetching balls was no easy task, especially since one could never predict where Summer's shots would land on the rim. In that moment, Mann felt a sense of relief. Soon after, Francis and Howard took turns assisting Summer, retrieving the balls. After Summer completed 1,000 mid-range shots while he was not incapacitated, he certainly felt a strong ache in his arms. In truth, Summer had shortcuts available, yet it seemed he required more time. The milestone for assists had unlocked the Phantom Pass, but the scoring milestone remained unachieved. According to the system's tendencies, unlocking the scoring milestone would likely enhance his shooting accuracy. Unfortunately, he was dealing with a cheat that had yet to be activated, requiring his own effort to unlock it. "Steve, Dwight, Mr. Kevin, thank you, truly thank you," he expressed. Without their assistance in retrieving and passing the balls, Summer would have been at a loss to complete his 1,000 shots. It was uncertain how long that would have taken. Perhaps he would have witnessed the dawn over Orlando. Howard ruffled Summer's hair and said, "Summer, let's train together tomorrow, shall we?" As Summer retreats 3 steps back, one wonders why tall players in the NBA have a penchant for tousling others' hair. Perhaps they wish to avoid the fate of premature baldness upon entering the league. Summer, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "Can I join the training?" Steve Francis placed a reassuring hand on Summer's shoulder and replied, "What does it matter? Coach Davis has made it abundantly clear that you will most likely be offered a short contract initially, followed by a guaranteed one. This short contract is merely a formality. Rest assured, your training is an inevitable step. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often lack clarity, while observers see the truth." Summer remained troubled by this matter, yet it was Francis who perceived the situation with clarity. "I will be waiting for you at the training facility tomorrow morning." Who asserts that Howard lacks both intelligence and emotional acumen? Listen to his words. "It is I who will be waiting for you, not the other way around." "All right," Summer replied with a smile. She then turned to Francis and asked, "Why are you so certain that the Magic will allow me to join?" "Because you possess potential," Francis answered. "Setting aside your performance today that may captivate the coaching staff, your inherent potential alone warrants their investment. Naturally, the initial investment will not be substantial, but you must demonstrate returns to encourage further investment." Noticing Summer nodding thoughtfully, Francis continued, "Furthermore, I trust you comprehend this. Many NBA teams are eager to tap into the Chinese market, yet the number of players from China entering the NBA is quite limited. Given this opportunity, do you believe they will let you slip away easily?" Before Summer could respond, Howard nodded vigorously, affirming, "I share the same sentiment." As Summer and Francis simultaneously cast a skeptical glance at Howard, one could hardly fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Francis, wrapping his arm around Summer's shoulder, reassured her, "Fear not, for I am here. No one shall dare to bully you. I once offered the same comfort to Yao when Yao Ming first graced the NBA. He faced an array of challenges, yet it was Francis's unwavering support that enabled the towering Yao to solidify his presence with the Rockets, earning Francis the affectionate title of Big Francis among fans. With your assistance, I am confident I shall swiftly acclimate to life here," Howard declared. As he took his leave, he playfully quipped, "Make sure to arrive on time tomorrow. Should you fail to show, I shall hang you from the hoop in the training facility." "I promise," Summer replied with a smile. "If you dare to do that, I will never pass the ball to you again." "I promise." The two exchanged a knowing grin. Both having joined the NBA in the same year and representing the same team, brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Go ahead, embark on your own NBA journey. Chapter 11. Targeted training. The following day, Summer arrived punctually at the Magic's training facility, denying Howard the opportunity to hang on the rim. Howard embraced Summer as they entered, followed shortly by Francis. Today, the head coach had not scheduled any specific training tasks. It was entirely self-directed, allowing attendance to be optional. "What shall we train today?" Summer inquired. Francis stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Let us play to your strengths." Summer and Howard gazed at Francis, urging him to continue. "Summer, you should pass the ball to Dwight from various angles, allowing him to finish the offense under the basket." Howard's eyes widened with excitement, his face beaming with delight. It was evident that Francis's suggestion resonated deeply with him. However, after a moment's contemplation, Howard realized that merely dominating the rim would not fully showcase his prowess. He turned to Francis and remarked, "It would be best to have a practice partner as well." In the summer, Sion gazed at Francis, clearly aware that Howard intended to torment the veteran. Observing the disparity in height and physique between the two, a chill ran through Sion. Francis picked up his phone and began to summon others, jesting, "I shall be your sparring partner. After all, I am the boss here." Before long, Kevin Cato was called over. Tall and competitive, he made for an excellent practice partner. In fact, a glance at the Magic's interior players, Howard, Kevin Cato, and Tony Batty, reveals a shared limitation, a deficiency in self-creation ability. Howard, robust and the first overall pick of this year, exhibits fearlessness in the paint, often scoring through second-chance opportunities. However, Cato and Batty lack such assertiveness, while Howard possesses a modicum of self-offensive capability. It pales in comparison to seasoned veterans like Garnett and Duncan. The group arranged themselves, while Francis poured a glass of water and settled on the sidelines, leisurely observing. He contemplated that this training was essential for Sion to swiftly establish rapport with Howard upon joining the Magic, as Howard was the new cornerstone of the franchise. In order for Sion to flourish within the Magic this season, Howard is of paramount importance, a fact Francis perceives with clarity. His unwavering support for Sion stems from two reasons: a genuine fondness for the Chinese player and the likely private endorsement from Yao Ming. Observing Sion's relentless movement and incessant passing, Francis took a sip of water and smiled. The more swiftly Sion and Jameer Nelson develop, the closer the day of his departure from the Magic looms. Although the new season has yet to commence in earnest, Francis has a profound understanding of the intentions of the Magic's coaching staff. Nevertheless, he is unwilling to undermine Yao's prestige. He is committed to assisting Sion, while Nelson's fate is of no concern to him. After training for a few hours, the group gathered to hydrate and converse. Howard envisioned the upcoming season, dreaming of his dominance in the NBA's paint, an invincible force. As the first overall pick, such aspirations are met with no ridicule. In contrast, Sion's ambitions are grounded, focusing solely on incremental self-improvement. Sion, during the first 2 months of the new season, I will endeavor to carve out time to guide your training. You know, the coaching staff is not always at liberty to assist. Therefore, are you willing to accept my specialized training? Without a moment's hesitation, Summer exclaimed, "I am willing, exceedingly willing." In truth, many newcomers entering the NBA, particularly those drafted in the second round, often find themselves devoid of opportunities and lacking guidance, leading to a sense of bewilderment. However, Francis proactively offered to be Summer's mentor during the summer, a proposition he eagerly embraced. "All right, now you and I will engage in a one-on-one duel. Within the confines of the rules, employ every conceivable tactic to breach my defense, drive to the basket, evade Dwight's block, and complete the layup." "What?" Howard, with a perplexed expression, stared at Francis in confusion and remarked, "Isn't this challenge a bit too daunting for Summer?" Francis did not respond to Howard, but instead turned to Summer and inquired, "Is it too difficult?" Summer smiled and remarked, "It's quite a challenge, but I am determined to give it a try. If I fail once, I shall attempt it twice. If twice proves insufficient, then I will endeavor 10 times. I am confident that I shall ultimately succeed." Howard sprang up from his seat with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Are you aware of my specialties? One is dunking, and the other is blocking." During his freshman year, Howard played as a guard. Indeed, you heard correctly, a guard. However, he later experienced a remarkable growth spurt and transition to the center position. By his senior year, he averaged 25 points, 18 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 3.5 assists per game. Dunking, rebounding, and blocking are indeed his forte. With a mischievous grin, Howard gazed at Summer and said, "Fear not, my friend. Since you have just arrived in America, I shall ensure you experience my fervor. I will not hold back." Summer gazed at Howard with a similar expression, cautioning, "Dwight, take care of your ankle. We wouldn't want the #1 draft pick to be injured before the new season even begins." This remark elicited laughter from Francis and Cato, as Francis was well aware that Summer possessed a deceptive move. If he faced Howard directly, he indeed had a chance to shake him off. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their training. In one-on-one drills, Summer found it challenging to break past Francis. Perhaps in their initial encounter, he could catch him off guard. But as familiarity grew, it became increasingly difficult. Consequently, during the opening minutes, Howard nearly dozed off beneath the basket, resorting to performing a few pull-ups on the rim. In terms of physical confrontation, you still have some disadvantages. Consider adding weight judiciously without compromising your speed, Francis advised while defending. Your shooting ability is lacking, and reaching a sharpshooter standard won't happen overnight. Therefore, I suggest you focus on scoring through drives, at the very least. Possessing this skill will convince the Magic's management that you merit their greater investment. In the summer, one diligently controls the ball while simultaneously seeking opportunities to break through. Naturally, Francis's intentions align perfectly with those of Summer. What he must do now is to ensure that when he steps onto the court, he secures as many effortless points as possible. This includes situations such as free throws and fast breaks where the offense has a numerical advantage. After a hard-fought battle, Xiatian finally broke through Francis's defense and approached the basket. Howard, without restraint, unleashed his colossal hand, sending the basketball soaring out of bounds. Am I handsome? Howard struck a superhero pose, inquiring of Xiatian. Indeed, Xiatian replied. Howard, brimming with pride, winked and exclaimed, bring it on. As Xiatian once again maneuvered past Francis, perhaps intentionally, he chose not to rush for a layup. Instead, he engaged Howard in a one-on-one duel. Howard's footwork was far from sluggish, yet Xiatian's dazzling dribbling left him momentarily disoriented. Following a sudden and wide change of direction, Howard stumbled back 2 steps. Though he did not fall, the moment was undeniably awkward. In the summer, a reverse layup was effortlessly executed. Am I handsome? Summer inquired as well. Indeed, one possesses a certain charm, yet. With a sigh, Xiatian waved his hand to interrupt Howard, expressing with a melancholic tone. I also believe I am quite handsome. I could easily rely on my looks to make a living, yet I insist on proving my worth in the NBA. Alas, at that moment, Howard stood like a statue, and although I suspected he was merely putting on a facade, I had no evidence to substantiate my doubt. Both Francis and Cato chuckled simultaneously, finding amusement in Howard's sudden misfortune after his earlier bravado. As afternoon approached, Cato departed first, leaving Francis and Howard feeling less burdened. Especially since Xiatian commenced his free throw training 1,000 shots, with no respite until completed. With Howard present, the training was far from monotonous. Laughter and joviality permeated the atmosphere as they progressed through the session. As evening neared, the trio prepared to return when head coach John Davis approached Xiatian. Just as Francis had mentioned, it was time to formalize matters with a 10-day contract and a salary of $10,000. The contract would commence on November 3rd, the day of the Orlando Magic's inaugural game of the new season, marking Howard's debut in the NBA as he was listed in the starting lineup. Whether it would also be Xiatian's first appearance in the NBA depended on the unfolding of the game, however. The coach assured him that he would have at least 3 opportunities to play during those 10 days. Thus, Xiatian eagerly anticipated the commencement of the new NBA season during training. Chapter 12, The Task Orlando, The Magic. Welcome to Orlando, where we unveil the starting lineup for the Magic's new season. We proudly present the All-Star guard, Steve Francis. Next, we have another All-Star player, the forward from Texas, Grant Hill. Everyone, please rise. Welcome the 2004 NBA first overall pick from Southwest Christian Academy in Georgia, the starting center for the Magic. Wearing jersey number 12, Dwight Howard. The new season has arrived, and on November 3rd, the Magic welcomed the new season with their first home game. The DJ's enthusiastic voice electrified the atmosphere, as the thunderous cheers nearly pierced the heavens. Howard sprinted onto the court from the entrance, waving his arms and greeting the fans, slapping hands with his teammates on either side. Honestly, in that moment, Xiatian felt a twinge of envy. Howard was the undeniable focal point of the arena, the NBA's first overall pick, the starting center for the Orlando Magic. In the summer, he secretly vowed that one day the live DJ would call out his name, and he would dash through the entrance, welcomed by the cheers of the crowd. After the opening show, the players commenced their warm-up. In the NBA, the competition is fierce, making warm-up essential for preparing every part of the body. Today's adversary was the Milwaukee Bucks, led by Reed and Keith Van Horn. Last season, the Magic languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference due to Grant Hill's injury, while the Bucks were a playoff team. With Grant Hill's return and the powerful addition of Howard, The Magic's strength had undoubtedly improved compared to the previous season. As the game commenced, both teams exchanged blows, with the score oscillating back and forth. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, the match remained intensely contested. Ultimately, thanks to Francis's free throws, the Magic narrowly triumphed over the Bucks, securing a thrilling season opener. Howard's debut was commendable, with 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks, achieving a double-double worthy of his #1 pick status. Due to the game's tension, Summer did not get an opportunity to play, yet he witnessed firsthand the intensity of an NBA match. Just 12 points. I could have scored 20, Howard remarked in the locker room after the game. Steve, you said you would pass me the ball more, he added. Francis shrugged and replied, what can I say? I was feeling it today. If I didn't score, your debut wouldn't have been a victory. Howard shrugged in agreement, saying, all right, you have a point. But if Summer had played, I definitely would have scored 20. He glanced at Summer with a questioning look. You are destined to be the future #1 center. Be content with your double-double in your debut, Summer reassured him. Howard, sitting beside Summer, draped his arm around his shoulder and chuckled. Ah, summer brings its own share of helplessness. While you are drenched in sweat, I remain pristine. The NBA schedule is relentless. After the game on the 3rd, there is merely a day of respite before facing the Hornets on the 5th. In that encounter, the Hornets' Baron Davis astonishingly amassed 36 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading to a disheartening defeat for the Magic, with Summer still awaiting his chance to play. Following the loss, the atmosphere in the locker room grew significantly subdued, but after the coach offered some motivational words, the team regained its spirit. Before departing, John Davis patted Summer on the shoulder and advised, Summer, do not exhaust yourself in tomorrow's practice. Conserve your energy and prepare well. Regardless of the situation, you will have an opportunity to play in the next game. Always be ready. Summer, feeling a surge of excitement, pondered the circumstances under which he might take the court the following day. The upcoming match against the Charlotte Bobcats is indeed tomorrow. Yes, a back-to-back away game. This contest has garnered considerable attention from numerous media outlets in the United States, including TNT and ESPN. The reason? The most intriguing aspect of this game lies in the matchup between Howard and NCAA champion center Emeka Okafor, one a first overall pick and the other the second pick. Both formidable players in the paint. The Magic will maintain the same starting lineup as the first game: Francis, Stevenson, Hill, Cato, and Howard. The Bobcats starting lineup features the 178-meter guard Brevin Knight, Jason Hart, Gerald Wallace, Okafor, and Brezek. The Charlotte Bobcats, the youngest team in the NBA, joined the league in 2004, marking the establishment of the league's 30 teams. Back-to-back games pose a significant challenge to players' stamina, particularly for rookies. Even Howard is in the process of adjusting to the NBA's demanding schedule. The head coach explicitly instructed the team the previous evening that no one was to indulge in late-night revelries, as they needed to conserve their energy and maintain a sufficient mental state for the upcoming game. On November 6th, the Time Warner Cable Arena in Charlotte, North Carolina, was filled to capacity, with the local populace passionately supporting their nascent team. As the game commenced, the Magic found themselves in a disadvantaged position, relying solely on the individual prowess of Francis and Grant Hill to keep pace. The Bobcats starting forwards towered over those of the Magic, and Howard faced relentless challenges under the basket, struggling against Okafor and Brezek. While the Bobcats were poised and rested, the Magic were exhausted from their back-to-back battle, with Howard becoming a focal point for their opponents. Although he managed to secure some rebounds, second-chance opportunities were elusive. Before the advent of the small ball era, dominance in the paint was paramount. The physicality of inside play is tremendously taxing, and Howard's temperament fluctuated, leading to him being deceived into fouls. Midway through the fourth quarter, he had accrued his 5th foul, and the score was 99-86, with the Magic trailing by 13 points. Logically, it was premature to concede defeat. However, head coach John Davis opted to bench the starters, mindful of their fatigue. Summer, it's your turn to step onto the court. Your mission is to reduce the deficit to within 6 points in 3 minutes. Use any means necessary within the rules. I require this outcome. If you succeed, we shall make one final push. If not, we will regard this match as a learning experience. Furthermore, we have only one timeout remaining. But I will not call it during these 3 minutes. The strategy is entirely in your hands. After listening to the Summer, I felt the weight of the burden on my shoulders was somewhat heavy. Recovering 7 points in 3 minutes is no small feat. The opposing team is not merely standing idle. They too will mount an offense and defend vigorously. The lineup I have arranged for you includes Doug Turkoglu, Kevin Cato, And Tony Batty, do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Before Summer could respond, the head coach shook his head and said, do your best. With a bitter smile. Sion jested, Coach Davis, do you lack confidence in me or in my teammates? Davis muttered under his breath, I have no faith in this damn schedule. With the starters substituted out, the game had entered garbage time. Though the head coach's task had become inconsequential, Sion was determined to make the most of his opportunity. This was his debut in the NBA, and with just 3 minutes to showcase himself, he found himself alongside teammates Doug Christie and Hedo RKO Lue, both of whom possessed shooting prowess, making success within reach. Meanwhile, the Bobcats lineup was comprised solely of substitutes, save for their starting point guard, Knight, seated at the commentary booth. The former NBA star Charles Barkley surveyed the Magic's roster and chuckled, addressing his partner Kenny. The Magic have thrown in the towel. Even the temp workers are in. Kenny, equally amused, replied with a grin, but these are players from Huaxia. Chapter 13. The debut of Sion has taken the court. After much anticipation, the moment has finally arrived. The sports channel back in Huaxia broadcasted the game, and upon seeing Sion enter the fray, Coach Zhang exclaimed in excitement, eagerly awaiting Sion's performance. It was his NBA debut, yet why was he relegated to garbage time? Was he so easily dismissed? Fans watching from their screens shared the sentiment, some even voicing their discontent on behalf of Sion. Summer's good friend, after much hesitation, finally dialed that number and uttered just one sentence. Summer's NBA debut? Aren't you going to watch it? Lenny returned to the dormitory and turned on the computer. Do you think Sia can pull it off? Coach John Davis rubbed his chin, lacking confidence himself, and could only turn to Howard and Francis, who had trained with Summer the longest. Howard wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and said, this is Summer's NBA debut. You know as well as I do that training and actual games are entirely different. Whether he can adapt to the intensity of the game or perform to his potential, these are all unknowns. It's not that I lack faith in him, but the task you've set is too difficult. Even I wouldn't be able to do it. Davis nodded in agreement. If Summer were a player with 1 or 2 years of NBA experience, perhaps the challenge wouldn't be so daunting. But for a rookie who has never played an NBA game to claw back a 7-point deficit against the opposing team, that was nearly impossible. Davis then turned to Francis, awaiting his response. The difficulty is real, no doubt, Francis said. But I watched Summer's performances during the Olympics. His passing could very well revitalize the team's offense. How should I put it? He's the kind of player who elevates his teammates. Take Tony Batty, for example. His offensive rating might be a 50, but with Summer's assists, it could rise to a 60. As long as he stays focused, I believe there's still hope. One affirmation, one denial. Davis remained uncertain. Dwight, how about a bet? Francis suddenly proposed. What kind of bet? I bet Summer can help the team recover the 7-point deficit within 3 minutes. If I win, you owe me a favor. If he fails, I owe you one. Without hesitation, Howard slapped his thigh and said, deal. If I win, dinner's on you tonight. No splitting the bill. Francis smirked mischievously at Howard. No problem. But if I win, when we return to Orlando for training, you'll have to show up in women's clothing. Upon hearing this condition, Howard unleashed a string of expletives rich in maternal references. Damn it, a certain plant. Now I don't know whether to hope he succeeds or fails. A crestfallen Howard agonized. If Summer succeeded, the team might still have a chance to turn the game around, but it would mean he'd have to cross-dress. First times are always nerve-wracking, after all. As Summer took a deep breath, he rose on his toes, alleviating the tension as he officially stepped onto the NBA court. Hedo RKO Lue initiated the baseline inbounds pass, and Summer received the ball, advancing across the court with the ball expertly protected by Christie. After exchanging a few passes with Christie, Summer positioned himself at the arc, displaying the 3 offensive threats. Christie, whose desire to attack was not particularly fervent, opted to return the ball, hoping the newcomer would shine in his debut. The defender assigned to Summer from the Bobcats was Brevin Knight, standing at a modest 5 feet 10 inches, significantly shorter than Summer. Hello, Temp. Is there no one left in the Magic? Knight quipped mockingly, crouching in defense, yet his expression remained intensely focused. Summer paid him no heed, with eyes attentive to all directions and ears tuned to every sound. A competent point guard should remain unfazed by a single disparaging remark from the opponent. When provoked, one ought to retaliate with prowess, as long as the Magic secures victory. The taunt becomes nothing more than a jest, ultimately revealing that the true fool is none other than oneself. In the summer, I observed Tony Batty firmly establishing his position beneath the basket, promptly opting for a high-angled long pass. The summer's leap may not rank among the elite of NBA players, but it certainly leans towards the commendable. Knight, who was at a disadvantage in height, was utterly incapable of obstructing Summers' pass. The basketball soared through the air. And at that moment, Tony Batty leapt into action. Although lacking the explosive athleticism of Howard, merely receiving the ball beneath the basket could lead to a foul, even if the shot did not find its mark. However, to everyone's astonishment, the ball swished perfectly through the net, producing a sharp sound. Tony Batty quickly withdrew his hand, landing in utter confusion. Was that a pass? On the sidelines, Howard and the others were equally surprised, erupting in joyous cheers as they leapt from their seats. Calm down. Conserve your energy, the head coach advised, clenching his fist while addressing Howard and the others. TCH, the intensity of your fist pump is more exuberant than ours. Howard quietly retorted, settling back into his seat. In the studio of Huaxia Sports Channel, Sun Jinping excitedly exclaimed, a three-pointer. Summers' first shot in the NBA is a three-pointer. Coach Zhang maintained a semblance of composure, although a smile betrayed his delight as he remarked, yet judging from Summers' shooting motion, it seemed he intended to pass. See? Even Summer is chuckling, he continued. Scoring had left Summer in a state of bewilderment. He genuinely intended to pass. Meanwhile, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have scored your first point in the NBA, unlocking a new skill, Super Aim. Super Aim, current level 1. Effect. Next shot's accuracy will increase by 10. This reward for his inaugural NBA point was not obtained through a milestone unlock. Summer noted that the skill bar for scoring milestones had reached 82-100. With only 18 points required for the next skill unlock, which would elevate his scoring ability to a new tier. Though the score was an unexpected stroke of fortune. The 3 points, coupled with the milestone system's reward, significantly boosted Summer's confidence. Initially reluctant to retaliate against Knight, Summer could not contain himself. Gesturing towards Knight's height and then measuring his own chest, Knight's expression soured, as height was indeed a glaring disadvantage. Had it been any other guard, Summer might have lacked confidence. However, Knight's performance throughout the game had been subpar. He was thoroughly outplayed by Francis, managing only 8 points and 5 assists, along with 5 turnovers. The Magic, engaged in a back-to-back game, faced considerable fatigue and numerous errors, allowing the Bobcats to seize an opportunity and establish a lead of over 10 points. 10 points behind, I suddenly regret our bet, Howard lamented. Francis looked eagerly at Summer on the court, stating, watch closely. If Summer can perform, we might still have a chance. As Knight brought the ball up the court, Summer was already poised for action. The coach had alerted Summer the previous day about his anticipated appearance, prompting him to familiarize himself with the Bobcats players. Knight's strengths and weaknesses were equally apparent. Like many shorter players, his defense was vulnerable, yet he exhibited remarkable agility on the offensive end, particularly in his drives, which were challenging to defend against. What good is height if you can't guard me? Knight taunted while dribbling, using his teammate's screen to evade Summer and driving to the basket for a successful layup. Damn it, he got me, Summer thought as the score shifted to 89-101, reducing the deficit to 12 points. Chapter 14, Provocation and Retaliation. As the Summer approached, Xia Tian skillfully brought the ball forward, with Christie proactively moving to set a screen. Dribbling towards the sideline, he passed to the corner where Turkoglu awaited. Turkoglu, a prodigious talent from Turkey, is often heralded as the Turkish LeBron. His comprehensive skill set and exceptional shooting ability allow him to create ample space for his teammates. Driving from the baseline, he attracted the defense of the opposing center. Yet the lane for a layup seemed nearly sealed. In a remarkable display of strength, Turkoglu executed a powerful one-handed pass to Xia Tian on the wing. In the Summer, without a trace of hesitation, he received the ball and immediately passed it to Tony Batty, who was positioned in midair beneath the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Batty soared upward, executing a powerful two-handed dunk that secured the points. The score stood at 91-101. A 10-point deficit with just 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the game. A smile gradually spread across Davis's face as he mused to himself. Summer's passing skills are indeed remarkable. Had he shown even the slightest hesitation, Tony Batty would not have had such a splendid opportunity. As long as the defense was not exceedingly tenacious, Summer's passing accuracy was undeniably on point. The head coach of the Bobcats, Bernie Bickerstaff, began to feel restless. With over 4 minutes left in the game, a 10-point gap was hardly a comfortable lead. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, contemplating whether he should reintroduce the starters should the margin narrow further. He decided to wait and observe the outcome of this offensive play. Nate, with an air of disdain, dribbled the ball while eyeing Summer provocatively, challenging, this time, I won't need my teammate screens. Let's see if you can guard me. Summer chuckled. Do you think you're Allen Iverson? Oh, right. You're even shorter than Iverson. Nate scoffed, his hands never idle, swiftly dribbling to the wing. Suddenly, he executed a step back, with Summer perfectly in tow. After the step back, Nate feigned a shot, but Summer remained unfazed. His feint paled in comparison to Francis. It was evident that the players had spent their pre-game hours honing their skills rather than idly playing cards or mahjong in the training facility. Following his feint, Nate leaped for a mid-range jumper, and Summer almost simultaneously sprang up, extending his right hand to swat the ball away just as Nate released it. A spectacular block. His defensive zeal was commendable, showcasing solid defensive prowess. Even the former NBA star, Charles Barkley, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His partner, Kenny Smith, nodded in agreement and remarked, to have such an impressive debut performance, the future is bright. Summer circled around Nate, seizing the basketball. Upon landing from his block, he hit the gas, propelling himself forward, snatching the ball before Nate could react. Despite his shorter stature, Nate was agile enough to catch up to Summer halfway down the court, just in time. Originally intending to drive straight to the basket to score and unlock his scoring milestone, Nate had other plans. In a one-on-one situation, both teams were sprinting to the front court, with the veteran Doug Christie leading the charge for the Magic, while the Bobcats' swiftest was guard Keith Bogans. Feigning an attack, Summer showcased his dribbling skills, his movements deliberately slow, as if offering a deliberate opening to his opponent. Nate, predictably taking the bait, lunged for the ball, but Summer abruptly shifted gears, executing a wide change of direction that left Nate off balance. However, in the midst of their entanglement, Bogans had already positioned himself for defense. Nate, having faced defeat multiple times, felt a wave of frustration, relentlessly pursuing Summer as they formed a double team. Reaching the basket, Summer suddenly halted, faking Bogans out before delivering a bounce pass to the trailing Doug Christie. This time, Christie opted against a return pass and scored with a layup. The score was now 93-101, a mere 8-point deficit, with only 2 points separating them from the coach's objective. Bravo! Francis rose, clapping his hands vigorously. Howard, seemingly indifferent, declared, after the game, I might as well check out some women's fashion. If donning women's attire could secure a victory, the ever-hilarious Howard would gladly comply. The Bobcats' head coach waved his arms, expressing his frustration towards Nate. This time, as Nate brought the ball up, he appeared more subdued, no longer daring to provoke, and directly passed the ball to Bogans. Facing Christie, Bogans found the challenge daunting, as Christie's defense was nearly impenetrable. Back on the team known for its explosive offense, Christie stood out, having been selected for the all-defensive team for 3 consecutive years, showcasing his formidable defensive skills. Under Christie's intense pressure, Bogans faltered, throwing a pass out of bounds, gifting the Magic a golden opportunity. Go, Summer! Howard shouted, raising his voice in encouragement. As Xiaotian skillfully dribbled the ball across the court, he couldn't help but cast a smile towards Howard. Defense. Provide assistance. The Bobcats' head coach shouted incessantly. The basketball continued to circulate. Xiaotian passed to Christie, Christie to Turkoglu, and Turkoglu back to Xiaotian. Despite the ball remaining in Xiaotian's possession after several passes, he had already left the Bobcats' bench players utterly bewildered. In the summer, a screen was set by Turkoglu to block Knight, allowing the Summer player to penetrate from the right side. The Bobcats' interior defense emerged to provide support, prompting the Summer player to abruptly halt and take a mid-range shot. Alas, it clanged off the rim. Fortunately, with the Bobcats' interior lacking presence, Kevin Cato exerted every ounce of effort to secure the offensive rebound. Throughout these offensive sequences, whether in terms of offense, defense, or rebounding, the Magic team thoroughly dominated the Bobcats' bench players. Cato grabbed the rebound and passed it back to the Summer player, who then relayed it to Turkoglu behind him. Turkoglu, unperturbed, utilized the Summer player's body as a shield, evading his defender to drive towards the basket, where he drew a defensive foul from center Melvin Ely. The referee's whistle sounded promptly, and Turkoglu approached the free-throw line. The home crowd of Bobcats fans erupted in a cacophony of boos, yet Turkoglu remained unfazed, calmly sinking both free throws. In the sweltering heat of summer, one cannot help but ponder the weight of the moment. If he were to step up to the free-throw line, the cacophony of jeers from the crowd would be nearly impossible to disregard, undoubtedly influencing his mindset. There remains a vast expanse of knowledge yet to be acquired, and numerous aspects of the NBA landscape that require adaptation. Following Hedo Turkoglu's successful free throw, the score ascended to 95-101, with only 3 minutes left on the clock. The Bobcats called for an extended timeout. With merely a 6-point deficit, they would undoubtedly reintroduce their star players to secure their victory. With less than 3 minutes remaining, he accomplished a flawless performance. 3 points, 2 assists, and 1 block, while simultaneously overwhelming the opposing guard. This was the report card Summer had submitted to the head coach. Such statistics, for a rookie making his NBA debut, are beyond reproach and could even be deemed exceptional. A job well done. At that moment, Coach Davis's focus was solely on Summer. He approached him, offering an encouraging pat on the back. Francis remained silent, merely smiling and giving Summer a thumbs up, while Howard wore a rueful expression, having donned his chosen attire. Yet, he quickly masked his disappointment, his powerful arm draping over Summer's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, celebrating the success of Summer's debut. All right, team, the game is far from over. Time is of the essence, so pay close attention to my directives. The head coach understood his responsibilities. Now was not the moment for celebration. With the opposing starters returning, the pressure on our interior defense would be considerable. Dwight, secure the rebounds, protect the boards, protect the boards, protect the boards. Emphasizing the importance of his role, he repeated the phrase thrice. And keep an eye on your fouls. We believe in your potential, future number 1 center. During the summer, a glance at John Davis revealed his intent to inspire, even taking cues from my words. Steve and Grant, you shall lead the charge. Yet, upon hearing this, Summer felt a twinge of disappointment. Having completed his debut, he realized that with Francis on the court, his opportunity to play again had slipped away. We still had 1 timeout remaining, and if the opposing team extended their lead to 10 points, I would promptly call for a timeout to strategize a fouling tactic. As the timeout approached, the head coach, slapping his forehead, announced, "Moreover, Summer, you will continue to play." What? Surely, I must have misheard. Chapter 15. The spark of excitement me? Continue on? Summer incredulously pointed to himself, questioning the decision. Firstly, his position overlapped with Francis S. And being merely a temporary player on a 10-day contract, he never anticipated being called upon in such a critical moment. Another individual who found this hard to believe was Jameer Nelson. As a first-round draft pick and a regular guard in the Magic's rotation, if a dual point guard setup was required, it should have been him, not Summer. Nelson felt a pang of dissatisfaction, yet with the coach's decision made. Opposing it would be imprudent, so he chose to remain silent. Steve occupied the shooting guard position, while Hedo Turkoglu stepped in at power forward. The Magic's roster exhibited a weakness at the 4 spot, as Kevin Cato and Tony Batty lacked the requisite skills for a starting position. Turkoglu, possessing the attributes of a small forward, could temporarily fill the role, but not for an extended period. Consequently, this newly devised lineup, featuring Francis and Grant Hill's substantial offensive prowess, complemented by Turkoglu's shooting ability, could thrive if Summer delivered precise passes, allowing Howard to excel in scoring opportunities. This was an offensive arrangement. John Davis did not intend to engage in a defensive struggle, but rather opted for a shootout. With the addition of a passing-savvy Summer, their offense was significantly bolstered. Coach Davis, thank you for your trust. During this summer, a subtle wave of emotion stirs within me. It is indeed a remarkable phenomenon for a temporary player to earn such trust from the head coach. Particularly, experiencing this level of confidence and opportunity with the Timberwolves has made me cherish it all the more. Davis, without uttering a word, simply smiled and patted my shoulder as the timeout came to an end. The home crowd of the Bobcats was largely unfamiliar with me. Hence, there was scant reaction to the Magic's decision to put me on the court. However, the Bobcats coach and players were taken aback in preparation for the game. They usually conduct thorough research on their opponents to devise tactical plans. My appearance on the court, however, completely disrupted their strategies. As my profile and game footage were nearly non-existent, how could they possibly prepare? With the timeout concluded, the Bobcats head coach found himself at a loss, left to rely solely on his players' on-the-spot performances. Nate, who had just been dominated by me, now sat on the bench with a sullen expression as he cast resentful glances my way. Who could have anticipated that a player on a temporary contract could perform so fiercely? Such talent, under different circumstances, might have been a first-round draft pick, or at the very least, a high second-round selection. Stepping in for Nate was Eddie House, flanked by the starting players Jason Hart, Gerald Wallace, Okafor, and Brezek. With the score at 95-101 and 3 minutes remaining, Eddie House chose not to engage with me, but instead passed the ball to Okafor in the post. As this year's second overall draft pick, Okafor was determined to measure himself against Howard, and upon receiving the ball, He sought out Howard for a back-to-the-basket play. Howard's physical attributes surpassed Okafor's in every regard. He planted his feet firmly, denying Okafor any further advance. Although Okafor primarily relied on second-chance points and dunks, he possessed a modicum of mid-range shooting ability. However, unable to overpower Howard, Okafor pivoted for a jump shot. With Howard's hands raised in defense, Okafor faced interference, resulting in a missed shot. Turkoglu seized the rebound, and I took the ball to initiate a fast break. In moments like this, one must avoid haste, continually dribbling to seek an opportunity. After 3 or 4 seconds, Francis called for the ball, but with the Bobcats' defense tight, I found no openings and passed it to Francis. Francis, with considerably more experience than I, drove towards the basket, attracting defenders before returning the pass to me as I made my cut. This was precisely the lesson the coach had instilled during practice, to keep the ball moving, for only then can opportunities arise. Francis's penetration had loosened the Bobcats' defensive alignment, and upon receiving the pass, I too drove towards the paint. Slipping along the baseline on the right side, Grant Hill set a screen for me, effectively blocking Eddie House's pursuit and momentarily obstructing Gerald Wallace as well. As Summer found his space, Okafor, feeling a surge of tension, took a step towards him, preparing to defend. For those well acquainted with Summer, such proximity was hardly concerning. After all, his shooting ability was rather lackluster. In the summer, with a sudden halt, I raised the ball upward with my right hand. Although Okafor did not make any significant movements, his center of gravity had already shifted. As Summer swiftly reclaimed the basketball, he passed it to Howard from Okafor's waist level. Howard received the ball, forcefully slamming it into the floor, leaping into the air like a springing chute, and executed a thunderous dunk with both hands. Okafor, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, quickly turned to defend, flanking Howard alongside Brezek to obstruct him. Yet Howard had already taken off, unstoppable, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. The rim trembled thrice in response, vibrating incessantly and emitting a buzzing sound. This dunk could indeed be aptly described as a display of sheer power. Moreover, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Okafor. Upon landing, Howard pounded his chest and let out a roar towards the heavens, releasing all the frustration and discontent he had previously felt. Then, he approached Summer and, in a moment of exuberance, embraced him in front of the onlooking crowd. He yearned to express, "Only you understand me, Summer." "Let go of me," Summer gasped, struggling for breath. "Not a chance. Release me. You must take your free throws." "Oh," Howard exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Adapting to the grueling NBA schedule, having faced relentless pressure from Okafor, he finally felt a sense of triumph in this moment. How could he not be exhilarated? After regaining his composure, he stepped to the free throw line, only to be met with a cacophony of boos from the crowd. Free throws were not his forte, and he missed the attempt. With the score at 97-101, the gap had narrowed to a mere 4 points, and victory was within reach for the Magic. In the NBA, there are no true weak teams. Every player who makes it to this league is among the elite, whether from America or around the globe, each possessing their unique strengths. Jason Hart received a pass and sank a mid-range jumper, extending the lead back to 6 points. Conversely, Francis was undeterred, driving straight to the basket, laying the ball in amidst the towering giants, keeping the Magic's hopes of a comeback alive. As the Bobcats launched their offense, Eddie House missed his shot, yet Howard, emboldened, snatched the rebound over Brezek, elevating his total to 10 rebounds and securing yet another double-double. Francis brought the ball up the court, with Summer providing a screen on the wing. "Take a shot, trust yourself," he encouraged. Hearing Francis's words, Summer felt a surge of motivation. In both the NBA and international play, winning hinges on scoring and limiting the opponent's score. Rebounds and assists serve only to facilitate these two objectives. Even if Summer unlocked a scoring milestone and gained new skills, it would be a gradual process. Thus, attempting to shoot and score was a necessary endeavor he had to undertake slowly. Seeing Summer nod in agreement, Francis quickened his pace and charged towards the front court. In the summer, he continues to maneuver on the court, and among the Magic team, he is the one maintaining the best physical condition, necessitating a more proactive approach. Francis and Hill exchange passes before the ball reaches him. From mid-range, facing Eddie House, he glances at the hoop, engages his calves, leaps into the air, his wrist bending gracefully as the basketball ascends, tracing an elegant parabola. Chapter 16, The Decisive Moment. Ha ha ha. What is happening? That shot was exquisite. Laughter erupts from the spectators, who begin to murmur among themselves. The 10 players on the court stand momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at the hoop. In the sweltering summer, a basketball was lodged precariously between the rim and the backboard, refusing to descend. Howard, who had initially prepared to contest for the offensive rebound, abruptly halted his movement. The referee blew the whistle, cast a glance at the Summer player, hesitated for a moment, and awarded possession to the Bobcats. Summer attempted to voice his objections, but was silenced by a stern look from Big F. In such circumstances, if the referee determined that Summer acted with intent, the Bobcats would be granted 2 free throws and possession, even if Summer's actions were unintentional. The call of a dead ball would still result in possession being awarded to the defensive side. Engaging in a dispute with the referee at this juncture would not only be futile but could also provoke the official's ire, leading to greater repercussions. "It's all right. Just a misstep," Big F consoled him. Summer nodded, inhaling deeply to quell her thoughts and maintain focus. "Coach Davis, perhaps I should take my turn?" Jameer Nelson remarked upon noticing Summer's mistake, addressing John Davis directly. "There's no rush. A single error is quite normal." His synergy with Dwight was exceptional just now, and I am eager to witness another surprise from him. Though unspoken, Davis's response implicitly dismissed Nelson's eagerness to step in. Eddie House, fully concentrated, dribbled vigorously, seeking to shake off Summer's persistent shadow. With her defense intensifying, she compensating for certain technical shortcomings, while House's own abilities were not particularly remarkable, leading him to grow increasingly impatient under her pressure. Gerald Wallace came to set a screen, finally granting House a moment to breathe as he drove towards the basket. Skirting past Summer, he encountered Howard beneath the rim, who delivered a resounding block, leaving House muttering in frustration about the newfound strength of the Magic. These 2 rookie players, given a little time, could prove formidable. The dynamics on the court shifted rapidly as Howard secured the ball, swaying left and right before executing a long pass to Summer, who had already reached the half-court line. As Summer approached, the moment I laid my hands on the basketball, a figure swiftly darted towards me. Hart reached out, intent on snatching the ball, but in a flash of inspiration, I altered my dribbling motion into a pass. With a gentle flick of my fingers, I sent the ball soaring to Grant Hill, who caught it effortlessly. "You sly one," employing such cunning tactics. In a one-on-one situation against Wallace, Hill displayed no fear, showcasing the prowess befitting an all-star forward. With agile movements, he maneuvered beneath the basket, sinking a 2-point shot. The score was now 101-103, a mere 2-point deficit with only 58 seconds remaining. The Bobcats called their final timeout of the match. "Fantastic job, team. Look at the scoreboard. The scales of victory are tilting in our favor." It must be said, the coach's simple words resonated deeply, alleviating even the players' fatigue. In the summer, I took a glance at the scoreboard and noted the remarkable comeback of 11 points, during which he made significant contributions. Next, we must staunchly defend against their impending offensive onslaught. It is imperative to hold our ground. Doug Christie, your task is to closely mark the opposing shooting guard and prevent him from scoring. Sia, your objective is to thwart their attempts to penetrate the paint. Allow them opportunities from the perimeter. Dwight, ensure the protection of the paint. If the opposition fails to make their shot, securing the rebound is essential. The head coach cast a glance at Howard and added, "If you fail to secure that rebound, I shall suspend you from the hoop in the training facility tomorrow." Davis then produced the tactical board, illustrating each player's positioning and movement zones to establish a 2-3 zone defense. This formation primarily focuses on contesting the opponent's shots and safeguarding the paint, while also compensating for the sluggish movement of the Magic's lineup. Sia? This marks your inaugural involvement in tactical defense. I trust you will acclimate to the rhythm. In the summer, Zheng nodded solemnly. Davis still placed his trust in him. Unaffected by that missed shot, he felt a profound obligation to honor this faith. "Go ahead, defend against this offensive play, call a timeout, and we shall adjust our offensive lineup." In the summer, 5 players, Christie, Hill, Cato, Howard, and Summer, took to the court. In contrast to the Magic team, their opponents withdrew Gerald Wallace and Brezek to ensure flexibility in their lineup. As the opposing team initiated their offense, Summer positioned himself within his defensive zone, with teammates dynamically adjusting in tandem with the movement of the basketball, each occupying their designated defensive area. House was persistently seeking opportunities to pass the ball into the paint. Although Summer's defense had its shortcomings, Christie's assistance could compensate for them. This epitomizes basketball, a true team sport. The Bobcats' Hart and others relentlessly maneuvered, searching for openings as time ticked away. House executed a handoff pass to the recently substituted Steve Smith, Smith delivered a bounce pass to Okafor in the low post. Okafor faced off against Howard once more, laboriously maneuvering towards the basket with merely 2 seconds remaining. As Okafor leaned into his shot, attempting to place the ball through the hoop, Howard mirrored his movement, forcing Okafor to the ground. Although the layup failed to find its mark, Howard was called for a foul, his 6th personal foul. Graduation. With 34.8 seconds left, the game paused, and Okafor stepped to the free throw line. Howard, muttering in frustration, exited the court. The zone defense had been relatively effective, yet Okafor had outsmarted Howard in the end. As a rookie, the pressure of free throws in such critical moments was immense, but he held his composure, successfully making his first attempt. Don't make it, don't make it. Howard sat on the bench, drawing circles with his fingers, softly casting curses. Fortune favored them, as Okafor's second free throw ricocheted off the rim, and Turkoglu secured the rebound. The Magic called for a timeout, their final one of the game. God is on our side tonight, they thought, rallying together to seize victory in the last 30 seconds. Coach Davis, as was his custom, entered the timeout, ready to inspire his players with a motivational speech. Summer does not perceive it as divine intervention. Rather, every point, pass, and assist is a result of his relentless effort and tenacity. With a score of 101 to 104, we must remain composed and secure a 2-point gain. Subsequently, we shall employ a strategy of fouling, wagering on their free throw accuracy. Should we succeed in making a three-pointer, we will then utilize our defense to thwart the opponent's scoring opportunities, as we are out of timeouts, leaving the final decision in Steve's capable hands. Now, I shall delineate our forthcoming offensive approach. Davis's offensive strategy involves Grant Hill and Summer executing intricate movements to draw defenders, while Turkoglu sets a screen to create shooting space for Francis. Following the timeout, both teams return to the court, with Tony Batty substituting for Howard. As the game intensifies with full-court pressure defense, Summer leverages his agility to receive the ball and advance to the frontcourt, passing to Francis. Hill and Summer simultaneously penetrate the paint from opposite sides, exchanging positions as they return to the wings. Turkoglu executes a screen, and Francis, holding the ball, attempts to drive. However, along the offensive route, House unexpectedly abandons Summer to obstruct Francis's path. The offensive strategy has been deciphered by the opponent, prompting Francis to promptly pass to Summer. They have discerned Summer's shooting vulnerabilities. At this juncture, House is returning on defense, not hurriedly contesting Summer's shot, but rather focusing on preventing his drive. As Summer hesitated for a brief moment, the opposing team's defensive formation re-established itself. Francis called for the ball once more, but Summer opted to pass. Watching the seconds tick away, Summer found himself momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Veteran Francis, in possession of the ball, slowed down due to fatigue and faced a double team from Hart and House, caught in a dilemma. Summer, go? Francis returned the pass. But this time there were only 3 seconds left on the shot clock. There was no time to pass to a teammate. There was no opportunity left. He had to take it upon himself. Yet the opposing players Blazic and Okafor were poised to defend, leaving Summer with little confidence. What to do? As Summer raised his arm and cast a glance at the hoop, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Super aiming has been activated, currently at level 1, with the next shot's accuracy increased by 10%. Chapter 17, who says only those in the light are heroes. Observing Summer prepare for the shot, Howard, Davis, and others familiar with him felt a tightening knot of anxiety in their hearts. Particularly for Davis, it was not a matter of disbelief in Summer's abilities. Rather, he had witnessed Summer's shooting performance, which, even under no pressure, had proven to be quite poor. What could be expected in this decisive moment? The head coach of the Bobcats, Bickerstaff, released a sigh of relief. Their defensive strategy had been executed successfully. He had devised 2 defensive plans for his players, one with Summer on the court and one without him. Eddie House remained intensely focused on the game. As soon as he saw Francis make the return pass, he immediately rushed back to defend against Summer, lunging forward with an outstretched hand, attempting to block the shot. As the basketball slipped from Summer's fingers, he felt an instinctive assurance that both the force and angle of his shot had been subtly calibrated by the system. The ball soared through the air, tracing a graceful parabola, and every spectator held their breath, though it was not a last-second buzzer beater. Everyone understood the profound impact this shot would have on the final outcome. Should Summer succeed, the Magic would retain hope. However, if he were to miss, without Howard present, it was improbable that Brezek and Okafor, already positioned under the basket, would allow the Magic to secure an offensive rebound, thus relinquishing possession to the Bobcats. With merely seconds remaining, leading by 3 points and holding possession, How could they possibly turn this around? Just as the basketball was about to reach the hoop, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on House for a hand violation. As the whistle fell silent, the ball found its way into the net. In that instant, the Magic's bench erupted with fervor. Howard waved a towel in jubilation, while Davis and assistant coach Chris Gent clenched their fists tightly. It went in. Summer had scored. It was crucial. Howard roared in triumph, as exhilarated as he had been moments before when he had dunked over Okafor. One might miss 100 shots in practice or have the ball wedged between the rim and backboard in a game, but in critical moments, one must never falter. In the summer, a surge of joy filled Siation's heart as he realized the efficacy of the super target. Francis rushed forward, embracing Siation tightly. Who said you only excel at passing? Clearly, you can score as well, Francis exclaimed with fervor. Boss Francis, tell me, were you just trying to shift the blame onto me? Siation inquired, observing the excitement radiating from Francis. I was merely providing you with an opportunity to shine. Look, you have achieved fame in a single battle. Despite the exhilaration, the ultimate victory remained uncertain, as Siation needed to execute another free throw. Eddie House lamented, gazing at his palm. Perhaps I should just chop it off. Approaching the free throw line, Siation took a deep breath, focusing on the hoop and resolutely blocking out the jeers from the crowd. The pressure was unprecedented, even greater than that experienced on the Olympic stage. This was indeed the first moment where the outcome rested solely on his shoulders. In the face of pressure, there exist two types of individuals, those who crumble under its weight and those who stand firm, fulfilling their responsibilities. The former often lead mundane lives, blending into the crowd, while the latter, under relentless pressure, consistently transcend their limits. During his days with the Magic, Siation found an inexplicable fondness for the team. With Francis's guidance and specialized training, and Howard's instant camaraderie, he felt embraced as a friend. Most importantly, they all believed in him, especially the head coach, who entrusted him with playing time in this critical juncture. He was determined to honor that trust. In this moment, his gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. His mind serene, wrist bent, he released the ball swish. Milestone scoring skill unlocked. Progress, 85-100. The score was tied at 104-104. Although the game was far from over, the final minutes felt like a nightmare for the Bobcats. With no timeouts remaining, they had to continue playing. During the free throw interval, both teams opted for substitutions. The Magic replaced Hill and Turkoglu with Kevin Cato and Christie to bolster their defensive efforts both inside and out. The Bobcats substituted House for Knight to enhance their agility. With 11 seconds left, the Bobcats had one last opportunity to attack. Don't let them pass the ball inside. Resort to a foul strategy in the final 4 seconds, Francis instructed Siation. The entire court was under tight defense, with Siation closely shadowing Knight, making it nearly impossible for him to receive the ball. Ultimately, Hart managed to catch the inbound pass. The Bobcats were not in a rush. 11 seconds were ample for a successful offensive play. Jason Hart crossed half-court and passed the ball to Blevin Knight. Suddenly, Siation dashed around Knight, aiming to intercept the pass. Knight, agile as expected, spun his body to receive the ball, but stumbled to the floor. Give it here. Siation quickly bent down, hands reaching for the ball. Knight, slender in stature, struggled against Siation, who had a distinct advantage in strength, and after a brief tussle, the ball was seized. The Summer's audacious actions were executed with remarkable finesse. During the ball theft, Brother Fu had already crossed the midline, poised for the pass from Siation. Summer did not keep Francis waiting. He received the pass without delay. In a one-on-one confrontation at the front court, Francis finally showcased his individual prowess, deftly maneuvering past Hart to place the basketball into the hoop. Hart was too apprehensive to commit a foul against Francis, for sending him to the free throw line would be tantamount to conceding points. With the score at 106-104, a dramatic turnaround unfolded, leaving one to ponder the immense pressure and fury Knight would face once the game concluded. Following Francis's layup, only 0.8 seconds remained for the Bobcats, rendering any hope of a last-second victory futile. The Magic executed a remarkable comeback, securing their triumph. The players of the Magic exuberantly rushed onto the court, enveloping Francis in a jubilant embrace. Though the summer was filled with excitement, it did not rush in immediately. Instead, it waited for everyone to complete their pyramid before proclaiming, "Big F, I hope it is not life that crushes you, but rather me." Observing the Magic's fervor, the Bobcats players appeared despondent, particularly Knight, who stood there, bewildered. A temp worker? What of it? The temporary player had become the most significant highlight of this game's turnaround. It was absurd that he would mock others. Kenny Smith turned to his partner and inquired, "Charles, after so many years in the NBA, have you ever witnessed a debut as splendid as this rookie S?" Barkley shook his head and then nodded, responding, "Such a debut is indeed astonishing. Over 5 minutes, 6 points, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing a well-rounded performance. Yet, when compared to the likes of Oscar Robertson and Wilt Chamberlain, it falls somewhat short." Kenny Smith remarked, "Charles, let us not forget. He is merely a temporary player on a 10-day contract, and he is still an Asian guard." Humph. Who said an Asian guard cannot thrive in the NBA? Summer delivered a resounding rebuttal to the world with his debut. From this moment forth, who would dare claim that Asia or China lacks exceptional guards? Given a year or two for refinement, what kind of advancements could he achieve? What is his ceiling? Time will reveal the answers. I hold a deep admiration for him, for I cherish players who dare to defy conventional wisdom. I can only imagine the weight of the pressure he bears while entering the NBA, the skepticism of the public, the dismissal from NBA teams. And today stands as his most powerful retort. The Magic, with their discerning eye, have recognized the value of having such a playmaking guard. Partnered with Dwight, in 3 years, at most 3 years, the Magic will soar, altering the landscape of the Eastern Conference. Kenny Smith spoke at length, while Barkley found little opportunity to interject. They were not alone. In the Huaxia Sports Channel studio, director Zhang also expounded on Summer's journey, performance, and future. Huaxia fans eagerly shared their elation with friends who played basketball nearby. On the court, Summer and Francis were surrounded by teammates as they returned to the locker room, enveloped in a sea of joy. Ultimately, it was Francis who decided the game's outcome, yet neither the coach nor the players of the Magic would overlook Summer's contribution. Who says that only those in the spotlight are heroes? Chapter 18. Nightscape. We won. We won. Ha. In the locker room, Howard could hardly contain his excitement, repeating his exhilaration. The NBA season was only in its 3rd game, with 1 victory and 1 loss preceding this, marking Howard's first experience of a comeback in the NBA. The summer is equally filled with excitement, and presenting such a performance in his debut should suffice if the Magic genuinely wish to retain him. The coaching staff of the Magic entered the players' locker room, and Davis clapped his hands, signaling for silence as he had something to convey. "Gentlemen, I understand your exhilaration at this moment, but I must temper your enthusiasm with a dash of cold reality. There is little to boast about in triumphing over a new team like the Charlotte Bobcats, who have only just joined the NBA this year. Their roster is a mere patchwork assembled through the draft. Given our team's capabilities, it is only to be expected that we would overcome the Bobcats, especially without the burden of a back-to-back game." Howard, still somewhat discontent, interjected, "But we staged a comeback. A remarkable turnaround of 13 points. Is that not worthy of celebration?" "Indeed, it is a cause for celebration, but not for you, Dwight. The one who deserves the accolades is Steve, who executed the game-winning shot. Let us also commend Summer for his crucial 2-1 play and the pivotal assist that facilitated our comeback. What I wish to impart is that we will face numerous games ahead, whether in victory or defeat. Regardless of the outcome, we must approach each situation with equanimity, embodying humility in triumph and resilience in loss. In truth, the opponents we have faced in recent matches have not been formidable. Thus, there is little reason for pride in these victories. The head coach's admonition serves to prevent any seeds of arrogance from taking root. Should they adopt such an attitude against teams like the Spurs or the Pistons, they would likely be soundly defeated. Summer, I grant you the liberty to revel in your pride for one evening." Davis, having said little more, patted Summer on the shoulder and smiled as he exited, leaving the group momentarily stunned. If others falter, Summer can shine. Such is the favoritism of the head coach. "Come, let me show you the nightscape of Charlotte." After a refreshing shower, Francis and Howard supported Summer on either side as they departed the locker room. In the summer, Sion was utterly perplexed. 3 burly men ventured out in the dead of night to admire the nocturnal scenery. What could possibly be so captivating? Perhaps he was simply too naive. After disembarking from the vehicle, he was ushered into a clandestine venue. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary establishment. But upon traversing a narrow corridor and opening a concealed door, an atmosphere of pulsating lights and raucous sounds enveloped him. Everywhere he turned, he was met with the exquisite curves and tempestuous allure of nightclub dancers, who glided gracefully, exuding a myriad of seductive charms. 3 of these enchanting women approached Sion and his companions. One in a striking red dress caressed Howard's robust chest, her lips parting in a sultry whisper. "How strong you are." With one arm wrapped around the alluring figure of the woman in red, Howard turned to Xia Tian with a playful smile and inquired, "What do you think of Charlotte's nightlife? In the summer, it is well known that many NBA stars indulge in the nightlife, where they exert themselves on the court and find the nightclubs to be a perfect venue for indulgence. This is a realm of temptation, equally a den of extravagance that can lead to one's downfall." Summer had never envisioned a day when she would step into a nightclub. She silently murmured to herself, "I am merely striving to integrate better with the team. This is not my intention. It truly was not by my own volition that I came here." A young, attractive lady in a black mini skirt gracefully extended her slender hand, cupping Summer's chin, and remarked, "What a handsome young man, with the features of an Oriental." On a summer evening, he grasped her hand, lowered his head, and sat in contemplation of the majestic landscapes of the world. He beheld the ephemeral beauty of humanity, a scene that generally reflects the fleeting romantic yearnings of a man. The trio found a spot to settle down, each accompanied by a charming companion. Francis, the elder, ordered drinks and remarked to him, "Tonight, indulge yourself. It is on me." Francis was in high spirits, recalling the crucial moment in the game when Summer's timely interception enabled him to achieve a near game-winning shot, earning him the title of the most dashing figure at the Warner Center Arena. Howard raised an eyebrow, glancing at the lady perched on Summer's lap, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he quipped, "Any additional expenses are on me." Having lived 2 lives, this was not Summer's first visit to such establishments, however. It marked his inaugural venture into a nightclub abroad, leaving him somewhat reserved. In the past, he had merely accompanied friends for drinks, indulged in light banter, and rolled the dice occasionally, or joined superiors at upscale venues under certain constraints. "Handsome, what do you do?" inquired the woman in a short skirt, her hands playfully entwined around the nape of Summer's neck, exuding an allure that was captivating. In his 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, he stood resolute against the temptations of the dazzling world around him, fully aware of his purpose in America. A captivating siren would not lead him astray. He was determined to preserve his energy for the training that awaited him. There was much to accomplish. Nevertheless, sharing a couple of drinks with Francis and Howard seemed acceptable, as it would foster camaraderie and ensure their willingness to assist him in future endeavors. Should Summer be labeled as an outsider, the communication with his teammates would diminish, making it increasingly challenging to integrate into their circle. Summer understood that his teammate from the national team, Yi Jianlian, possessed the talent to thrive in the NBA. Yet his journey in the league had been lackluster, primarily due to insufficient communication with his teammates, which hindered his integration. Even though he recognized this as a comfortable refuge, Summer felt compelled to participate. "Come on, what are you doing with the drinks? How about some fish?" Before long, Summer was thoroughly enjoying himself, causing even Howard to feel apprehensive. The remnants of liquor in the glass were relentlessly poured down his throat. "Big fella, let's go. Tomorrow's special training session is on you. Come on, Spark, stop pretending to be timid." Thankfully, none of the 3 harbored thoughts of staying overnight. After indulging in drinks, they returned to their hotel to rest. Upon returning to Orlando, his teammates had already retired for the night, weary from the consecutive away games and travel. However, since Summer had played less, he retained his stamina and decided to visit the training facility alone. Davis had arranged for a device for Summer, placing a basket beneath the hoop, with a funnel-shaped net above it. Regardless of whether the basketball went in or not, most would fall through the funnel into the basket, saving him the trouble of retrieving the balls and conserving precious time. Today's practice focused on shooting, consisting of 1,000 free throws and mid-range shots from various spots. In the NBA, scoring from mid-range is a prevalent technique. Before the advent of the small ball era, mid-range scoring was significantly more common than three-point shooting. Although three-pointers yield higher points, the longer distance inherently reduces accuracy, making mid-range attempts more reliable. As he completed his training, the night descended, and he returned to wash away his fatigue. He turned on the television to watch recordings of other teams' games, eager to absorb more knowledge. His dribbling and directional changes were honed by watching Allen Iverson's tapes countless times, followed by relentless practice, which he undertook with unwavering enthusiasm. Summer understands that in the NBA, talent holds little value, as there is an abundance of gifted players. He does not believe his abilities surpass those of LeBron James or Carmelo Anthony, thus he must exert twice the effort. Chapter 19, The Cross-Dressing Master. Summer, have you risen? Come to the training facility early today. There's a surprise awaiting you. By morning, Summer had already returned from his run when Big Francis called, urging him to arrive at the gym sooner. What could be so mysteriously intriguing? Francis, unable to suppress his laughter on the other end of the line, said, "You'll find out once you arrive. I guarantee it will astonish you. All right, I'll tidy up and head to the gym. As summer arrived, nearly all the players, Francis, Grant Hill, Turkoglu, Christie, and Nelson, had gathered, with the notable exception of Howard. Shortly thereafter, head coach Davis and assistant coach Gent made their appearances. Yet no one ventured into the gym. They lingered at the entrance instead. What is the situation? Summer inquired. Coach Davis, is this training camp organized by you? Not at all. Everyone's enthusiasm is truly remarkable, Davis replied with a smile, a hint of anticipation gracing his features. By the way, Summer, did they not inform you? In the summer, the monk, perplexed and bewildered, asked me what was happening. Before Summer could utter a word, a massive black Knight 15 came to a halt at the entrance of the arena. The dark exterior and tinted windows obscured any view of the interior. The engine silenced. The door creaked open slowly. In the summer, filled with anticipation, one couldn't help but wonder whose vehicle it was that commanded the entire Magic team to line up and welcome. It was not a basketball star that first caught the eye, but rather an extravagant pair of oversized red high heels. A long leg gracefully rested upon the ground, adorned in a striking red dress that stirred the imagination. In the following moment, someone finally succumbed to the hilarity. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than head coach John Davis who burst into laughter first. His laughter unleashed a wave of amusement, causing the dozen or so others who had been suppressing their chuckles to join in unison. Then, a dazzling figure emerged, clad in a red dress and matching high heels, embodying the essence of flamboyance. My goodness! It was truly a sight that was hard to behold. In the summer, a sense of astonishment enveloped the atmosphere as Howard, clad in women's attire, donned a wig adorned with two braids and accentuated his eyes with lengthy eyelashes, incessantly casting flirtatious glances at Sia Tion. The sight nearly made him regurgitate his breakfast, prompting him to join in the chorus of hearty laughter. Truly, no one had informed him that Howard would make such a flamboyant appearance today. Sia, do I look beautiful? Howard asked, twisting his body and resting a hand on Sia Tion's shoulder. Yes, beautiful. Sia Tion managed to suppress his laughter and nodded in affirmation. Howard, equally amused, replied, dressed like this, how delightful it would be to sleep beside you tonight. Sia Tion erupted in laughter at that moment. This was indeed the newly formed Magic team, where the atmosphere was harmonious, filled with joyous laughter and camaraderie. After some time, the head coach finally regained his composure and announced, all right, since everyone is here, let's commence training this morning. Howard eventually shed his disguise and engaged in the practice. The morning session was straightforward, consisting of passing drills in groups of 5, focusing on positional passing coordination to enhance the synergy among teammates. Not only was Sia Tion new to the team, but Howard and Nelson were also rookies, while others like Christie had only recently been traded, making the cultivation of rapport crucial. The afternoon was designated for free activities. Sia Tion initially hoped to have Francis accompany him for training, but he outright declined. After the last game, it's almost certain that you will remain with the Magic. Isn't it wise to find a place to settle? Living in a hotel long-term isn't a viable option. Sia Tion contemplated this and realized the truth in Francis's words. He had initially planned to wait until the end of his 10-day contract to see the team's decision, but given Francis's suggestion, he resolved to find a rental property. Why not share an apartment with me? I have an extra room, Howard proposed directly, adding, that way, I can sleep next to you at night. The image of Howard in women's clothing flashed through Sia Tion's mind, and he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He recognized Howard was jesting, but sincerely replied, Dwight, thank you. Let us go. I'll help you move this afternoon. The summer luggage was minimal. With the assistance of Fola and Huohua, we drove directly to Howard's residence. My family resides in North Carolina, and this house belongs to a friend. We can simply stay here, enabling us to train together, compete together, and even enjoy some games together. I have but one request. In the summer, he gazed earnestly at Howard, signaling him to continue. From now on, pass me the ball more often. Whether facing Shaquille O'Neal or Tim Duncan, I intend to dominate them with powerful dunks. As Summer exchanged a glance with Big Brother Fu, the oblivious Howard spoke earnestly, perhaps already envisioning a scene of dunking over the great O'Neal. No worries, I will strive to remain with the Magic. Summer lacked the whimsical fantasies characteristic of Howard. His journey required methodical steps. He would set a grand objective and subsequently break it down into smaller, manageable goals, accomplishing them one by one until the overarching aim was achieved. Currently, his foremost priority was to secure a guaranteed contract with the Magic, striving to score points and unlock scoring milestones during the games. Howard reassured him, saying, rest assured, You have no idea how pleased Coach Davis is with you. If it weren't for Jamil's rookie guaranteed contract, Davis would likely have considered parting ways with him. Really? Summer inquired. Though he was aware of Coach Davis's general satisfaction with Jamil, he had not realized it was to such an extent. With the affirmations from both Howard and Big Fella, Summer felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Big Fella patted Summer on the shoulder and said, "Take a good day's rest. I'm off now. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Tomorrow against the Dallas Mavericks?" Indeed, Dirk Nowitzki is no pushover. The Mavericks finished 5th in the Western Conference last season and have won all 3 of their games this season. Summer nodded, acknowledging that, at this stage, the Dallas Mavericks indeed posed a formidable challenge for the Magic. The powerhouse teams from both the Eastern and Western Conferences loomed before the Magic like towering mountains, awaiting their conquest. During his evening respite, Summer glanced at his system. The scoring milestone skill remained unlocked, with a current progress of 85-100. The assist milestone skill had been unlocked, with the cunning pass currently at level 1, boasting an experience of 5-100. The steal milestone skill remained locked, with a current progress of 4-560. Reward skill 1, super aim, had been unlocked, currently at level 1, with an experience of 100. Reward skill 2 remained locked. As a guard, statistics such as blocks and rebounds had yet to be recorded. Merely unlocking these 2 categories would demand an extensive amount of time. The system's awarded skill, super aim, could be employed during critical moments, directly enhancing shooting accuracy, currently at 10%, with further upgrades attainable through scoring. Even the grounded Summer felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the potential of fully unlocking and enhancing these skills. He wondered what level he might reach. Would he become akin to Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, John Stockton? Or perhaps he could achieve what they accomplished, while also surpassing their limitations. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek knowledge through perseverance. The ideal is beautiful, yet the journey must be traversed step by step. Anticipating a clash with formidable opponents this summer, it all begins with the Dallas Mavericks tomorrow. Chapter 20. Summer under scrutiny on November 9th, the Orlando Magic, stationed at the Amway Center, faced the challenge posed by the Dallas Mavericks. In recent years, the Mavericks have ascended to become one of the Western Conference's powerhouses, largely due to the rapid development of Dirk Nowitzki. Last season, they formed a triumvirate featuring Nash, Finley, and Nowitzki, but succumbed to the Kings in the playoffs not due to a lack of strength in their trio, but rather because of the Kings' extraordinary offensive prowess. This playoff defeat led to the dissolution of the trio, with Nash returning to Phoenix to become a member of the Suns. However, those who dare to underestimate the Mavericks shall inevitably pay the price. Nowitzki's unguardable jump shot haunts many defenders, and with the Magic's front court being a vulnerable point, this match promises to be more challenging than anticipated. If the Magic possess any advantage, could it be their home court? The Magic continued with their regular starting lineup, while the Mavericks deployed a starting 5 of Devin Harris, Finley, Josh Howard, Nowitzki, and Dampier. As the game commenced, Coach Davis seated himself beside Summer and inquired, "Summer, have you caught wind of last night's NBA Insider News?" Summer had a vague awareness of the program hosted by Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, along with a guest host, which unveils NBA insights, analyzes game outcomes, and provides information about specific players. Noting Summer's shake of the head, Davis continued, "This may not bode well for you. Charles Barkley and Kenny scrutinized our recent comeback battle, with a particular focus on you." In disbelief, Siakam pointed at himself and retorted, "What merit do I possess that warrants such scrutiny upon entering the NBA? Unbeknownst to you, the vast market of Huaxia is ever present. Every Huaxia player stepping into the NBA inevitably attracts significant attention. Last night's program unveiled your performance on the Olympic stage, where Charles candidly remarked that your scoring ability was lacking, noting that only your passing skills were commendable. Regarding the 6 points you scored during the match, he opined that luck accounted for 80% of it. Summer did not deny that the initial 3-pointer was entirely a stroke of luck, a mere accident, while the subsequent baskets were attributed to impeccable aim. Consequently, his strengths and weaknesses have become well known among various teams. Whenever he takes to the court again, opposing teams will be well prepared. It matters not, Coach Davis, for I aspire to play in the NBA, and inevitably, the truth shall be revealed." Summer remarked with an air of nonchalance. "Consider Allen Iverson. After all these years in the league, has he been fully deciphered? Not at all. What good does it do to understand him completely? His abilities are evident, and while one might anticipate his next move, many still fail to contain him. Furthermore, this is not necessarily a disadvantage for me. Curious, assistant coach Gent leaned in closer and inquired, "Oh, how so?" "They are aware of my scoring limitations, which may lead them to lower their guard. If I were to strike decisively at a crucial moment, what do you think would happen?" Summer responded. Davis added, "You are diligently practicing your shooting every day, and your accuracy has improved. If you continue to persevere, perhaps one day you will surprise them. Rest assured. The Magic are in a rebuilding phase and will not rush through this season. We have ample patience for you. Focus on your efforts." In the summer, Zhang solemnly nodded. Interpreting Davis's intention, after the 10-day contract concluded, the Magic were prepared to retain him. On the court, with the presence of the formidable Van Exel, Grant Hill was not at a disadvantage. As anticipated, Nowitzki emerged as a challenging focal point. Although Kevin Cato occupied the power forward position, his style leaned towards the paint, favoring physical confrontations. Once drawn to the perimeter by Nowitzki, it seemed as if his ability to play dissipated. Consequently, the score widened. And at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Mavericks led by 7 points, 26-19. In the second quarter, Jameer Nelson seized his opportunity, allowing Davis to assign Hedo Turkoglu to the power forward role, which proved far more effective than Kevin Cato. Overall, the Magic stabilized their interior defense in the second quarter. Yet the perimeter was overwhelmed by Finley and the substitute Jet Terry. By halftime, the Mavericks had extended their lead to 52-40. In the third quarter, Francis and Grant Hill both intensified their efforts, narrowing the score to single digits. However, the Mavericks launched a sudden surge. Dampier dominated Howard in the paint, delivering consecutive blocks and securing rebounds, taking advantage of Howard's inexperience. An 8-0 run ensued, and by the end of the third quarter, the Mavericks had extended their lead to 18 points, at 78-60. Before the final quarter commenced, the Magic players appeared dejected, finding themselves in a passive situation where scoring was stifled, and their defense could not match that of their opponents. It felt as though they possessed an abundance of energy yet had nowhere to channel it, being led by the nose by the opposing team. "Is the game over?" Coach Davis inquired, his expression darkening, expressing his disappointment. No one responded except for Howard, who glanced up momentarily. "Are we really giving up with an 18-point deficit? What about your fighting spirit?" "Dwight, share your thoughts." As the Magic's primary developmental focus, Davis valued Howard's sentiments, recognizing that as a rookie, he must endure such passive situations. Only through experiencing various challenges and devising solutions could he progress. "This is entirely different from my high school games. I can't match their strength. I can't box out effectively, and even the rebounds, my specialty, are elusive. It's incredibly frustrating." Howard, who averaged 25 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 blocks in high school, felt utterly stifled by this matchup. Eric Dampier, having posted averages of 12 points and 12 rebounds last season with the Warriors, joined the Mavericks with a lucrative contract. A power-oriented center, his bench press capability ranks just below Shaquille O'Neal and Ben Wallace, showcasing remarkable prowess in the paint. The head coach posed the question, "What do you believe should be done to alter this situation?" Howard shook his head, remaining silent, inwardly muttering, "If I knew. Why would I need you as a coach? Sia, what is your perspective?" "I observe from all angles, sitting, standing, or lying down." In the summer, reflecting on the matter, he remarked, "I lack experience in the interior game. In my estimation, Dwight's explosive power is not inferior to that of Dampier. One should exploit their strengths against the weaknesses of the opponent." "Do you truly believe you are inferior to him?" "Certainly, Howard is not lesser, yet the rookie Howard, fresh out of high school and barely 20, also required time for growth." "What should I do?" pondered Howard, with 3 significant questions looming above him. "Move. Your footwork is evidently quicker than his. Do not merely defend the paint, but allow yourself to shift. As for rebounding, that presents an opportunity for offensive plays. Once you score inside, who needs to worry about rebounds? We shall ensure defensive rebounds. Let's give it our all." A few words from the summer ignited Howard's fighting spirit, guiding him towards a clear direction as he clenched his fists tightly, motivating himself with fervor. Subsequently, Davis introduced Summer into the game, pairing him with Hill, Christie, and Turkoglu, which constituted a well-rounded roster capable of both offense and defense among the Magic's current lineup. While the outcome is significant, the journey must not be overlooked. We shall never concede defeat willingly, and even in the struggle, we shall fight until the very last moment. Go forth, relish the battle, for regardless of victory or defeat, we shall bear the burden together and grow as one. Chapter 21. Confront him in the fourth quarter. The Mavericks starting lineup saw only a change at the point guard position, with Terry taking Harris's place, while the other positions remained unchanged. Before the tip-off, Howard focused intently on Dampier, his expression one of frustration, declaring, "Summer, give me the ball. Let me slam it down on him." In the midst of Summer's contemplation, he declared, "I shall do my utmost. It seems we ought to establish a secret signal between us. When I utter this phrase, you must be ready to receive the ball." This was indeed feasible. Upon hearing me call out, "Confront him," you should prepare yourself. Howard, with a puzzled expression, imitated the pronunciation of Summer's words and inquired, "Confront him? What does that mean?" "Do not concern yourself with its meaning. Simply remember that this is our secret signal. Once you receive the ball, make your way to the basket and execute a dunk. Even if you miss, aim to draw at least 1 or 2 fouls from him. All right, confront him." As the fourth quarter commenced, the Mavericks held possession, and Terry's intentions were unmistakable: to deliver the ball to the interior. Observing the Magic's lineup, Doug Christie was clearly brought in to contain Finley, who had already amassed 15 points in the game. Therefore, it was not prudent to seek opportunities in the paint. Passing to Nowitzki or Dampier would suffice. Nowitzki received the ball, executing an interior pass to the high post Dampier. Dampier, with his back to Howard, thrust his posterior, spun around, utilized the backboard, and scored. Howard seized the ball with both hands and slammed it to the ground, venting his inner frustration. "Steady now, we can win," Summer encouraged, patting the Sparks' rear. It was evident that Summer spoke these words without a hint of confidence, while Howard merely nodded in agreement. At the top of the arc, Summer cradled the basketball, signaling Turkoglu to set a screen. With the revelations from NBA insiders, the Mavericks had fortified their defenses against Summer's passing routes. The teammates in Summer are not lifeless. Each individual diligently maneuvers and positions themselves. Even Howard ventured beyond the paint. Consequently, it became effortless for Siakam to deliver the ball into Howard's grasp. With a brief dribble at the free throw line, Howard astonishingly leaped for a dunk, leaving Siakam momentarily stunned. "Brother, I expected you to slam the ball into the hoop once you received it, but this is rather far, isn't it?" However, what transpired next rendered Siakam even more speechless. Howard soared into the air, his arms stretched straight, and with a powerful thrust, he dunked over Dampier, gripping the rim with his fingertips. Dampier, feeling the sting of the poster, was exceedingly displeased and promptly stepped aside, causing Howard's fingers to slip, resulting in a fall to the ground. In the sweltering Summer, both Summer and Hill swiftly assisted Howard to his feet. Howard pounded his chest and cast a defiant glance at Dampier. The roar of the home crowd reverberated through the arena, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess. From the perspective of a dunk, this might be deemed merely a tentative attempt. However, the degree of difficulty was immense, as he launched himself from just a step inside the free throw line while evading Dampier's defense. Though it counted as just a two-pointer, the impact was profoundly electrifying, significantly uplifting the team's morale. The Magic had been under relentless pressure, their spirits plummeting to an all-time low, but this dunk heralded their resurgence. Exhilaration coursed through Howard as he retreated on defense, exclaiming, "What a thrill, absolutely thrilling." Siakam shook his head with a smile, realizing that he had underestimated Howard's leaping ability and overall athletic prowess. The game continued as Siakam, Christie, and Hill forged a formidable perimeter defense. Terry attempted to exploit his speed to shake off Siakam, only to discover that Siakam was not at all slower than him. Finley received the pass and attempted to isolate Christie, but his shot clanged off the rim. Howard secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed it to Siakam. "Run, run," Siakam shouted, and his teammates actively moved, creating an illusion for the Mavericks that the Magic were poised to launch a fast break. In the Summer, Siakam surged forward, with Hill on the opposite side, while Terry and Finley, who were defending, wore grave expressions, clearly anxious. Yet, throughout his advance, Siakam refrained from passing the ball, only halting at the basket to glance back and deliver the ball to Spark, who had just crossed the three-point line. "Go for it." Spark received the ball, over. His speed was indeed swifter than Dampier's. After catching the ball, he took 3 quick steps straight towards the hoop. Observing this, Terry abandoned his defense of Siakam and leaped to intercept. Standing at 188 meters tall and slender, Terry was no match for the muscular Howard, who towered at 211 meters. The disparity in strength was stark, rendering Terry's defense futile as he was easily knocked aside by Howard. The ferocious dunk, infused with an aesthetic of violence, elevated the crowd's fervor to a crescendo, with Howard's name echoing throughout the Amway Center. Howard showcased his bicep to the recently risen Terry, who had no recourse but to swallow his frustration, teeth shattered. These two dunks were immensely uplifting, invigorating the Magic's morale, particularly as Howard grew increasingly confident. For him, those two plays could only be described in one word: exhilarating. With the score at 64-82, the Magic's quest to close the gap had only just begun. Assistant coach Jant remarked, "This is only Xia's second appearance, and he has already established such synergy with Dwight. If he were to enter the regular rotation and gain more playing time, it would greatly benefit the team." Head coach Davis nodded in agreement, acknowledging, together with Dwight, their growth will be rapid. However, Xia does reveal a challenge. His coordination with other teammates still leaves much to be desired. Nearby, Jameer Nelson, who had been smiling, suddenly fell silent. With Francis starting, Nelson was a regular in the rotation, meaning Xia's playing time was limited. Increasing Xia's minutes would inevitably encroach upon his own. Rookies are eager to prove themselves. More playing time is essential for their development and accelerated progress. Yet, it appeared that although Xia Tian's scoring ability was modest, he had a unique knack for energizing Howard, leaving Nelson feeling his position precarious. Returning to the game, at a critical juncture, Nowitzki stepped up, executing a mid-range jump shot with poise, securing 2 points. Contributing to the team's score might elevate him to stardom. But those who rise to the occasion in pivotal moments often transcend to greatness. Each time the Magic began their pursuit, it was Nowitzki who answered the call. The Mavericks' defense resembled the Chinese national basketball team facing the Dream Team in the Olympics. They stifled Xia Tian's passing lanes while adopting a semi-loose stance against his shots. In the sweltering heat of summer, he showed no mercy, seizing every opportunity to strike. A two-pointer bounced off the rim, yet Howard grew increasingly confident, soaring above Dampier to seize the offensive rebound. With Dampier's defense in mind, the Sparks passed the ball back to Summer, who immediately charged towards the paint, disrupting the Mavericks' defense. He slipped out from the baseline, drawing the attention of Josh Howard. In a one-on-one duel, the basketball danced in Summer's hands as he deftly maneuvered, all the while surveying his teammates' positions. His passing not only exhibited the finesse of a magician's touch, but also demonstrated exceptional court vision. While dribbling, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, keenly attuned to the captain's positioning. A sudden change of direction caused Josh Howard to stumble, yet Summer refrained from taking a shot. Instead, he glanced at Grant Hill's location and executed a pass through Howard's legs. This exquisite delivery triggered the magic of a deft assist, landing perfectly at Hill's feet. Hill, glancing at the three-point line, released the ball for a shot. What a splendid play, both the pass and the shot executed with brilliance. Coach Davis patted Francis's thigh in excitement, exclaiming his approval. Just moments ago, he had lamented Summer's lack of synergy with his teammates. Yet it seemed he had spoken too soon. Francis, feeling vexed, wondered why he was on the receiving end of such enthusiasm. With the score at 67-84 and the home crowd roaring with encouragement, the Magic surged ahead with fervor. However, closing the gap of several points would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 22, Competition with Spirit Soaring. The Magic's defense became remarkably tenacious. In the summer, alongside Christie, they effectively contained the perimeter, forcing the Mavericks to rotate the ball outside. Observing this, Nowitzki stepped out of the paint to receive the basketball. He elevated the ball above his head, backing into Turkoglu, while Dampier and Howard engaged in a relentless battle for position, pushing against each other. With their subtle maneuvers far from concealed, Dampier finally positioned himself in front of the Spark as Dirk delivered the pass. Dampier seized the ball and aimed for the basket with force. Howard leaped face to face, his right hand pressing down on the ball, sending Dampier sprawling to the ground along with the basketball. "You think you can dunk over me? Who do you think you are?" Howard exclaimed passionately at the fallen Dampier. Feeling provoked, Dampier quickly rose to his feet, pressing his forehead against Howard's, exchanging heated words regarding each other's female relatives. The referee, witnessing the confrontation, promptly blew the whistle, while Turkoglu, Hill, and others intervened to separate Howard. Tensions flared between the two big men. Fortunately, the referee refrained from issuing a technical foul, allowing the game to proceed. In the ensuing moments, a battle of fouls ensued, with neither player yielding until personal fouls began to accumulate, prompting a gradual cessation of hostilities. Thankfully, the Mavericks did not manage to extend their lead further. During the summer offensive, the Mavericks continued to sever his passing lanes, compelling him to take the shot himself. After a deft change of direction that left Terry behind, he surged toward the paint. As he feigned a pass beneath the basket, Dampier, noticing the play, instinctively rushed to defend Howard. Yet, In a moment of brilliance, he switched the ball to his other hand midair and executed a layup. Dampier, quick to react and aware of the trickery, pivoted to contest the shot. With a resounding clap, his hand struck Summers' arm, causing the layup to miss its mark. However, Dampier incurred a personal foul, bringing his total to 5 infractions. As Summer approached the free throw line, Howard observed Dampier, who had been substituted by Bradley, patting his own backside. Dampier wore an expression of rage, yet felt utterly powerless. It must be noted that Summers' shooting accuracy remained a significant concern, despite relentless training. Stabilizing his free throw percentage at 66, he managed to convert only 1 of 2 attempts. The score stood at 68-84, reflecting a 16-point deficit. The Mavericks launched a counterattack, with Hill and Turkoglu double-teaming Nowitzki, thereby curtailing his scoring opportunities and compelling him to pass the ball. With Dampier absent from the paint, Howard felt considerably less pressure. The interior passes that once flowed seamlessly now faltered. Finley maneuvered to receive the ball, and with the shot clock nearing expiration, he had no choice but to attempt a shot, which missed the mark, allowing Howard to secure the rebound. In the summer, following a coordinated offensive maneuver and a series of passes among teammates, Turkoglu secured 2 points. The dynamics of the game shifted. The Mavericks' spirits waned while the Magic grew increasingly emboldened. The Mavericks called for a timeout to stifle the Magic's surging morale and to reorganize their offensive and defensive strategies. Excellent. Everyone displayed commendable enthusiasm. Dwight, rein in your emotions. A moderate expression of frustration is acceptable, but do not provoke the referees, lest we incur a technical foul. Moving forward, if my predictions hold true, they will intensify their defensive focus on Sia and Dwight. Thus my subsequent plan is: Sia, take a brief respite, and let Steve take the court to disrupt their formation. In the summer, he nodded in agreement, fully aware that even if the head coach chose not to play him for a single minute, he could not voice any discontent, as he was merely a temporary worker on a 10-day contract. Moreover, his reasoning was sound. Following the timeout, the Mavericks regrouped, with Finley successfully penetrating the defense to stabilize the situation. Francis was equally relentless, scoring a half-court basket to keep the Magic's hopes of a comeback alive. The match continued until only 4 minutes remained, at which point the Magic called for a timeout. The score stood at 76-90, a daunting 14-point deficit. 14 points, indeed, was a formidable challenge against the Dallas Mavericks. Even the head coach lamented the disparity. The Mavericks were not to be compared with the Bobcats. These two adversaries belonged to different leagues altogether. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Davis said, "Let the starters rest. Summer, you take the court. Take your shots without fear. Think of it as a practice session. This is a step you will inevitably take. Shooting in practice, devoid of pressure, was a far cry from the intensity of real competition." Davis spoke the truth. Summer would eventually have to embrace this challenge. Francis patted Summer on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "Go ahead. The outcome is already determined. Focus on your personal growth." Howard chimed in with a simple yet supportive, "Keep it up." Grant Hill, Doug Christie, Stevenson, and others also rallied to uplift Summer. Grateful for the encouragement, Summer nodded as he prepared to enter the game. Nelson, observing Summer's growing popularity, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Though he concealed his feelings well, it was a seemingly harmonious Magic team, yet beneath the surface lay a subtle storm. The final lineup featured Summer, Nelson, Christie, Cato, and Tony Batty. Upon entering the game, Summer proactively passed the ball to Christie, who responded with a smile, returning the ball and signaling for Summer to take the shot. The Mavericks, fielding primarily their bench players, had Summer matched up against Dan Dickau. Utilizing his height and wingspan advantage, Summer took a decisive shot, which unfortunately did not find its mark. The Mavericks, focused on developing their bench, failed to score as well, resulting in a mutual exchange of rookie errors. After missing 2 shots in the summer, Nelson finally felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Upon receiving the basketball, he took a shot himself, successfully landing a mid-range basket, and cast a triumphant glance at the Summer. During the summer, it became evident to Nielsen that he was silently competing with himself. After all, the head coach and teammates were observing closely. Although Summer struggled to score, he still played effortlessly against the opposing team's bench players. The distinction between strength and weakness seemed rather apparent. In the summer, I never anticipated that as the match progressed to its conclusion, the true competition would not be against the opponents, but rather a contest among teammates. In the summer, an individual with a strong competitive spirit, seeking rivals both against opponents and teammates alike, intercepted a pass from the opposing substitute guard, Dan Decal, during a defensive play. He swiftly surged towards the basket, executing a layup and securing 2 points. The players on the Mavericks, belonging to what could be considered their third lineup, were significantly outmatched in strength compared to the Magic's ensemble. Following yet another unsuccessful offensive attempt, Nelson initiated a counterattack, skillfully utilizing Cato's screen to complete a layup and add another 2 points to the scoreboard. After the Mavericks scored, Summer activated his precise targeting ability, finally sinking a mid-range shot. What initially appeared to be a contest between two guards transformed, as the Magic seemingly orchestrated an 8-0 run, narrowing the deficit to a mere 6 points. Alarmed by this turn of events, the Mavericks hastily opted for substitutions. The Summer battle raged until the final moment. Although the match did not conclude in victory, the Magic demonstrated remarkable resilience. The score ultimately settled at 88-95. Dirk Nowitzki achieved the highest individual score of the game, amassing 36 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. On the Magic's side, Francis contributed 15 points, Hill added 14 points, and Howard recorded 13 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. In the summer, he played for 8 minutes, achieving 5 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal, taking another step towards unlocking his scoring milestone. Chapter 23, Contracts and Objectives. Jameer Nelson's covert rivalry instilled a sense of urgency within him. His performance in the past 2 games was commendable, demonstrating a seamless collaboration with Howard, a testament to their rigorous training. Francis and Howard consistently trained with him outside of games, fostering an initial rapport among them. Had he not trained alongside Howard, such synchronicity would have been unattainable during matches. Until he secures a guaranteed contract, he remains susceptible to being released. Although this possibility seems diminished, the NBA operates as a commercial league where unexpected events frequently occur. Should Nelson excel further, the Magic might face a dilemma, while Nelson, already holding a guaranteed contract, remains untroubled. However, Summer cannot afford such complacency. The following morning, at the break of dawn, he arrived at the training facility, unbeknownst to his roommate Howard, who was oblivious to his departure time. At 8 o'clock, Howard arrived at the gym, only to find that Summer had already completed 600 free throw practices. "Summer, why didn't you inform me of your departure?" "In the summer, I reached out to catch the water." Howard tossed over, took a sip, and remarked, "I am unlike you. I must elevate myself swiftly. Otherwise, after this brief 10-day contract concludes, my future remains uncertain." Howard, with unwavering conviction, replied, "They will undoubtedly offer you a contract. Playing alongside you is an absolute pleasure. I will ensure they keep you. If they were to let you go, I would refuse to play as well." Siakam smiled and said, "Stop joking. Why not accompany me in some practice?" "All right." With the game paused, Siakam commenced his dribbling exercises. An hour later, Howard, uncertain of how many times he had blocked Siakam, posed a question. "Sia, why don't you dunk after breaking through?" "Indeed, why don't I dunk? Your vertical leap is commendable, and your height is sufficient. Dunking could help you evade unnecessary blocks and enhance your success rate." In the summer, Siakam, while dribbling the basketball, remarked, "I am certainly aware of what you've said, yet my dunking lacks any semblance of finesse." "What does it matter? With practice, you'll become familiar with it," came the reply. "Give it a try. You can watch Kobe's game footage this evening." "All right, I shall attempt it," Siakam consented. This time, Howard refrained from defending, allowing Siakam to leap directly beneath the hoop, executing a dunk with slightly stiff movements. Once more, Howard called out, "After dribbling in the summer, one leaps for a 3-step slam dunk, executing it with both hands. Wow, the sensation is truly exhilarating. It is no wonder that you are so enamored with dunking." After landing, Summer gazed at Howard. His height, wingspan, and jumping ability are above average in the NBA, making dunking a breeze. After a few attempts, the thrill of dunking captivated Summer instantly. Let us first familiarize ourselves with the art of dunking. We shall engage in practical application this afternoon. Agreed. In the sweltering summer, he repeatedly attacked the rim with simple dunks, the difficulty being rather minimal, as he had no intention of participating in any dunk contests. Howard possessed a wealth of insights regarding dunking. He could easily identify the areas where the young player lacked coordination and would offer constructive criticism. As the afternoon practice commenced, the young player initially struggled to adapt, but it wasn't long before, under Howard's defensive pressure, he managed to execute a successful dunk. Dunks, in comparison to layups, indeed carry a lower risk of being blocked. Amidst their fervent training session, Coach Davis suddenly approached, his expression far from pleasant. "Summer, come here," he commanded, his voice tinged with irritation, causing both the young player and Howard to furrow their brows and exchange puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. "You stay here," he instructed upon noticing Howard had followed closely behind. With a heart full of trepidation, Xia Tian accompanied Davis as they ventured forth. Along the way, she inquired about the matter at hand, yet Davis merely maintained a stoic expression. The pair arrived at the office of the Orlando Magic's general manager, John Gabriel, and pushed the door open to enter. "Summer inquired about your well-being. Are you training with Dwight?" John Gabriel asked. "Indeed," came the reply. "The reason I summoned you here is to discuss matters regarding the temporary contract." In the sweltering summer, Xia Tian's heart skipped a beat as he inquired, "General Manager, Coach Davis, isn't the 10-day contract yet to expire?" The general manager, seated comfortably in his chair, turned to him and replied, "Indeed, it has not yet concluded, but we have devised a new plan." "A new plan? To relinquish oneself?" "After observing your performances in the last 2 matches, I must admit, you are a player with distinct strengths and weaknesses, easily targeted by opponents. However, your passing ability undeniably benefits the team, and the synergy between you and Dwight is precisely what we aspire to witness. Hence, we have reached a decision to offer you an early contract, securing a 2-year guaranteed deal." "What?" Xia Tian exclaimed, taken aback. At this moment, Davis finally shed his stoic demeanor, beaming with joy as he remarked, "So, did you think you were about to be discarded? How was my performance? I must say, I startled you, didn't I?" In the warmth of summer, a sense of joy enveloped the atmosphere as Summer addressed Coach Davis, suggesting, "Coach Davis, perhaps you should consider pursuing a career in Hollywood." With a chuckle, he added, "What do you think? Isn't this exhilarating feeling of highs and lows quite stimulating?" Before Summer could respond, General Manager John Gabriel interjected, "All right, John, I have already told you not to tease Summer." Davis, with a grin, replied, "Hey, I merely wished to surprise him. We are extending to you a contract worth 2 years and $2 million. What do you think?" Francis had previously discussed the salaries of the team members with Summer, noting that the highest salary belonged to Grant Hill at $49 million per year. Francis himself earned $12 million, while Howard's rookie contract this year amounted to $18 million. The proposed contract of 2 years and $2 million was comparable to that of Jameer Nelson, whose salary this year was $11 million. This meant Summer would be earning merely $10,000 less than Nelson, who was a draft pick, whereas Summer was joining as a free agent, having garnered the team's interest through a short contract. To put it into perspective, Nelson had been evaluated through high school and college competitions, while Summer's assessment was relatively straightforward and brief. To receive such a contract speaks volumes about the Magic's regard for him. "There are no issues regarding the salary," Summer affirmed. Coach Davis, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Before you sign the contract, I have established several objectives for you. For each one you accomplish, the team will reward you with a bonus of $50,000. Without hesitation, Summer inquired, "What are the objectives?" "First, to elevate his average points per game to over 12 by the end of the season. Second, to increase his average assists to 8 by the season's conclusion. Third, to assist the team in securing a playoff berth. For achieving the first 2 goals, a reward of $50,000 would be granted for each. The third goal, contingent upon the successful completion of the first 2, offers a substantial bonus of $100,000 should he help the team reach the playoffs. In total, the 3 objectives present an opportunity for a reward of $200,000. However, even in the absence of bonuses, Summer is determined to meet these standards. Thus, there is no reason not to accept. I will strive diligently, General Manager, Coach Davis. I assure you I will fulfill these tasks." Subsequently, Summer discussed certain contractual details with the general manager and was then escorted by staff to sign the contract, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Chapter 24. The issue of playing time. In the summer, alongside the head coach, apart from the general manager's office, life for him was a mere struggle for existence before signing this contract. However, after the contract was inked, he began to yearn for poetry and distant horizons. Suddenly, the head coach came to a halt and said, "There is one more matter I would like to discuss with you, Summer." You replied, "What is it?" He continued, "Regarding playing time, as you are aware, the team relies on Steve Francis's individual prowess, and his performance has consistently been stable. Therefore, his position as a starter will remain unchanged for the time being. In the summer, he was not naive enough to believe that holding a contract worth $1 million a year could position him as a competitor for a starting role against the illustrious veteran receiving $12 million annually. Even if we were to entertain the notion of him stepping into the starting lineup, it may not necessarily bode well for the Magic. His skills require further refinement, and entering the starting rotation at this juncture could render him vulnerable to targeted strategies, leaving him ill-equipped to handle the complexities of such a role. Thus, his focus should be on self-improvement and the accumulation of experience. Summer, do you aspire to be a starter? Coach Davis suddenly inquired. I wish to hear your genuine thoughts. Summer, without a moment's hesitation, nodded and replied, of course I want to, as the saying goes. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good player. Coach Davis, I am aware of my priorities and understand what I must do at this moment. Davis patted Summer's shoulder, smiled, and said, Summer, off the court, I appreciate your wisdom. You grasp concepts with ease and possess your own ambitions, yet you remain grounded in reality. As for the rotation lineup, before John Davis could finish, Summer interjected. This is something I intend to strive for. Davis nodded with a smile, saying, certainly, we also encourage healthy competition within the team. Shortly, I will confer with Steve and Jamil, then provide you with a plan. Summer glanced at Davis and nodded. Continue with your training, if you don't return soon. That big fool will probably storm into my office. Ha ha ha, all right. Indeed, upon returning to the training grounds, Summer found Howard rallying the team, preparing for a collective march to Davis's office. Upon spotting Summer, Howard rushed over and inquired, Summer, Coach Davis is coming over in a fury. What could he possibly want with you? You guess, Summer replied. Howard, do you think I can guess? Summer, guess what? Howard, with a furrowed brow, replied, wait. I'm a bit confused here. You signed the contract early? Francis, observing Summer's barely concealed joy, inquired cautiously. Indeed, the boss is truly remarkable. Haha, Summer, congratulations. Now you are officially our teammate. Welcome, new member. Francis, Howard, Stevenson, and others extended their warm congratulations, filling the training hall with lively chatter. Granthill, Christie, and the more composed individuals merely offered their congratulations before resuming their training or heading home. Once the crowd dispersed, Francis, with a cheerful expression, asked, Summer, rumor has it that there's a reason behind the early signing. Do you know why? In the summer, he scratched his head and remarked, Isn't it because I performed exceptionally well? Francis cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, Your performance is impeccable. Ordinarily, the team would follow through with the 10-day process. But I have learned that there are teams eager to sign you ahead of schedule. Which teams? Howard inquired, voicing the question that lingered in Summer's mind. Francis, no longer feigning secrecy, disclosed, the Los Angeles Lakers. It is said that Kobe personally requested the team to consider bringing you on board. Kobe Bryant? Indeed, that's correct. With the dissolution of the Showtime duo, the Lakers have significantly diminished in strength, and Kobe is seeking a backcourt partner who can share the burden. As you know, he excels in scoring, which is why he values your passing ability. Summer nodded, acknowledging the validity in those words. Dwight, did you hear that? Even Kobe has taken notice of me. Throughout the morning's training, Howard repeatedly asserted, I am the first overall pick in the NBA. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the future Premier Center. Summer finds himself in a rather helpless situation. After all, he is a top scholar. Now, leveraging Kobe's esteemed reputation, he manages to reclaim a measure of dignity. Let us proceed with the training. The defensive strategy remains centered around Francis and Howard, one on the perimeter and the other in the paint, as Summer skillfully navigates through his dribbling and drives. Time flies swiftly, and as evening approaches, Davis seeks out Summer once more. This afternoon, I had discussions with Francis and Jameer. Francis is willing to allocate 3 minutes of playing time to you in each game. However, Jameer is not inclined to do so. As the head coach, it is imperative for me to consider the sentiments of every player. This is not a dictatorship. If I show undue favoritism towards you, it may foster discontent among others and tarnish the team's atmosphere. Jealousy and selfishness exist in every individual, and it is understandable that Nelson is reluctant to share his playing time. We are all newcomers here, each yearning for growth and striving for commendable performances. The desire for fair competition begs the question, why should I relinquish my interest for yours? Let us consider the situation from another perspective. If Nelson were to seek a change in his own playing time, Summer would likely feel a similar reluctance. Francis's willingness to cede 3 minutes stems from their amicable relationship and the connection with Yao Ming. As a starter, he possesses ample playing time, and thus, his concession is a testament to his generosity. During the summer, I felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Francis. for someone I had only recently met. His support was truly remarkable and not something everyone is capable of providing. Thus, you and Jamil will soon find yourselves in a competitive dynamic. I will adjust your playing time based on your performances on the court. The outcome ultimately rests in your hands. Very well, I shall strive to do my best. As for Davis's approach, he holds no objections. Everything is determined by merit. If a rookie like Nelson cannot surpass the challenges, how can he expect to aid the Chinese men's basketball team in advancing further in the future? Despite your brief tenure of merely half a month with the Magic, we have all witnessed your dedication and progress. Continue to maintain this momentum, for I eagerly anticipate the day when you can stand independently on the court. Tomorrow, as you face the Washington Wizards, your competition with Jamil will commence. Are you prepared? In the summer, he pondered and said, Coach Davis, it is not blind arrogance on my part. If you were to pit me against Steve, perhaps I would feel the weight of pressure. However, competing against Jamil fills me with considerable assurance. He chuckled. Confidence is indeed a virtue. Proceed forth. In terms of physical prowess during summer, it surpasses that of Nelson, exhibiting superior defensive capabilities and a heightened level of enthusiasm. Apart from his shooting accuracy, Nelson possesses no particularly outstanding skills. Once I unlock my scoring milestones, I shall face Nelson without fear. Chapter 25. Summer's counterattack. That evening, the Orlando Magic officially announced the signing of the Chinese player, Summer, proclaiming a partnership destined for greatness. The news generated considerable excitement. Numerous American media outlets and NBA legends expressed confusion regarding the Magic's decision. Was it wise to sign a player lacking scoring ability? The Chinese guard's potential seemed limited, offering little advantage over nurturing first-round pick Jameer Nelson. However, some held a favorable view of Summer. Kobe, in a post-game interview, expressed his desire to team up with such a player. Yao Ming and Summer's compatriots from the national team extended their congratulations. Allen Iverson also called to convey his best wishes. During the Olympics, Summer had requested an autographed jersey from Iverson, gifting him some local delicacies, thus establishing a connection between them, albeit a tenuous one. On the flight to Washington, Francis inquired of Summer, with the official signing complete, which teams and players did he most wish to compete against? Howard, Coach Davis, and others leaned in to hear Summer's response. Certainly, first and foremost, the Philadelphia 76ers. I have learned so much from Allen, and I eagerly anticipate our reunion. Secondly, the Los Angeles Lakers. I need to secure an autograph from Kobe for a friend. Lastly, the Houston Rockets. As you know, Yao and I were former teammates, and now as opponents, I am curious whether he will show leniency when I drive into the paint. Francis remarked, the Lakers and 76ers will face each other this month, while the Rockets game is scheduled for next month. However, it will be soon. After a moment's hesitation, Summer suddenly asked, when is our next match against the Timberwolves? Davis glanced at the schedule and replied, we won't meet them this month. It will be mid to late next month. You have over a month to enhance your skills. By then, show Saunders that a Chinese guard can indeed compete in the NBA, proving just how misguided his judgment was. Many were aware of the Timberwolves' rejection of Summer, a lingering concern for him. His rigorous training was not solely for his own development and aiding the team, it was also to demonstrate his worth to certain individuals. In truth, I am most eager to face them, he confessed. Upon landing in Washington and boarding the bus to the arena for the away game, the Wizards had undergone significant roster changes in the previous season, acquiring the formidable Gilbert Arenas. Entering the NBA in 2001, Arenas had shown promise in his rookie season, and in recent games, he had fully showcased his abilities, averaging 25 points, 1 assist and 7 rebounds. His stellar performance solidified his position as the leader of the Wizards. The Wizards' starting lineup included Arenas, Larry Hughes, Antoine Jamison, Michael Ruffin, and Brendan Haywood. The competition was fierce, with both teams exchanging leads and the score fluctuating. At the end of the first quarter, the Wizards led by a mere point, 25-24. Midway through the second quarter, both teams substituted their starters, allowing Jameer Nelson to take the court against the Wizards' backup point guard, Juan Dixon. Perhaps influenced by the recent signing of Summer and discussions with the head coach, Nelson appeared anxious, eager to prove himself. However, his impatience led to errors. He lost the ball on offense, missed shots, and allowed Dixon to score twice. What had begun as a tie quickly turned into a 42-37 deficit for the Magic within just 3 minutes. Coach Davis called a timeout, expressing dissatisfaction with Nelson's performance, criticizing his haste to play solo when teammates had better opportunities. Naturally, Nelson was defiant, muttering under his breath, "Summer, you go in." He finally exclaimed. Why should he be the one to play? Summer smiled softly and calmly replied, "I can guard against him." You, Nelson, momentarily speechless with frustration, retorted, "You can't even score." Summer chuckled and retorted, "Since the competition has been made explicit, there is no need for subterfuge. While I may not score myself, I can certainly assist my teammates in achieving points. Moreover, have you managed to score in these 3 minutes? Who said I couldn't? Let me make this clear. If I fail to score within these 3 minutes, I will relinquish my play time in the second half to you. In short, I shall defend against whoever you, Nelson, cannot, and I will score the points you cannot attain. Everything you are capable of, I am equally capable of. And there are feats I can accomplish that you cannot." Nelson, taken aback by Summer's declaration and still feeling the effects of his earlier exertions, suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Very well, I shall witness just how remarkable you truly are." Davis interjected angrily, "Enough of this bickering. Those who need to rest should do so, and those who are to play should take the court." Summer would not indulge Nelson. His open disdain for him was evident, and not retaliating would only portray an image of cowardice. As for his earlier statement, Summer was not boasting. He had been meticulously observing Dixon, a guard inclined towards a shooting guard style, whose ability to break through is rather mediocre, preferring to receive the ball and shoot. Summer was confident in his ability to defend against him. There exists a term aptly describing Juan Dixon, a dual incapacity guard. Regarding scoring, Summer was not exaggerating. He could easily penetrate with the ball, and even if that failed, he could draw fouls and exhibited exceptional aim. He truly doubted that Dixon could score even a single point in 3 minutes. As the Magic prepared to inbound, the seasoned veteran Christie remained as his teammate. Upon reaching the offensive end, Christie proactively set a screen for Summer. Previously, Christie had not set a screen for Nelson, not by choice, but because Nelson had not even afforded him the opportunity. Recently, many were aware that the Magic had signed a guard with limited scoring ability, characterized by a distinctly Eastern appearance, rendering identification unnecessary. Everyone on the court recognized him. Consequently, the Wizards adopted a defensive strategy akin to that of the Mavericks, severing the connection between Summer and his teammates, granting him ample space. Even without Christie's screen, Summer could maneuver past Dixon with his dribbling, and with the added screen, it would only facilitate his efforts further. In the summer, unlike Nelson, who was quite impatient, he penetrated the key only to find no opportunity, subsequently retreating to the interior and passing the ball to Stevenson. Stevenson broke through from the left flank, while Christie darted into the paint from the right side. Their cross movements disrupted the Wizards' interior defense, allowing Stevenson to pass to Summer, who was positioned near the free throw line. The defensive attention drawn by their movements created a fleeting vacancy in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Summer executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Dixon. Tony Batty also shielded Summer from the opposing center, enabling Summer to charge straight to the basket, where he completed a two-handed dunk. It is worth noting that despite the limited communication among Summer, Stevenson, Christie, and others, they were always willing to share the ball when opportunities arose. In contrast, Nelson was solely focused on showcasing himself, leading to a situation where the entire team rallied to support Summer. After scoring, Summer retreated on defense while playfully pointing at Nelson, a smirk gracing his face. At that moment, Nelson's face flushed deeper. He had just claimed that Summer would not score. The slap in the face came rather swiftly. Chapter 26. The Mediocre Ones. The wise understanding of those who are virtuous gain assistance, while those who are not lose. It was well illustrated by the dynamic between Summer and Nelson. Despite Summer being a substitute with considerable ball handling time, once he passed, in most instances, his teammates had a direct opportunity to score. During the timeout, the tension between Summer and Nelson was palpable, highlighting the significant difference between those who know how to engage with others and those who do not. With these 2 points secured, Summer was merely 8 points away from unlocking his scoring milestone skill. As the Wizards launched their offense, Juan Dixon brought the ball past half-court, and Summer eagerly closed in on him. This level of defensive enthusiasm had the head coach nodding approvingly. Who wouldn't appreciate a player capable of creating offensive opportunities for teammates while diligently defending? Dubbed the two-way guard, Juan Dixon was certainly feeling the pressure of such aggressive defense. What malice could a two-way guard harbor? He merely wished to facilitate plays, yet Summer's assertiveness caught him off guard. Clutching the basketball tightly, Dixon glanced back and took a step back, risking a backcourt violation. The Wizards' shooting guard and forward positioned themselves to either side for support, but Summer remained undeterred, denying Dixon any space to maneuver. He even took a small step forward, his hands ceaselessly contesting. Dixon felt as if he were trapped like a sandwich. Instinctively retreating his right leg, the referee's whistle pierced the tension, signaling a breath-stealing defense. From the bench, Francis marveled at Summers' performance. Even Grant Hill remarked, "His progress is remarkable. I used to think he lacked defensive technique, but I no longer hold that view. He plays with intelligence." As the Magic regained possession, Summer initiated a breakthrough, passing to Christie, who then fed the ball to Tony Batty in the paint for a banked layup. Transitioning back to offense, Summer repeated his strategy, positioning himself near the half-court line, waiting for Dixon. As Dixon approached, he passed the ball midway, tauntingly remarking, "I'm not foolish. I won't repeat the same mistake twice." In the summer, she smiled with confidence and remarked, "By taking the ball, you are merely granting us possession." In the summer, Xiaotian, filled with determination, found himself at odds with Dixon, a player whom the media had dismissed as an unremarkable defender from Huaxia. What gave Xiaotian the audacity to provoke him? The two engaged in a relentless battle for positioning. Xiaotian managed to position himself ahead of Dixon, only for Dixon to swiftly maneuver past him, raising his hand to signal for a pass from his teammates. Dixon was far from foolish. Upon receiving the ball, he promptly beckoned his teammates to set a screen. His intentions were glaringly apparent, and Christie, a seasoned veteran in defense, had already seen through his every move. In a seamless maneuver, Xiaotian deftly circled behind, obstructing Dixon's path to the basket just before the penalty area. With no alternative but to act, Dixon, having resolved to challenge Xiaotian, found himself compelled to engage in this one-on-one confrontation. Inside the penalty area, Tony Batty stood ready, prepared to fill any gap should Xiaotian falter in his defense. Pressing closely against Xiaotian, Dixon leaped for a layup. However, Xiaotian's superior vertical leap and explosiveness allowed him to snatch the basketball right from Dixon's grasp in midair. This exquisite block rendered the Wizards' home crowd into a hushed silence. Observing the situation, Stevenson swiftly sprinted toward the front court, recognizing his position and the defenders in pursuit. Xiaotian executed a quarterback-style long pass. The ball soared across half the court with pinpoint accuracy, allowing Stevenson to receive it and charge toward the hoop, culminating in a thunderous dunk. Meanwhile, veteran guard Anthony Parker and Dixon from the Wizards bench exchanged whispers, seemingly offering guidance. Xiaotian rushed over, exclaiming, "This is our Magic team's undercover agent planted within your Wizards." The expressions on Pill and Dixon's faces darkened significantly. An undercover agent, for heaven's sake. While one might not repeat the same mistake twice, one is bound to commit new errors incessantly. Striking at the heart, Dixon no longer exuded his previous arrogance. 3 minutes on the court, neither too long nor too short, saw the Wizards, originally trailing by 5 points, astonishingly leading 46-45 by halftime. The opposing guard was rather lackluster. After leaving the court, Xiaotian maintained a low tone, casually remarking to Howard. However, this statement took on a different significance in Nelson's ears. Dixon had been thoroughly outplayed, only to be outshone by Xiaotian in turn. In the summer, it was implied that Dixon was quite inept, a sentiment that even Howard could discern. Summer is not foolish. If, after the match, he were to bluntly ask, "How could you be defeated by such a person?" one might ponder the thoughts of the head coach and the teammates. Summer refrains from seeking attention through sensational remarks. Yet he can articulate his perspective in a manner that neither offends his allies nor undermines the desired outcomes. All right, gentlemen, overall, our performance in the first half was commendable. Let's maintain this momentum in the second half. During halftime, the head coach conducted a thorough review of the first half, identifying errors that should not have occurred, while also commending the positive aspects. As a head coach, one must adeptly balance praise with constructive criticism. Summer, do you feel confident facing Gilbert Arenas? The head coach's inquiry prompted a moment of hesitation from Summer, who eventually responded, "It depends on the aspect. In terms of offense, I naturally cannot compare to him. But as a pure point guard, I believe I hold my own. Even in physical confrontations, I do not consider myself inferior." Davis chuckled and said, "In the second half, let us put that to the test." Halfway through the third quarter, Summer was afforded 3 minutes of playtime, a generous concession from Big Brother, leaving even Nelson without any objections. In the summer, brimming with confidence, he stepped onto the court. However, Arenas, with the ball, executed a back-to-the-basket play, employing a feint followed by a spin to bypass him. Despite his commendable physical attributes, strength, speed, and agility, he overlooked a critical aspect: technique and experience. During those 3 minutes, apart from assisting Howard for a dunk, he failed to deliver the anticipated performance. Upon returning to the bench, Davis patted his shoulder and inquired, "Do you understand the significance of those 3 minutes I allocated to you?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I see it now. I've recognized my shortcomings." Previously, his overwhelming victory over Dixon had led to Nelson's embarrassment, inflating Summers' ego. Davis's strategic move effectively curbed his burgeoning pride. When he returned to the court in the fourth quarter, he played with poise and full commitment, recording 2 assists and executing a pick-and-roll with Howard that culminated in a driving dunk. In the closing moments, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange. Arenas and Larry Hughes relentlessly attacked the basket, attempting to seize the game. Francis, Stevenson, and Hill also contributed crucial points. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Washington Wizards with a narrow score of 96-93. In the summer, he contributed 4 points, 4 assists, 1 block, and 1 rebound, while Hill secured the highest score of the team with 25 points. Nelson recorded 6 points, 1 assist, and 1 rebound, both players having the same amount of court time. Clearly, Summers' 4 points and 4 assists surpassed Nelson's 6 points and 1 assist. Moreover, on the defensive end, Summers' impact was significantly greater than that of Nelson. Without needing Davis to speak up, both players understood that Summer had a slight victory in this competition. This match also marked the Magic's 3rd victory of the new season, currently standing at 3 wins and 2 losses, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. Chapter 27. Motivation. Summer, have you really signed with the Magic? That night, as Summer was enjoying a deep slumber, a phone call abruptly awakened him. "Brother, next time you call, check the time. We have a time difference." Of course, he couldn't believe that the rat would actually make such an expensive long-distance call. He feigned annoyance, yet his heart felt otherwise. "Really? And tomorrow we are heading to Los Angeles, Staples Center, Kobe. Remember to get me an autograph." "Of course. Also, Lenny has been watching your games lately. You should take the initiative." "All right, I got it." "That's your reaction?" the rat said, surprised. "What else? Right now, I just want to focus on playing well. Everything else can wait." "All right then, I'll hang up. Phone bills are quite steep. Create a social media account. We can communicate there." "Good. I happen to have an idea. I'll tell you later." After hanging up, Summer found it difficult to return to sleep. Lenny, during Summer's initial infatuation, had once mentioned her preference for boys who played basketball. Consequently, Summer chose basketball, and during a game, he activated a system that propelled him into an unending passion for the sport. Over time, Summer grew increasingly fond of basketball, dedicating more time to it, which resulted in less interaction with Lenny. Why overthink? Just let things flow naturally, he reassured himself, attempting to drift back to sleep, but to no avail. Checking the time, he decided to rise. The next match was against the Lakers. Although the iconic OK combination had disbanded and legends like Peyton and Malone were no longer present, no one would underestimate the current Kobe. He was now the unequivocal leader of the team, exhibiting an insatiable desire to score, making baskets with apparent ease. With the departure of Shaquille O'Neal and others, Kobe enjoyed a greater share of ball possession, averaging an astonishing 35 points per game since the season began. Such scoring prowess left Summer in awe. 6 points, sigh. "I aim to unlock the scoring milestone skill in this game," he mused. "Humph, let us see who dares to say I can't score anymore." As dawn broke, he picked up his basketball and made his way to the Parks court, warming up as he could already see the hoop. The following day, upon arriving in Los Angeles, he finally stepped into the arena he had seen countless times on television, entering as a challenger. The Los Angeles Lakers, one of the oldest teams in NBA history. Their championship victories were too numerous to count on both hands. As players entered, the DJ at Staples Center announced Kobe with resounding enthusiasm, met with a chorus of cheers from the crowd. After high-fiving his teammates, Kobe glanced towards the Magic's side, coincidentally meeting Summer's gaze, and the two exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Summer walked over to Kobe. "Summer, it is a pleasure to meet you," Kobe said with a smile, shaking Summer's hand. "In the summer," Sion remarked, "last year, I could only see you through the television screen. I never imagined I would have the honor of shaking your hand in person this year." Kobe, with a hint of regret, replied, "What a pity, the Lakers were just a step too slow. In truth, I feel that we are better off as rivals on the court." Kobe looked at Sion with curiosity and inquired, "Why is that?" Sion, with a playful tone, responded, "I simply dislike being second best. Do you see that tall guy? One day, I will make him my junior, rather than the other way around." Upon hearing this, Kobe chuckled. "Ha ha ha. I understand. That won't be easy for you, but good luck." The two embraced, and Xiao returned to the Magic's side. Upon seeing Xiao approach, Howard eagerly asked, "What did you and Kobe discuss? Did you mention me? I noticed you pointing in my direction. In the summer, with hands clasped behind my head." I spoke nonchalantly, my face unflushed and my heart untroubled. "I merely uttered a few words, declaring you the top scholar of the year." Kobe retorted, "Unless you can block me twice in the game, you do not deserve that title. Is that truly so?" Summer shot Howard a piercing glance, saying, "What kind of relationship do we have? Would I deceive you? This match is of utmost importance. Whether you earn Kobe's recognition hinges on your performance. You must demonstrate through your actions that you are the #1 draft pick, the sovereign in the paint, and the future's premier center, far surpassing his former partner's prowess." Howard clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, brimming with confidence as he declared, "All right, I shall show no mercy today. If he dares to take a shot in my presence, I will block him so decisively that he won't even recognize himself." In the summer, there was a quiet admiration for the valiant warriors. May their journey be smooth. As both teams took to the court, the Magic featured Francis, Stevenson, Hill, Cato, and Howard as their starters. The Lakers countered with Chucky Atkins, Kobe Bryant, Karen Butler, Odom, and Chris Mim. Howard and Mim leaped for the tip-off, perhaps inspired by the summer's pregame words, fueling Howard's confidence as he soared to claim the basketball, immediately demanding it from his teammates. Francis, not to be outdone, delivered a high pass, allowing Howard to post up, turned beneath the basket, and slammed down a dunk, marking the Magic's first score. Kobe was the unequivocal linchpin for the Lakers, taking control of the ball as it crossed half-court, with Grant Hill defending closely and Stevenson providing support. The Magic showed great deference to Kobe. However, under the pressure of a robust defense, Kobe's initial shot clanged off the rim. Francis drove with the ball, and despite Kobe's defensive efforts, even the veteran Francis had to pass, much to Howard's delight, who again executed a powerful dunk in the paint, marking his second score. "Give me the ball. I want it all," Howard's inner thoughts echoed. The sharp sound of the rim signaled another miss from Atkins, and Howard secured the rebound, slapping the ball in his hands before passing it to Stevenson. To everyone's surprise, the Magic succeeded in their first 3 offensive attempts. While the Lakers saw Kobe miss both of his shots, and Odom's attempt in the paint was thwarted, the Magic surged to a promising 6-0 lead. As the team fell behind, Kobe finally revealed his ferocity, engaging in a physical battle with Stevenson, his arms incessantly interfering with the dribble. Through relentless effort, he forced Stevenson into a turnover, granting the Lakers possession, and Kobe played with exceptional intensity. He maneuvered past Stevenson, bulldozing into Hill, charging towards the basket. As Kobe leaped for a layup, Howard's eyes gleamed with determination, his enormous hand ready to deliver a resounding block to Atkins. The basketball was knocked out of bounds during the scramble, but possession remained with the Lakers. "This game will not end with just 2 blocks," Howard declared with a hint of pride. Kobe sensed the provocation. Truthfully, the game had been somewhat mundane, yet such taunts invigorated him. Sensing Kobe's fierce glare, Howard swallowed hard, avoiding direct eye contact. "Don't back down, Dwight. Show him what you're made of," shouted Summer from the sidelines, eager for Howard to demonstrate the prowess of the future premier center. Reinvigorated, Howard watched as Kobe finally broke the scoring drought with a jump shot, igniting a cascade of points. The Lakers steadily closed the gap. As Kobe faced Howard's defensive stance, both players wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Kobe, positioning himself closely, relentlessly pressed into the paint, challenging Howard with a layup, simultaneously drawing a foul. Howard, visibly frustrated, glanced at Summer from the sidelines. As the first quarter drew to a close, Summer prepared to step in, and a slight smile crept across Kobe's lips. Has the moment finally arrived? With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Magic led 25-22 by 3 points. As Summer made its entrance, the one who displayed the greatest excitement was Howard. Dribbling the ball into the front court, his gaze was evidently fixed on the right corner, yet the basketball soared above the hoop, synchronizing with the unspoken signal shared with Howard. In the summer, the pass was delivered with considerable force and a notably high arc. Howard, with remarkable agility, soared above Odom, effortlessly securing the basketball with one hand. Executing an aerial connection, he unleashed a thunderous dunk before landing and sprinting down the court with fervor. Right from the outset, he set up a play, employing a deceptive pass that caused Lakers head coach Tomjanovich to furrow his brow in concern. Coupled with Howard's extraordinary physical prowess, the synergy between a skilled passer and an adept dunker was undeniably essential. Kobe, in possession of the ball, astonishingly disregarded both Hill and Stevenson, charging directly towards the Summer. Without uttering a word, the fierce determination in his gaze spoke volumes. In the Summer, one stands resolutely, arms outstretched and chest puffed out, determined to obstruct Kobe's path of attack. Kobe exhibits an unparalleled aggression on the court. Can Summer truly contain him? The head coach murmurs to himself, voicing his concerns. In a sense, Kobe is a man possessed. If Summer manages to thwart this play, Kobe will relentlessly seek to match up against him until he either succeeds or loses interest. Many players, particularly the newcomers, are reluctant to face Kobe, for he has the uncanny ability to strip one of their confidence. Meanwhile, Francis, who is resting, observes the unfolding drama on the court and shakes his head, remarking, "It's a daunting task. Even Doug Christie wouldn't dare claim he could defend against Kobe's offense." Defending Kobe requires not only physical prowess and tenacity, but also a wealth of technique. His offensive maneuvers are replete with subtle nuances, and should Summer falter, he is likely to expose a weakness. What does it feel like to defend against Kobe? As Francis noted, while Kobe employs various subtle moves, for Summer, it feels as though every strike lands with palpable force. After matching up with Kobe, Summer realizes that his previous defensive efforts in earlier games were mere child's play. Kobe drives to the basket against Summer, and during his leap, his right elbow collides with Summer's chest, eliciting a sharp pain. Yet, Summer hesitates not. He endures the discomfort and leaps, extending his arms to disrupt Kobe's line of sight. The basketball circles the rim but ultimately fails to find its net, as Howard, positioned perfectly, secures the rebound and hands it to Summer. In the Summer, while dribbling through the court, one hand caressed my chest. "Let me take this," I declared. Upon seeing Summer approach the three-point line, Kobe proactively stepped forward, signaling Atkins to retreat, clearly indicating his intent to engage in a one-on-one duel. Summer let out a bitter laugh, realizing that being the center of attention and being valued by others may not necessarily be a good thing. Kobe's defense was no joke. Among guards, he was undeniably elite, deserving the title of defensive specialist. As Summer attempted to employ the triple threat and executed a hesitation dribble, Kobe remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable patience. He extended a single hand to probe Summer's waist, effortlessly responding with the requisite defense regardless of Summer's maneuvers. Dribbling, shifting directions, yet failing to break through, Summer retreated. Kobe resumed his defensive stance and remarked, "Allen has spoken highly of you, claiming your change of direction possesses half his prowess. I shall not underestimate you." Summer could not help but admire Kobe's intelligence in gathering such insights. In truth, Summer yearned to make this shot. It was his inaugural confrontation with Kobe, and countless eyes were upon them, especially that of Rat, who was undoubtedly torn, caught between his best friend and his idol. However, with his most adept move failing to breach Kobe's defense, his scoring capability was significantly hampered. After tussling with Kobe for over 10 seconds, the time for offense was dwindling. Howard stepped out from the paint, intending to assist Summer with a screen. "I don't need help to grab the rebound," Summer called out without hesitation. "Just go for it." The Super Aim had been activated, currently at level 1, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. It was still the first quarter. Having used Super Aim now might allow for another use by the fourth quarter. In the Summer, refusing to engage in screens and opting for one-on-one play, he garnered an additional measure of admiration from Kobe. Dribbling and changing direction, he executed what seemed to be the same maneuver as before, suddenly retreating with a step-back jumper. The shot at Staples Center was a sight to behold, yet it was not Kobe who took it. Kobe's leap and speed surpassed that of the Summer player by a significant margin, his large hand reaching out to intercept the shot midair. After releasing the ball, the Summer player fixated on the hoop. Had he not employed Super Aim, Kobe would have successfully blocked it. Even after the adjustment made with Super Aim, the basketball was mere millimeters from Kobe's fingertips. Swish. The ball cascaded through the net, prompting the Summer player to exuberantly wave his arms in triumph. Despite facing Kobe, an expert defender among guards, he had successfully scored on his first offensive attempt at Staples. Splendid. Truly impressive, Summer player. That was Kobe, after all. Haha. Is this the prowess of my brother? The mouse, who was skipping class to watch the live broadcast, excitedly slapped the table, laughing uncontrollably. Kobe, too, chuckled and shook his head, unwittingly becoming a backdrop for this newcomer, who was widely believed to possess no scoring ability beyond 2 meters from the rim. Had his defense become a laughingstock? Yet, all of this was initiated by his own decision to approach the Summer player. Coach Davis smiled and remarked, "It seems the recent training has yielded significant results. Francis added, "He has always been diligent, more so than anyone else on our team." Davis approached the sidelines, observing the Summer player, pressing his palms downwards in a gesture to indicate calmness. In the summer, he nodded at the head coach, signaling his understanding. As anticipated, Kobe sought the ball once more, actively looking for the Summer player. Grant Hill, however, was determined to thwart his intentions. His responsibility was to tightly guard Kobe, preventing the Summer player from consistently stepping in. Yet, Kobe was not without allies. Utilizing Atkins' screen, he managed to create a mismatch. In the sweltering heat of summer, it became evident that the inevitable confrontation with Kobe Bryant was unavoidable. If the first quarter proved fruitless, there would always be a second, or even a third. If this match ended in failure, another opportunity awaited. With determination etched on his face, Kobe gritted his teeth, dribbling the ball while forcefully colliding with Summer's chest. The sheer strength of the impact caused Summer to stagger backward, yet Kobe successfully made the shot. The score stood at 29-24, with the Magic maintaining a 5-point lead. As the Magic initiated their offensive play, Summer delivered a pass into the paint, where Cato was in the midst of a pivot when Odom intercepted the ball. The Lakers seized the moment, launching a swift counterattack, positioned beyond the three-point line. Summer was quick to retreat. Atkins passed the ball to the relentless Kobe, who surged forward like a force of nature. In the summer, it was impossible for Kobe to miss an open layup, yet before his opponent could establish his position, Kobe effortlessly sent him flying and completed a powerful dunk. The disparity in skill was undeniably apparent. In a one-on-two situation, it was clear that even Michael Jordan would find it challenging to defend against such a play. Nevertheless, Summer remained resolute in his defense, undeterred by becoming a mere backdrop for Kobe's dunk, earning the respect of many. Howard hastened over and alongside Hill. They lifted Summer from the ground, urging him to continue undaunted. As the Summer serve reached the front court, Kobe once again pressed forward. In an effort to atone for his earlier blunder, Cato obstructed Kobe's path. He broke through from the right, slipping to the baseline, where he passed to Stevenson beyond the three-point line, simultaneously making a swift move back into the paint to request the ball again. Stevenson, acting as a pivot, opted to return the pass, and Summer surged once more toward the interior. At that moment, the Lakers' defense was completely captivated by Summer, especially since he had just scored under Kobe's guard. With a deft maneuver reminiscent of a moonlit glance, he triggered a brilliant assist. As the basketball landed perfectly in Hill's hands at the corner, a three-point shot was launched, and it found its mark. The score was now 32-26. As the Magic steadily extended their lead, the Lakers' offense struggled to find opportunities from the perimeter. Kobe, determined to take charge, attempted a forceful assault on the basket. With a resounding smack, Howard swatted Kobe's shot out of bounds, bellowing at him, "Don't bully my brother." Kobe, a man of resilience who would not easily yield, met Howard's furious gaze with a fierce glare of his own. The atmosphere quickly grew tense, a palpable standoff ensued. Chapter 29. A difficult situation and a standoff of fierce determination. Neither side was willing to concede. Ultimately, Kobe pointed at Howard and stepped back willingly. Though he was reluctant to show weakness, he possessed a sense of the bigger picture. After all, this was only the first quarter, and any unpleasantness could jeopardize his ability to play in the subsequent matches. With little time left in the first quarter, the Lakers entrusted their final shot to Odom, which unfortunately did not go in. The score stood at 32-26 as the teams headed into halftime. With 2 minutes, 2 points, and 2 assists, his efficiency was perhaps even more daunting than Kobe's. Summer's arrival was warmly welcomed by his teammates. The next time he encounters a one-on-two situation, he must prioritize his own protection while executing defense. Davis offered a word of caution to Summer. Age and injuries are the greatest adversaries for NBA players. In such a fiercely contested sport, the repercussions of an injury can be dire. In the summer, he remarked, "At that moment, I did not overthink it. This is a competition, and one cannot merely stand idly counting to 3 like a wooden figure. Indeed, I must pay greater attention to my safety next time." During the second quarter, Nelson was granted playing time, yet Kobe exhibited no interest in him, persistently targeting Hill, the Magic's primary scoring asset, on both offense and defense. When matched against Atkins, Nelson failed to make a significant impact. Towards the end of the second quarter, an unfortunate incident transpired. Hill, while attempting a layup, was caught in a double team by Odom and Walton. Odom's block missed its mark but struck Hill squarely in the face. The previously jovial Magic bench fell silent, every gaze fixated on the court. Hill's face was covered in blood, his nose bleeding profusely, his eyes red, and even the corners of his mouth stained with blood. Initially, The Summer had not felt much concern regarding safety, but Hill's injury transformed that sentiment into a visceral lesson. One might ponder, had it been oneself making that layup, would the impact of Odom's bear-like hand upon one's face have yielded a similar outcome? The team's physician rushed onto the court to attend to Hill's injuries, and he was swiftly taken away for treatment. It seemed unlikely that he would return to the game. The loss of their leading scorer left the Magic's promising position in jeopardy. In the third quarter, the Magic called upon Christie to enter the game. Having lost their sharpest spear, they now sought the sturdiest shield. In the latter half, Francis assumed greater offensive responsibilities, consistently keeping the score tight. With Grant Hill absent, the Lakers adjusted their defensive strategy, intensifying their pressure on Francis, who found himself in foul trouble. By the end of the third quarter, the previously leading Magic saw their advantage evaporate, trailing the Lakers 67-70. As the decisive final quarter commenced, within the first minute, Francis committed another foul, resulting in his disqualification. The Magic found themselves in a perilous situation. John Davis glanced at Summer and then at Jameer Nelson, stating, "I have endeavored to be fair with you both. Now is the time the team requires your contributions. I hope you can showcase your true capabilities to help us navigate this challenge. Summer, you will start first this half, and Jameer, you will follow. I will observe your performances to determine your future playing time, so do not accuse me of unfairness." Nelson donned his gear and, upon receiving the ball, charged towards the basket, scoring a point. Kobe, noticing that Nelson rather than Summer was on the court, couldn't help but chuckle. During the offensive play, Kobe approached Nelson, who momentarily felt a sense of pride, thinking, "Has Kobe finally acknowledged me?" However, in the blink of an eye, before Nelson could react, Kobe sidestepped him with a decisive stride, effortlessly driving to the basket for 2 points. The scene on the morning road was jarring and disheartening, leaving Nelson feeling profoundly disgruntled. Defiance surged within him. Of course he was not going to accept this. In the summer, one can score even under Kobe's defense, and he too can charge straight at Kobe with the ball. Such audacity is reminiscent of a fearless warrior. The unseasoned rookie harbors no fear of the tiger. However, this seems rather presumptuous. The front row of spectators at Staples buzzes with chatter. Riding the wave of Kobe's fame, Nelson has now become the center of attention. Kobe, unwavering in his defensive stance, is prepared, as he himself asserts, never to underestimate anyone, maintaining absolute focus on the game. Whether facing Michael Jordan or a rookie, he dedicates his full effort to defense. Nelson dribbles, between his legs, dribbling, only to be stripped of the ball. Laughter and murmurs fill the air, and Nelson feels the palpable malice from the world around him. Following the steal, Kobe assists Walton, who scores. The score shifts to 69-74. As the Magic lose their two strongest scoring options, falling from a 5-point lead to a 5-point deficit. Howard positions himself well in the paint, calling for the ball. After a moment of hesitation, Nelson opts to pass, but Howard's attempt is disrupted by Odom. Yet, he retrieves the ball for a second-chance score. Howard yells at Nelson, "Next time, pass it quicker." The basketball court parallels a battlefield. Opportunities vanish in an instant, and as a point guard, one must act decisively. This is the source of Howard's frustration. A second-chance effort was unnecessary had Nelson not hesitated in his pass. The Lakers' subsequent offense flourishes from multiple points, particularly in the perimeter and mid-range, making it arduous for the Magic to mount an adequate defense. While Christie defends admirably, his ability to limit Kobe does not extend to Walton, and Nelson struggles against Atkins. The Lakers' passing leaves the Magic players spinning in confusion. Kobe shakes his finger, uttering a phrase that shatters Nelson's mental fortitude in an instant. "You can't do it. Let Summer handle it." With the score at 69-78, the gap threatening to widen into double digits, John Davis substitutes Summer for Nelson. Typically, players exiting and entering the court engage in a gesture of camaraderie, such as a high five or fist bump. Summer reaches out for a high five, but Nelson turns a blind eye. Awkwardness ensues, leaving Summer feeling disheveled in the wind, pondering the pettiness of the individual. As he brings the ball up court, Kobe stands before him once more, smiling. "Boss, I just want to score a few points." It's not that serious. What ill intentions could Summer possess? He merely sought to secure an additional 4 points, a mere 4 points, to unlock the skill of achieving scoring milestones. In Howard's eyes, Kobe's decision to single cover Summer was akin to bullying his brother, prompting him to rush in for a screen. With a high pick and his robust physique, Kobe found himself unable to evade the situation momentarily as Summer faced the towering Mim. While Kobe's change of direction proved futile, it was effective against Mim. His hands were akin to magnets, firmly attracting the basketball, executing a deft shift and spin to elude his opponent. This Summer's breakthrough, in the face of numerous obstacles, transcended Kobe and scaled the formidable peak of Mim, with an additional defensive presence in the form of Odom. Is it truly necessary? I am merely a temporary. No, I am no longer a temporary worker. In any case, is it really warranted for so many of you to besiege a guard with such limited scoring ability? Summer dashed towards the basket, leaped into the air, his right hand cradling the basketball, executing a passing motion that ultimately deceived Odom, resulting in a successful layup. Nice. Howard genuinely rejoiced for Summer, after all. A minute on stage demands 10 years of dedication behind the scenes. Wasn't this moment the very reason for countless hours spent in the training facility? How hard Summer works. Others may not know, but Howard is well aware. Every time he wakes up, Summer's room is already empty. By the time they meet again, Summer's training clothes are drenched in sweat. Even Kobe gave a subtle nod of approval for Summer's dedication. That play was truly magnificent, a crossover, a spin move, and a fake under the basket, weaving past 3 defenders. It was more than worthy of being among the top 10 highlights. Watching Summer's performance, Nelson grew increasingly resentful. Why did Summer always have teammates supporting him on offense, while he had none? Without comparison, there would be no bitterness. And so, he blamed all his frustrations on Summer, his disdain growing with each glance, until it bordered on irrationality. As Summer approached, there was little inclination to observe Nelson's expressions. With the system's super aim fully recharged, Summer felt a surge of excitement. Just 2 points shy. In the 30th chapter, receiving recognition from the big shots, the score stood at 71-78. Upon entering the game, Summer penetrated the interior to score, assisting the Magic in stabilizing the situation. The Lakers still had their main players on the court. Kobe had already scored 25 points by the third quarter, clearly aiming for 30 in the fourth. With the team in the lead, he played with less intensity, passing the ball to Odom in the paint. Howard patrolled the basket, and Odom's attempts to shoot were repeatedly thwarted, forcing him to return the ball to Atkins on the perimeter. In a flash, a figure darted forward, seizing the basketball before Atkins could react, and swiftly charged towards the front court. What a splendid opportunity, thought Summer. If the fast break succeeded, he would immediately unlock his scoring milestone. Clearly, Kobe would not allow this to happen. He approached each play with utmost seriousness. In such moments, calmness was paramount. Summer refrained from impulsive actions, slowing down as he entered the front court to control the tempo and await his teammates' positioning. Had he been facing any opponent from previous games rather than Kobe, he might have chosen to drive to the basket. Howard arrived late, and as Summer shifted to the wing, he spotted the spark charging into the paint. With a reverse hook pass, he orchestrated a powerful play. At this point in the game, aside from Hill's injury, Howard's performance was undeniably the most outstanding and stable among the Magic's starting 5, with minimal errors. Without his relentless rebounding in the second half, the Magic would have crumbled long ago. Even Kobe felt a twinge of envy. If the Lakers had such a combination, they could contend for the championship. As the game progressed, Kobe lost his shooting touch, but fortunately, Walton and Odom stepped up. On the Magic's side, their shooting was consistently poor, leading both teams into a tense stalemate. Midway through the fourth quarter, with the Magic trailing 75-80, the game entered a timeout. "Brother, we are just 2 points away," Howard exclaimed, shaking Summer's shoulder with excitement. "Summer, how did you know I was just 2 points short? If I score those 2 points, I will reach 20. Pass me the ball, and let me make a dunk." In the previous few games, Howard frequently achieved double-doubles, yet his highest score was merely 16 points. Today marks a new personal record in his NBA career. It is no wonder he is so elated, jokingly. Summer said, "Call me Daddy. I consider you a brother, yet you wish to be my father." Howard also jested, "I think I'll handle my own second chance opportunities." "Summer, I was merely joking with you. Who are we to each other? Today, you must score 20 points. With Summer's assurance, Howard raised an eyebrow and, with a mischievous grin, said, "Hee, the night view from Staples is unparalleled. You know what I mean." Summer replied, "Am I truly that kind of person?" "No. You are not. You are a paragon of virtue." After the jest, the pause came to an end, and Coach Davis refrained from assigning any tasks, allowing everyone the liberty to express themselves freely. "You must pass me the ball," Howard urged as he stepped onto the court, wrapping his arm around Summer's shoulders. Summer nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you think we can win this match?" Howard, clearly taken aback by Summer's unexpected question, replied, "Let us do our utmost." Summer nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of exerting effort while accepting fate. Observing the ever-confident Kobe Bryant taking the court, Summer contemplated the possibility of not yet possessing such an unwavering belief in victory. With the Lakers in possession, Kobe received a pass from Atkins and, amidst the double team from Stevenson and Christie, executed a forceful jump shot that clinched a crucial basket. The thunderous cheers from Staples Center resonated, as this shot significantly boosted team morale. A 1-on-2 conversion epitomized Kobe's prowess. Previous missed shots were rendered insignificant. In pivotal moments, he was resolute and unyielding. As the Magic advanced their offense, Howard, noticing Summer's encroachment, actively positioned himself, yet Mim persistently entangled with him, twisting into a knot of limbs. It was evident that the Lakers had devised a strategy to prevent any synergy between Summer and Howard. With no opportunities available, Summer broke through and passed to Stevenson, who took a mid-range shot but failed to convert. The two players in the paint fiercely contested the rebound, neither yielding, until the ball ultimately rolled out of bounds, resulting in a ruling in favor of the Magic. "Let it go. Under the current lineup, you stand no chance," Kobe remarked to Summer as the dead ball was called. Given another season of refinement, perhaps I would hesitate to utter such words. Indeed, without the presence of all-stars Grant Hill and Francis, how could the Magic hope to prevail? Where lay the potential for a comeback? In the summer, a rhetorical question was posed. Is it too early? If it were you, would you give up so soon? Kobe shook his head. Summer smiled gently, pushing aside Kobe to receive the pass. Kobe's defense could be described in a single word: tenacious. Akin to a shadow that is nearly impossible to shake off, truly a sticky situation. In the front court, the Lakers' defense was exceptionally vigorous. Summer executed a quick change of direction, finally creating a sliver of space to leap and catch the basketball. After Howard completed the pass and stepped onto the court, he heard Summer shout, "Take him on." With the ball passed, his teammates had yet to position themselves, and the opposing defense was still unorganized. This moment represented a rare lapse in concentration for both sides, allowing Summer to capitalize unexpectedly. Howard leaned back, watching as Summer's precisely directed basketball soared towards the hoop, altering its trajectory with a flick of his fingers. Although it wasn't a slam dunk, the shot found its mark, filling Howard with uncontainable excitement. With 20 points and 14 rebounds, a personal career high, how could he not be elated? Yet, Howard's joy was perhaps premature, as the following 3 minutes saw the Magic plunged into a scoring drought. During the summer, diligent efforts were made in passing to seek opportunities. However, the teammates' shooting was abysmal, with every attempt clanging off the rim. The Lakers' relentless defense also played a significant role in this. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers flourished, launching a 6-0 run that extended their lead to 11 points. With the score at 77-88, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Los Angeles. The Magic called for a timeout. During the break, Coach Davis simply uttered 2 words, "Not playing?" Howard inquired, "How can we play? Grant and Steve are both unavailable." It was just reported that Grant would need to rest for 3 to 5 games. The Magic had been in the lead for most of the match. Had Francis and Hill been present, their lineup would not have paled in comparison to this Lakers team reliant on a single star. Yet, fate was not on Orlando's side today, with unexpected events unfolding. "I still want to give it a try," Summer expressed. Without hesitation, Davis nodded. "Yes. Consider it a chance for you to gain experience. Your playing time has been limited." Howard, with a nonchalant demeanor, chimed in, "I also have little game experience. I want to play too." This was somewhat audacious, as, although the intensity of high school games in the U.S. does not match the NBA, Howard had played for 3 years and possessed some experience. With 2 key players sidelined, Davis's previously stern expression transformed into a smile. "Who else wishes to step up?" "I do," Jameer Nelson volunteered, raising his hand. Ultimately, the 5 players on the court were Summer, Nelson, Christie, Tony Batty, and Howard, 4 of whom were substitutes. The Lakers fielded an entirely substitute lineup, and with an 11-point lead, the Magic's chances of a comeback appeared slim. Across the ocean, a group of students, skipping class to huddle around a television, lamented the lack of sound accompanying the broadcast. Only the visuals were present, making it quite uncomfortable to watch. Mouse occupied the front row, assuming the role of commentator for the final 3 minutes of the game. Without Kobe's defensive presence on the perimeter, Summer found room to maneuver, dribbling past defenders and assisting Christie for a mid-range shot, beautifully executed. The Magic closed the gap by 2 points. In times of deficit, someone must rise to the occasion. While Walton led the Lakers, he struggled to find offensive opportunities under Christie's defense. Terry Brown received a pass from Walton, driving into the paint against Summer, but was denied by Howard S. Block, leading to Summer regaining possession. A fast break ensued as Summer dribbled into the front court, with the interior players yet to position themselves. Another deft change of direction allowed him to shake off Brown, executing a step-back shot aimed at the basket. Success. Who claimed Summer could only pass. 2 more points were added, bringing the score to 81-88, a mere 7-point deficit, causing Kobe on the bench to fidget with impatience. This offensive possession for the Lakers was crucial if they scored. Kobe would remain on the sidelines, but a miss would grant the Magic a glimmer of hope. Just moments ago, Summer's basket utilized the game's second super aim. Now entering a cooling period of 1 hour, the Lakers' substitute lineup displayed a lack of cohesion, and under the pressure from Summer and Christie, Brown made a critical error, throwing the ball out of bounds and granting the Magic another possession. It must be said, Mouse's commentary was quite engaging, more spontaneous and animated than that of the sports channel, effectively drawing in the audience. Kobe returned, along with Odom and Atkins, with nearly all the Lakers starters back on the court. Perhaps Kobe hadn't anticipated being on the floor at the final moments against a Magic team missing 2 key players. The pairing of Summer and Howard was exceptional. Kobe took on the task of guarding Summer, disregarding Nelson's presence. Moments ago, after Summer sunk that 2-pointer, his scoring milestone reached 100,100. A mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the scoring milestone and received the skill Snake-like dribbling level 1. Additionally, he acquired a passive skill, double rewards. The Snake-like dribbling level 1 enhances breakthrough capability, making 1's moves nearly unguardable. The double rewards skill offers twice the benefits from training outside of games. Summer was somewhat taken aback. He had expected a direct increase in shooting percentage. Yet it seemed the system preferred a gradual progression. In essence, the system served as an aid, and to grow stronger, Summer too needed to exert effort, albeit at an accelerated pace, reaping greater rewards. The Magic adopted a compact defense, determined to prevent Kobe from driving. Kobe's 3-point attempt clanked off the rim, and Summer grabbed the rebound, a fortunate snag. Mouse exclaimed, "He is coming, he is coming." He approaches with the basketball. Howard set a high screen, and Kobe expertly navigated it, executing the pick-and-roll brilliantly. Summer faced Kobe once more. Could he score? Suddenly, Summer executed a change of direction, twisting his body to slip past Kobe with an almost supernatural footwork. He completed a layup, having single-handedly outmaneuvered Kobe in a crucial moment, a play worthy of accolades for a rookie. With 6 consecutive points, Staples Center was engulfed in silence. Kobe's gaze towards Summer shifted. It began with curiosity, then caution, and now, he fully acknowledged Summer's prowess. In this 20-year-old Chinese guard, Kobe recognized the Mamba spirit. Yet, the game remained to be won. As Kobe advanced, Summer approached him fearlessly, unafraid of failure or blame. Every shot and defensive effort was critical now. With a 5-point lead, the Lakers played with composure, strategically consuming time. In the final 4 seconds, Kobe initiated an offensive play. "This route is blocked." Summer shouted at Kobe while leaping to contest the shot. Kobe opted for a pass, which Odom received and attempted a shot. Odom failed to score, and the Magic had another chance, trailing by 5 with 50 seconds remaining. In a swift counterattack, Tony Batty secured the rebound and passed to Nelson. "Pass it to Summer. Give it to Summer. There's still a chance." Alas, Nelson stumbled under Atkins' defense, and possession reverted to the Lakers. What a roller coaster of events. Atkins converted a layup, extinguishing the Magic's hope. Unbelievable that Nelson is hopeless, Mouse unabashedly vented. In truth, it was a golden opportunity had it gone in. The Magic would have had a strong chance to turn the tide. One mistake rendered all their efforts in the preceding minutes futile. Summer bore an expression akin to Howard's, her eyes nearly ablaze as they fixed intently on Nelson. As the match concluded, the Lakers triumphed over the Orlando Magic with a score of 93-88. Following the game, Kobe voluntarily embraced Summer, a gesture signifying acknowledgement and respect from the shell. "Could you please provide me with an autograph? A friend of mine is an ardent admirer of yours and has entrusted me with this request." Kobe promptly removed his sneakers, requested a pin from the staff, inscribed his name, and carefully placed them in a bag, presenting it to Summer. "Thank you. We shall secure victory next time." Kobe chuckled, replying, "I surely won't be so unyielding next time. I believe the American media owes you an apology, who claimed you were merely a passer. That final drive was exceptionally deceptive." Even I was left bewildered. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Summer also remarked, "Next time, I shall be more mature and comprehensive." Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere was rather tense, with an air of silence enveloping the space. After a considerable pause, Jamil Nelson unexpectedly approached Summer and declared, "Summer, I wish to challenge you." "Challenge me? Why?" Summer inquired. "I believe that rather than engaging in mere competition, we should partake in a one-on-one match. The victor shall retain a place in the rotation, while the loser will be relegated to the bench." Summer chuckled softly and remarked, "Why should I acquiesce to you? Ha ha, you lack the courage. You are merely a player who can pass the ball yet cannot score. Time will reveal that without the ability to score, one cannot possibly survive in the NBA." Summer, instead of being angry, smiled. "Indeed, this is a commendable idea, as it prevents any potential discord between the two, particularly at such a critical moment as today. When the ministers are at odds, the governance of the court falters. Similarly, if the team members are not united, victory becomes a luxury." "Very well, I shall agree," Summer responded with confidence. Chapter 31. Pre-match analysis. Summer, do not acquiesce to him, Howard urged upon witnessing Summer's agreement to the one-on-one challenge with Nelson. In the summer, she cast a glance at Howard, offering him a reassuring look, indicating that she would not act recklessly. Nelson suddenly laughed, a joyful and hearty laughter, remarking, "I am uncertain whether to say you are overestimating yourself, or that you have become somewhat inflated lately." Summer said, "Do you believe you are destined for victory?" Nelson, seemingly confident of his triumph, replied with a hint of arrogance, "Do you truly think you stand a chance? Scoring by mere luck is but a fleeting occurrence and certainly not a sustainable strategy. In due time, I shall expose your true self. Then I propose a condition." Summer continued, "If you win, we shall adhere to your terms. However, if I emerge victorious, you must bow your head and address me as boss every time you see me." "You?" Nelson was momentarily speechless. "Are you afraid to accept?" Summer pressed, employing the same tactic that Nelson had just used against him. "Humph. Who says I lack the courage?" As the tension between the two escalated, Steve Francis stepped forward and remarked, "First and foremost, we must recognize that the duration of our appearances and the order in which we take the stage are not entirely within our control. This ultimately depends on the coach's discretion." Howard nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, affirming, "Yes, Steve is absolutely right." In the summer, he shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "What can I do? They are stepping on my head. Should I still play the fool? Although the presence of Chinese players in the NBA is scarce, we will never allow ourselves to be bullied." His teammates observed him. As today, he exhibited an unexpectedly strong demeanor, in contrast to his previous image as an obedient and diligent rookie. Regardless of the circumstances, one must neither instigate trouble nor shy away from conflict. When the moment calls for assertiveness, one must be resolute. Otherwise, today it is Nelson, and tomorrow it could be someone else. "Please remain calm and listen to me," Francis urged once more. "Your playing styles differ. Jamil possesses commendable scoring abilities, while Sia focuses on dribbling, passing, and assisting teammates, qualities that are essential to the team. It is not necessary to resort to harsh words. Moreover, Jamil, what does it matter if you win? Coach Davis has chosen to put Sia on the court. Can you truly undermine his decision? Or do you intend for Sia to defy the coach's wishes? He has just signed a contract. Are you suggesting he should leave the team?" At that moment, Coach Davis entered, glanced at the two, and inquired, "Was it Jamil who initiated the challenge?" Nelson did not shy away from the question, nodding in affirmation. Davis then turned to Sia and asked, "Are you willing to accept this challenge and agree to the conditions proposed by Jamil?" "Yes, I accept his terms." "And he has agreed to mine," Sia responded. Davis smiled and said, "It appears you both are quite confident in your abilities to triumph over one another. In that case, I shall act as a witness and officiate your match, if you so desire." Known for his fairness, no one objected to Davis serving as both witness and referee. Howard interjected, "Coach Davis, isn't this a bit inconsiderate? Sia is not particularly skilled in offense. A one-on-one match seems rather unjust for him." John Davis did not respond to Howard, but instead looked at Sia and asked, "Sia, do you find this to be unfair?" Summer shook his head and said, "There's nothing unfair about it. All right, tomorrow we return to Orlando and head straight to the training facility." With that, Davis walked out without giving Howard another chance to speak. Upon returning to their hotel, Howard and Francis came to Summer's room. Howard asked in bewilderment, "Why did you agree to this?" "To me, it seems like a completely unwinnable situation." Francis added, "Summer, I always thought you were young but level-headed. This time, your decision seems rather impulsive. Were you caught up in the moment?" "In the summer, I do not perceive it myself. Rest assured, he may aspire to defeat me. Yet it is not as simple as he believes." Howard remarked, "However, his scoring ability indeed surpasses yours, even if we play to 21 points. Do you have confidence in reaching that mark before him?" Initially reluctant to elaborate, Summer, who prefers to let results speak for themselves, eventually clarified, in terms of confrontation. I possess an advantage, do I not? There is no doubt regarding his superiority in height, strength, and weight, a point on which both Howard and Francis nodded in agreement. Is my defense truly inadequate? Francis responded, your defense may not be considered elite, yet under normal circumstances, you should be able to contain Jamil. In the summer, a question arose. Does Jamil's offensive prowess match that of Kobe or the legendary Shaquille O'Neal? Howard shook his head and replied, of course not. Given that, if he can score and I can limit his scoring, what is there to fear? They all overlooked one crucial aspect, defense. While one-on-one matches are about who first reaches 21 points, limiting the opponent's scoring is equally a tactical measure. Francis shook his head, asserting it still won't suffice. Although you may be able to defend against him, you won't succeed every time. Conversely, your shooting ability is not yet remarkable. He might not even need to defend against you. Francis had hit the nail on the head. Did Summer not consider this when he agreed to the one-on-one match? Who said he would rely on shooting? It is essential to note that he has unlocked a scoring milestone, possesses exceptional footwork, and his ability to break through defenses has escalated significantly. However, in the game against the Lakers, time was rather limited, and Summer had little opportunity for experimentation. He had only used it once, and not even Kobe could thwart him. Summer was confident in his physical advantages. What could Nelson employ to counter his drives? Rest assured, while the one-on-one match may be challenging, it is not as hopeless as you might believe. We shall see tomorrow. After Summer dismissed Howard and Big Brother from the room, he too sought rest. However, Howard felt a lingering sense of unease and decided to pay a visit to Coach Davis. Unable to resist Howard's persistent inquiries, Davis discreetly assured him that he would ensure fairness during the game, as so many eyes would be watching. Even if Summer were to lose the one-on-one match, the Magic would not abandon him, and the team's management was already contemplating a partnership between Howard and Summer, making adjustments for the future lineup. With this revelation, Howard finally felt reassured and returned to rest. During the summer, he examined his system, and with the possession of super aiming, the prospect of a direct increase in his accuracy upon reaching scoring milestones was indeed formidable. The serpentine movement enhanced his breakthrough capability, which is precisely what a guard requires. As time progresses, if his breakthroughs become increasingly incisive, he would draw more defensive attention, thereby creating more opportunities for his teammates through assists. Furthermore, there exists a passive skill that doubles training benefits, effectively allowing him to achieve in one day what would typically take two. Given his diligent nature, it is only a matter of time before he makes a remarkable breakthrough. However, at present, both the upgrades for serpentine movement and super aiming pose challenges, as both skills require points for experience. The leap from level 1 to level 2 necessitates 100 points. Currently, his assist experience stands at 16,100. While his steal milestone is 5,060, this marks his next objective. Upon unlocking it, his defensive capabilities will see enhancement. Therefore, who claims that he is merely a passer? He is equally capable of scoring and defending, and as time unfolds, he will become increasingly well-rounded. Jameer Nelson is merely a stepping stone for him. Chapter 32. Incredulous. On November 16th, the Magic returned to Orlando and, upon landing, made a beeline for the team's training facility. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this one-on-one showdown. Even the management, including General Manager John Gabriel, gathered at the training center, indicating the significance of this contest. Are you truly confident? Francis inquired, still harboring doubts. Let us give it a try, he replied nonchalantly, as if the impending duel held no weight in his mind. After setting down his backpack, Nelson eagerly approached Summer, teasingly asking, shall we begin, O so-called passer? Summer said, since you are so eager to be my little brother, I shall grant your wish. Nelson gazed at Summer's confident demeanor, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet he shook his head as if to bolster his own spirits. He could not fathom what grounds Summer had to utter such words. Just keep boasting. I shall relish watching you brag once you lose. Summer, let us commence. Engaging in a war of words is rather futile. Summer displayed such an overwhelming confidence that even his teammates on the Magic found it hard to believe. What justified this? For so long, Summer had been known for his passing abilities. However, in a one-on-one game, passing proved to be utterly useless. Coach Davis, clad in a black and white striped referee's uniform and wielding a whistle, exuded professionalism. He opted to decide the first possession by tossing a coin, and luck favored Summer, granting him the initial possession. Given that 21 points felt excessively lengthy, they agreed to modify the format to an 11-point game. The rules were clear. A basket made within the three-point line counted as 1 point, while a basket beyond it counted as 2. In the event of a foul, possession would shift to the opposing player, and any defensive rebound would necessitate a retreat beyond the three-point line to reset the offense. Both players nodded in understanding, already familiar with the regulations. After Nelson completed his dribble, he passed the ball to Summer. Turkoglu remarked to Stevenson and the others nearby, "I believe Summer is being overly impulsive this time. He will find it difficult to compete with Jamil offensively." Stevenson nodded in agreement, expressing his hope that Summer could exceed expectations despite the daunting challenge ahead. Whether it was Howard, Francis, or Stevenson, they all desired Summer's victory. Yet they understood the formidable odds stacked against him. As the game commenced, Summer began to dribble, teasingly flicking his wrist toward Nelson. Sensing the provocation, Nelson stepped forward, only for Summer to swiftly change direction and break through on his right. Did he just get past him? Stevenson gaped in disbelief. Summer made the layup, taking an early lead at 1-0. Christie chimed in, noting the moment's significance. The entire training facility fell into a hushed silence. Was Summer's breakthrough truly that sharp? Francis, equally transfixed by the unfolding drama on the court, murmured, "Now I see why he exudes such confidence." After scoring, Summer flashed a smile at Nelson, teasingly asking, "Are you ready to acknowledge me as your superior?" It was merely the first point, and he conceded, "I must admit, your luck has indeed favored you." Nelson retorted stubbornly, "I was prepared just now. Consider it a courtesy point, so you can't claim I bullied you." Laughter erupted, and Summer, unable to contain himself, chuckled before retrieving the ball for the next serve. As Nelson dribbled, Summer closed in, denying him any space to maneuver. With no other option, Nelson turned his back to Summer, but he was at a disadvantage in strength, struggling in the physical contest. From beyond the three-point line, Nelson attempted a forced shot, but Summer leapt to contest it. Summer's presence obstructed Nelson's line of sight, and the shot, slightly leaning back, lacked sufficient power. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Was that possible? Howard swallowed hard, wide-eyed at the spectacle. "I understand now. Defense is paramount," Christie murmured to himself, as if he had grasped the essence of the game. Even Coach Davis stood momentarily stunned. "Let us go." Summer refrained from taunting, but raised his fist encouragingly before Nelson, displaying genuine sincerity. However, to Nelson, this gesture felt more piercing than any mockery. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his anger, refusing to meet Summer's gaze. As possession shifted back to Summer, it was once again his turn to attack. Summer executed the same deceptive maneuver once more, shifting directions skillfully. "I have him covered," Christie remarked. However, in the blink of an eye, Summer altered his course again, stepping with his left foot while dribbling behind his back, retracting his left foot to once again penetrate past Nelson's right side. Nelson had been diligently anticipating Summer's change of direction, yet he was still outmaneuvered. He exerted every effort to pursue, extending his hand in an attempt to block at the rim, but Summer soared for a resounding two-handed dunk. In the summer, he patted Nielsen on the shoulder and said, "I possess a myriad of ways to experience life with you. Yet I can also embrace you in a singular manner 1,000 times. This is a phrase once imparted to me by Allen Iverson, and today I share it with you as a mutual encouragement." Nielsen was rendered speechless, his composure teetering on the brink of collapse, observing from the sidelines. Francis turned to Howard and inquired, "Could you have anticipated a 2-0 lead?" "Indeed," Howard replied. "Oh, I had presumed Jamil would be ahead 2-0. Never expecting the tables to turn in this manner. Unbelievable." Nielsen recognized that he had underestimated Summer. He had thought that his scoring prowess granted him a 90% chance of victory, yet he had overlooked Summer's defensive capabilities and relentless vigor. After receiving the serve, Nielsen evaded any opportunity for Summer to approach, continuously maneuvering towards the sideline. In terms of speed, Siation's advantage over Nielsen is not particularly significant. When it comes to full-court sprints, they are evenly matched. Siation excels in short sprints and quick changes of direction. Nielsen hastily attempts a shot from the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. However, when cornered by Siation, his chances of making a successful shot become quite precarious. The ball clangs against the rim, and Siation swiftly moves into the paint to secure the rebound. While Nielsen possesses commendable shooting skills, he cannot consistently convert his attempts, especially under the pressure of Siation's defense. In the summer, I stepped beyond the three-point line and beckoned to Nelson once more. This time, I veered to the left. As I dribbled, Summer spoke while maneuvering the ball. Nelson, however, remained unresponsive, maintaining his focus. "What is this?" Howard's eyes widened as he watched Summer glide past Nelson to complete another layup. "What on earth? This is a serpentine breakthrough." Stevenson exclaimed. It bears some resemblance to the elusive step. Francis added. This embodies Summer's serpentine footwork, which is somewhat akin to the serpentine breakthrough. The European step, when executed during a drive, indeed proves to be quite challenging to defend against. Summer understood that the later emergence of the bearded player, who utilized this technique, allowed for effortless scoring within the paint. In the summer, while proclaiming to advance from the left side, he unexpectedly broke through on the right, leaving Nelson to defend the left flank. Are you familiar with the concept of deception in warfare? When I indicate the left, do you genuinely believe I would attack from there? With the score at 3-0, perhaps it would be wise for you to concede. I would feel quite embarrassed to have to shave your head, given that we are teammates. It is inconceivable. Allowing you 3 points is hardly a concern, Nelson exclaimed, nearly in a fit of hysteria. Davis interposed himself between the two, urging, we are teammates. Let us not mar our camaraderie. Let us all remain calm. I had always assumed that Summer's scoring ability was not particularly remarkable and that he would be overshadowed by Nelson. Yet, that score of 3-0 was exceedingly striking. In that moment, both Francis and Howard began to comprehend the source of Summer's confidence. If this trend continued, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly promising. Chapter 33. The Art of Psychological Warfare. In the course of 3 rounds, Summer astonished everyone by securing a 3-0 lead, pushing Jameer Nelson to the brink of eruption. Naturally, every player capable of entering the NBA possesses remarkable talent, and Nelson, as a first-round draft pick, was no exception, persisting with shots from beyond the arc. Summer maintained his resolute defense. However, Nelson's shooting touch ignited, landing a 3-pointer and altering the score to 2-3. Francis remarked, initially, I anticipated a lopsided contest. Yet it has taken on a fierce intensity. The outcome remains uncertain. At the very least, Summer is not being dominated by Nelson. He possesses defensive skills and the ability to penetrate, rendering them truly evenly matched. With momentum on his side, Nelson finally thwarted one of Summer's breakthroughs and managed to score himself, leveling the score at 3-3. In the summer, he launched an offensive without employing any deceptive maneuvers or serpentine footwork. Instead, he relied on his slightly superior physicality to score with a bank shot beneath the basket. Stevenson remarked, scoring purely on physical prowess reveals that Summer possesses considerable advantages. We all presumed his scoring ability was lacking, overlooking his numerous strengths. Christie concurred, stating, in truth, Summer has made significant strides recently. His defense is no longer solely reliant on enthusiasm but incorporates skill as well. Observe this play. He obstructs the opponent's line of sight with his height. Should Jamil attempt a shot, Summer holds the upper hand. Before Christie could finish his thought, Nelson leapt to shoot but was met with a resounding block from Summer. Although the block was rather rudimentary, it showcased his quick reflexes and superior leaping ability. This rejection bolstered Summer's morale, instilling him with growing confidence, while Nelson began to play with hesitation. Another mid-range shot was disrupted, and Summer seized yet another rebound before charging beyond the 3-point line. He halted beneath the basket, executing a feint that caught Nelson off guard. Once Nelson landed, Summer performed another feint before attempting a layup. Although Nelson was not deceived again, Summer spun and scored with a bank shot. The score stood at 5-3. A scene perhaps unexpected to you. Hearing Summer's words, Nelson scoffed. So what? It's premature to draw conclusions. Show your trump card. If you don't act soon, it will be too late. Nelson forcefully slapped the basketball, venting his inner frustration as his composure shattered. A basketball player requires a stable and positive mindset. Once the composure is lost, mistakes are easily made, for anger often clouds judgment. Indeed, Nelson found himself engaging in physical confrontations with Summer, pushing once, then twice. Yet Summer remained unfazed. With a powerful charge, Nelson attempted to assert his dominance, but Summer stood resolute, chest out, embodying determination. Nelson's force failed to budge Summer, causing him to stumble and fall, the basketball rolling out of bounds. Glancing at the fallen Nelson, Summer quipped, "What do you think I conceal beneath my jersey, pork belly?" Nelson's eyes flared with fury, yet he felt powerless. When he challenged Summer, he was brimming with confidence, even as his teammates unanimously believed that Summer had little chance, and that his own odds were far greater. However, the harsh reality was somewhat jarring. The score of 5-3 spoke volumes. The defensive prowess of the Summer, his physical attributes, and the fluid yet enigmatic nature of his change of direction, dribbling were aspects he had not anticipated. He assumed it would be a rather effortless one-on-one match. Although the game is not yet concluded, the impact that Summer has had on Nelson today is undeniably profound, reaching a level that is almost unbearable for him. Summer will not afford him a moment for reflection. Provoking Nielsen is likewise an integral part of his strategy. Anger can easily cloud one's judgment, thereby amplifying his chances. Receiving the serve, dribbling, preparing for the attack. Pay attention, this time I will move to your right. As Xia Tian spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. Dribbling the ball, he executed a maneuver beneath his legs, transitioning from right to left with a deft back dribble. Nelson extended his arm, attempting to steal the ball on the left, but Xia Tian swiftly changed direction, pulling the ball back to the right and deftly faking Nelson out of his stance. Unimpeded, he approached the basket, glanced at Nelson, and then scored with a layup. The score was now 6-3. Come on, we're teammates. Why don't you trust me? I told you to watch the right side, he remarked. Could you please be quiet? Nelson shouted in frustration. Being quiet will only make you lose faster. Undeterred by this, Nelson clung closely to Xia Tian, engaging in another physical confrontation. One could hardly blame him. Xia Tian had consistently sought to exploit physical matchups, amplifying his own strengths. Utilizing a pivot, Nelson created a modicum of space and leaped into the air. Just as his feet left the ground and his arm began to rise, Xia Tian executed a swift spin, swatting the ball away. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved the basketball, initiating a serpentine maneuver, weaving and positioning himself skillfully. His movements, akin to a snake, almost brushed against Nelson's body. Midway through, he leveraged Nelson's form to pivot in the opposite direction, completing a three-step layup that found its mark. Both the serpentine breakthrough and the elusive footwork are notoriously challenging to defend against, and Xia Tian had combined the merits of both techniques. However, in this moment, he was still at a novice level, feeling a slight deficiency in speed. Suddenly, both players lost their touch, exchanging a series of missed shots. Xia Tian's second attempt at scoring also failed, as if his luck had run dry. Yet, Nelson transformed his frustration into power, successfully defending a shot and securing a rebound, followed by a mid-range jumper that brought the score to 7-4. Howard, seemingly out of nowhere, produced two small colorful flags, twisting his body and waving them rhythmically while chanting, "Xia, keep pushing, keep pushing." After Nelson scored, he found every subsequent shot increasingly challenging. As Xia Tian's close defense felt as relentless as chewing gum that could not be detached or shaken off, he was at a loss for solutions. Nelson's dribbling skills paled in comparison to Xia Tian's, who had undergone systematic enhancements and had diligently practiced Allen Iverson's signature moves day and night. With the score at 10-5, Nelson's confidence waned considerably. "Xia, for the final shot, let's seize this moment and claim victory." In the summer, Xia Tian made an okay gesture towards Howard and received the serve. "Do you know which direction I will take this time?" Nelson remained silent, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Tian. Xia Tian was fully aware of the outcome. This was precisely the effect he desired, leaving Nelson to ponder. Dribbling, he executed a breakthrough, changed direction, and came to a sudden halt before stepping back. Nelson reacted a moment too late, watching as Xia Tian leapt into the air and released the shot. With an unexpected maneuver, he conveyed the impression of driving toward the basket, only to execute a sudden jump shot. Swish. The ball went in, and after employing super aim, his shooting percentage increased by 10. This shooting spot had been the subject of countless hours of practice for Xia Tian. In terms of time spent in the training facility, Xia Tian had devoted more than double the effort compared to Nelson. This hoop, this half-court, could indeed be considered his home ground. The score stood at 11-5, and the match concluded. No one anticipated such an outcome. Xia Tian not only won, but did so decisively, leaving an impression of a significant disparity in skill. Nelson slumped helplessly to the ground, his teammates offering words of consolation. Yet, he could hardly absorb their reassurances. This blow was undoubtedly more difficult to accept than being betrayed by a girlfriend. Summer walked past and patted Nielsen on the shoulder, saying, "If you lack the courage to accept failure, then you do not deserve to be part of the Magic, let alone play in the NBA." Chapter 34. The Jazz strike back. Summer's words ring true. As an NBA player, one must possess the fortitude to confront failure. No one's journey is devoid of obstacles. In truth, this one-on-one competition serves as a test for everyone involved. I hope you can glean lessons from this experience. No, in fact, we all must learn. Underestimating our opponents comes at a cost, and we must acknowledge that, prior to the match, we all underestimated Summer. Summer did not leave the training facility. Instead, he moved to the opposite hoop to engage in shooting practice, now reaping the benefits of doubled gains, invigorating his training further. Who would wish to engage in a one-on-one match, wasting half an hour of training time, equivalent to squandering an entire hour. Summer, indeed, is a hidden gem. Even I failed to perceive his depth. Francis passed the basketball to Summer at the free throw line. Indeed, you caused me to worry throughout the night. If you were to reduce your time on the court, I would undoubtedly be displeased. As Summer tossed the basketball in his hand, he remarked, to express my apologies. I will treat you to dinner tonight. How about hot pot? Hot pot? Howard, who held a deep appreciation for the culinary culture of Huaxia, had heard of hot pot but had never tasted it, and his curiosity was piqued at that moment. Please take me to the supermarket later. I will prepare for tonight. Francis inquired, just the three of us? Just the three of us, Summer replied, to let you experience something new. The bond among the three was already strong. And through the shared meal, their camaraderie could only deepen further. The two had been accompanying Summer in his training, which proved to be highly productive. Soon, Nelson finally came to a realization and approached them. Boss. Upon hearing Nelson address him as boss, Summer felt little impact, while Howard's mouth fell agape in astonishment. No way. Are you serious? Summer remarked, whenever you genuinely wish to call me boss, you may come before me, and it shall not be too late. From Nielsen's expression, it was evident that he remained unconvinced. Both Summer and Nielsen were in the prime of their youth, and neither would easily concede defeat. From this day forth, I shall strive twice as hard. I will surpass you. Very well, I shall await your efforts. Summer nodded in response. Yet her thoughts whispered another sentiment. Mere doubling of effort may not suffice, for she currently reaped double the rewards. In other words, even if Nielsen devoted the same amount of training time as Summer, his gains might only amount to half of hers. Therefore, it was nearly impossible for Nielsen to surpass Summer through training alone. His proclamation of boss was insincere. After concluding their training, the trio ventured to the supermarket, where Summer prepared a delightful hot pot for dinner, relishing the meal. Initially, Francis and Howard were somewhat reluctant, but upon witnessing Summer's enjoyment, they swiftly joined the feast. The essence of human warmth brings solace to the heart. The following day after their one-on-one match, the Magic hosted the Utah Jazz. Currently, the Magic held a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, ranking 9th in the Eastern Conference, a far cry from their anticipated success. Head coach John Davis, however, remained unperturbed. Before the game commenced, he addressed the players, saying, if we were in Salt Lake City, I would exert every effort to conquer them. However, this time it is on our home turf, and our focus will be on honing our skills. The main players may see reduced playing time today. Davis held a long-term perspective, believing that early season losses were inconsequential, as long as the team could develop a cohesive synergy, leading to consistent performances and a pursuit of better outcomes. With the initial discord between Summer and Nielsen resolved, the team environment was quite harmonious, prompting Davis to emphasize skill development. Additionally, the Jazz had struggled this season, with a record of 1 win and 6 losses, placing them second to last in the Western Conference, a sign of their weakened prowess. Jamil voluntarily suggested, I will relinquish 3 minutes of my playing time to you. Summer nodded and expressed gratitude to Coach Davis and his teammate Jamil. Perform well today. Your playing time will increase, and I hope your performance reflects the effort you have put in. Howard placed a reassuring arm around Summer's shoulders and remarked, I believe in you, Summer. You have often surprised me. Today, let's make a bold move and broaden our horizons. The members of the Magic formed a circle, stacking their hands together, and shouted, Go! Orlando Magic. As the game commenced, both teams sent out their starting lineups. Due to Grant Hill's injury, the Magic made slight adjustments, with Turkoglu stepping into the starting small forward position, while the rest remained unchanged. The Jazz's starting lineup included Carlos Arroyo, Gordon Jirasek, Andrei Kirilenko, Carlos Boozer, and Jarron Collins. This lineup boasted height and solid defense in half-court situations, though it was not without its drawbacks, particularly its sluggish mobility. Nonetheless, their guard Arroyo displayed notable speed and adept dribbling skills, with shooting techniques and accuracy that far exceeded Nelson's. As the game unfolded, the Jazz took the initiative, with Carlos Boozer showcasing formidable strength in the paint. After spending 2 years honing his skills with the Cavaliers, Boozer was traded to make way for a new roster following LeBron James's arrival. Since the season's onset, he averaged 18 points per game, a testament to his dissatisfaction with the Cavaliers' decision and a response to external skepticism. The Magic struggled offensively in half-court sets, as Francis and Stevenson were unable to establish an outside threat, making it challenging for Howard to receive passes inside. Halfway through the first quarter, the seemingly inexperienced Jazz led by 4 points, 13-9. John Davis patted Summer on the shoulder and encouraged, It's your turn, young man. I hope your passing and penetrating abilities can break this deadlock. All right, Summer replied. As Summer replaced Francis on the court, Howard cast a triumphant glance at Collins and Boozer, his proud expression seemingly proclaiming, "My father Summer has arrived. Brace yourselves to be overwhelmed by my prowess." In the summer, I received a pass from Turkoglu and urged him, "Move." In the summer's impression, the rise of the Jazz was marked by the arrival of Darren Williams, who, alongside Carlos Boozer, formed an indomitable pick-and-roll duo for the team. Coach Sloan excelled in orchestrating half-court offense, while Stockton and Malone perfected the pick-and-roll strategy to its zenith. Thus, when faced with such formidable opponents, it became imperative to remain dynamic, leveraging one's strengths to vanquish the adversary. Francis was not oblivious to this truth. Rather, his prowess lay in offense, while the art of activating teammates was more adeptly handled by Summer. As the game progressed past the halfway mark, Summer dribbled while drawing circles with his left hand, signaling his teammates to reposition. Observing this, Arroyo launched into a swift sprint, aiming for the basketball that Summer was deftly handling with one hand. The summer sun casts a broad vista upon the court, and from the apex of the arc, Arroyo's incursion could hardly be deemed a stealthy maneuver, for everything lay within clear sight. With a deft single-handed dribble, he swiftly transitioned to a back-to-the-basket dribble, causing Arroyo to miscalculate, thus granting Summer the opportunity to deliver a pass. The agile Turkoglu, in motion, seized the basketball at a 45-degree angle, eluding Kirilenko with finesse, and launched a three-point shot. Success. The score now stands at 12-13. Turkoglu has ignited the momentum. As Summer gazes towards the sidelines where the head coach resides, Davis nods incessantly. After several matches, the home crowd has gradually embraced this defender from Huaxia, his graceful dribbling and precise passing eliciting cheers from the audience. This sensation is truly enchanting. Chapter 35, Breaking the Stalemate. The Orlando fans are fervent, yet their enthusiasm is primarily reserved for players they hold in high esteem. Before the Summer's first appearance, particularly during his debut, the atmosphere was devoid of applause and cheers. Instead, the fans exhibited confusion and skepticism. However, through his recent performances and unwavering hope, Summer has managed to demonstrate his worth at crucial moments, gradually earning the acceptance of the Orlando fans for this player from Huaxia. Upon entering the game, he assisted Turkoglu in making a three-point shot, narrowing the deficit to a mere point. As the Jazz initiated their offense, methodically establishing their play, Arroyo found himself momentarily outmaneuvered by Summer, though he remained internally defiant. On the international stage, Arroyo is the undisputed core of the Puerto Rican national team. Often dominating against Asian teams, it was unheard of for him to be outplayed by a Huaxia guard. As the starting point guard for the Jazz, Arroyo possessed the confidence befitting his skill set. Dribbling was indeed his forte. In front of Summer, he executed a swift change of direction, employing a back dribble to create space. Aided by Kirilenko's lateral screen, he surged toward the basket. Howard, having anticipated this move, stood ready, causing Arroyo to hesitate. For Howard's defensive presence in the paint was formidable, often deterring guards from attempting layups in his vicinity. He passed to Boozer, who successfully executed a floater over Cato. The score stood at 12-15, with the Magic trailing by 3 points. Once again, Summer showcased his prowess by penetrating the defense and distributing the ball to Stevenson, who sank a mid-range shot. In the subsequent play, Arroyo sought to regain his lost pride by challenging Summer beyond the three-point line, dribbling with flair. Employing a between-the-legs move and a feint, Summer remained unfazed. Arroyo attempted another change of direction, but Summer seized the moment. As Arroyo switched hands, Summer executed a precise steal, bringing the ball to his own possession. Another successful steal unlocked a milestone in his defensive skills, progress at 51-60. Run, 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 Summer shouted while dribbling, prompting his teammates to launch an immediate counterattack. Even Howard quickened his pace. Arroyo's expression turned grave. With no time to ponder, he faltered for just a moment, allowing Summer to surpass him effortlessly. He charged directly toward the basket, only to find the opposing guard, Gordon Jirasek, blocking his path. During the summer, with a deft change of direction, he created a half-step advantage, followed by a serpentine movement. Though his actions were not particularly swift, Summer proved to be an enigma for Gordon to defend against. As Summer's center of gravity fluctuated, he veered to the left, prompting Gordon to mirror his movement. However, just as Gordon prepared himself, Summer shifted his footwork, leaning to the right. In response, Gordon instinctively followed suit, only to discover that his initial advance to obstruct the offensive path was futile, as Summer skillfully leveraged the momentum to slip past him once more. Ultimately, Summer's offensive trajectory resembled a Z formation. Upon reaching the basket, he noticed Arroyo had positioned himself perfectly, slipping from the baseline to receive a one-handed pass. Howard, timing his approach impeccably, surged in from the middle. Receiving the ball, he took a significant step forward from the free throw line, leaping with singular determination. Grasping the basketball with one hand, his arm fully extended, executing a powerful, thunderous dunk that ignited the atmosphere in the arena. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of applause and cheers, akin to a tidal wave. This moment, imbued with a visceral beauty, was not only a spectacle to behold but also propelled the Magic into the lead. Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan paced anxiously along the sidelines, candidly acknowledging that he anticipated a challenging matchup. However, he was taken aback by the prowess of this young guard from Huaxia. As the Jazz prepared for an inbound pass, the first quarter coincidentally culminated in an official timeout. What a thrill! Today's top plays are secured, Howard exclaimed, exuberantly high-fiving Summer with palpable enthusiasm. Not just him, but Turkoglu and Stevenson also joined in, celebrating with Summer. Upon entering the game, he had directly assisted with 3 passes, breaking the deadlock and turning the tide in favor of the team. Both Stevenson and Turkoglu reaped the rewards, sharing in the joy. Turkoglu openly declared, "Summer, your passing is exceptional. The probability of your assists is remarkably high. I seldom encounter a guard of your caliber. With you on our team, we are destined to go further." Summer shook his hand and remarked, "Well, it's just average, 3rd in the world." Francis glanced at Jamil Nelson, who was seated nearby, and inquired, "If it were you, could you break the deadlock with such finesse? Could you bring joy to your teammates?" Nelson remained silent, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this illustrated the disparity between him and Summer, not only in skill but also in character. "Well done, Summer," Davis generously praised, adding, "You've given Jerry Sloan the illusion that you are merely a passer. From now on, they will surely be wary of your passes. You know what to do next." In the summer, a subtle smile graced the corners of my mouth. The moment for my triumph had arrived. I would surely astound them. Coach Davis nodded, glancing at Howard, Turkoglu, and others, and inquired, "Do you know what to do?" Howard scratched his head and asked, "Am I not allowed to dunk?" Turkoglu nodded in understanding. "Position yourself to create the illusion of receiving a pass, thereby drawing the defense towards Summer and generating opportunities." Davis affirmed, "Exactly, we are a team, and we must work in unison. Jamil, you will take position at the 2-guard spot. Remember my words, we are a team." Nelson nodded slightly. Ever since losing to Summer in a one-on-one, he had grown considerably more reticent. As the official timeout concluded, the game resumed with less than 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Jazz initiated their offense. It seemed that Arroyo had faced criticism from Jerry Sloan, as he refrained from seeking a one-on-one with Summer, opting instead for a pick-and-roll with Boozer. Summer, defending, attempted to maneuver around Boozer, but was met with the latter's formidable presence. Though Boozer's defense lacked fervor, his substantial weight was not something Summer could easily overcome. Arroyo seized the opportunity to drive, with Kevin Cato providing supplemental defense. Arroyo turned to pass to Boozer. This was a classic Jazz pick-and-roll strategy. Summer, defending Boozer, found himself mismatched due to height, resulting in Boozer scoring. With the score now 17-16, the Jazz reclaimed the lead. It was a back-and-forth exchange, each team responding to the other's moves, and this ebb and flow made the game truly captivating. The Orlando fans grew increasingly eager to witness Summer's performance. How would the Magic execute their next play? As Summer held the ball during the summer season, a small group of fans in the stands began to chant her name. Upon reaching the front court, just as Coach Davis had anticipated, every player on the Jazz team actively positioned themselves, denying Summer's teammates any opportunity to receive the ball. Summer eagerly wished to convey to them that since he had mastered the serpentine maneuver, such defensive tactics had become obsolete. Turkoglu and Nelson deftly dashed back and forth, while Turkoglu extended his hand, signaling for the ball. "Come on, Summer," Turkoglu exclaimed anxiously, as he circumvented Kirilenko to position himself for the pass. In the summer, a smile flickered in my heart as the flamboyant theatrics unfolded. The members of the Jazz truly believed in it, with Kirilenko wearing an expression of utmost seriousness. It was a performance worthy of an Oscar. Indeed, it presented an opportunity. I executed a feigned pass, cradling the basketball with both hands, already extending it outward. As anticipated, Arroyo fell for the ruse, his body leaning off balance. With a smile at the corner of his lips, Summer swiftly veered away, dribbling past Arroyo. Chapter 36. Terrifyingly so. An absurd scene unfolded on the court. After evading Arroyo, Summer surged forward, astonishingly unimpeded by any defenders. The Jazz maintained a stringent one-on-one defense, as head coach Jerry Sloan had tasked them with guarding against Summers' passes, allowing him to score freely. Their resolute adherence to the coach's strategy was undeniable, as Summer glided into the paint as if strolling down the street. Finally, Boozer could no longer restrain himself. Abandoning Cato, he leapt to contest Summers' layup. The basketball slipped from Summers' grip as Boozer's block struck the back of his hand. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. A significant gain indeed. Carlos Boozer, the core player of the new Jazz and their primary scorer, had been deceived into committing a foul, even if Summer failed to make the free throw. It was still a victory. However, the most vexed by this defensive lapse was not Boozer, but Arroyo. He had once again fallen for Summer's trickery. The reason for his ire lay in the fact that this was not the Summer he had anticipated, starkly contrasting with his previous impressions of Chinese guards. Yet, he was bound to follow the coach's directives. As Summer approached the free throw line, Howard raised an eyebrow at him, signaling him to take the shot with confidence. Most NBA players possess their unique routines when taking free throws. Some prefer to adjust their shoelaces, others engage in a moment of prayer, while some exhale warm breath onto their palms. In the summer, before taking a free throw, he enjoys spinning the basketball and tapping it twice, aiming for the hoop while silently urging, "Go, Pikachu." Free throws have become an essential part of his daily practice, and within just a month, he elevated his shooting percentage from 60 to 70. This achievement is not only a testament to his diligence but also indicative of the considerable potential for improvement, allowing for swift progress post-training. Without any surprise, he made the free throw with ease, bringing the score to 18 to 16, while he garnered 3 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal. The game continued, with the Jazz adhering to their usual strategy of targeting Boozer. However, Howard and Cato executed a position switch. Boozer engaged in a series of physical confrontations with sparks flying, a clash of muscle against muscle, a tangible exchange of physicality. Howard, true to his reputation as the first overall pick, finally forced Boozer, who had previously made all 4 of his shots, to miss. After Cato secured the rebound, he passed to Nelson, who initiated a fast break. Coach Davis had previously advised against engaging the Jazz in half-court battles. Whenever possible, one should exploit fast breaks, regardless of who handles the ball, seizing opportunities as they arise. In this match, every player had ample time to rest, as fast breaks are quite taxing on stamina. This explains why Davis employed 2 point guards and allowed Francis and Stevenson to rest early. As Nelson drove forward, he discovered no openings, with the opposing defense closely trailing him. Instead of rushing to shoot, he dribbled in circles. Once he noticed the interior player's position well, Nelson faked a shot before delivering a pass to Summer, who awaited beyond the 3-point line. In the summer, upon receiving the ball, one immediately accelerates, entering beyond the 3-point line before executing a sudden stop, followed by a swift change of direction. Tragically, Arroyo slipped beneath him, his right foot advanced while his left foot, reacting to the change in direction, retreated, causing him to awkwardly descend into a split on the ground. The spectators present erupted in unrestrained laughter. In such an atmosphere, stifling a laugh becomes nearly impossible. Once one person chuckles, another inevitably follows suit. The collective laughter of over 10,000 individuals resonates, creating what is known as a resounding roar of mirth. In the summer, he opted for a step-back jump shot and activated the Super Aim feature. However, the Super Aim only augmented his shooting accuracy by a mere 10%, and there were still moments of failure. With a resounding clang, the ball hit the rim, and he felt a pang of regret. After all, it was a rare occasion for him to showcase his ankle-breaking skills, yet that wretched shooting percentage betrayed him. Despite employing Super Aim, the shot still missed. What a shame it would have been. At least it would have rivaled Howard's powerful dunks. Just as he prepared to retreat on defense, an imposing figure leaped from the paint, the number 12 on his jersey unmistakable. Howard, overpowering Boozer, executed a second-chance attempt with a ferocious dunk. Wow, that's impressive, he thought, recognizing the emergence of the beast within. In his memory, Howard was undoubtedly the dominant force in the paint, the premier center, while his 4 sharpshooters only needed to rely on him for rebounds. With offensive boards, he would either score again or pass to a teammate for another shot. That was nearly the pinnacle of his prowess. In the preceding games, Howard had not displayed such moves, leading him to believe it would take another 2 years to witness such a beast again. Are you not impressed? Howard remarked with pride. Terrifying indeed, he nodded in response, quickly retreating on defense. As Howard ran, he pondered the extent of that terror. The Jazz initiated their offense, with Kirilenko stepping up to help the team break a brief scoring drought. bringing the score to 18-20. Now, the Magic were on the attack, particularly with him in possession of the ball, causing tension among the Jazz players. It was evident that coach Jerry Sloan's strategy was flawed. Should they continue to execute a defensive scheme that left him unguarded? Turkoglu proactively set a screen for him, penetrating before passing to Howard. Boozer, now engaged in a contest with Howard, felt humiliated by such a dunk. How could he reclaim his dignity? Perhaps with another dunk on offense or contributing a block on defense. Howard's low post skills were average, and he rarely employed back-to-the-basket moves, so he held the ball high, searching for an opportunity. With a hookshot motion, he faked Boozer, but instead, Howard chose to pass. Siakam swiftly received the pass along the baseline, just over a meter from the basket, and executed a delicate floater that found its mark. With this, the baseless rumor that he couldn't score beyond a meter from the hoop was thoroughly dispelled. On the Jazz's offensive play, Kirilenko's shot missed its mark, and Howard secured the rebound before dishing it to Siakam. With only 8 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Siakam crossed half-court and opted to drive. This time, Boozer stood firm in the paint, denying him any chance for a layup. Silently retreating from the key, Siakam noticed the dwindling time. Nelson was in a favorable position, yearning for the pass, yet their strained relationship made him hesitate. Summer had also taken note of the situation. In fact, regardless of the recent one-on-one incident, Summer treated Nelson and his other teammates with equal regard on the court. Although a competitive dynamic still existed between the two, Summer passed the ball without hesitation. As Coach Davis aptly stated, "We are a team, and we must collaborate with one another." As a point guard, one must adhere to sound judgment and place trust in teammates. Nelson was taken by surprise when Summer passed the ball. In the heat of the moment, he instinctively leaped and shot as soon as he received it. As the first quarter came to a close, the basketball soared toward the hoop. With a buzzer-beater three-pointer, Nelson scored, eliciting another wave of cheers from the Orlando fans. Coach Davis, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval. This was the very moment he had longed to witness. Indeed, Sia has not disappointed me. With a score of 25-18, the Magic transformed a 4-point deficit into a 7-point lead by the conclusion of the first quarter. One can only wonder what the Jazz players experienced during this tumultuous period. As Nelson exited the court, he was beset by a myriad of emotions. This was precisely the sensation Howard had described, the delightful feeling of playing in the summer. A buzzer-beating three-pointer, how exhilarating. In Chapter 37, we achieved success. I commend each individual's performance. This is what it means to function as a cohesive team. The head coach felt genuine joy. Although the Magic are in the early stages of reconstruction, their style of play remains fundamentally team-oriented. This signifies a notable advancement. In the first quarter, Siakam contributed an impressive tally of 5 points, 4 assists, and 1 steal, showcasing a performance that can only be described as exemplary. Had he received the same playing time as Francis and others, he might very well have achieved his inaugural double-double in the NBA. The second quarter was primarily orchestrated by Francis, as the starting lineup notably lacked Grant Hill, granting Francis a greater share of the ball. The Jazz displayed remarkable tenacity, with Boozer and Kirilenko consistently adding to their score, preventing the Magic from widening the gap. It was merely Francis's off-shooting that kept the score close, as his shooting percentage fell below 50 in the second quarter. Otherwise, the deficit would have been considerably larger. In the latter half of the third quarter, Siakam donned his gear once more, partnering with Francis in the backcourt. The score stood at 62-56, with the Magic enjoying a 6-point lead. "Let us set a small goal for ourselves in this game," Francis encouraged, patting Siakam on the shoulder. "When I first entered the league, I did the same. Within my limited playing time, I would establish small objectives. Each time I accomplished one, it felt like a delightful surprise." After listening, Siakam smiled and remarked, "Let us strive for a double-digit score." In truth, Siakam was curious about how the Jazz would respond to his partnership with Francis in the backcourt. If the focus of the defense shifted towards Francis, it would provide him with greater passing opportunities. Conversely, if the defensive attention was directed at him, should he prioritize preventing the pass or the score? Arroyo provided clarity, stating that the mistakes made in the first half would not be repeated in the second. All they needed to do was treat Siakam as a standard guard to defend against. In the second half, Arroyo intensified his one-on-one defense, resulting in a more vigorous confrontation with Siakam. Under Arroyo's defense, Siakam found it challenging to pass the ball inside, which led to Francis attempting another shot that clanked off the rim. After failing to capitalize on their initial offensive opportunity, the Jazz pushed for a counterattack, showing greater patience as the second half progressed. Arroyo and Boozer executed their classic pick-and-roll strategy once again, exchanging passes until Arroyo successfully finished with a layup. After several exchanges, Arroyo clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, causing Xiatian considerable discomfort and growing frustration. When one is eager to contribute to the team's success, yet finds oneself consistently restricted and powerless, it becomes quite disheartening. Seizing the opportunity, the Jazz narrowed the score to 66-64 during Xiatian's time on the court, where they outscored him 8-4 and also forced a turnover. Noticing the subtle shift in Xiatian's mentality, Francis called for a brief timeout, intending to quell the Jazz's momentum. Francis advised, "Relax a bit. As the team's point guard and the engine of the court, you must not let distractions affect you. Stay calm, stay focused. We believe you will find a way to shake off his defense." In a moment of frustration, Summer lamented, "Boss Fu, I know what I should do, but he is so tightly glued to me that I have no space to maneuver with the ball. I can only rely on you to orchestrate." Coach Davis patted Summer's thigh and encouraged, "Bring forth the confidence you displayed in the first half. Did you not have him spinning in circles during the first quarter?" Indeed, that was the case, but in the third quarter, Arroyo's defense transformed as if he had become a different player, approaching Summer with the ferocity of a starved tiger pouncing on its prey. There are many more tenacious defensive guards in the NBA, and if he cannot handle this one, how will he confront even stronger opponents? Davis's words struck like a clarion call, echoing relentlessly in Summer's mind. As the brief timeout concluded, Summer resolutely stood up, clenched his fists, and struck his chest twice. Upon witnessing Summer's return to the court, assistant coach Gent inquired, "Why not directly provide him with the solution? That way, we wouldn't risk being overtaken by the Jazz." Coach Davis shook his head and replied to Gent, "Do you not grasp the principle that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? This is a challenge every NBA player must face. It is through overcoming such obstacles that one progresses. I can offer him encouragement, but if I were to directly provide the solution, it would foster a dependency that would hinder his growth. I treat Jameer and Dwight in the same manner when they encounter difficulties." The scene shifted back to the court, where Summer advanced once more to the front, and Arroyo, having found success with his previous defense, maintained his tenacious grip like an unyielding adhesive. Summer swayed gently, pivoting on his right foot as he contemplated how to outmaneuver his opponent. To prevent a dead ball, he initially passed to Turkoglu before repositioning himself. As he moved, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to once again request the ball from Turkoglu. The instant he received the return pass, he deftly dribbled, executed a swift change of direction to create space, and with a graceful spin, he evaded Arroyo, delivering a perfect assist to Howard, who executed a resounding dunk. The score stood at 68-64, thwarting the Jazz's efforts to close the gap. Observing from the sidelines, Davis remarked to Gent, "See, he has discovered his first method." Gent nodded in agreement, his approval of Summer's performance matching that of Davis. Indeed, Summer possessed considerable talent, impressive physical attributes, and high basketball intelligence. Given time to hone his skills, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable guard. As Summer faced Arroyo, he too engaged in a similar defensive approach, a strategy in which he excelled. In the summer, a subtle curve graced the corners of Xiatian's mouth, reminiscent of the way he had unsettled Nelson's composure during the one-on-one match. Employing his opponent's tactics against them and observing their responses, was this not a strategy in itself? Arroyo's method of countering was rather straightforward. He would summon a teammate for a screen, dribble back to create space, and then opt for a pass. After several exchanges, Xiatian began to grasp Arroyo's style. He called for his teammates to set screens, likely to choose a pass, which Xiatian vigilantly anticipated. His explosive speed surpassed Arroyo's, as he surged forth like an arrow, intercepting the basketball with a decisive palm just before Boozer could receive it. Francis advanced the ball, once more delivering it to Xiatian. The fast break did not materialize, and Xiatian sought opportunities from the perimeter while awaiting his teammates' positioning. Arroyo approached again, prompting Xiatian to feign a pass, only for Arroyo to swipe at him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. As the summer sun cast a gentle smile, he discerned the course of action required. Now, at least 3 strategies presented themselves. One could employ screens or leverage dribbling finesse to create space, or perhaps provoke a foul. Indeed, there existed a fourth option. Should his shooting accuracy improve further, he could opt for a direct shot. The Magic initiated a front-court play, and Summer, utilizing a swift change of direction, received the ball once more. Arroyo, undeterred by prior events, was determined to staunchly defend against Summer, only to be once again deceived into committing a foul. Approaching the free throw line, he converted both attempts, narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points. The score stood at 70-64, with the deficit once again reduced to 6 points. The Jazz, on the offensive, continued with their pick-and-roll strategy. However, Boozer, charging towards the basket, was thwarted by Howard, who drew an offensive foul. In a matter of seconds, two key players found themselves burdened with 3 fouls each. As Summer reclaimed the ball, Arroyo exhibited a palpable sense of trepidation, having accrued 4 personal fouls. Similarly, Boozer was also burdened with 4 fouls. If both key players were to accumulate their 6th, the Jazz would be compelled to concede. With Arroyo's apprehension, Summer regained a confident demeanor reminiscent of the first quarter, executing a decisive drive to the basket. An impressive 8-0 run ensued, prompting a timeout from the Jazz. The remainder of the match lost its allure, as Arroyo was once again called for a foul, leading to his premature exit. Seizing the opportunity, Summer added another 2 points to his tally. The fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, culminating in the Magic's home victory over the Utah Jazz with a score of 101-90. Boozer led the Jazz with 26 points, tying with Francis for the highest score of the game, while Howard contributed 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Summer delivered a commendable performance with 11 points, 7 assists, 2 steals, 1 rebound, and 1 turnover, marking his first double-digit scoring game since joining the Magic. Media outlets across the United States once again raised the question, can he truly only facilitate plays without scoring? Chapter 38. Current status: A resounding victory over the second-to-last ranked Jazz served as a valuable opportunity for player development, particularly for the trio of Summer, Howard, and Nelson. Howard's prowess in the paint continued to flourish, while the tensions between Nelson and Summer began to ease, allowing for cooperative play. Furthermore, Summer began to unveil his scoring capabilities, showcasing his adeptness in navigating the court with serpentine agility. After the game, Howard and Coach Davis participated in a media interview. The first inquiries were directed towards the coach, focusing on the Magic's goals for the latter part of the season and the playing time for Summer and others. Howard was also bombarded with numerous questions, though he was eager to depart the arena, as Summer had promised him a delightful beef hot pot that evening, contingent upon their victory over the Jazz. A well-dressed journalist, adorned in a professional suit and glasses, posed a question to Summer. Many people claim that you excel only in passing, while your scoring ability is lacking. What is your perspective on this? Summer humorously replied, I suppose one should observe with their own eyes. He expressed gratitude for the acknowledgement of his passing skills, adding, what I truly wish to convey is that my ambition is to become the scoring champion of the season, though not this one. As I have been diligently working towards the goal, I eagerly anticipate that day. The journalist maintained her radiant smile and further inquired, what is your experience like with the Orlando Magic? Summer smiled as he looked at Howard and Francis on either side of him, expressing his gratitude for joining the Magic team, praising his teammates and the patience of the head coach. Now, for the final question. Before you entered the NBA, many believed that Chinese guards could not compete at this level. You faced skepticism in Minnesota as well. What are your thoughts on this? Upon addressing this topic, Summer's demeanor became considerably more serious. He acknowledged that he not only represented himself but also the Chinese guard players. My arrival in the NBA, along with securing a guaranteed contract, signifies that the biases of those individuals were misguided. Regarding Minnesota, I believe time will provide the answer, and I eagerly anticipate facing the Timberwolves. The beautiful reporter continued, speaking of the Timberwolves, they have started the season strong with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses, currently ranked 3rd in the Western Conference. If the Magic were to face them, do you feel confident in securing a victory? The Wolf King, Garnett, continues to dominate the court while exchanging banter, and the extraterrestrial Castle is still showcasing his talents, with Sprewell delivering impressive performances under Garnett's leadership. Against such a Timberwolves team, the Magic would face significant challenges without Grant Hill. Even with Hill's return, a considerable gap would still exist between the two teams. Predicting the outcome is akin to a lottery. I cannot foresee the next numbers that will be drawn. Summer responded, however, comparatively speaking, the players on the Magic are younger and possess greater potential for growth, whereas the Timberwolves, well, you understand, they have aged. In the summer, for Xiatian, the Minnesota Timberwolves undoubtedly represent a provocation. It is true that Castle has aged, Yet the likes of Sprewell and Serbiak have not yet reached that stage. When these two teams meet again, it is certain to be a clash of titans. This situation weighs heavily on Sia Tion's heart. Feeling belittled by the Timberwolves and mocked by Sprewell, nearly leading to a confrontation, his desire to triumph over the Timberwolves is profound. However, the strength of the opponent appears formidable. Nevertheless, what does it matter? A strong adversary only serves to ignite greater motivation and challenge. After concluding the interview, Sia Tion and Howard hastily showered before returning home to indulge in a midnight snack. Once in his room, Sia Tion accessed the system skill panel to review the progress of skill unlocking and upgrades. Having secured 2 steals in the recent match, he noted that the milestone for steals had progressed to 5,260, leaving just 8 more to unlock. With the upcoming 5 or 6 games, he is optimistic about achieving this. Steals are not as frequent as assists and points. They rely on defensive prowess and the opponent's errors, making the total of 60 necessary for unlocking rather reasonable. The experience points for the ghostly pass skill stood at 28,100, indicating that an upgrade would still require some time. However, with increased playing time and Sia Tion's passing ability, he could average around 6 assists per game, allowing him to level up in merely 12 matches. Should he perform exceptionally well in 1 or 2 games, particularly when his teammates are in good form, he is more than willing to facilitate scoring opportunities. The remaining skills, super aiming and serpentine movement, have experience points of 13,100 each. Both skills rely on scoring for advancement, and Sia Tion resolves to prioritize upgrading super aiming, as its enhanced accuracy during critical moments could prove decisive. There remains a lingering question. The system clearly indicates that a second skill will be granted, yet Sia Tion has yet to discern how to unlock it. The following day, Sia Tion opened his computer and found a message from Zhou on social media. Bro, a thought has been growing in my mind lately. The last time the television was muted, I had the chance to provide live commentary, and I really enjoyed that feeling. So, I am considering live streaming on some platforms. What do you think? Having experienced the industry firsthand, Sia Tion understands that the live streaming sector is set to surge in the coming years, particularly following the rise of smartphones, which has significantly impacted the esports domain. NBA games, aside from being broadcasted on sports channels, are also streamed on various video platforms. However, for the mouse to embark on a live streaming venture now presents considerable challenges and difficulties. In the summer, he responded to him, providing an analysis. Firstly, how does one acquire live streaming permissions? Secondly, which live streaming software should be chosen? The live streaming industry was still in its infancy in 2002, and currently, the audience for live broadcasts is regrettably sparse, as not everyone possesses a computer. Additionally, there are financial and material considerations. A complete set of live streaming equipment is quite costly. His response indicated that he does not require broadcasting rights, essentially suggesting the idea of muting the sound of a sports channel's live stream and replacing it with his own unique commentary. This can be done through live streaming or video production. As for the choice of live streaming software, he has opted for YY, which is presently the most widely used. He has also resolved the issue regarding equipment. Initially, he views this endeavor merely as a form of entertainment, without relying on it for income. Given his limited energy, he will focus on Magic team competitions, but if successful, he may also consider events involving Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and others. Noticing his enthusiasm, he refrained from dampening his spirits and expressed his willingness to provide support. During the summer, I managed to gather a modest sum of money, bolstered by my salary from the national team, and the first month's pay from the Magic has already been credited. The NBA's salary is structured over a season, with annual earnings dispersed monthly, perhaps 1/12 or slightly more, while the remainder is settled at the conclusion of the 1-year contract. After discussing some key points with my friend, I arranged to train with Howard. It is often said that in any burgeoning industry, the pioneers are the ones who reap the rewards first. The live streaming sector has indeed proven lucrative in later stages, yet the initial phase can be particularly arduous. Much like training, the correlation between effort and reward is unequivocal. Chapter 39, Live Streaming and Commentary. My friend, with unwavering determination, prepared the computer, camera, and other necessary equipment, diligently rehearsing in front of the mirror before the game commenced. Although I knew few would witness the live stream, akin to a first intimate encounter, a hint of nervousness lingered in my heart. Meanwhile, the Magic had arrived in Philadelphia, set to challenge the 76ers, where I would once again cross paths with Allen Iverson. During our previous Olympic encounter, I was certainly outmatched by Iverson. Yet I managed to deliver a commendable performance. Over this period, I have made significant progress. One could only wonder how I would measure up against Iverson this time. As a cornerstone of the illustrious '96 Golden Generation, Iverson is an undeniable focal point wherever he goes, boasting a global fan base. His dribbling and agility are mesmerizing, exuding an enchanting allure. The 2001 finals, when Iverson deftly maneuvered around Tyronn Lue for a shot, sent waves of exhilaration through countless fans, particularly at the 76ers home ground, where MVP chants frequently echoed. Before the game commenced, my friend introduced the players. Without a doubt, the star of the 76ers is Allen Iverson, standing at 6 feet tall and playing as a shooting guard. Initially, Iverson played as a point guard before transitioning to shooting guard, where his offensive prowess flourished. However, his height does limit his defensive capabilities. Another notable player to mention is this year's 9th overall draft pick, Andre Iguodala. Iguodala is a promising swingman with outstanding athleticism, capable on both offense and defense, though his recent games suggest a lack of aggressive intent on the offensive end. With Grant Hill sidelined due to injury, the Magic's advantage at the small forward position has diminished significantly. As each player was introduced, images of them were displayed. His enthusiasm was palpable, yet a glance at the live stream revealed a mere handful of viewers, including my own alternate account and 2 indifferent roommates whose presence was merely a result of data exchanges. Before the competition, Xiaotian engaged in a conversation with Zhou Hao through social media. Upon learning about the situation, he could only reassure him to remain at ease, as things would improve with time. Much like his journey in the United States, which began with rejection, transitioned to a brief 10-day contract and a mere 3 minutes of playing time, and eventually led to signing a guaranteed contract and securing a spot in the rotation. As long as one perseveres and puts forth effort, circumstances will invariably get better. Summer has always held steadfast to a particular belief that some endeavors are worthy of perseverance not because there is hope, but rather hope emerges from the act of perseverance itself. He shared this sentiment with his dearest friend back home as a mutual encouragement. On the basketball court, just before the match commenced, Francis remarked to Summer, "Your dribbling and change of direction techniques must have been learned from AI videos, correct?" "Indeed. Is there a problem with that?" Summer inquired, perplexed by Francis's question. "Of course there is," Francis replied. "When Allen arrives, I will introduce you to him. I share a decent rapport with him. No need for gratitude. It is only fitting. Cultivating a good relationship with him will serve you well, and I encourage you to seek his guidance whenever possible." As Summer lingered, Francis spotted Iverson emerging from the tunnel and eagerly pulled him along. Francis extended his hand in greeting. "Allen, it's been a while. This is." However, Iverson merely acknowledged Francis with a nod before striding directly towards Summer, embracing him warmly. "Long time no see. I can't believe you actually came." Francis stood there awkwardly, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "So, you two know each other?" As Summer observed the expression of Father Lauda, struggling to suppress a laugh, she remarked, "We have crossed paths during the Olympics and exchanged words afterward. We are well acquainted." Allen Iverson chuckled and patted Summer's shoulder, saying, "Don't even think about stealing the ball from me today." Xiaotian chuckled and remarked, "Unless you refrain from shaking me today." The two exchanged playful fist bumps before heading towards their respective teams, while Fran remained awkwardly smiling throughout. Howard observed Xiaotian as he finished greeting Iverson, muttering to himself, "I am a local player and the #1 draft pick of the NBA. Why do Kobe and Iverson pay attention to you? Was it envy or jealousy?" Francis teased, as no one seemed to notice his discomfort, yet he remained quite cheerful. Summer remarked, "You envy me, yet I envy you as well. The NBA's first overall pick attracts so much attention. They watch me merely because I am a guard from Huaxia, out of fleeting curiosity. It is those who garner genuine attention through their prowess who are truly remarkable." Howard found comfort in these words, embracing Summer's shoulder with hearty laughter. His fondness for Summer, both on and off the court, was indeed one of the significant reasons behind their camaraderie. As the players entered the arena, the commentator announced, "Now the starting players for both teams are taking the court." The visiting Magic's starting guards are Francis and Stevenson, with small forward Turkoglu stepping in for Hill. Kevin Cato remains the power forward, and this year's rookie sensation, Dwight Howard, occupies the center position. Howard was a player of immense potential, and Summer jested that he would become the premier center of the future, showcasing remarkable abilities in the paint. In truth, the Magic's roster was predominantly youthful, necessitating time for development. with talents like Summer and Howard. Their partnership was destined to evolve into one of the league's most formidable duos over the next 2 years. The Philadelphia 76ers starting lineup featured the backcourt duo of Willie Green and Allen Iverson, small forward Andre Iguodala, and inside players Kenny Thomas and Mark Jackson. A brief note on Willie Green. He too operated in a shooting guard manner, which meant the 76ers lacked a pure playmaker in their backcourt. However, Iguodala, akin to Grant Hill, functioned as a facilitating swingman. As Howard leaped for the tip-off against Mark Jackson, one could only marvel at his extraordinary vertical leap, nearly grazing the basketball before the Magic seized control of the ball. Anticipation built for Summer's entrance. In the initial half of the first quarter, the Magic's primary offensive focus was on Francis and Turkoglu, while the 76ers undoubtedly relied on Iverson. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Summer, alongside Nelson and Christie, entered the game, relieving Francis, Stevenson, and Turkoglu. The commentator exclaimed, "Here he comes, Summer has truly arrived," facing off against his idol, Iverson. The score was tied at 18-18. For reasons unknown, there was a palpable sense that the Magic's current lineup, despite lacking standout scoring threats, somehow managed to either close the gap or extend their lead during the initial exchanges. Statistically, with Summer and Howard on the court together, Howard's efficiency soared. Could it be that Summer was the blueprint for Howard's success? Chapter 40, is it truly just this? As Summer makes its entrance, a knowing smile is exchanged between him and Iverson. Off the court, they are merely acquaintances, yet on the court, they are adversaries. When Summer approaches, dribbling the ball, Willie Green steps up to defend, provocatively remarking, "You? The one who stole the ball from our team leader at the Olympics?" In the summer, he dribbled silently, engrossed in observing his teammates' positions. Did I grow a face for derision, or does everyone perceive me as a soft target? Allen Iverson was not far off, able to clearly hear Willie's provocative remarks. He remained silent. On the court, he and Willie were teammates, and blaming him now would undoubtedly sow discord. However, Iverson, proud as he was, a #1 pick of the illustrious '96 Golden Generation, the league's scoring champion, and the regular season MVP, could easily recover his dignity should he lose it. He had no need for Willie to defend his honor, especially since their matchup during the Olympics had been relatively amicable. Willie Green glanced at Iverson and chuckled, "AI. Don't worry, I can handle him." He then turned to face the Summer player, arms spread wide in a defensive stance, saying, "Honestly, I don't see anything special about you." No sooner had he spoken than Summer executed a swift change of direction, spinning past Willie Green, and tossed the ball high above to Howard. "Go get him." Howard, receiving the signal, let out a roar, his feet springing into action as he ignored Jackson's defense, soaring through the air for a powerful dunk. The commentator, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Wow, that's brutal. I absolutely love it." The synergy between Summer and Howard was palpable. A single gesture or glance communicated their next move. With the score at 20-18, the Magic had taken a 2-point lead. The commentator's lively narration contrasted sharply with the more conventional styles typically found on sports channels, resonating deeply with the audience. Observing the viewer count surge into double digits, Johao's voice rose in pitch. Summer and Howard were determined to transform Orlando into a city of alley-oops, with precise passing and exquisite dunks. I suddenly found myself anticipating how the Magic would fare against teams with formidable inside presence, such as the Spurs with Duncan, the Heat led by the dominant Shaquille O'Neal, or the Rockets featuring Yao Ming. On the court, the 76ers were inbounding the ball. Iverson passed to Willie Green, subtly shaking his head. Iverson's gesture conveyed, "No need to defend me." Willie Green, interpreting this as Iverson doubting his performance, resolved to suppress this challenger. A second-round pick in 2003, Willie averaged 6.9 points last season, standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 200 pounds, possessing commendable physical attributes. Summer had recently bulked up to 194 pounds, making them physically comparable. Summer held his advantages. His speed and dribbling stability likely surpassed Willie's. As Willie approached the front court, Iverson utilized his quickness to shake off Nelson's defense, reaching out for the ball. Willie hesitated, delaying the pass. He then gestured provocatively at Summer, an overt display of disdain. Did he underestimate Summer's defense? On what grounds, Willie Green? Do you presume superiority when you were merely a second-round rookie? As Summer stepped forward to defend, Willie retreated, creating space with a flashy dribble, attempting to appear suave and effortless. This ostentatious display was Summer's assessment of Willie's antics, superfluous and devoid of purpose. Willie turned to dribble again, but found Summer waiting directly in front of him, his hand nearly brushing the basketball. Forced to stop, he clutched the ball tightly. But before he could secure it, Summer's right hand had already latched onto it. In a contest of strength, neither was willing to yield. Willie appeared more robust, leading many to assume he was physically superior. However, Summer's previous physical attributes had been merely average, insufficient for a professional athlete. Upon activating the system, not only had his skills been enhanced, but his physicality had also undergone significant improvement. Willie, unprepared for the challenge, watched helplessly as Summer snatched the ball away. That was an assertive steal, Summer's response to Willie's provocation. His speed was remarkable, and Iverson kept pace, as it was essentially a one-on-one situation. With Nelson and Willie still at a distance, facing his idol, one wondered whether Summer felt any nerves. Then came the peculiar footwork, reminiscent of a serpentine maneuver. With his center of gravity shifting fluidly, Summer drove to the basket, leveraging his height advantage. Beautifully executed, he scored. A steal from Willie, a drive past Iverson, and a successful layup that was undeniably impressive. Iverson, holding the basketball, shook his head with a wry smile. He could see the tremendous progress Summer had made since the Olympics. Previously, he had been incapable of such individual scoring feats. His contributions had relied on passing or exploiting screens and the opponent's lax defense. As Summer retreated defensively, he passed by Willie Green and gave him a subtle wag of his finger. "Is that all?" The Rat chuckled, exclaiming, "Huh?" Summer's finger wag signifies Willie Green's inadequacy. "I can't shake the feeling that this moment is particularly gratifying, akin to unblocking the Meridians." Upon entering the game, Summer initiated a swift 4-0 run, leading the Magic 22-18. "Exploit him, Summer. Let us see if he dares to provoke again." Willie Green received the ball, and Iverson's piercing gaze bore into him. After enduring that intimidating stare, Willie Green suddenly became compliant, dutifully playing the role of a support player, relinquishing the ball to Iverson as they crossed half-court. Iverson's prowess was unquestionable, and although Nelson's defense was vigorous, his footwork lagged behind. After being easily evaded, he could only watch as number 3 from the 76ers penetrated the key and executed a layup under Howard's defense. The Philadelphia home crowd erupted in a thunderous ovation and cheers. This is the essence of playing in Philadelphia. Even if Iverson doesn't score, but merely possesses the ball, he receives the highest accolades. In the warmth of summer, it is precisely for this reason that his love for the city runs deep. The fans reciprocate this affection, cherishing and supporting him. Many years later, the poignant moment when Iverson returned to the 76ers and kissed the court remains truly moving. In the summer, Siakam addressed Nelson, "Let us switch defenses. It is not that I doubt your defensive capabilities, but rather I believe I can better keep pace with him." Nelson seemed to acknowledge the truth in this, casting a glance at Siakam and nodding in agreement. Ever since his defeat in the one-on-one match, Nelson had ceased to target Siakam specifically. However, the fervor for victory still burned within him. He recognized the disparity in skill and sought to prove that he was not inferior to Siakam, thus he played with great seriousness on the court, demonstrating an active defensive stance. As the saying goes, both are in the prime of their youth. Neither wishes to concede defeat easily. In the interest of the team's triumph, Nelson opted for a concession, and naturally, Siakam would ensure he did not suffer for it. During the offense, Siakam drew the defense towards him and passed the ball to Nelson, presenting him with a decent opportunity. Nelson took a dribble, raised his hands for a shot. But alas, his three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Jackson seized the rebound, evading Howard's interference, and passed the ball to Iguodala. "My apologies," Nelson expressed with a hint of regret. "Such occurrences are entirely normal. There is no need for an apology. Have faith in yourself," Siakam encouraged, as he approached Iverson, who had caught the ball. Chapter 41. A new challenge. With little time remaining in the first quarter, Siakam and Nelson switched defenses. Now facing Iverson. Could they contain him? Iverson dribbled in, executing a dazzling change of direction, his movements more graceful than Siakam's, and his dribbling so low that it seemed impossible to intercept. Iverson stepped back and shot a long two-pointer, with Siakam leaping in pursuit. Yet the ball swished through the net. This exemplified the individual prowess of Philadelphia's answer. He consistently crafted offensive space for himself through his dribbling. After scoring, Iverson tilted his chin towards Siakam and offered a smirk. Iverson had no intention of provoking, yet Willie Green, in front of Siakam, jostled his body playfully, stuck out his tongue, and taunted, "Is that all? You think you can guard the answer?" Observing Willie Green's antics once more, Howard stepped in, positioning himself between the two. Swaying his hips, the referee quickly blew the whistle to separate them, and Iverson too intervened to pull Willie Green away. In the summer, one chooses to respond with strength through action. With just 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Magic prepare for their final offensive play. Nelson advances the ball, executing a handoff to Summer while providing a screen to assist him. As Summer maneuvered to the flank, Willie Green lunged forward like a predatory tiger. Dribbling, he executed a step back to create space and raised his arm. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Super aim activated. Next shot accuracy increased by 10. Meanwhile, the commentator exclaimed, with only 2 seconds left, Summer opts for a shot, and it's the three-pointer he is least proficient at, ignoring Willie Green. I must admit I had never witnessed Summer shoot with such unwavering confidence. The basketball soared through the air as the first quarter came to a close. Swish. He scored. Once again, Summer waggled his finger at Willie Green, while Howard stood promptly behind him, arms outstretched. This is how ineffective your defense is against me. Willie Green, infuriated, reached out to shove Summer's shoulder, but Summer immediately raised his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. It was unwise to escalate the situation now, with the referee observing closely. Anger can cloud one's judgment. As anticipated, the head referee blew the whistle, separating the two and issuing a warning to Willie. Any further misconduct would result in ejection from the game. Iverson, uninterested in further conflict, grasped Willie Green's jersey and pulled him back. Upon returning to the bench, Howard inquired, "Wow, Summer, you really made that three-pointer. How did you manage that?" Doug Christie echoed his astonishment, saying, "Indeed, Summer, they say you're not good at shooting. And I've never seen you make a three-pointer before. This is truly impressive." Summer, with an awkward smile and a scratch of his head, remarked, "Do you believe me when I say it was merely a stroke of luck?" "I wouldn't believe a word of it," Francis retorted with a grin. Nelson shook his head in agreement, stating, "Nay, you displayed an abundance of confidence while shooting, as if you were certain of the ball's success even before releasing it." In truth, that three-point shot had quite an impact on Nelson. During their one-on-one match, Summer had refrained from attempting such long-range shots. Did that imply he had held back at the time? Observing the skepticism of his teammates, Summer could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, insisting, "I genuinely got lucky." Despite employing super precise aiming, it could still be attributed to mere fortune. As the first quarter concluded, the Magic led 25-22, with Philadelphia scoring 10 points in that period. To everyone's surprise, Summer tallied 5 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal in the first quarter. After a brief respite, the second quarter commenced. The break between the first and second quarters was rather short, and Coach Davis restructured the lineup. "Summer, I have a task for you. I wish to conduct a thorough assessment of your organizational skills." Siakam gazed at the head coach with a hint of uncertainty and said, "Please make the arrangements. I shall endeavor to fulfill them." He held a considerable trust in Coach Davis, as the past had revealed a degree of favoritism towards him. You and Dwight have developed a commendable chemistry. However, your interactions with the other players, particularly those in the paint, remain insufficient. Thus, what I propose is that at the onset of the second quarter, Dwight will not be on the court, and you will primarily lead the bench players against the opposing starters. We currently hold a 3-point lead, and my expectation is that within the next 5 minutes, we cannot allow the other team to surpass us by more than 3 points. Summer, with which delightful teammates will I stand shoulder to shoulder? Davis, Jameer Nelson, Doug Christie, Kevin Cato, and Tony Batty. Hiss. Summer couldn't help but gasp. This lineup is quite something. Pray tell, where will the scoring come from? This seems rather challenging, perhaps even excessively so. As for this arrangement, while it may handle defensive matters adequately, engaging in a half-court battle with these two inside players' offensive capabilities is daunting. Before Summer could fully express her astonishment, Coach Davis reiterated, "Focus on inside offense, and on the defensive end, we must strive to collapse and prevent the opponent's penetration." Even Francis, standing nearby, could no longer contain his bewilderment and inquired, "Allen Iverson's ability to attack the basket is formidable, while this defensive strategy may hold merit. Why prioritize inside offense when both Jameer and Doug possess commendable shooting skills?" In the summer, Howard, Nelson, and others nodded in agreement. Without further inquiry, "I naturally have my reasons. I am the head coach, and you are to follow the arrangements and execute the tactics." Davis, with a significant air, patted Summer on the shoulder. It must be said that even Summer himself felt an overwhelming pressure. Previously, the lineup had harmonized well, with Howard in the paint exhibiting commendable synergy, and the perimeter players, Turkoglu, Stevenson, and Francis, demonstrating consistent shooting capabilities. However, the presence of Cato and Beatty weighed heavily on Summer's mind. It was not a matter of underestimating Cato and Beatty, rather. It was the challenge of relying on defensively oriented players who were now expected to contribute to the interior offense while also preventing the score gap from widening. As the second quarter commenced, Summer steeled himself to take the court. This was undoubtedly a significant trial for him. Observing the Magic players take the floor, the commentator was left utterly astonished. What was happening? This lineup seemed to rival the 76ers starters. It appeared that the two most potent scoring threats on the court were Nelson and Christie, leaving the Magic in a precarious position for the second quarter. Willie Green seemed to have found a new point of ridicule, disdainfully remarking, "Are you surrendering already in the second quarter? People should possess a certain self-awareness. Your head coach is doing quite well." This statement incensed both Cato and Beatty, who, had their jerseys not been sleeveless, might have already engaged in a physical confrontation. In the summer, Willie Green said, "Open your eyes wide and take a look. We, the Orlando Magic, are leading by 3 points, 25-22. This slender lead would be erased within a minute. Just wait and see." Having spoken, Willie turned and walked away. Chapter 42. The conflict. The second quarter of the game officially commenced. Utilizing his teammates' screens, Willie Green surged to the wing and delivered the ball to Iguodala in the corner. Iguodala executed a bounce pass to the interior for Mark Jackson, who, with his back to Tony Batty, executed a graceful hook shot, scoring 2 points. The 76ers began with fervor, narrowing the gap to 25-24. Since their entry onto the court, both Summer and his teammates harbored a certain lack of confidence regarding their lineup and their own capabilities. Bringing the ball into the front court, Summer leveraged his dribbling skills to create space from Willie Green and pass to Christie. Christie broke through from the baseline as Summer and Nelson continuously repositioned. A return pass from Christie found Nelson, who swiftly relayed it to Summer. The tempo of these passes was rapid, and their fluidity was commendable, leaving both Iverson and Willie Green somewhat flustered by the display of skill. When a gap appeared, Summer passed into the paint, targeting Kevin Cato. Unexpectedly, Iguodala leaped from the baseline, intercepting the pass with remarkable agility. It seemed the lineup lacked sufficient mobility. The interior players' movement and awareness for receiving passes left much to be desired. The 76ers launched a fast break, with Iverson leading the charge. In a 1-on-2 situation against Summer and Nelson, he showcased his prowess. My goodness, truly the answer from Philadelphia. Navigating through the tightest of spaces, he deftly evaded Summer, dribbled along the baseline, and executed a classic fadeaway jump shot. A single mistake had granted the opposing team an opportunity for a counterattack, allowing the 76ers to reclaim the lead at 26-25. "Stay calm, trust your judgment," Coach Davis urged from the sidelines, pacing restlessly and calling out to Summer. With a deep breath, Siakam sought to calm his racing heart and force himself into the game. To be frank, witnessing the 76ers take the lead while his own side struggled to find their rhythm stirred a sense of impatience within him. Regardless of the daunting tasks set forth by the head coach, he remained determined to fulfill them. Advancing to the front court, he passed the ball to Christie and maneuvered to find an opportunity. Christie delivered the ball to the hands of Cato in the paint. However, Cato's shot was swiftly blocked by the opposing bench player, DeLimbert, allowing Iguodala to regain possession of the basketball. The 76ers launched a rapid counterattack, with Iguodala assisting DeLimbert for another score. "You may as well surrender," taunted Willie Green once more. Nelson intervened, firmly grasping Siakam, who was on the verge of retaliation. Frustration already simmered within him, and now Green's provocation threatened to ignite his temper. Had it not been for Nelson, Siakam might have swung his fists. Nelson shook his head at Siakam, who exhaled a heavy sigh, choosing not to retaliate against Willie Green. The score stood at 28-25, with a 6-0 mini run, and the home crowd erupted with enthusiasm. As for the current lineup, Siakam found it similarly challenging to break through. Reminiscent of the adage that a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. "Come on, Magic. Don't let the gap widen any further," urged the anxious Swansea. "This one's on me." Cato expressed a hint of regret to Siakam and Christie. "No worries, stay focused," Siakam reassured, endeavoring to uplift his teammates' spirits. Their morale was already low, and if they lost their confidence, there would be no point in continuing the game. Christie, protecting the ball, remarked to Siakam, "We can initiate our offense from the defensive end. We've been too focused on offense recently, and our defense has become somewhat lax." Noticing Siakam nod in agreement, Christie quickened his pace to set a screen, blocking Willie Green. Iguodala mismatched against Sia Tion, proving to be a more formidable defender than Green. Cato appeared just in time to provide another screen for Sia Tion. With a double screen in place, Sia Tion exploited the mismatch, executing a crossover dribble and a spin move, leaving the recovering DeLimbert momentarily disoriented. In the summer, a pass was sent back to Cato, and the throw from the penalty area finally found its mark. Davis, on the sidelines, clapped incessantly, exclaiming, "Nice. Well done. Keep it up." Inspired by their coach's encouragement, the Magic players quickened their pace, establishing their positions to form a 2-3 zone defense. During the sweltering summer, with tenacious defense, he cornered Willie Green. Observing this, Christie abandoned Iguodala to swiftly create a double team, as the two relentlessly sought to strip the ball away. In the summer, a basketball was knocked away from Willie, as Christie blocked his path. Summer, seizing the ball, initiated a counterattack. Iverson, swift as the wind, intercepted Summer's advance, compelling him to relinquish the fast break. Beads of sweat adorned Iverson's brow, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Summer's every move. Dribbling, between the legs, dribbling, and changing direction. Iverson was all too familiar with this maneuver, making it difficult for Summer to disregard him. Utilizing his physical advantage, Summer backed into Iverson, and upon spotting Tony Batty entering the lane from the center, executed a hook-style pass, triggering a masterful assist. The basketball was securely caught by Tony Batty, who, in a fluid motion, took 3 steps and successfully dunked the ball into the hoop. Magnificent. This steal and subsequent dunk significantly boosted morale. The Magic, under Summer's assist and their teammates' defensive prowess, retaliated against the 76ers with a score of 4-0, reclaiming the lead at 29-28. As Sia Tion gazed at Willie Green, he remarked, "It is you who should concede, given that the starters have been outperformed by the bench. You are but a mere coward, barking uselessly behind your master. Your words carry far more weight than your abilities." Upon hearing this, Willie Green, in a fit of anger, hurled the basketball towards Sia Tion. In the summer, refusing to yield, charged directly at Willie. Before Willie could react, Tony Batty delivered a swift kick to Willie Green's back, toppling him to the ground in a rather undignified manner. The referee immediately blew a long whistle, intervening to separate the players. The 76ers formed a barrier to restrain Summer and Tony Batty, while the Magic players rushed to assist Willie, with Batty's foot still resting on his back. When conflicts arose on the court, it was imperative for teammates to thwart the opposition. For instance, had the Magic players attempted to pull Batty away while the 76ers failed to hold Willie, it would have been Batty who suffered the consequences. Therefore, it was crucial to promptly restrain the opposing players to protect one's own. Both head coaches and bench players hurriedly stepped in to mediate the situation. Ultimately, the chief referee issued 2 technical fouls, expelling both Willie Green and Tony Batty from the game. "With that dunk, I have no regrets," Tony Batty remarked to Summer. In the sweltering summer, Sia Tion patted Batty on the back and expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Tony Batty's timely intervention, Sia Tion's fist might have already made contact with Willie's face, and it would have been him facing expulsion instead. Swapping a substitute center for an opposing starting defender hardly seems a loss. The atmosphere is indeed lively, and Sia Tion's temper has flared. He had already charged forward with clenched fists. Willie Green is truly insufferable, persistently provoking, and it is high time he received a lesson. As Summer exchanged a glance with Iverson, they nodded at one another in silence. Initially, one would assume that playing in Philadelphia and encountering Iverson would create an atmosphere brimming with positivity and enthusiasm, irrespective of the game's outcome. However, to Summer's dismay, from the moment he took to the court in the first quarter, Willie Green relentlessly provoked him. A tiger, when silent, can indeed be mistaken for a feeble cat. Chapter 43. Who says imperfection exists? No worries, let us continue the game. Davis patted Summer on the shoulder and, with a grand gesture, pointed towards Mario Kasu by the water cooler, signaling him to enter the game. Howard, who was eager and ready for action, momentarily halted, begrudgingly returning to his seat on the bench. Goodness, this is rather casual, isn't it? In the sweltering summer, I couldn't help but lament the challenging lineup we faced, compounded by the need to replace the water cooler attendant. How am I to perform under such circumstances? With less than 5 minutes remaining, we pressed on. After making his statement, Davis returned to his position. The referee granted both teams a free throw opportunity, a situation devoid of any rebounding contention. Post-free throw, possession would belong to the Magic. Given that it was Willie Green who had initially directed the basketball towards me, the Magic had no objections to this ruling. During this summer's free throw, Summer remained impervious to the jeers of the Philadelphia fans, calmly sinking the shot. He was no longer the novice who let the taunts of the home crowd rattle his composure. Kevin Ollie, the 76ers backup guard, stepped up to the line and also converted his attempt. With a score of 30-29, the Magic retained a slender lead, yet they still possessed the ball. Nelson brought the ball into the front court, benefiting from the dual point guard strategy that allowed for mutual support and conservation of energy. Nelson opted for a personal showdown against Iverson, attempting a long two-pointer that proved a tad forceful, resulting in a rebound for DeLimbert. The commentator, having adjusted his demeanor after the earlier altercation between the teams, had spent considerable time berating Willie Green, his remarks rich with cultural references. Iverson made his move again, showcasing his signature crossovers, evading Nelson and disregarding the interior defense to score with a layup. My goodness, he maneuvered past 3 defenders. This is the essence of a superstar, always rising to the occasion in critical moments. The score continued to fluctuate, and this lineup was performing beyond expectations. Taking a deep breath in the summer, I observed the interior line, which appeared even more feeble than before. I attempted to break through to the basket, only to be thwarted by Jackson's block. After securing the ball, Iguodala passed it to Iverson, who advanced it to the front court, assisting Kevin Ollie in executing a half-court shot. The score stood at 33-30. Once again at this critical margin, with only 5 minutes remaining, the Magic desperately needed to score. The Magic players encircled their head coach, Davis, who was stationed at the center, indicating that substitutions would be made at the next dead ball. Nelson passed the ball to Summer, who, positioned at the arc's apex, faced Kevin Ollie and initiated an offensive triple threat. Nelson and Christie continually repositioned, while the 2 interior players exerted themselves in the battle for position. However, the disparity in ability was evident, and they found themselves at a disadvantage. Doug Christie maneuvered through the gap between Summer and Ollie, and seizing the opportunity, Summer swiftly moved to penetrate the lane, subsequently delivering a backhanded pass to Christie. Christie promptly shifted the ball to Nelson, who began his own drive, eventually passing to Summer, who had emerged from the baseline. In the Summer, with a swift catch and turn, he drove to the basket. As DeLimbert rushed to defend, he folded his body midair to avoid a block, executing a subtle pull-up. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the ball's successful entry. The crowd erupted with excitement as someone shouted, "What a play! That's still a three-pointer." The fluidity of the 3-man pass showcased the advantage of dual point guards. Although Christie displayed a lack of aggressive intent in his offense, his passing was commendable. The head coach had emphasized an inside offensive strategy, yet Summer found no opportunities within. He could opt to pass, but the interior was evidently a trap. Any ball sent inside was likely to be intercepted. Even if Mario and Cato managed to receive the ball, they would face a double team, rendering the basketball immobile, leading to a 3-second violation in the key. Thus, Summer took it upon himself to drive for a layup. Successfully completing the task, failure would necessitate defensive efforts. Approaching the free throw line, he dribbled the ball, glanced at the hoop, and made the shot, 33-33. With confidence in his free throw, he executed flawlessly. The Magic's head coach displayed another tactical maneuver, substituting 5 players at once. It seemed he was quite pleased with Summer's performance over the past few minutes, as he personally welcomed him back to the bench. Summer exchanged high fives with his returning teammates, while Howard, still energetic, gave him a thumbs up. The head coach patted Summer's shoulder and sat beside him in silence. "Coach Davis, I am aware that my execution was not entirely flawless. If you have any feedback, feel free to express it." "Your unwavering gaze makes me somewhat uneasy. Who said that?" Coach Davis smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Who claimed your performance was less than perfect?" Summer widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, "Is that not the case?" Davis chuckled and replied, "Initially, I assigned this task to further assess your organizational passing skills. As you are aware, everyone considered this an insurmountable challenge. I shared this sentiment, especially given that the opposing team boasts a starting player and a superstar, the league's scoring champion and regular season MVP, Allen Iverson, on the court. I did not anticipate your success in this endeavor." Both Cato and Tony Batty contributed to the offense and scored, while Jameer and Doug also joined in, which is a most encouraging development. Moreover, I stipulated that the point differential should not exceed 3. Maintaining a tie is already commendable. Having accomplished the task so impeccably, I can only say, keep up the excellent work, and your playing time will undoubtedly continue to increase, with opportunities for a starting position on the horizon. In the summer, there was a moment of astonishment. This was no head coach, but rather a sycophantic admirer. The words spoken resonated with the understanding of a rat. Thank you for your praise. I shall continue to strive for improvement. Davis grew increasingly pleased with the summer's progress, remarking, a month ago, I was acutely aware of how poor your shooting was. Now, the majority of your free throws find their mark, ensuring that you do not squander the points that ought to be secured. Achieving this in just a month is no small feat. Dwight and Steve asserted that you are the most diligent player on the Magic team, and no one could justifiably contest that claim. The adage, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage, is not an exaggeration. To enhance his free throw percentage during the summer, whenever he had the opportunity to train, except on game days, he would engage in no fewer than 600 to 1,000 free throw attempts daily. At times, after completing his shooting drills, the muscles in his arms would feel somewhat stiff. It is through such rigorous training that muscle memory gradually takes shape. As summer enveloped the air, I took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from my brow, and rested my hands behind my head, declaring, I am acutely aware that my talents are not the finest, nor is my physique the most robust. Thus, what reason do I have not to strive diligently? Davis nodded in agreement, then inquired, in your opinion, where lies the challenge if we are to secure victory in this match? In the sweltering summer, Davis found himself contemplating a test of his analytical prowess and perspective on the unfolding situation. With Dwight firmly positioned in the paint and Kevin Carter proving to be a formidable match against the opposition, he believed that to secure victory, it was imperative to devise strategies to contain Allen Iverson on the defensive end. Davis inquired, do you possess a solution? In the summer, Shotyan honestly shook his head and replied, not at the moment. With the rise of McGrady, the league had formed 4 prominent shooting guards, East AI, West Ku, South Mai, and North Ka. Limiting Iverson was no easy task. Each of these 4 shooting guards possessed exceptional skills, making it a headache for many teams to contain their scoring. Davis nodded, refraining from further inquiries. In the third quarter, Shotyan once again had the opportunity to take the court, contributing 2 assists. He remained on the bench throughout the fourth quarter until the final 3 minutes, when the Magic trailed 88-92. It was then that Davis decided to substitute Shotyan for Stevenson. Chapter 44, The Lifeline in the climactic moments of the game, Shotyan donned his gear once more. A testament to the head coach's trust and esteem for him. The 76ers roster had undergone constant changes over recent seasons. Although Iverson's scoring ability remained at an elite level, the 76ers could no longer replicate the heights of 2001. Overall, the current 76ers were on the fringe of the playoffs. With a push, they might secure a spot, though the Magic's positioning remained uncertain. Last season, the Magic finished at the bottom of the league, securing the first overall pick. This season, the addition of Howard further bolstered their interior presence, while Shotyan's arrival was like adding wings to a tiger. Together with Hill, Francis, and others, their paper roster looked promising. At present, they struggled against top 10 teams in the league, with the Mavericks serving as a prime example. Against mid-tier and lottery teams, they also failed to dominate, often facing challenges until the very last moments. This indicated that the team required further cohesion. There was potential for growth. The day they could secure significant victories over lottery teams and compete on par with the top 10 or even top 5 teams would mark their maturation and completion of roster integration. This analysis by Housey was commendable, as a string of 1-1-1 appeared on the live stream, indicating agreement. The number of viewers in the live stream rose to 20. An unexpected turnout for his first broadcast, which he had assumed would be a solitary endeavor. Returning to the game, with a score of 88-92 in favor of the opponents, the players on the court for the Magic were Shotyan, Francis, Christie, Turkoglu, and Howard. For the 76ers, the lineup consisted of Iverson, Korver, Iguodala, DeLembert, and Mark Jackson. The 76ers were aware that when both Shotyan and Howard were on the court, they needed to defend against their synergy, resulting in tight defensive coverage for Howard in the paint. In the summer, the ball was passed to the venerable Francis. Confronted by Iverson's defense, he attempted a mid-range jump shot, but it clanged off the rim. Howard was consistently boxed out. And just as Mark Jackson was about to seize the rebound, the Sparks deftly flicked the ball away. If I cannot secure it, I shall not allow you to claim it either. Summer lingered just beyond the three-point line when suddenly, a basketball descended from above, landing right atop his head. Who says that opportunities do not fall from the sky? Summer leapt to seize the rebound that initially seemed unrelated to him, accepting it with a smile. With 2 offensive opportunities at hand, he feigned a shooting motion. However, upon the arrival of defender Ali, he opted instead to dribble away. Attempting to find an opening to pass to Howard proved futile, leading Summer to take a shot himself, a mid-range attempt that clanged off the rim, only for Mark Jackson to secure the rebound. This encapsulates the dilemma currently faced by the Magic, a formidable defense within the paint and a lack of shooting prowess from beyond the arc, rendering their situation exceedingly challenging. The 76ers, on the other hand, maintained a composed tempo, orchestrated by forward Iguodala, who drove inward before distributing the ball to Iverson. With a swift motion, Iverson launched a three-pointer, which found its mark. The home crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, the chants of MVP resonating throughout the arena. Iverson relished this moment, raising his hand to his ear, inviting the applause. Listen, the sound of adoration is a tribute to Philadelphia's hero. Listen, the cheers seem to herald a premature celebration of victory. Listen, this cacophony, for the Magic, feels akin to being besieged on all sides. The commentator, exhausted, leaned wearily against the announcer's desk, stating 88-95. With 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, the 7-point deficit, this three-pointer has nearly sealed the game. With only 2 minutes left to close a 7-point gap, one must ponder, will Iverson grant you such an opportunity? The morale of the Magic has plummeted to its nadir. It is imperative that someone steps up, else the conclusion of the match may be imminent. In the summer, Davis understood that his presence was crucial at this moment. He sought to orchestrate the game and create opportunities through his passing. He was determined not to betray this trust. During the first 2 quarters, the opposing starting guard, Willie Green, persistently mocked and provoked him. Should the Magic suffer defeat, Green's incorrigible nature might lead him to taunt them at the locker room door. What could the Magic do? Would they succumb to embarrassment and rage, ultimately leading to coverage in the local media that highlighted both their loss and their humiliation? Moreover, this matchup marked the first encounter between Summer and Iverson in the NBA. Iverson had once been his idol, and Summer was unwilling to depart from this inaugural meeting as a defeated figure. Consequently, securing victory was paramount, and his performance held significant weight for the team. Adjusting his mindset, he received the inbounds pass from Christie and advanced to the frontcourt, signaling Howard to set a screen. Given that Howard was unable to receive the ball in the paint, it was time for him to step out. The situation had become increasingly challenging, and one must take risks to succeed. Howard's high screen also drew Mark Jackson away from the paint, presenting Summer with yet another opportunity to exploit the size mismatch. Iverson had already arrived from the opposite side, fully aware that with Summer's ball-handling prowess, the chances of overcoming the size disparity were quite promising. In the summer, as he dribbled the basketball forward, Siakam successfully deceived Mark Jackson, who reached out to snatch the ball. Seizing the moment, Siakam pulled the ball into his chest and deftly broke through. Sam Gold executed street ball maneuvers, yet Siakam had never formally learned street ball. It was merely a spontaneous burst of inspiration that led to this action. Upon entering the paint, he employed a serpentine move, leveraging the defensive pressure from Iverson to execute a smooth fadeaway jumper. What a splendid shot! It was an exceedingly crucial basket, as Siakam scored amidst 2 defenders. Those 2 points were vital for the Magic, a lifeline indeed. The game still held suspense, and we awaited the unfolding drama. Following his basket, Siakam exhibited no hesitation. He immediately retreated on defense, directing his teammates to their positions, continually shouting defense, defense. The atmosphere on the court grew tense at that moment. Kevin Ollie, the utility player, advanced past half-court and directly passed the ball to Iverson, while Francis closely trailed him. The Magic tightened their defense, with Siakam providing support from the wing. Iverson opted to pass, and as Siakam lunged forward, he failed to intercept the ball and found himself falling to the ground. Without a moment's pause, he quickly rose to his feet. Having just fallen, Siakam switched defensive assignments with Francis, swiftly pursuing Iverson, who received another pass from Ollie. This defensive play was paramount, drawing the attention of the entire arena to the matchup between Iverson and Siakam. Iverson maneuvered past Siakam, taking a step forward as Turkoglu provided help defense. Iverson raised his arm to shoot. In a remarkable display, Siakam executed a chase-down block, swatting Iverson's shot from behind and successfully securing the steal. What a beautiful play. Counterattack. Counterattack. Don't rush. Stay composed, exclaimed the excited commentator, leaping from his chair, as one might think the Magic had just clinched the NBA championship. As Summer approached the forefront, there was no haste. Teammates positioned themselves, and the ball was passed to Francis, who simultaneously made his move. Francis deftly evaded the defender, yet Ollie's timely assistance thwarted the play, leading to a pass back to Summer. Summer surged forward, only to encounter another defensive effort from Mark Jackson. The ball found its way to the corner, where Turkoglu unleashed a three-pointer, which swished through the net. This sequence unfolded with remarkable speed and decisive execution. Within just over a minute on the court, he had taken 2 shots, making 1, alongside 2 points, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, emerging as a pivotal force to sustain the Magic's hopes. Turkoglu's three-pointer bolstered the Magic's confidence for a comeback, yet no one could overlook Summer's exceptional pass. The 76ers promptly called a timeout. Coach Davis, unusually devoid of motivational rhetoric, recognized the urgency and cut straight to the chase. Gentlemen, this is not the time for celebration. We must intensify our defense, particularly around the rim. We need to tighten our coverage against the Philadelphia response and employ double teams when necessary. On the offensive end, Summer, we trust in your playmaking ability. Oh, and by the way, you'll be guarding Allen Iverson. I trust you know how to handle that. As Coach Davis pointed at him, Summer furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how to manage that. Observing Summer's expression, Davis remarked. Just a reminder, Tyronn Lue. Coach Davis, are you suggesting I let him weave past me and then leap over me? It was not that Summer lacked confidence. Rather, he felt a distinct uncertainty in containing Iverson. I have 1,000 ways to get past you, and I could do it 1,000 times over, though perhaps exaggerated. It was no idle boast. In the summer, a sudden realization dawned upon me. You are urging me to relentlessly defend against Iverson, persistently disrupting his play. Indeed. Your defensive zeal is unparalleled within the team. This significant responsibility is entrusted to you. Do not feel overwhelmed. I reiterate. Strive to do your utmost. While the outcome holds its significance, the journey bears even greater importance. Regardless of victory or defeat, we shall share the burden together. For we are a united team. Summer nodded slightly, acknowledging yet another overwhelming responsibility. Next came the assignment of tasks for everyone, emphasizing the crucial points that needed attention. Davis spoke incessantly until the timeout concluded. With 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining, the Magic trailed by 2 points, the score standing at 93-95. Chapter 45, Takeoff. The critical moment had arrived. The Magic still held a long timeout and a short one in reserve, while the 76ers possessed a 30-second short timeout. The atmosphere was electric as the final 1 minute and 28 seconds ticked away. The 76ers initiated their offense, maintaining a slender 2-point lead. Iguodala controlled the ball, while Iverson and Korver executed a cross-screen maneuver, with Delembert setting a high pick. In the summer, he closely followed Iverson, his arms constantly reaching out in an attempt to disrupt Iverson's reception. As the screen was set, Iguodala took 2 steps and initiated a passing motion, while Iverson accelerated, extending his hand to receive the ball. Summer exerted every ounce of strength to barely keep pace. However, Iverson did not receive the basketball, contrary to expectations. Iverson was undeniably the key player. Shouldn't he be the one to receive the ball and score in such a moment? If all goes as anticipated, an unexpected turn is about to unfold. In the summer, Francis and his defensive focus was entirely devoted to Iverson, while Christie was tasked with guarding Iguodala. As a shooter, Korver faced relatively lax defense. Korver received the pass, quickly took a shot, and scored, with the referee awarding a three-pointer. Christie approached the referee to argue that Korver had stepped on the three-point line while jumping. The referee, cautious in making critical calls, paused the game to review the play. The officials were now examining the replay, with the Magic's Christie contending that the shot should only count for 2 points, not 3. The slow-motion replay displayed on the arena's big screen confirmed that Korver had indeed stepped on the line while taking off, leading to the referee's reversal of the call to 2 points. There was no room for dispute. 2 points were 2 points, and the 76ers raised no objections. The Magic chose not to call a timeout, and with 58 seconds remaining, the game resumed. Francis brought the ball up the court and passed it to Summer for organization, dribbling to observe his teammates' positions, but opportunities inside remained elusive. He passed to Christie, who then fed Turkoglu, attempting to take on Delembert but finding no opening. The ball was passed back to Francis, who faced Iverson. The veteran still had a chance to score. Iguodala appeared on the wing, applying pressure, and Francis found himself in a predicament. Time was slipping away, with the Magic trailing by 4 points, making each second critical. Finding a gap, he passed to Summer at the free throw line, who took a contested shot against Kevin Ollie. With his super targeting technique engaged, Summer decisively released the ball. Although this shot was not the final decider of the game, the pressure was palpable. Even with super targeting, Summer lacked complete confidence in making the basket. Yet, one must take the shot when the moment calls for it. How many game-winning shots in the NBA were made with such decisiveness? No player refrains from shooting due to pressure. Since entering the NBA, Summer had been fortunate. With super targeting boosting his shooting percentage by 10, he had only missed once. This time was no exception, as he sank another two-pointer, keeping the Magic's hopes alive. Defense, defense, Coach Davis shouted from the sidelines. At this moment, no one dared to relax. The 76ers decided to let Iverson take the offensive lead. Today, Iverson was in exceptional form, having already scored 42 points and made 3 assists, showcasing an unstoppable offensive display worthy of his title as the scoring champion. With the ball in the low post, Iverson waved his arms, and Summer closely guarded him. Sensing the pressure, Iverson opted for a back down, pivoting on his left foot, twisting his body to find an opening. As he turned and dribbled, Summer maintained his position, shifting with Iverson's movements, successfully staving off the initial change of direction. However, Iverson remained a master of his craft, executing a swift second change of direction. Who could defend against such agility? As Summer was caught off guard, Christie swiftly repositioned to thwart the offensive route of the answer. Opting to pass the ball, Iverson retreated to the sidelines, while Summer resumed his defensive stance. Iguodala once again passed the ball to Iverson. In the summer heat, Shot-Ion reached out to disrupt, while Iverson leaped to catch the ball. However, Shot-Ion was closely guarding him, and upon landing, Ivason's body leaned dangerously backward, his balance wavering as he took a small step back. Ivason's minor retreat contrasted sharply with the Magic's decisive advance. The vigilant sideline referee immediately blew the whistle. Under Shashan's tight defense, Iverson made a critical error, relinquishing possession to the Magic. The team promptly called a timeout. With only a 2-point deficit, the ball was now in our favor. "You truly are our lucky charm, Shot-Ion," Howard exclaimed excitedly. Davis, however, bore a stoic expression, his inner tension surpassing that of the players. He glanced at Howard and remarked, "I thought you were napping under the basket." The implication was clear. During the previous 2 offensive and defensive plays, Howard had remained silent. Yet, this was hardly his fault, as Mark Jackson had been effectively boxing him out, leaving him no space or opportunity to receive the ball. From a strategic standpoint, a fast break was imperative. With a score of 95-97 and only 38 seconds left on the clock, the Magic needed to ensure they had ample time for their next offensive maneuver. Even if this attack succeeded, it would merely result in a tie, granting the 76ers sufficient time for their own offensive play, likely leading them to gamble on the final shot and seize victory through their defense. This was a straightforward reality, hardly qualifying as a tactic, as everyone was well aware of the stakes. Therefore, it was highly probable that the 76ers head coach was currently devising a strategy for defensive fast breaks. Davis pulled out the tactical board, jotting down notes and sketches. As the timeout concluded, the Magic retained possession, with no changes in personnel, while the 76ers implemented a full-court press defense. In the summer, as the players maneuvered for position, Francis received the inbound pass and initiated a rapid offensive thrust. Shot-Ion sprinted towards the front court with remarkable speed. Encountering defensive pressure, Francis passed the ball to Shot-Ion, who skillfully broke through the defense and launched the basketball towards Howard. Like Zhang Ida on the bridge under the blazing sun, Howard let out a fierce roar and leaped into the air. With both hands, he seized the ball and aimed to slam it into the hoop. But Mark Jackson's powerful arm came crashing in. Howard, along with the ball, fell to the ground, prompting the referee to call a foul. It must be said that the officiating in this match was astute, with timely decisions being made. Howard approached the free throw line to take 2 shots, while the Philadelphia fans predictably erupted in a cacophony to disrupt him. He sank the first shot, flashing a broad smile and exchanging high fives with Turkoglu and Christie. The second attempt, however, struck the inner rim of the hoop and was secured by DeLimbert for the rebound. The 76ers called a brief timeout. It was a moment to seize the opportunity. This defensive play was crucial, especially in executing a double team on Iverson. In the summer, it was stated, in this case, "We must let go of either Kyle Korver or Andre Iguodala, ensuring their positions are distinctly separated to avoid any opportunities for defensive assists." The Magic players nodded in agreement, their gazes simultaneously turning towards the head coach, eagerly awaiting his strategy. "Let us position Andre. Korver's shooting is steadier than Iguodala's, and with Christie defending, there shouldn't be much concern. Iguodala's shooting is not particularly remarkable. His scoring leans more towards driving to the basket and second-chance opportunities. Letting Iguodala go is a reluctant decision, as we cannot afford to grant Iverson any space for shooting." Time swiftly passed, and within seconds, the situation had not yet been fully clarified. Howard had just made 1 out of 2 free throws, leaving the Magic trailing by a single point, 96-97, with only 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Upon returning to the court, the Magic applied full court pressure as Iverson approached the front court, dribbling just beyond the three-point line. They were determined to compress the final attacking opportunity for the Magic, opting to initiate their offense in the last few seconds. With each tick of the clock, Iverson prepared to launch his move, but Summer had already closed in, while Francis abandoned Iguodala at the baseline to double-team. Iverson understood the challenge ahead. He attempted to pass, but Summer shadowed him closely, denying any openings. The double-team was effectively established, and Iverson, displaying remarkable decisiveness, struggled to leap, stepping back beyond the three-point line to release his shot. At that moment, the Wachovia Center fell into an eerie silence, every breath held in suspense. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard throughout the arena. Thud! The basketball struck the inner rim, and the Magic's number 12 soared like a rocket, unyielding, grasping the rebound firmly in his hands. Timeout. Simultaneously, the Magic called their final timeout of the game. The score remained 96-97, with just 5.2 seconds left on the clock. Davis had already prepared the tactical board, outlining the positions in advance, being proactive, though uncertain if it would be necessary. Quickly, he explained the adjusted strategies, shifting Hedo Turkoglu back to the 3 position, bringing Cato onto the court while Christie took a seat. As they returned to the court, Iverson exchanged a meaningful glance with Summer, who responded with a confident smile. Cato initiated the inbound pass, while Summer and Francis maneuvered for the catch. Iverson, utilizing his speed, shadowed Summer, and Francis executed a return run to receive the ball, while Summer advanced toward the midcourt line. Francis passed the ball, and upon receiving it, Summer immediately spun and dribbled, with Iverson persistently maintaining his defensive stance. At the last moment, the commentator could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Summer is driving. Howard has moved to set a screen at the free throw line." Time was running out. Summer, eyes fixed on the basket, feigned a shooting motion. But the basketball had already been passed to Howard behind him. Howard leaped, and it was not merely a jump, it was a flight. Taking off from just before the free throw line, he forcefully slammed the ball towards the hoop. As he executed the dunk motion, the final buzzer echoed, signaling that if the ball went in, it would count. With a resounding thud, Howard single-handedly dunked the basketball into the net. They had won. The Magic triumphed with a last-second shot, 98-97, defeating Iverson's 76ers. Euphoria surged through them. The commentator could hardly believe that his first live broadcast would feature such an exhilarating game, a last-second victory against the 76ers and Iverson. Throughout the final 3 minutes, Summer had not once found an opportunity to pass the ball inside. Yet in that climactic moment, they succeeded. As Howard landed, he struck a superhero pose, pointing towards the heavens, but the moment was fleeting. Summer, Francis, and others quickly embraced him, tousling his hair and exchanging hugs. The 76ers' home crowd fell silent, their fans departing in disappointment, while the celebration belonged to the Orlando Magic. Chapter 46. Stay in Philadelphia? Let me up, Howard exclaimed amidst the chaos. "Oh, don't touch me there. Who kissed me? Ugh." Howard was pinned beneath a pile of teammates, shouting in excitement, struggling to rise amidst a flurry of arms, some white, some yellow, but predominantly black. "Am I handsome?" Howard shouted exuberantly. The Magic players responded in unison as they made their way to the player tunnel, sharing laughter on their return to the locker room. Howard added, "I want a loud and mighty nickname." Nelson raised his hand, suggesting, "Let us call you Superman." Stevenson chimed in, "Superman doesn't sound as fierce as the Beast." The group buzzed with ideas, and Howard turned to Summer, asking, "Summer, my brother, what do you think?" Summer smiled and said, "How about calling him the Beast?" The Beast. Howard savored the words, murmuring to himself, "The Beast Howard, Dwight Howard the Beast. It sounds delightful. This is the perfect choice. As a token of gratitude, upon your return, treat me to hot pot, will you?" In the summer, the Mouse is finalizing the technical statistics, preparing to conclude today's live broadcast. Allen Iverson of the Philadelphia 76ers scored a game-high 42 points, along with 3 assists and 5 rebounds, though he also committed 4 turnovers. On the other side, Francis contributed 16 points, Howard added 16 points and 14 rebounds, while Summer showcased a well-rounded performance with 11 points, 8 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 1 rebound. As his performance continues to improve, the commentary regarding his scoring abilities has diminished significantly. Notably, the entire Magic team acknowledges Summer's capabilities and even Nelson no longer harbors any resentment. The coaching staff holds him in high regard after this match. Summer's performance speaks for itself, as he flawlessly fulfilled his responsibilities. In an interview with the Philadelphia Sports Journal, Iverson discussed Summer's impact. When asked about the challenges posed by the opponents, Iverson remarked that their late-game defense was exceptionally effective, particularly in limiting both him and Kyle Korver. He also highlighted Howard's outstanding physical attributes, noting his execution of a difficult game-winning shot as a critical factor. When questioned about the opposing backup point guard, Summer, who hails from Huaxia, and whether Iverson had taught him his dribbling skills, Iverson shook his head and clarified that they had encountered each other during the Olympics, where Summer had already demonstrated remarkable ball handling and passing abilities. Today, Summer emerged as the pivotal element in the Magic's comeback, contributing crucial points and assists in critical moments. When asked if Philadelphia could triumph over Orlando in their next encounter, Iverson confidently affirmed that they must, acknowledging that their greatest error today was underestimating Summer. He mentioned that previous reports about Summer were rife with inaccuracies, suggesting the media owes him an apology. In their next meeting, Summer will be a primary focus of their defense, ensuring they do not falter again. The acknowledgement from a prominent player like Iverson signifies the weight of Summer's contributions in this match. Following their victory, the Magic returned to their hotel, preparing to head back to Orlando for their next game. Summer reached out to Coach Davis, inquiring about a delayed return to Orlando. "Do you have matters to attend to in Philadelphia?" Davis wondered, perplexed by Summer's intentions. "Indeed, I just spoke with Allen Iverson, who has agreed to partake in a 2-day training session with me. You know, Iverson is an exceptional ball handler in the league, and this presents a rare opportunity for me." Coach Davis nodded in acknowledgement. "You are an ambitious player, and that is commendable. In light of this, I shall grant your request to return to Orlando before the next game." "Thank you, Coach Davis. Upon my return, I shall treat you to hot pot." "Hot pot? What on earth is that?" Davis was unfamiliar with the culinary traditions of Huaxia. In the summer, Xia Tian remarked, "Dwight has already fallen in love with hot pot. Once we return to Orlando, I shall invite you to dine with us, so you may savor the exquisite flavors of Huaxia's hot pot." "Ah, in that case, I eagerly await your invitation," came the reply. Coach Davis concluded with a reminder, saying, "Xia, remember, behind you lies Orlando, where countless fans anticipate your growth. Philadelphia is merely a sharpening stone on your path of development. To Philadelphia, you are but a transient figure, while Orlando is your true stronghold." Davis seemed wary of Iverson encroaching upon his territory, for, in a genuine sense, the Philadelphia 76ers currently lack a true point guard. Whether it be Willie Green, Kevin Ollie, or even Iverson himself, they all lean more towards the shooting guard role. The 76ers are in dire need of a bona fide point guard like Xia Tian, who possesses considerable potential. "Rest assured, Coach Davis, I shall not betray your trust." Upon returning to his room, he reflected on the day's gains, 11 points added to his tally, with his experience in super aiming and serpent-like maneuvering now reaching 24,100. With 8 assists, his experience in ghostly passing surged to 36,100. Xia Tian estimated that ghostly passing might upgrade even faster than super aiming, based on his current playing time and statistics. An upgrade could be achieved in just 7 to 8 games. In other words, even without training, as long as he continues to play and accumulate experience points, he will grow stronger. The only aspect that appears to progress more swiftly than scoring and assist experience is the milestone for steals, currently at 5 for 160, with just 6 assists needed to unlock it. With a heart full of anticipation, he shed the weariness of the day, gradually emerging from the joy of victory, and slowly drifted into slumber. The following day, before his teammates departed, Xia Tian arranged to meet Iverson, and the two made their way to an unoccupied court. Iverson, with a hint of boastfulness, declared, "This is my usual training ground, privately owned. What do you think?" Summer surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "What a splendid place. The environment is both beautiful and tranquil, and the warm sunlight can elevate one's spirits during training." Allen Iverson, with a hint of pride, replied, "Indeed. The nights are illuminated by bright lights. Training can occur here around the clock without any disturbances to or from others." "Let us commence," Summer eagerly stated, for time was of the essence. They had agreed upon 2 days of training, but with the potential for double the benefits. Those 2 days could yield the equivalent of 4. The Magic's next match was scheduled in 2 days against the Portland Trail Blazers, led by Zach Randolph. Thus, Summer could remain in Philadelphia for 2 days, returning to Orlando on the morning of the game, ensuring he would arrive in time for the evening's contest. Iverson waved his hand and said, "No need to rush. I have promised you this special training opportunity without any compensation or conditions, provided you can successfully defend against one of my 3 offensive attempts." To engage in one-on-one defense against Iverson was a formidable challenge. In the previous day's game, Summer's ability to limit Iverson's prowess was not solely his own doing, as it was aided by the double teaming from Biggie and the help defense from Christie. Summer hesitated for a moment before resolutely proclaiming, "All right." Chapter 47, The Philadelphia Journey, combined Chapter 2, in 1. On the court, Iverson's defensive gambles often led to lapses, allowing opponents to score easy layups in the absence of a formidable rim protector. Nevertheless, his offensive prowess is beyond question. He was named Rookie of the Year, clinched the regular season MVP in 2001, and was crowned the league's scoring champion 3 times in 1999, 2001, and 2002. His achievements speak louder than any ornate phrase. Engaging in a one-on-one with Iverson is no trivial matter, and Summer must remain utterly focused, unlike in his encounters with Nelson. The only regret is that the milestone for steals had not been activated. Otherwise, an additional defensive skill would significantly enhance his success rate. With a casual dribble and a confident smile adorning his face, Iverson declared, "Are you ready? Here I come." In the summer, one invigorates the body, clapping hands vigorously as if to encourage oneself, exclaiming, "Let us go." Sensing the fervor of Summer, Iverson too concealed his smile, treating every battle with utmost seriousness. The defiant answer from Philadelphia would not permit him to falter. At the top of the arc, Iverson suddenly pushed the basketball forward, causing Summer's weight to shift instantaneously. In that moment, Iverson pulled the ball into his embrace, effortlessly maneuvering past Summer to score with a layup. Indeed, this was the very technique known as the Sam Gold that Summer had employed during the game, executed by Iverson with even greater finesse and precision. Iverson patted Summer on the shoulder, remarking, "This is a move you've used. What do you think? Are you impressed?" "Not impressed," Summer retorted defiantly as he tossed the basketball back to Iverson. "Not impressed. That's fine. You still have 2 more opportunities." Iverson returned to the top of the arc, gesturing to Summer's left, saying, "Beware of your left side. I shall not deceive you." With Iverson's pride, Summer believed he would not speak falsely. He began dribbling once more, maintaining focus even in the face of this newcomer. With a crossover beneath his legs, he executed a swift change of direction. Summer remained still, as Iverson aimed to move left. Any sway to the right would undoubtedly draw him back. Sure enough, another double crossover ensued, causing Summer's center of gravity to shift. However, rather than choosing to drive for a layup, Iverson opted for a behind-the-back dribble. As Summer lunged to defend, Iverson stepped back and executed a jump shot, which found its mark. Summer shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling utterly bewildered by the series of maneuvers. Defense? How could one defend? A wave of helplessness washed over him. This was the chasm that lay between them. When would his dribbling skills reach such an extraordinary level? Resignation lingered in the air. Would he concede? He refused to believe that he could not withstand the onslaught. With one last opportunity, he chose to advance down the left side once more. Xiatian solemnly nodded, bending at the waist, with both hands resting on his knees, ever ready to spring into action. At last, Iverson made his move, and Xiatian closely adhered to him, applying relentless pressure and denying him even the slightest space to dribble. In terms of physical confrontation, Xiatian's height and strength presented a distinct advantage, while Iverson struggled to maneuver, twisting his body, retreating a step only to swiftly shift laterally. Summer quickly caught up. Yet in terms of speed, Iverson remained superior, particularly in lateral movement, which was simply incomparable. Having evaded Summer, Iverson did not hasten to take a shot. Instead, he dribbled, awaiting the arrival of Summer's defense. He lifted his hand for a three-pointer, but the basketball struck the edge of the rim, producing a resounding thud. Iverson had missed. Xiatian was acutely aware that he had a clear opportunity to score on an open layup, yet he refrained from doing so, deliberately holding back. "Well, you did it," Iverson remarked with a hint of regret, spreading his hands in acknowledgement. "Thank you," Xiatian replied with a smile as he retrieved the basketball. "Perhaps we could continue this game of one-on-one. It would certainly enhance your defensive skills." In the summer, Xiatian jestingly remarked, "Aren't you afraid that I might decipher your tactics and target you in our next encounter on the court?" Allen Iverson, brimming with confidence, responded with a hearty laugh. "Ha! You can certainly attempt to take me on one-on-one." This exchange epitomizes the audacity and self-assurance of the Philadelphia answer, They welcome rigorous training and scrutiny, unperturbed by the prospect of being targeted. On the court, the dynamics shift rapidly. Attempting to contain Iversen's scoring prowess is a formidable challenge. With Siakion's current defensive capabilities, a one-on-one approach proves inadequate. Should a double team ensue, one must not forget that he has teammates to rely upon. "Come on, continue to defend me," he urged. Throughout the morning, Siakon and Iversen engaged in a one-on-one showdown, free from the constraints of a three-man defense. Iversen played with greater freedom, finding some difficulty in defense. Yet it was hardly insurmountable. He mused aloud, "Truth be told, I have little interest in dominating the weak." Despite his words, his hands remained active, executing yet another impressive layup. However, in the subsequent play, Siakon seized the opportunity to steal the ball from him. Chuckling, "Arrogance is not a commendable mindset." Iversen merely smiled, allowing Siakon to take the offensive while he assumed the role of defender. Having endured earlier defensive exchanges, Siakon recognized his physical advantages over Iversen in terms of height, weight, and strength, thus striving to amplify these attributes. Yet, the moment Siakon over-dribbled, Iversen invariably capitalized, either stealing the ball or forcing him into a position where he could only attempt a distant shot. As the morning progressed, Siakon experienced more losses than victories. Yet he discerned his improvement, from initially being trapped with no options to gradually mounting a counterattack. The serpentine footwork he practiced offered the advantage of unrestricted usage during training. However, in competitive play, his current level of serpentine maneuvering is not infallible, regardless of whether it involves shooting, laying up, or dunking. The ultimate goal remains to score by placing the basketball through the hoop. Opponents will naturally resist allowing easy points. Consequently, even if Siakon employs his serpentine footwork to bypass a defender, there remains the ever-watchful interior defense of the opposing team. Serpentine movement can facilitate evasion, but it cannot guarantee that every shot will find its mark. After enjoying lunch with Iversen and taking a brief respite, Siakon visited Iversen's opulent home, adorned with lavish decorations that exuded extravagance. Iversen, having grown up in a ghetto and subsequently earning a substantial salary in the NBA, experienced a dramatic transformation in his lifestyle. Before Siakon's arrival, Iversen endured a challenging period marked by excessive indulgence. However, such matters are personal, and given their current rapport, Siakon felt it inappropriate to delve further. During their break, Siakon utilized a computer to converse with Mouse on social media. Mouse expressed a growing fondness for live streaming and harbored aspirations of becoming a professional basketball commentator one day. Summer was undoubtedly encouraged by this, prompting him to consider future live broadcasts. By afternoon, Iversen began providing hands-on instruction, starting with techniques for changing direction and dribbling. Iversen remarked that Summer's ability to change direction and dribble was only one-third of his own skill level, though this was perhaps an underestimation. Summer's fundamentals were quite solid, albeit his transitions after changing direction were not entirely seamless. With a great mentor personally guiding him, Summer ventured to experiment with a wider array of combination techniques, including spins after dribbling changes, jump shots following dribble changes, and even double crossovers. The double crossover, in particular, proved to be a formidable tactic in games. And as the ankle breaker, it was one of Iversen's signature moves. After an exhausting afternoon of training, Summer initially intended to send Iversen home, wishing to practice his shooting alone that evening. After all, one day of training felt equivalent to two, and his progress was commendable. His free throw percentage had steadily risen from 70 to around 72. His mid-range shooting percentage was nearing 70, affording him opportunities to score even without perfect aim, though his accuracy was slightly lacking. As for three-point shooting, Summer had yet to begin that training, opting to take it one step at a time. However, Iversen insisted on taking Summer out for dinner. After a shower, Iversen drove Summer around in his sports car for quite a while before finding a Chinese restaurant. Following a hearty meal, Iversen took Summer to a bar, where Summer came to understand the meaning of extravagance and ostentation. They ordered the most expensive drinks, engaged with the most glamorous women, and spoke with unabashed bravado, fully embodying the persona of a big shot. Iversen's lavishness attracted many young, attractive women who approached them, and Summer found himself the subject of constant flirtation. The openness of foreign cultures was apparent. While flirting was commonplace, the women's hands were rather adventurous. And as a young man brimming with vitality, Summer found it quite challenging to maintain his composure. Despite the circumstances, he felt this was not the appropriate setting for such interactions. Before long, Summer and Iversen were surrounded by a lively group of colorful characters, filled with laughter and conversation. making them the most vibrant presence in the bar. Naturally, this drew the ire of others, as a burly man stepped forward, demanding that Iverson buy him the finest drink. The man's tone was harsh, and though Iverson was wealthy, he was not one to dispense charity indiscriminately, leading him to refuse outright. The burly man, of a stature comparable to Summer but much more muscular, aggressively grabbed Iverson's shirt, speaking menacingly. Both men had donned sunglasses and made a concerted effort to blend in, and with the dim bar lighting, they were not easily recognizable. Even Summer initially failed to identify them. Upon witnessing the man's aggressive behavior, Summer quickly rose to his feet, forcefully pushing the man aside to shield Iverson. Iverson placed a reassuring hand on Summer's shoulder, standing beside him, while the burly man gestured at the two, muttering something before walking away. "I recognize you as a brother," Iverson said, lifting 2 glasses, one of which he offered to Summer. "Cheers." Summer readily complied, downing his drink in one go. "I appreciate your straightforwardness. Should you visit Philadelphia, do not hesitate to seek me out." The burly man interjected, "What a bold claim. Let me show you who truly holds the power here." He returned with several companions, asking, "Do you still refuse to buy me a drink?" In response, Iverson pulled out a stack of cash, snapping his fingers, prompting the attentive server to bring 4 glasses of the finest liquor. The 4 men seated themselves opposite Summer and Iverson even allowed the previous companions to join them. Leaning close to Summer, Iverson whispered, "Keep them occupied for a moment while I make a call to remind them who's in charge in Philadelphia." This was not the same as back home. In such an environment, facing 4 adversaries was perilous. Perhaps influenced by alcohol, Summer nodded, and Iverson excused himself to the restroom to make the call. The burly man propped his legs up on the table, swirling his drink in front of Summer, who chose to ignore him. In a fit of anger, the man smashed his glass onto the floor, creating an awkward tension in the air, as if a fuse was about to ignite. During the summer, some money was pulled out and handed to the waiter to continue refilling their drinks. Before long, Iverson returned. With him, the atmosphere was finally stabilized. Approximately 10 minutes later, a line of cars halted at the entrance of the bar, and a throng of individuals surged inside, as Iverson extended his arm to beckon them over. In the summer, it is known that certain players in the NBA possess connections to the underworld. For instance, the notorious Gage and Allen Iverson, who had many associates in Philadelphia. Among them were his brothers who grew up in the slums. As they matured, Iverson frequently treated them to meals and drinks, with just a call from him. They would promptly arrive. Upon witnessing this display, the 4 burly men immediately wilted, their previously crossed legs uncrossing, and they pushed aside the women they were with. Iverson seized his drink and splashed its contents onto the face of one of the hulking men, subsequently smashing the glass at his feet. "Is this how you treat my brother?" he questioned. "Is my drink to your liking? I may not know who holds authority here, but as long as I am present, it certainly isn't you." In the sweltering summer, it is painful to witness the waste of several thousand yuan worth of liquor, carelessly spilled without a second thought, after all. It was my hard-earned money. But joking aside, on this summer day, I feel a sense of liberation. The worries, gloom, and depression that once weighed heavily upon me have dissipated. He too raised his glass, downing the contents in one swift motion, then spitting it onto the face of the burly man before shattering the glass upon the table. He seized a shard and pressed it against the man's throat. "So, what do you have to say now about my blindness?" The burly man, cowed and submissive, had no choice but to concede. Only then did he discard the glass fragment. "Have you vented your frustrations?" Iverson inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Iverson chuckled. "Let us return, Kane. You entertain them for a while. I shall take my leave. Order whatever you wish, it's on me." In the summer, Xia Tian and Iverson exited the bar, their camaraderie evident as they walked shoulder to shoulder. At this juncture, it was clear that their revelry could not continue. If matters escalated, tomorrow's headlines would not be favorable. The following day, training resumed, with Iverson demonstrating even greater dedication than before. He patiently elucidated Xia Tian's inadequacies in technique, offering constructive modifications. Iverson's willingness to stand up for Xia Tian the previous day had solidified his recognition of him, and now he regarded Xia Tian as a brother. He imparted several of his signature moves and techniques, such as the fadeaway jumper after gliding along the baseline, even taking the time to advise Sam Gold in the process. Time, however, was of the essence, and Xia Tian could only familiarize himself with these skills, intending to refine them further upon his return to Orlando. As evening approached, Xia Tian expressed his desire to practice shooting, encouraging Iverson to return home and willingly offered to retrieve the basketballs. There was little for Iverson to instruct in this regard. It was simply a matter of shooting, endlessly shooting. 2 swift days passed, and Iverson personally drove Xia Tian to the airport. That morning, Coach Davis had called to remind Xia Tian to ensure his timely return. Bidding farewell to Iverson marked the conclusion of a brief yet enriching journey in Philadelphia, with another challenge awaiting him later that night. Chapter 48. Father Xia returns. Orlando Airport is situated in the eastern part of the city, approximately 6 kilometers from the downtown area. Renowned as one of the finest leisure cities in the world, Orlando boasts numerous lakes, pristine streets, amiable residents, and a temperate climate, making it an ideal destination for hiking, camping, aquatic activities, honeymoons, and family vacations. Each year, Orlando Airport welcomes a multitude of travelers, including many from China. However, with the influx of visitors, the diversity of individuals increases, inevitably bringing along some nefarious elements. Upon arriving at the airport in the summer, I was greeted by a contingent of American officers, poised and ready, effectively sealing off the passageway. These law enforcement officials, armed and bearing grave expressions, approached me with unwavering resolve. A wave of panic surged within me. Could it be that the altercation at the bar had come to the attention of the authorities? Surely not, for that incident transpired in Philadelphia and had no bearing on Orlando. 2 officers advanced to my side, subduing a nearby African-American man, citing a report that he was suspected of carrying narcotics. Xia Tian let out a sigh of relief. Was this gentleman not the very same one who had just occupied the seat beside him? Before he could fully compose himself, 2 police officers surrounded him, one in front and one behind, presenting the same request for his cooperation in their investigation. All this, simply because he had exchanged a few words with the gentleman on the flight. How unfortunate. It felt as though misfortune had knocked at his door and taken residence. Though he silently lamented his fate, he knew that in America, it was prudent to comply with police inquiries. Otherwise, one might face dire consequences. Although Xia Tian had not turned to look, he could still perceive from the corner of his eye that the officer behind him had his hand resting on his firearm. The flight purchased for the summer departed at 9:25 a.m., landing in Orlando at 12:07 p.m., with the match scheduled to commence at 7 p.m., providing ample time. However, after being interrogated and undergoing inspections, the afternoon slipped away, and by the time he emerged, it was nearly 6 p.m. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be feasible for him to head directly to the arena without returning home. Yet, upon exiting, he encountered a group of tourists, among whom were fans from his homeland. As he removed his sunglasses, they instantly recognized him. His complexion, hair color, and the distinct features of his compatriots made him easily identifiable abroad. "Summer, it's really you. May we take a photograph together?" one exclaimed. "I traveled all the way to Orlando just to witness a live match. I've already secured tickets for the next game." With the calls of several compatriots, a crowd began to gather, and as the NBA regular season unfolded, he had garnered a modest degree of fame in Orlando, leading to an influx of requests for autographs and photographs. These tourists were equipped with cameras, and this was Summer's first experience being surrounded in such a manner. Lacking experience, he felt it would be somewhat impolite to ignore them, especially since they were fellow countrymen. Now, as a public figure, he was aware that should he be targeted by keyboard warriors, he could face a torrent of criticism the following day. After spending a considerable amount of time taking photos and signing autographs, he finally exited the airport around 6:45 p.m. He hailed a taxi and was about to get in when Coach Davis called. Just as Summer picked up the phone, he was bumped into by a hurried woman who quickly took his place in the taxi, causing his phone to fall to the ground. Watching his suddenly blackened screen, he shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, it was not the era of mobile payments in his homeland, or else a broken phone would render him utterly helpless. It seemed he had unwittingly ventured out on an inauspicious day, with all misfortunes converging upon him. After finally boarding the vehicle and instructing the driver of his destination, he let out a sigh of relief, hoping to arrive at the arena just as the match was about to begin. However, with his phone broken, he could not contact his teammates and could only urge the driver to expedite the journey. The driver then informed him that a stop at a gas station was necessary, or they would run out of fuel. What a stroke of bad luck. Such coincidences seemed too far-fetched for a television drama. One could scarcely believe a writer would dare to craft such absurdity. Now that he was in the taxi, there was little he could do but wait, especially since it was impossible to hail another cab roadside. After a lengthy wait at the gas station, once back on the road, Summer began to notice something amiss. The driver appeared to be taking a longer route. In the summer, I engaged in a debate with the driver, sternly condemning their erroneous actions. Glancing at the clock, I noticed it was already 20 past 7. The match had commenced, and perhaps the first quarter had already concluded. In the sweltering summer, I reluctantly took out my phone and informed the driver, "I have noted down your license plate number. If you do not take me to my destination via the usual route, I shall report you immediately." Only then did the driver comply obediently, treating the summer as if it were merely a season for tourists. Such a situation had never occurred before, as the team always provided a bus for transportation, eliminating the need for me to hail a cab. Upon arriving at the arena and changing into my attire, I discovered that it was already 8 o'clock, and the third quarter of the match had commenced. As Summer prepared to head out, she noticed Francis being escorted back by the staff. "Summer, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, his previously composed demeanor now brightened with joy. "What is happening, Boss Francis?" Summer inquired, puzzled. Francis replied, "A technical foul led to my ejection. I initially believed the match was lost, but now that you are back, there is still a chance for redemption." In the first half of the game, the Magic's interior was thoroughly disrupted by Zach Randolph, while Howard was restrained. Francis had clashed physically with Randolph during a drive and was subsequently expelled from the game. "What is the current situation?" he continued. "We are trailing 46-58, down by 12 points. Enough talk, hurry and report to Coach Davis," Francis urged. Summer nodded and immediately dashed out of the tunnel. The moment he emerged, the fans at the Amway Center erupted in cheers, not for a goal, but for his presence. The entire arena celebrated his arrival, a moment that marked Summer's first experience of such adulation in Orlando. Unbeknownst to him, Summer had become an indispensable part of the Orlando Magic, consistently stepping up during critical moments, whether by scoring or assisting, thereby helping the team to steadily increase their score. Upon witnessing Summer's entrance, Davis also breathed a sigh of relief. In the summer, Xiatian approached Coach Davis and said, "I apologize, Coach Davis. So much has transpired today. My tardiness was unintentional. I will explain everything to you after the match." Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Xiatian's forehead even before stepping onto the court, Davis replied, "All right, take a moment to rest. Be prepared to enter the game during the next stoppage." Nearby, Christie jokingly remarked, "We all thought you had decided to stay in Philadelphia and not return." Summer shook his head and said, "No, Coach Davis has stated that Orlando is my stronghold, and I have always believed this." On the court, Zach Randolph once again powered through Dwight Howard, smirking at him. Rarely managing to suppress his temper, Howard thought to himself, "Just you wait, Summer, am back, and next, I will dunk over you." Chapter 49, Clear Division of Labor. Zach Randolph, standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 118 kilograms, plays as a center and power forward. Selected by the Trail Blazers in the first round as the 19th pick in 2001. He was last season's most improved player. Entering the league in 2001, he averaged 2.8 points in his rookie season, followed by 8.4 points in his second season. And in his third season, he showcased a dominant performance with an average of over 20 points and 10 rebounds, establishing himself as one of the most formidable interior players in the league today. The Trail Blazers boasted not only Randolph, but also the agile power forward Sharif Abdurrahim, who, at 2.06 meters tall, possessed nimble footwork and precise shooting skills in the paint. In the backcourt, the player known as Little Flying Mouse, Damon Stoudemire, stood at 1.76 meters, making him exceptionally agile on the offensive end, albeit with a common flaw in defense. Currently, the Trail Blazers lineup featured Little Flying Mouse Damon, Derek Anderson, Darius Miles, Abdurrahim, and Randolph. Utilizing his physical attributes, Damon weaved through the towering giants, passing to Abdurrahim, who executed a turnaround jumper from the low post, leaving Cato helpless and even resulting in a foul against him. With a score of 46-61, the 15-point gap had begun to widen significantly. Both teams took this opportunity to adjust their rosters. For the Magic, the lineup consisted of Summer, Stevenson, Christie, Turkoglu, and Howard. Turkoglu's agility and height perfectly compensated for Cato's shortcomings. After the ejection of the veteran Nelson, the return of Summer provided some much-needed relief. Observing that the Magic's starting point guard had been ejected and Grant Hill was absent from the game, the Trail Blazers felt confident about their victory. Consequently, they deployed their second unit consisting of Nick Van Exel, Derek Anderson, Darius Miles, Theo Ratliff, and Joel Przybilla. In the summer, Xiatian remarked to Howard that he felt slighted, yet acknowledged that they were being afforded an opportunity. Howard stretched his arms and replied, "I was feeling quite uncomfortable being pressured by that guy. Now that you're back, I'm ready to dominate." The guy he referred to as Randolph, who, despite being of similar height to Howard, matched him in strength and surpassed him in skill, particularly in shooting accuracy. This situation marked a rare moment where Howard faced a challenge in physical confrontations in the paint. After completing intensive training with Iverson, Siakam felt a surge of confidence. Believing he had made significant progress, he declared, "Since they have given us this opportunity, it's time for you to shine. I'll handle the perimeter while you take care of the interior." Howard nodded vigorously, stating, "As long as that fellow isn't around, you can take more shots to hone your skills, and I'll strive to grab a few more offensive rebounds." When Siakam and Howard took the court together, the crowd erupted in cheers. With possession of the ball, Siakam executed a swift change of direction to easily bypass the soon-to-be veteran, 34-year-old Nick Van Exel. He gently tossed the ball, and Howard, fully understanding the play, caught it mid-air for a thunderous dunk, sealing the moment decisively. Howard felt a wave of joy. The return of Siakam made a remarkable difference. Observing the two big men of the Trailblazers, Theo Ratliff was drawn out of the paint by Hedo Turkoglu, while Joel Przybilla, despite his height, lacked the athletic prowess to match Howard's caliber. Without the constraint of Zach Randolph, Howard thrived under the basket. The offensive possession concluded efficiently in 8 seconds, showcasing the growing synergy between Siakam and Howard, enabling them to operate in unison without the need for signals. Defense remained paramount. Siakam reminded his teammates that to close the scoring gap swiftly, they needed to focus not only on their own scoring but also on limiting the opponent's points. "With me in the paint, you can rest assured there will be no worries down low." Since his last game-winning dunk, which earned him the moniker the Beast, Howard brimmed with confidence. Feeling he was inching closer to being recognized as the premier center, Christie chimed in, "I'll take the position at the 45-degree angle." A regular on the all-defensive team, Christie maintained an expansive defensive range. Although his speed had diminished somewhat, he felt confident handling the Trailblazers' second unit. Nick brought the ball up the court, demonstrating the steadiness of a veteran as he patiently sought an opportunity. However, the Magic's defense was not just tight, it was intensely focused. As the two perimeter players exchanged passes, precious seconds ticked away, and Nick began to appear anxious. Noticing this, Christie deliberately feigned a lapse, allowing Darius Miles to gain half a step on him. As Miles approached the wing to receive the ball, Christie suddenly surged forward, intercepting the pass. In one moment, Christie moved sluggishly like an aging horse, and in the next, he dashed with surprising agility. Although his tactics were somewhat crafty, the outcome was remarkably effective. He passed to Siakam, who had anticipated the play, and together with Stevenson, they charged toward the basket in a 2-on-2 situation. Siakam, with his back to the basket, successfully fed Stevenson for a layup. They exchanged high fives and retreated in unison, sharing a knowing smile. The roles within the Magic were distinctly defined. Christie focused on perimeter defense, Stevenson on scoring, and Siakam on orchestrating the plays. With the score at 50-61, they swiftly executed a 4-0 run in less than a minute. The Magic's previously subdued morale began to revive, and the home crowd, which had been quiet in the first half, now generously offered their applause and cheers. Head coach Davis nodded approvingly and remarked to his assistant, "Gent, this is the impact of Sia. I must admit, he has become an indispensable member of our team, displaying remarkable consistency. He often claims his talent is lacking. But can such rapid progress really stem from sheer effort?" Gent concurred, noting, "I initially rated his potential as A-B. Yet now it seems an A would be more fitting, possibly even higher." Davis chuckled, his gaze fixed on the court. "Let us discuss this later. I truly hope he can lead the team to a comeback." However, Gent interjected, "As the head coach, you must also consider the performance of other players. Why do we consistently find ourselves in situations that require comebacks, relying so heavily on Sia's playmaking? Is it dependency on him? Or are there issues with other players that need addressing?" Davis turned to Gent, nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly shouted, "Good block." It turned out that Nick's drive to the basket had been thwarted by Howard's emphatic rejection, and Turkoglu seized the ball, launching the Magic into another fast break. Yet, the Trailblazers swiftly retreated on defense, establishing their positions in the front court. Siakam passed the ball to Turkoglu, who struggled in physical confrontations, unable to contend with his opponent, and delivered a straight return pass back to Siakam. In the summer, as the ball was received, a deft change of direction left the opponent bewildered, followed by a retreating step to execute a mid-range shot. The basketball struck the rim, and the Trailblazers' backup center, Joel, was the first to make contact. However, Howard skillfully tipped the ball, leaping majestically to seize it and promptly returned it to Summer. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Thus, he repeated the same maneuver, a change of direction, a retreating step, and a shot. This time, it found its mark. Remarkable. Without the aid of super accuracy, the ball went in. Reflecting on the day's earlier tribulations, could fortune be smiling upon him once more? Chapter 50. The battle rages on. The score stood at 52-61. Narrowing the gap to single digits, with Summer contributing 2 points and 2 assists since entering the game, those 6 points were directly tied to him. A perfect participation rate of 100. The Blazers called for a brief timeout, Coach Chicks wearing a stern expression, visibly displeased, as if he were being publicly humiliated. He had assumed that the absence of Grant Hill and Francis would cripple the Magic's offense, yet here they were, scoring 6 points without hesitation. The primary players had only rested for a minute, their seats barely warmed before they had to return to the court. Zach, disrupt their interior game. Deny them any opportunities to score inside and extend that lead, ideally to 20 points. Whatever it takes, I demand a final victory. I want their home crowd to fall silent. Coach Chicks, resembling a commander rallying a squadron for a crucial offensive, brooked no dissent, which did uplift some morale. On the Magic's side, Davis spoke succinctly. Do you believe in Summer? If you trust him, stay focused, whether receiving the ball or setting a screen. If you doubt him, feel free to voice your objections. After 2 seconds of silence, no one contradicted him. Davis turned to Summer and inquired, Summer, do you have anything to say? Summer shook his head, extending his right hand with the back facing downwards, and declared, let us just do it. Following this, Howard, Stevenson, Christie, and Turkoglu each placed their palms atop his, and even Davis joined in. Let us just do it, fearlessly. The forthcoming challenges would undoubtedly escalate as the opponent's key players returned, including Randolph, Richard, and the diminutive Mouse. The Magic's lineup remained unchanged, and both teams re-established their formations. The Mouse dribbled swiftly, and before Summer could reach out to interfere, he leapt from beyond the arc, executing a quick 3-point attempt. Clank. Although the shot did not find its mark, inside the paint, Zach Randolph powered up, deftly tipping the ball in for a score. Zach Randolph placed the fallen basketball into Howard's embrace, offering no words but a smile as he sprinted away. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, and indeed, there was little one could do against him, as Summer made his timely entrance. He playfully patted Sparks' rear and said, stifle their momentum, leverage your advantages. Your explosiveness and leaping ability surpass his. Never forget, you are the beast, Howard. Spark nodded, served the ball to Summer, and sprinted towards the front court. After analyzing the dynamics on the court, it became evident that at the power forward position, Turkoglu and Razum were akin in type and ability. The Magic held a defensive advantage at the small forward position, while on the backcourt, the diminutive Flying Mouse could unleash a ferocious 3-point barrage. Fortunately, the Magic's Stevenson provided a slight edge, allowing for a counterbalance. To determine the victor, the interior game was paramount. Thus, Summer sought to further activate Howard, transforming him into the true beast he was meant to be. During the summer, the player signaled his teammates to spread out, opting to take on Damon Stoudemire in a one-on-one duel. After training alongside Allen Iverson for 2 days, he emerged with heightened confidence, eager to translate practice into performance. Dribbling with finesse, he executed Sam Gold's technique, pushing the ball forward. When the opponent attempted to steal it, he swiftly reclaimed it, transitioning into a back-to-basket dribble that evaded the nimble Mouse. Despite Damon's agility, he was left in the dust, forced to pursue from behind. As they entered the paint, Randolph was already in position, yet the player effortlessly dribbled past him. Slipping along the baseline, Randolph's gaze remained fixed on the player, while Damon continued his chase. As he dashed along the baseline, he cut back at a 0-degree angle, leaping into a fadeaway shot, now face-to-face with Damon, who had just been spun around. The Summer's backward leap, given Damon's height and defensive prowess, was utterly ineffective. Zach Randolph was acutely aware of this. He reacted swiftly, extending his hand to intercept. In midair, Summer forcefully slammed the ball to the ground, executing a bounce pass to Howard, who stood facing the hoop. Randolph inwardly cursed. I've been deceived. He promptly pivoted to guard Howard, who had already leaped, his signature axe motion in full swing. The clash of muscles and the friction of bodies ensued, both players unwilling to yield. Although Randolph was formidable, his defensive timing faltered just enough for Howard to soar over him and slam the ball into the basket. Dwight! Whoa, so impressive. Dwight, take them down. Roared the crowd, the Amway Center ignited by this emphatic dunk, a multitude of fans chanting Howard's name. Upon landing, Howard surprisingly refrained from an exuberant shout, instead offering Randolph a smile and remarking, "Just a little bit more. Wait for it. I shall repay you in kind." Randolph's temper flared immediately, having been dunked on. He felt compelled to reclaim his pride, lest he be labeled a coward by the fans. "Summer, you truly are my savior. That pass was impeccably timed," Howard exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In the summer, a light-hearted jest was made, prompting a declaration of authority from the father figure, commanding a restriction on the opponent's scoring from the defensive end. Howard remarked casually, "Come on, I was just joking. It shouldn't be taken seriously." The coach observed the gent. "It seems that the training with the answer over the past couple of days has yielded some results. That dribbling move he just executed must have been refined." Gent concurred, "Indeed. And the way he maneuvered along the baseline with a spin and a fadeaway was reminiscent of how the answer often plays." Davis, stroking his chin in contemplation, redirected his attention to the game. The score stood at 54-63, maintaining a 9-point gap, with the main players back on the court. The intensity on both offense and defense escalated immediately. Damon was acutely aware of both his strengths and weaknesses, skillfully dribbling while maintaining distance, denying Summer any chance for close engagement. Sharif Abdur-Rahim, inherently an agile interior player with shooting prowess, proactively set screens. Damon utilized the pick to shake off Summer and promptly delivered the ball back to Rahim, aiming for him to exploit his height against Summer. However, Summer was swift. As Rahim received the pass, Summer's hand was already there. Rahim had no choice but to loft a pass to Randolph in the paint. Randolph leaped gracefully, executing a catch that made a satisfying sound as the ball met his palms. One must admit, that catch was rather stylish. With his back to the basket, Randolph engaged Howard, bulldozing his way down low while rhythmically dribbling the ball. Howard planted his right foot firmly on the ground, one hand reaching skyward while the other braced against Randolph's waist, gradually yielding ground. Sensing the moment was right, Randolph spun and took a shot. Howard roared, springing upwards as if propelled by springs, his fingertips grazing the ball just as it left Randolph's hands. The block was executed flawlessly. Davis, witnessing the spectacle from the sidelines, suddenly shouted, startling his teammates. Unperturbed, Randolph maintained his composure, securing the descending basketball and transitioning into a layup. Howard, growing increasingly confident, swatted once more. As Randolph attempted a one-handed layup, the ball was sent careening out of bounds. With 2 consecutive blocks, Howard was in a fervor, embodying the explosive athleticism Summer had encouraged him to harness. In that moment, the cheers from the home crowd reverberated through the arena. Chapter 51. Blossoming in multiple directions, one surge of energy leads to another, but eventually, it wanes. Having experienced being dunked on and subsequently blocked twice, Randolph's morale plummeted, overwhelming him with a myriad of complex emotions. Anger surged within him, accompanied by self-doubt. Those 2 blocks nearly shattered his confidence. Since the previous season, Randolph had been on an upward trajectory, basking in the adulation of fans and media alike, relishing the spotlight. Even when facing Shaquille O'Neal, he had never endured such treatment. "I am the beast, Dwight Howard," Howard bellowed, pounding his chest. Ever since Summer's return, he had rediscovered his rhythm, regaining the confidence that had been chipped away. It's no wonder Howard regarded Summer as akin to a paternal figure. As the game resumed, the Trail Blazers initiated a baseline inbounds play. Rahim received the pass, but his mid-range shot was thwarted by Turkoglu's interference, missing the mark. Howard secured the rebound and swiftly sought out Summer, executing a seamless pass. Following those 2 blocks, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The Magic players exuded newfound confidence, while Randolph and the Trail Blazers faltered, resorting to individual efforts for forced shots. Stevenson received a pass from Christie and hit a 3-pointer from the baseline, narrowing the gap once more. The score read 57-63. And after Summer's return in the third quarter, the team had surged with an 11-2 run. Finally, the nimble little flying mouse capitalized on a teammate's screen, sinking a long 2-pointer to maintain the margin for the Trail Blazers. In response, Turkoglu executed a one-on-one against Rahim, hitting a turnaround jumper for another 2 points. The score now stood at 59-65, a 6-point difference. Darius Miles mishandled the pass, gifting the Magic another opportunity to close the gap. The current iteration of the Magic posed a formidable challenge for the Trail Blazers, blooming in multiple directions and leaving their defensive focus uncertain. Coach Chick shouted from the sidelines, guard the pass, prevent the passing." During the summer, one feels an overwhelming urge to cast aside the basketball in hand and rush over to Kixis, executing a graceful 90-degree bow before singing, "Thank you for being you, for warming the seasons." Truly, I would secure the cue, quickly, defend my pass, so that I may score with honor, even if I miss the shot. The game remains the same. I shall play according to the opponent's defense, adapting as necessary. Upon reaching the front court, I dribble while surveying the positions of my teammates. Damon, believing I am distracted, lunges forward, attempting to steal the ball from my dribble. In a heartbeat, I pivot swiftly, maneuvering past him. Damn, that startled me, you old fox. I silently scolded in my mind. Focus is imperative. Darius Miles on the wing makes a timely intervention, bending low to attempt another steal. Hey, you old foxes, I shall not indulge you. In the summer, facing Miles, he executed a sharp change of direction. Miles, being a tall and robust forward, moved with a certain sluggishness, yet possessed a solid and powerful physique, leaning towards the role of a power forward. Confronted with such nimble maneuvering, he immediately lost his balance. This was not the end. Summer made another pronounced shift, and Miles, still struggling to regain his center of gravity, was sent sprawling to the ground by another feint. The moment had arrived, and Summer, without hesitation, leapt for a jump shot. The basketball soared toward the hoop, only to feel a jolt as if someone had struck him. The referee blew the whistle, calling a foul on Damon behind him. A chance for a three-point play, how exhilarating it felt to Summer. He silently berated, "You old rascal, you hit my knee." Unbeknownst to him, perhaps his misfortunes had been exhausted during the day, as his touch that night was exceptionally smooth. Without employing his super aiming technique, the shot still found its mark. With 2 successful mid-range attempts out of 3, it was hard to believe that he had not utilized his super aiming, a feat unimaginable in the past. However, the main concern for Coach Davis and the others was not whether he made the shot or not, nor the additional free throw, but rather the brilliance of his double change of direction. Observing Grant Hill, who was present despite not fully recovering from his injury, the coach posed a question. If I give you 2 days to learn the change of direction from Iverson, could you manage to leave your opponent on the ground in your first game back? Grant Hill shook his head in direct denial, stating, not even Iverson himself could achieve that without a foundation. He acknowledged that Summer had the requisite skills, yet 2 days seemed too brief. Was it possible he had been training relentlessly in Philadelphia, sacrificing sustenance, only to arrive just in time for today's game? What they did not realize was that for Summer, 2 days equated to 4, and with Iverson's hands-on guidance and personal practice sessions, Summer's progress had been remarkably swift. As Summer stepped to the free throw line during the sweltering summer, he made the additional free throw, earning an enthusiastic ovation and cheers from the home crowd. The score stood at 62-65 with only a 3-point deficit. The clock in the third quarter continued to tick away. Randolph had already been substituted after his free throw, and now the Trailblazers needed someone to rise to the occasion. At last, the diminutive Damon found his rhythm beyond the arc, providing a much-needed reprieve for the Blazers and breaking their scoring drought. They had refrained from calling a timeout, as they still held a considerable advantage. In this offensive play, Summer did not employ dribbling to challenge Damon, but instead utilized his physicality to relentlessly penetrate the paint. Damon's slight frame was gradually pushed back by Summer's imposing presence, swiftly leading them into the key. Come on. Howard had established his position and was reaching out for the ball. As Summer halted his dribbling, he cradled the basketball in both hands, swaying it side to side while feigning a pass. Although the little flying mouse was not deceived, Summer nonetheless pivoted and executed a graceful jump shot. In truth, whether Damon was outmaneuvered or not was of little consequence to his counterpart. He appeared as a significant liability on the defensive end, a glaring weakness far more pronounced than even that of Iverson. Kobe's signature fadeaway sent the ball soaring through the air, tracing a beautiful arc that, if adorned with colors, would undoubtedly resemble a resplendent rainbow. Swish! What a delightful sound. Regardless of whether one is a professional or an amateur, any basketball enthusiast would find it impossible to resist the enchanting sound of such a splendid basket. Hee hee. Another one in. Summer chuckled as he turned, gazing at his hands in disbelief. Stevenson caught up with him and remarked, if I'm not mistaken, aside from your initial miss, you've made 3 consecutive shots. Summer nodded in agreement. Indeed, the one who could merely pass the ball surprisingly had such a moment of brilliance. Stevenson exclaimed, damn, what kind of magic does Allen Iverson possess? Why does it feel like my progress over the past 2 days is equivalent to 2 months of training? It's astounding. In the summer, a delightful sense of joy fills the heart. The misfortunes encountered during the day, upon reflection, now seem worthwhile, for having exhausted the streak of bad luck. Only good fortune remains. Damon, filled with indignation, retaliates with a successful three-point shot. The Magic, undeterred, execute a sequence of 4 passes, culminating in Christie's drive to the basket for a 2-point score. Subsequently, both teams struggle to find the net, while Howard joyfully accumulates rebounds. In the final moments of the third quarter, he secures an offensive rebound, converting a second-chance opportunity with a layup that completely levels the score, 72-72. Throughout the third quarter, the Magic outperformed with a score of 26-14, with Siakam contributing 7 points and 4 assists. Chapter 52, Flowers and Green Leaves. According to the historical trajectory, Howard's rookie season did not appear as remarkable, averaging far less than the current 16.8 points per game. If Siakam's memory serves him well, the ascent of Howard and his Magic was not to occur until the 2007-2008 season, when Rashard Lewis had just joined the team. In the peak years of the Magic, Howard was surrounded by a cadre of sharpshooters who focused solely on perimeter shooting, while he dominated the boards, particularly excelling in offensive rebounds, showcasing his prowess in second-chance scoring. From 2007 to 2010, Howard frequently claimed the title of rebounding champion and shot-blocking leader, earning consecutive honors as the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. However, following his trades to the Lakers and Rockets, replicating the level of performance he achieved during his time with the Magic proved to be an arduous challenge. Despite possessing elite athleticism, many observers lamented that he had not fully capitalized on his physical gifts. Summer not only transformed himself, but also altered Howard's trajectory within the NBA, potentially reshaping the history of the Magic as well. At times, a proficient guard can indeed influence certain players or an entire team, a quintessential example being Chris Paul. His exceptional playmaking abilities have often earned him the title of the league's premier point guard, particularly during his tenure with the Clippers, where he cultivated a city renowned for its alley-oops. Observing the subsequent decline of DeAndre Jordan after parting ways with Paul illustrates this point. Currently, Paul is still making waves in the NCAA, while Summer aspires to ascend to the status of the league's foremost point guard before him. The journey toward greatness is arduous and long. I shall diligently seek knowledge and improvement. Fortunately, he remains steadfast in his efforts, continuously progressing towards his ambitions. Taking the third quarter of the game against the Trail Blazers as an example, Summer invigorated the entire team's offense, orchestrating a remarkable 15-point comeback with remarkable composure, showcasing his growth beyond that of a mere rookie. As the fourth quarter approached, after a brief 3-minute respite, Summer returned to the court, joining forces with Howard and Turkoglu to decisively widen the score gap and secure victory. Although Zach Randolph played with vigor later on, it was too little, too late. An exuberant Howard delivered a thunderous dunk over him. The final score settled at 94-87, as the Magic achieved yet another astonishing comeback. Howard concluded the game with an impressive tally of 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks, with those 4 blocks marking a personal best for him. In the summer, with a remarkable record of 11 points, 7 assists, and 1 steal, Sia's exquisite passes elevated his experience points to 43,100 in playmaking, while his scoring experience reached 35,100. He was merely 5 steals away from unlocking a milestone, accumulating a total of 5,560. Without the presence of Grant Hill and Francis, the team found themselves utterly defenseless against their opponents. However, upon Sia's return, everything transformed. Both avid fans and casual observers recognized the pivotal role Sia played in this match. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, Orlando fans erupted in jubilant cheers, the sound reverberating through the Amway Center like waves, one after another throughout the second half. Ladies and gentlemen, your applause and cheers are greatly appreciated. Let us extend even more admiration to my brother Sia, and grant him the spotlight he rightfully deserves, Howard proclaimed, holding a microphone aloft. Some individuals are meant to be the vibrant flowers in the spotlight, while others humbly play the supportive role of leaves, accentuating the flower's exquisite beauty. Yet, do not overlook him. Sia embodies such a role. It was his orchestrations and passes that secured our victory, and he merits greater recognition. As Howard concluded his remarks, the audience rose in unison, applauding fervently. Thank you. Was that all your own words? Sia asked, somewhat incredulous. Howard patted his chest and replied with a grin, indeed. Those are my heartfelt sentiments. Don't forget to treat me to hot pot. At that moment, Coach Davis approached, positioning himself between Howard and Sia, and remarked, well said. I was half expecting you to falter. Howard cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Did you prompt him to say that? Sia inquired. Of course, otherwise. How would he have articulated such sentiments? Noticing Xia's gaze, Howard hastily interjected, "While I may have quoted him verbatim, these are indeed my true feelings. I'm just being honest." Summer was certainly not one to dwell on such trivial matters, as he and his teammates made their way to the player tunnel amidst the cheers of the still-present audience. Upon returning to the locker room, Summer recounted his afternoon's misadventures to his teammates and coaching staff, who all exclaimed how unfortunate he had been. Aside from the fans requesting autographs and photographs, everything else seemed to be an unwarranted calamity. Davis, however, did not dwell on the incident, as securing a victory in today's match was the most favorable outcome. Observing his players engaged in jovial banter, Davis clapped his hands and declared, "Gentlemen, I recognize that you are relishing the joy of victory, but I must interrupt. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will have a full training session. Punctuality is imperative." The following morning, Summer arose at the break of dawn, engaging in a morning run and practicing his breathing techniques. Upon arriving at the training facility before his teammates, he took the opportunity to refine his shooting skills. Simultaneously, he reviewed the techniques he had honed over the past 2 days with Iverson. For these skills were essential tools he needed to master for future competitions. "Good morning, Summer." He was surprised to find Coach Davis was the only other person present at such an early hour. "Good morning, Coach Davis. I have made noticeable progress during this period, and my shooting accuracy has improved significantly. I feel somewhat ashamed, but it is a privilege to assist my teammates in alleviating some of the pressure on the court. This is one of the reasons I strive to improve." Davis patted Summer on the shoulder and remarked, "I understand that you harbor a strong desire to elevate your game. Your eagerness to enhance your skills is merely a reflection of your ambition to advance further before that pivotal match." In the sweltering summer, he nodded noncommittally. It is crucial for a rookie entering the NBA to have a commendable teammate, yet it is even more vital to have a coach who comprehends one's potential. John Davis, despite lacking notable achievements as a head coach and having limited experience at the helm of an NBA team, possesses fairness and an acute understanding of personnel deployment, qualities that set him apart from many coaches. Davis remarked, "The Timberwolves remain formidable this year, positioned 5th in the Western Conference. Our team is still maturing, and defeating them will not be an easy task. This is an undeniable truth, even if the Magic players are reluctant to acknowledge it. Evading the reality is futile. Perhaps for the Timberwolves, competing against the Magic may seem insignificant, yet the Magic must prepare diligently. This necessity is one of the reasons I insist on rigorous training. It's not just the Timberwolves we face, but many other formidable teams await us, though we have yet to encounter them. I reiterate, regardless of the outcome, what matters is your effort. I have fulfilled my responsibilities, and ultimately, it will depend on our performance in the moment." Summer remarked, "Indeed, Coach Davis, our roster is complete, and we certainly possess the potential to excel." In the end, it remained ambiguous whether Summer was consoling Davis or if Davis was inspiring Summer. Regardless, formidable adversaries abound, rivals even stronger than the Trailblazers and the 76ers. Chapter 53, a small gathering. The entire team gathered for a training session, including Grant Hill, whose facial injury, primarily affecting his eye, had nearly healed following a period of treatment and rest. It was anticipated that Hill would return to the starting lineup in the following match. Yet he attended the training merely to observe, as he was unable to engage in strenuous activity. The training commenced with a scrimmage. Summer, Howard, Turkoglu, and Stevenson formed one team, while Nelson, Francis, Christie, and the substitutes constituted the opposing squad. The outcome of the scrimmage was inconsequential. The primary objective was to foster passing, screens, and overall synergy, as such chemistry requires cultivation. Upon concluding the inter-squad scrimmage, the focus shifted to physical conditioning. Summer diligently adhered to the training regimen outlined by Davis and Gent, who tailored the exercises to suit each player's physical attributes and previous training records. These training tasks, often physically demanding, pushed the athletes to their limits, thereby facilitating the breaking of physical constraints and the unlocking of latent potential. After a brief respite at noon, the afternoon was dedicated to tactical and skill development, encompassing dribbling through obstacles, layup drills, passing and cutting combinations, and one-on-one physical confrontations. The final segment featured another scrimmage, with Summer, Howard, and the substitutes grouped together, maintaining the training's original intent. By the conclusion of the training, the clock had struck 6 in the evening. Most players departed in their vehicles, yet Summer extended an invitation to Davis to join him for a hot pot dinner, a plan that had been established previously. Francis also accompanied them. Ever since Howard and Francis had discussed hot pot, he had frequently taken the opportunity to join in. Upon arriving at their residence, The ingredients were already prepared. Aside from sports drinks, the refrigerator shared by Summer and Howard was predominantly stocked with hot pot ingredients. In the summer, Xia Tian and Howard were well acquainted, setting the stage for their culinary adventure. Davis, intrigued by this style of dining, watched as the hot pot began to bubble. Xia Tian and Howard had already started to immerse their ingredients, while Francis busily added more. Only Davis felt somewhat awkward as he struggled with the chopsticks, finding himself in a bit of a predicament. In the summer, hands-on guidance was provided, much like the instruction Davis received during his training. Although Davis was not particularly adept, he did know how to wield a ladle. Dozens of plates filled with ingredients had been completely devoured, leaving everyone satiated. Howard, patting his stomach, reclined against the backrest, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. Coach Davis also commended, "The flavors are delightful, and the approach is quite innovative. Might I be invited next time?" "Of course," came the reply. However, gazing at the disarray of the table, the impending task of washing dishes and pots loomed, a chore that no one was eager to undertake. "Today, it's your turn, Xia." Summer immediately retorted, "Last time it was me who cleaned up. Today it is undoubtedly your turn." Howard slammed his hand on the table and asserted, "No, that's not correct. I distinctly recall Steve saying it would be his turn next." Francis, unperturbed, argued, "I handled it last time, so it is your responsibility now, Dwight." Unable to reach a consensus and reluctant to let Davis intervene physically, the three turned in unison towards the head coach, seeking his judgment. "How about this?" he proposed. "I will pose a question to each of you. Those who cannot answer will be tasked with cleaning duties." "Agreed," they chorused simultaneously. Davis pointed at Summer and inquired, "We just a beef. How many eyes does a cow have?" "Two," came the prompt reply. He then directed his attention to Francis, asking, "How many ears does a cow possess?" "Two," was the swift answer once more. Davis, with a smile, turned to Howard and asked, "Dwight, how many hairs are there on a cow?" Howard was left speechless, suppressing the urge to curse. If you weren't the head coach, you would have to crawl out of this room today, he thought. This is unfair. Why are their questions so simple while mine is genuinely challenging? Who knows how many hairs a cow has? Who would even bother counting? Howard lamented about the inequity. Davis chuckled. "If you can't answer such a simple question, it's your turn to clean." Howard protested. "Simple? Do you know the answer? Have you counted?" Davis then turned to Summer and said, "Summer, it's your turn to respond." In the summer, one chuckled, "A cow is covered in fur." Howard lamented, "Why didn't I think of that?" However, he then turned to Davis and said, "That doesn't count. Pose another question." Undeterred, Davis inquired, "A cow is facing east. Which direction is its tail pointing?" Howard immediately rose from his chair, proclaiming, "West, to the west." "Incorrect. Go tidy up," Davis asserted confidently, tapping his fingers on the table. Howard retorted, "How could that possibly be wrong? We learned about directions in elementary school." In the summer, Xia Tian patted Howard on the shoulder and remarked, "One cannot give up until one reaches the Yellow River, regardless of the direction the ox's head faces. Its tail inevitably points downward. Let us commence the cleaning." Howard, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, expressed his frustration, sensing that he had been deceived by three individuals. Yet there seemed to be no tangible evidence to substantiate his feelings. Davis took the lead and departed, while Xia Tian and Francis busily assumed command. "Oh, this needs to be washed. The table remains uncleaned. We must not waste the leftover ingredients. Let us pack them away in the refrigerator." It was indeed exasperating that they could not even manage such simple tasks, and they had even shattered a plate. Though it might be considered unkind to tease Howard, the playful banter fostered camaraderie. This was one of the reasons why Xia Tian thrived in a foreign land, as part of the Orlando magic. He forged strong bonds with his teammates, knowing that even minor mistakes would often go unnoticed. As summer approaches, plans are underway to invite Stevenson, Christie, and others in a staggered manner, one or two at a time to avoid chaos. He is convinced that foreign cuisine is rather monotonous, and no one can resist the allure of hot pot. After all, hasn't Davis already begun to contemplate the next gathering? After the event, Summer returned to his room, opened his computer, logged into his social media account, and engaged in a chat with a friend when he unexpectedly received a message from an unfamiliar sender. "Summer, keep your spirits high. When will you return home for a visit? You left without even saying goodbye. After all, we are classmates. Lynn E. has requested to add you as a friend." Summer smiled as memories flooded back, clicking the consent button. Initially, Summer intended to divert his mind from the captivating girl through the intense NBA schedule and rigorous training. However, unexpectedly, she reached out to him. creating a tangled web of emotions that was difficult to unravel. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and replied, "All right, I was quite rushed when I went abroad, and I didn't want to hinder your studies. I will reach out to you when I return." Afterwards, he conversed with Mouse for a while, due to his coursework. He could not cover the live broadcast of the game between the 76ers and the Trailblazers, as he was still in university. Yet, he found himself increasingly confident and interested in live commentary, as pursuing one's passions often ignites a fervor, much like Summer's love for basketball. Chapter 54. The Celtics. The day following the training camp, on November 24th, the Magic flew to Indiana to face the Pacers in an away game. The upcoming matches were not particularly favorable, as they faced 3 consecutive away games. After battling the Pacers, they would head to Atlanta to take on the Hawks, and subsequently travel to Boston to challenge the Celtics. In the match against the Pacers, perhaps fatigue or climatic conditions played a role, as the Magic's overall performance was subpar, resulting in an 83-88 loss. Since the season's commencement, the Magic had been inconsistent, alternating between victories and defeats. After finally securing a 3-game winning streak and climbing to 8th in the Eastern Conference, they fell back to 9th after losing to the Pacers in Atlanta against the Hawks. The Magic's form began to improve, bolstered by the return of Grant Hill from injury. The first quarter saw the Hawks dominating, with the Magic appearing sluggish. However, by the end of the second quarter, they managed to level the score. The Hawks were having a particularly challenging season, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference without any sign of improvement. Their situation had devolved into a complete debacle, making victories a rare occurrence for the citizens of Atlanta this season. Ultimately, through a cohesive team effort, the Magic triumphed over the Hawks with a decisive score of 99-87. The summer's 2 matches have once again elevated the milestone statistics: a masterful assist tally of 57-100, an extraordinary precision of 50-100 through snake-like maneuvering, and a steal milestone of 5-960. If all goes as anticipated, the upcoming match against the Celtics will see the unlocking of the steal milestone. On November 29th, the Orlando Magic will journey to Boston. The Celtics, often referred to as the Green Team due to their home uniforms, are one of the oldest franchises in NBA history and hold the record for the most championships won, without exception. The Celtics of yesteryears were luminary, evoking the legendary figures of Coach Red Auerbach, the ringmaster Bill Russell, and the pioneer of point guards, Bob Cousy. Under the leadership of Russell and Cousy, the Celtics etched their name in history with 11 championships, including an unprecedented 8 consecutive titles. The championship banners fluttering above the North Shore Garden resonate with pride, while the retired jerseys continue to shine brilliantly. In stark contrast, the visiting Orlando Magic find themselves devoid of accolades, lacking any significant honors to display. As the saying goes, heroes do not dwell upon past glories. What has transpired is ultimately behind us. Since the 1980s, the Celtics have entered a prolonged rebuilding phase, striving to rekindle the brilliance once synonymous with Boston. Far across the ocean, Joe Howe is also set to host his second live broadcast today, having made prior announcements that resulted in eager fans flocking to the stream as soon as it opened, leaving the host pleasantly surprised. "All right, brothers. It's good to see you again. I am your host and commentator, Housey." Before the match commences, let us examine the lineups. The Boston Celtics confirmed starters today include Gary Payton, Jiri Welsh, Paul Pierce, Raef LaFrentz, and Mark Blount. The formidable aspect of this lineup lies in their height and defensive prowess. Even the shooting guard stands at an impressive 2 meters, with a double center presence in the paint, showcasing their emphasis on countering the might of Dwight Howard. Paul Pierce needs no introduction, an all-star player recognized in the best lineups. He possesses exceptional shooting skills, particularly in his 3-point shooting. Gary Payton, a dual-threat player, has been selected for the All-Star team multiple times, earning accolades as a first-team All-NBA selection twice, second-team 5 times, and third-team twice. Notably, he is the only point guard in NBA history to be named the best defensive player. Last season, even at the venerable age of 35 with the Lakers, he delivered an impressive average of 14, 6 points, 5 assists, 4, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals per game. The Magic's starting lineup sees slight alterations, featuring Francis, Stevenson, Hill, Turkoglu, and Howard. Turkoglu has performed commendably in recent matches, filling in for Hill, and today aims to leverage his agility to penetrate the formidable defense of the Green Team. As the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference faces off against the 9th, the players take the court, and the match is poised to begin. During the summer, Sitting on the bench alongside his teammates, there was a sense of laughter and relaxation, as if they were oblivious to the challenges of the game. Howard and Mark Blount contested the jump ball, with the Celtics gaining possession. After receiving the ball, Payton passed it to Pierce, who initiated the first offensive play. Facing Hill's defense, perhaps hindered by an ankle injury, Hill was surprisingly faked out by Pierce, who took a shot. Fortunately for the Celtics, Pierce's aim was off, and his first attempt clanged off the rim, allowing Howard to secure the opening rebound. In his prime, Grant Hill's abilities were on par with those of Tracy McGrady. However, years of injury setbacks had taken their toll, with him appearing in just over 40 games from 2001 to 2004. Last season, an ankle injury sidelined him for the entire year. Returning to the game, Francis utilized his teammate's screen to complete a mid-range jump shot, marking the first score for the Magic. In the initial exchanges, the Magic appeared to have the upper hand, setting the stage for a counterattack from the Celtics. Payton orchestrated the offense, passing to Yeri, but Stevenson interfered with his reception, resulting in a turnover and giving possession back to the Magic. The Celtics had offered several opportunities at the start. Hill executed a swift drive to the basket, adding more points. As noted by the commentators, the Celtics had indeed provided chances as their repeated offensive attempts failed to find the mark, while the Magic capitalized, scoring 8 consecutive points and establishing a stunning 8-0 lead. The Celtics were caught off guard, having been struck by a timeout early in the game. "I thought they were supposed to be formidable," Howard whispered with a hint of pride to Summer. Summer remarked, "Do not underestimate them. Their dual center lineup is clearly designed to counter you. The current situation appears favorable, yet underestimating the opponent can incur significant consequences, especially against the formidable Celtics, who stand third in the Eastern Conference." Howard's temperament was as such. His emotions, joy, excitement, enthusiasm, and even anger were always displayed openly, never concealed. "Rest assured, I will demonstrate my prowess to them. We shall dominate the game from the very first quarter." Following the timeout, the Celtics intensified their coordination between interior and perimeter play, and Pierce finally emerged to break the deadlock. Having triumphed over the Timberwolves in their previous encounter, this match posed a true test for us. Davis approached Summer and stated. Summer nodded as the Celtics triumphed over the Timberwolves. If they could conquer the Celtics, would it not suggest a possibility of overcoming the Timberwolves as well? Matches are determined on the court, not by mere calculations. Each game presents a unique opponent and varying performances, rendering outcomes difficult to predict. However, should they defeat the Celtics, their chances against the Timberwolves would significantly improve. In the subsequent offensive plays, the opposing team intensified their defensive strategies, leveraging their height to consistently disrupt the Magic's passing. The Magic found themselves in a passive state, and, within the next few minutes, the Celtics surged ahead with a 10-2 run, leveling the scores. When Francis encountered a double team and lost possession, Davis turned to Summer and said, "Summer, it's your turn. Strive to revitalize the situation." In the summer, Siakam tidied his hairstyle, replacing Francis. "Look, don't underestimate your opponent. Now you're paying the price," Howard remarked as he walked. Isn't this your doing?" Faced with such a drought of scoring in this competitive situation, Siakam took a deep breath, preparing to defend against the impending offensive. Chapter 55. The Glove, Gary Payton. Gary Payton's speed was not particularly swift. He moved languidly, reminiscent of an elderly man, exuding an air of indifference. This was merely an illusion, a complete facade. Had Siakam been a rookie like the others, he would have likely fallen for it. But as a time traveler, the name of Gary Payton, the Glove, was already legendary, especially in the 2006 NBA Finals, where his pivotal shots helped the Heat clinch the championship. Did you think he was incapable of moving? No, this was merely a ruse to confound you. Observing Siakam's serious and patient defense, Payton smiled and swiftly passed the ball to Pierce. Pierce casually dribbled a couple of times before returning the ball, allowing Payton to utilize his height and wingspan to catch it. Pierce wasn't unwilling to score, rather, he aimed to impart a lesson to the young player. As a veteran with 15 years in the league, Payton possessed a wealth of experience. Watching the poised Siakam, Payton dribbled while taunting, "Hey, kid, can you really defend? I'm going to shoot, you know." His shooting feint was remarkably convincing, causing Siakam to nearly leap. "I truly am going to shoot. There's no way you can stop me." When the line between the real and the false blurs, the false becomes real. Payton executed a clean jump shot, sinking a three-pointer, standing at 193 meters with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. His ability to disrupt the defender's mentality before shooting allowed him to take clean jump shots against numerous defenders. The summer was indeed disrupted by him, causing a slight delay in defense. With a score of 13-10, the Celtics continued to score. Gary Payton, a 9-time member of the all-defensive team, was well aware that he could not afford to act hastily in the face of such pressure. Any sign of weakness would present an opportunity. Observing the Celtics' defense, the two centers, each towering over 10 meters, completely obstructed the passing lanes, while Pierce and Hill engaged in relentless tussles. Only the two guards provided mutual cover as Summer began to dribble, attempting to exploit his speed to outmaneuver the aging Payton. Each time Summer believed he had created an opening with his dribbling, he would invariably find Payton positioned in his path. This is the essence of a seasoned veteran. Payton's defensive prowess lay in his ability to anticipate his opponent's offensive trajectory. In the sweltering summer, Xiao was left with no choice but to deliver a pass to Stevenson while turning his back, only to see the shot from the perimeter go astray. Inside, Howard found himself overwhelmed, as one opponent held him in check while another seized the rebound. As for Turkoglu, his physique seemed insufficient against the trio of robust adversaries. Perhaps it would be prudent to substitute in Kevin Cato? Francis, observing the challenging situation faced by Xiao, proposed to the head coach, "Let us not rush. Let us wait and see." After securing the rebound, the Celtics launched another offensive. Yeri set a screen, Payton delivered the pass, and Pierce received it, driving straight into the paint before dishing it out to Brunt. Brunt attempted a shot near the basket, but Howard leapt high, executing a spectacular volleyball-style block that sent the ball flying. Such an impressive rejection invigorated the team. For over 4 minutes, the Celtics had rendered the Magic utterly impotent, and Howard's block was truly electrifying. Seizing the basketball, Xiao initiated a fast break. Pierce quickly retreated on defense, but Xiao held his ground as his teammates positioned themselves. Turkoglu set a screen on the perimeter, allowing Xiao to break through and pass. Turkoglu caught the ball and launched a three-pointer. Success. This might be one of the reasons Davis refrained from substituting Cato. Turkoglu's ability to stretch the floor alleviated the pressure on Howard in the paint and disrupted the Celtics' defense. Exchanging a high five with Xiao, Turkoglu contributed 3 vital points. Stabilizing the situation, Payton dribbled forward and remarked to Xiao, "You can't guard me." In the summer, still unconvinced by the odds, he proactively approached. Payton's dribbling was remarkably simple, yet exceptionally steady, devoid of flamboyant crossovers or superfluous movements. He advanced with the ball, taking small, deliberate steps into the paint, swaying gently from side to side before executing a seamless turn and a high, soft layup. In the summer, one cannot remain indifferent. A swift hand struck down upon Payton's wrist. Though the layup failed to find its mark, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Summer. With a devilish grin, Payton lifted his chin towards Summer, as if to say, "What do you think, kid? I wasn't mistaken, was I?" Today, Payton exhibited a notable restraint, a stark contrast to his earlier days with the Supersonics, when he was known for his relentless trash talk following drives to the basket. He confidently sank both free throws, propelling the Celtics back into the lead. Taking advantage of the moment, they substituted power forward Raef LaFrentz for this year's first-round pick, Al Jefferson, selected 15th overall. A robust presence in the paint, Jefferson possessed shooting and hook shot capabilities, complemented by commendable low-post skills. As the Magic initiated their offense, Turkoglu ventured into the paint, and Jefferson followed suit. Turkoglu was left with no choice but to pass to Stevenson, who then relayed the ball to Summer. "You cannot guard me. Yet I can certainly guard you," Payton taunted, rubbing his hands together playfully. "Oh really?" Summer retorted. "Just be careful not to get your pocket picked." The moniker "The Glove," attributed to Gary Payton, stemmed from his tenacious defensive prowess and ability to steal the ball. "My ball is not so easily taken, not even by the glove." With that, Summer executed a back-to-the-basket dribble, attempting a leftward drive. Upon observing Summer's movements, Payton swiftly shifted his position to obstruct the attacking lane. Faced with Payton, Summer refrained from employing any perilous maneuvers akin to those of Sam Cassell. In an instant, the Summer swiftly altered direction, redirecting the offensive path to the right. Unsurprisingly, the seasoned Payton remained unperturbed, making yet another appearance. As Summer commences, the player exhibits a serpentine movement, with a constantly shifting center of gravity, swaying left and right as if dancing on the court while cradling a basketball. Even Payton, upon encountering such footwork for the first time, falters in his judgment, succumbing to a layup executed by Summer. Summer smiled faintly and nodded at Payton. "You young rascal, I shall make you aware of the perils of society." Payton, as he spoke, moved to receive the pass and swiftly maneuvered through, once again bulldozing his way forward. Standing taller than Summer and possessing considerable strength, coupled with his wealth of experience and steady ball control, Summer found no openings in his defense. Approaching the paint once more, Payton positioned himself with his back to Summer, executing the same feint and pivot. However, this time, instead of a low shot, he performed a deceptive pass, leaving Summer once again outsmarted. The referee called another defensive foul on Summer, as Payton had initiated a shooting motion, resulting in 2 free throws. Goodness, gloved Payton was proving to be quite a challenge. Within just over a minute, Summer had accumulated 2 fouls. Indeed, the world can be a treacherous place, and the city is rife with cunning. With no other option, Summer was substituted by Big Brother Fu, as Davis feared that if Summer continued, Payton would turn him into a mere free throw machine. How does it feel? Summer sighed and said, I find myself in a predicament. I can't seem to find an advantage against Payton. I lack height and wingspan, my ball handling skills are insufficient, and my offensive routes are thoroughly obstructed, making it quite challenging. Davis nodded and replied, it is essential to recognize both strengths and weaknesses, to understand where you are being suppressed. Take a moment to contemplate how to proceed. How to proceed? Summer pondered. Opportunities exist on the defensive end. If you can secure another steal, regardless of whom it may be from, unlocking that milestone could alter the course of the game. As for the offensive side, employing crafty footwork is a commendable strategy, but one must also find ways to ensure teammates, especially Howard, receive the ball. In Chapter 56, the Celtics led the first quarter with a score of 25-20, enjoying a 5-point advantage. Davis observed his players and urged, come on, boys. Let's keep our spirits high. This is only the first quarter, and we have not lost yet. The Magic struggled to establish a cohesive offensive strategy, frequently relying on the individual talents of Francis and Hill to score and maintain the status quo. However, it was evident to all that individual prowess is ultimately limited. To achieve victory, the strength of the team must prevail. Davis called Howard aside and inquired, what contributions did you make on the offensive end during the first quarter? On defense, Howard recorded 1 block and 4 defensive rebounds, successfully limiting the opponent's scoring inside. This left Davis with little to critique, as Howard had exerted effort. Yet on the offensive front, he had been unable to score. Howard remained silent, prompting Davis to ask, do you aspire to be merely a blue-collar center, performing the grunt work, or do you wish to become a dominant force on both ends of the court? Howard instinctively replied, of course. I want to be a two-way player. Very well, Davis continued. When your teammates are in distress and no one is there to assist you, I need you to step up. You cannot rely on your teammates to always deliver the ball right to you. With your physical capabilities, you can create space for yourself and engage in one-on-one situations. Did you not perform admirably in high school? Many might believe, perhaps even Howard himself, that he lacks the ability to create his own offense, yet he possesses that potential. While his low-post skills may be lacking, he can execute turnaround jumpers, hook shots, and bank shots. Howard nodded solemnly. To become the core of the Magic and a cornerstone of the team, he must not solely depend on his teammates for opportunities. As this game unfolded, if the ball is not delivered to him, he must extend his neck and actively seek the pass. The second quarter commenced swiftly, and Howard heeded his coach's counsel, displaying much more initiative on the offensive end. However, the opposing team's twin centers effectively restrained him, although he managed 2 commendable baskets. They fell short in the grand scheme of the match. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, the score stood at 36-28, with the gap widening. At this moment, Gary Payton and center Blunt took a breather. Summer was ready to enter the game, and Davis patted his shoulder. Shall we exploit their weaknesses? Indeed. Davis understood his players. At this juncture, Summer found it challenging to contend with Gary Payton, and seizing the opportunity to close the gap against the opponent's substitutes seemed prudent. Furthermore, at 36 years of age, Payton's stamina was undoubtedly diminished, necessitating his rest time. Just then, a dead ball occurred as Francis deflected the opponent's pass out of bounds, allowing Summer to take the court. The opposing substitute guard was Marcus Banks, with Al Jefferson and Pierce still on the floor. For the Magic, the lineup consisted of Stevenson, Hill, Cato, and Howard. In an unprecedented display of defensive zeal, Siakam closely shadowed the opposing point guard, leaving Banks unable to receive the ball. As Pierce orchestrated the offense, he passed the ball to Banks, only for Siakam to swiftly intercept, inadvertently sending the basketball out of bounds. Observing this, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers turned to Gary Payton and remarked, "What do you think of this, Sia?" There have been numerous reports about him lately, with some even dubbing him a clutch player despite being a rookie. Payton chuckled, responding, "Clutch player? Not quite. He may pose some challenges for others, but I dominate him on both ends. I've been reviewing his past games this afternoon and have a firm grasp of his offensive routes and favorite tactics." Old Rivers nodded in agreement. "That's good. Let him bask in his moment for now while you rest comfortably." With Payton exuding confidence, Rivers opted not to make any substitutions, allowing Banks to tire Siakam. Under the Magic's cohesive defense, the Celtics were called for a 24-second shot clock violation, leading to a change of possession. Move. Siakam urged his teammates as he brought the ball up court. The Celtics relied on their height to engage in a half-court game, making it arduous to create opportunities without movement. Stevenson maneuvered, and Siakam executed a handoff pass, faking a shot from the perimeter before passing to Hill stationed at the baseline. This initiated a flurry of movement, with the ball circulating fluidly as Siakam also repositioned himself. Howard relentlessly positioned himself in the paint, with Jefferson caught behind him, signaling for the ball. Hill broke through the baseline and passed to Siakam at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Siakam delivered a swift pass to Howard, who turned and executed a bank shot. The familiar rhythm returned. The ball had passed through the hands of four players in a seamless exchange. Previously, such fluidity was absent, partly due to Howard being restricted and Payton's formidable perimeter defense. The score stood at 36-30, with the Magic still trailing by 6 points. The commentator's tone was somewhat subdued. Yet upon Siakam's return to the court, he rallied his spirits, stating in transition, "Can Banks breach Siakam's defense?" With a high screen set by Jefferson, Siakam circumnavigated it, while Banks drove and passed back to Jefferson. Siakam intercepted the pass, charging towards the basket, with Pierce racing ahead on the Celtics side. An isolated one-on-one unfolded, as Siakam dribbled steadily and swiftly, facing Pierce directly. He leapt. What a dunk! Siakam executed a spectacular dunk over the venerable Pierce, igniting a frenzy on the Magic's bench as Nelson waved a towel, shouting excitedly. The Celtics' home crowd fell silent, with Pierce visibly displeased. How could a rookie have dunked on him? Unfazed by Pierce's presence, Siakam showcased his prowess, and it was a rare sight to witness him dunking on the court. Truly impressive. While the dunk was exhilarating, what brought Siakam the greatest joy was unlocking a milestone in steals. At the moment he secured the interception, a notification from the system chimed. "Congratulations, host. Total steals have reached a milestone. New skill unlocked. Pickpocket level 1. Pickpocket level 1. Utilizing this skill increases the steal success rate by 20, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Securing a steal is not as straightforward as scoring. Obtaining the basketball from an opponent is no easy feat, thus a 20 increase in success rate is quite reasonable." With the score at 32-36, Gary Payton remained seated on the bench, showing no inclination to enter the game. As the match continued, Pierce, eager to reclaim his dignity after being dunked on, received a pass from Banks, who was perceptive enough to defer to the team leader. Pierce glanced at Siakam, who fixed his gaze on the ceiling. "I'm not foolish. Why should I position myself as mere background for you?" What was happening? Pierce, instead of attacking, drifted closer to Siakam. Was he seeking to challenge him one-on-one? Did he think Grant Hill was merely a decoration? Cunningly, Siakam played along, teaming up with Hill to double-team Pierce, relentlessly attempting to pry the basketball from his grasp. Relying on his height, Pierce held the ball high, attempting to pass. But Banks was a moment too slow, resulting in a turnover. It was astonishing to witness the veteran Pierce, after 7 seasons in the league, commit such a basic error, unwittingly gifting the Magic a possession. Clearly, Siakam's dunk had left a significant impact on him. Yet, Pierce remained unsatisfied, actively defending against Siakam. Siakam dribbled, executing a change of direction, and then another. Astonishingly, he managed to sidestep Pierce with a double move. He then passed to Grant Hill, who, unencumbered by Pierce's defense, sunk a three-pointer. The score narrowed to 35-36, with only a single point separating them, prompting Payton to rise from the bench, clearly ready to enter the game. Chapter 57. A stunning performance. The Magic replaced Hill with Doug Christie, while on the Celtics side, Payton re-entered the fray. Siakam needed to be cautious in his upcoming defense, ensuring he did not fall prey to a deceptive foul, for that would complicate matters greatly. In the summer, it is equally evident that with Christie on the court, his range can alleviate some of the pressure. As the Celtics launch their offense, Payton attempts a back-to-the-basket move, but Summer firmly utilizes his body to withstand the assault. Stevenson arrives to provide assistance, effectively halting Payton's dribble before swiftly transitioning back on defense. Payton opts to pass, leading to Pierce's three-point attempt from the perimeter, which is forceful yet off the mark, allowing Christie to secure the rebound. Unlike you, I do not rely on assistance for my defense. Do not even think about getting past me. In the summer, he disregarded Payton and called Cato to set a screen. At the end of the first quarter, Davis prompted Summer to contemplate their strategy moving forward. He began to grasp that basketball is a team sport, a contest of 5 against 5. If one cannot prevail in a one-on-one duel, there are teammates to rely upon. Thus, during a dead ball substitution, Summer engaged in a brief dialogue with his teammates. Shaking off Payton to create a mismatch, Summer executed a swift Sam Gold move to evade Jefferson, delivering the ball to Howard in the paint. With his back to the basket, Howard relentlessly pushed inward, while Summer slipped along the baseline. Howard returned the pass to Summer, who executed a reverse layup along the baseline, an exquisite collaboration. It was surprising how deftly the robust Howard timed his pass. The Magic were increasingly resembling a cohesive team. Howard, brimming with pride, lifted his chin and remarked, "I played as a guard in my freshman year." As Payton brushed past Summer, he nudged him with his shoulder and challenged, "Let SC take me one-on-one. You can just assume I lack the skill." Hearing Summer's retort, Christie, who was also passing by, chuckled softly. Payton dribbled towards them, forcefully slapping the ball with both hands, muttering under his breath, "You've riled me." Summer replied indifferently, his hands not idle. Activating his skill, thieving hands, he increased his chance of stealing the ball by 20%. The moment he employed the skill, Summer felt an invisible focus locking onto the basketball. In his perception, Payton's dribble seemed to decelerate. As he shifted left and right, Summer appeared to find the rhythm of Payton's dribbling. Suddenly, he reached out, making contact with the ball, his palms swirling to reclaim it. The release was swift, the motion fluid, his fingers dancing with grace. The commentator in the live stream exclaimed, "My goodness, Summer just intercepted Payton's dribble." As the two tangled at the top of the arc, the trailing players were still a distance behind, resulting in a one-on-one scenario in the front court. Summer spun in the paint and soared, executing a thunderous dunk. Beautifully done, the ball went in, and the referee's whistle blew 2-1. Upon landing, Payton obstructed Summer's path, perhaps incensed by his own humiliation. Fortunately, the referee intervened promptly, separating the two without escalation. It was no wonder he was infuriated. Sitting on the bench, he had confidently assured Rivers that he could easily dominate Summer. Yet, in these two exchanges, Summer, with the assistance of his teammates and the thieving hand skill, had thoroughly established dominance, rendering Payton's boast into mere folly. "Did you notice his steal just now?" Davis inquired of Francis. Francis shook his head, replying, "I didn't catch it clearly. It happened rather quickly." Attempting to steal while the opponent is dribbling carries significant risks, with a low success rate and a high chance of foul. But he accomplished it, Davis countered. After all, his opponent is Gary Payton, a veteran with over a decade of experience. As Summer approached the free throw line, he took his shot with a bit more force than intended. The basketball grazed the rim twice before ultimately settling into the net. With a score of 40-36, Summer single-handedly scored 5 consecutive points, propelling the Magic to a successful lead. It is hard to fathom that just over a month ago, he was labeled as a guard incapable of scoring. Summer has silenced his critics with sheer talent. He excels not only in passing but also in positioning, defense, steals, and scoring. The Celtics called for a timeout, indicating a need for strategic reassessment. If Summer's performance in the first quarter was somewhat underwhelming, the second quarter was nothing short of a remarkable transformation. With a dunk over Pierce, a steal from Payton, and 5 uninterrupted points, one might struggle to believe this was a rookie who had yet to complete even 20 games in the NBA. The milestone system of Summer, though merely an auxiliary type of system, can yield unexpected effects when utilized appropriately. For instance, just now, employing a deft interception, I dealt a significant blow to Payton's arrogance. "Boss, have some water." As soon as Siakam settled down, Jamil Nelson handed him a glass of water and willingly called him boss. During their earlier one-on-one match, Siakam had stated that if he emerged victorious, Nelson would have to acknowledge him as the leader. At that time, Nelson felt a sense of discontent. Yet Siakam did not press him. It seems that these two encounters, both offensive and defensive, have illuminated the disparity between them for Nelson. In the summer, without hesitation, he accepted the cup of water and remarked, "You've conceded so swiftly. I anticipated a longer wait." Jamil Nelson nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have conceded." The dunk over Pierce and the steal from Payton leading to a 2-1. If these events had occurred in isolation, I might attribute them to mere luck. However, given their consecutive nature, what else could it signify but skill? I confess I underestimated you in the past, and I extend my apologies. Nonetheless, I shall continue to set my sights on surpassing you. Summer smiled and said, very well, with our conversation reaching this point, let bygones be bygones. Regardless of any past grievances, let us dissolve our enmity with a smile today. As teammates, we should strive together with renewed vigor. In the summer, when Summer extended his fist, Nelson reciprocated with a fist of his own, their hands meeting in a brief gesture. Davis interrupted the two, stating, all right, you two. Cease your lingering gazes and listen to me. Summer, during the final 2 minutes of the second quarter, you will take a breather and allow Jamil to take the court. We must understand the reason behind this timeout. It is evidently aimed at you. Therefore, Jamil will substitute for you. Is that agreeable? No objections, Summer replied succinctly. Davis then proceeded to outline a few straightforward strategies, and both teams re-entered the arena. As Summer and Howard rested on the sidelines, Payton and Pierce regrouped and scored consecutively. Without Howard's presence in the paint, Pierce and Payton faced considerably less resistance in their penetrations. This predicament was unavoidable, as Howard had previously logged over 36 minutes in each game. The interior desperately needed him. Just as it seemed the Celtics were poised to take the lead, Nelson and Turkoglu also began to contribute, scoring in succession, resulting in a halftime stalemate at 44-44. Summer's personal performance for the first half stood at 7 points, 3 assists, and 2 steals. As the teams switched sides for the second half, a dramatic shift ensued. The Celtics, seemingly endowed with the advantage of playing at home, flourished offensively with contributions from Payton, Pierce, Jefferson, and Blunt, launching an 8-0 run that left the Magic momentarily disoriented. In this critical juncture, Hill and Francis, the Magic's 2 premier scorers, stepped up to salvage the situation. During the latter half of the summer season, he indeed faced targeted fouls from the opposing team, which restricted his playing time. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Magic players exhibited signs of fatigue, having endured 2 previous away games without returning to Orlando, constantly on the move. Ultimately, the Celtics, benefiting from their home court advantage, triumphed over the Magic with a score of 94-88. Paul Pierce demonstrated exceptional performance in the second half, amassing 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, while Payton contributed 15 points and 7 assists. For the Magic, Hill scored 18 points, Francis added 16 points, Howard recorded a double-double with 12 points and 12 rebounds, and Summer contributed 11 points, 6 assists, and 2 steals. Although they suffered defeat, Summer left a lasting impression on the Celtics and etched his name in the memories of Boston fans. As Davis remarked, regardless of victory or loss, one must share the burden and strive to do their best in the game. Indeed, they exerted considerable effort. While Summer managed to temporarily suppress Payton's influence through his system skills, it was unrealistic to contain him throughout the entire match. Payton's extensive experience contrasted sharply with Summer's limited game history, akin to Nelson's awareness of their disparities. Avoidance was futile, rather. It was more prudent to regard the opponent as a target for improvement in future encounters. As fellow Eastern Conference teams, they will have 4 opportunities to face the Celtics this season, and next time, Summer will not find himself as constrained against Payton as he was in this match. Additionally, let me share a small insight regarding the NBA's regular season structure. The NBA consists of 30 teams, divided into the Eastern and Western Conferences, each containing 15 teams. Each conference is further divided into 3 divisions, with 5 teams in each. The regular season matchup format is as follows. Teams compete against teams from different conferences in 2 games, 1 home and 1 away, totaling 30 games. They face teams within their division 4 times, 2 home games, totaling 16 games. They also compete against 4 teams from different divisions within the same conference 3 times, totaling 12 games, and against 6 teams 4 times, totaling 24 games. The teams that play 3 times are typically those with significant performance disparities from the previous season, arranged by distance. Thus, each team plays a total of 82 regular season games, 30-16, 12-24, 82 games. Chapter 58. Homework concluding the contest against the Celtics also marked the end of their 3 consecutive away games, and they finally returned to Orlando. Having never previously stepped onto an NBA court, he had often heard of the league's grueling schedule, but now, through personal experience, he found it indeed quite exhausting. Fortunately, their travels had been confined to Eastern teams. Encounters with teams from farther afield would have been even more taxing. Upon returning to the training facility, Coach Davis gathered everyone for a briefing. All right, gentlemen, we are on the verge of concluding November's schedule with one final game tomorrow night. Let us take a moment for a monthly summary. Over the past month, as a team with a considerable number of newcomers, our performance has been commendable. Yet this is not our ultimate goal. I do not concern myself with the targets you have set for yourselves. Instead, I will emphasize that our collective aim is the playoffs. You may argue that it is merely the first month, with many games yet to come, and that the playoffs are still distant. As the head coach, I must maintain a long-term perspective. If our performance in the upcoming games mirrors that of this past month, reaching the playoffs will be a formidable challenge. In the past month, we have secured 7 victories and suffered 6 defeats, placing us 8th in the Eastern Conference, with a mere 0-5 game lead over the 9th-place Cavaliers. As Davis noted, it may be premature to discuss playoffs, yet one can glean the bigger picture from small details. If the Magic do not improve in the upcoming games, they may find themselves in jeopardy. I shall not prolong this discussion and will respect your time for rest. Here is a task for each of you, regardless of whether you are a rookie or a veteran. Return home and draft a sheet detailing your strengths and weaknesses on the court, along with a training plan addressing your deficiencies. Submit it to me before tomorrow night's game. Those who fail to do so will not participate in the next match. The team will organize additional training sessions, which I will tailor according to individual needs. But the majority of practice time will be dedicated to your personal development. For many of you, this season marks your inaugural experience on an NBA court, and likewise, it is my first season coaching an NBA team. I aspire for us to collaborate in crafting a brand new Orlando Magic team. You are dismissed. Howard, Summer, and Francis did not rush to leave, instead sitting on the floor of the training facility. Once Coach Davis departed, Howard complained, "Honestly, it's not like we're in school. Why assign homework?" Summer remarked, "Just like during our school days, Coach Davis hopes for your improvement. I find his approach particularly commendable, as it encourages us to identify our shortcomings and devise our own training regimens." Francis shook his head, expressing his disagreement with Summer's perspective this time. "You and Dwight have only participated in a handful of NBA games, and your style has yet to crystallize. Any flaws can still be rectified. Unlike us, who have played for many years, our styles are well established. Even if we recognize issues within our styles, should we forcibly alter them? A change in style would render me constrained on the court, preventing me from performing at my full potential. You know I thrive on offense, enjoy the challenge, and love attacking the rim. If you were to transform me into a playmaker like you, how could I play effectively?" Howard nodded in agreement, stating, "Exactly. Which is why Coach Davis's task is unreasonable. It would be better for us to collectively refrain from writing. He surely wouldn't prevent us all from taking the court." In the summer, Xiaotian gently ruffled Howard's hair and remarked, "You truly are quite clever. He won't prevent us all from participating, but he can certainly identify those who lead the way in not writing. Do you know what this is called?" Firespark shook his head, gazing at Xiaotian. "This is known as shooting the bird that sticks its head out." As she spoke, she mimicked a gun with her hand and pretended to fire at Howard. Old Fu, taken aback, chuckled softly and sighed, "You are all so naive." "At my age, Howard responded with a grin. "Indeed, you are growing old, while we remain youthful." Summer and Francis exchanged a glance, and she remarked, "You're small indeed. Let's drop them in and see just how small you truly are." In the summer, Xiaotian and Brother Fu playfully brought Howard down to the ground, subjecting him to a light-hearted roughhousing. The monotony of their daily training often led them to inject some amusement into their routine through such antics. After their playful banter, they returned to the matter at hand. Xiaotian suggested, "Dwight, you possess a knack for writing. Perhaps you could further develop your post moves to diversify your offensive repertoire. For instance, the hook shot. Did you observe Al Jefferson's jump hook? It is indeed quite challenging to defend against. Moreover, consider your shooting after backing down. Your field goal percentage in the paint is commendable." Howard nodded in agreement, realizing that unlike the days of copying homework in school, Xiaotian had already provided the answers. All he needed to do was articulate them. After pondering for a moment, Howard still expressed his confusion, but isn't dunking the most efficient way to score? In Howard's perspective, a dunk epitomized the most exhilarating offensive maneuver, showcasing his dominance. Francis interjected, "What Xia is advocating is to enhance your offensive skills, not to eliminate dunking from your arsenal. By enriching your offensive repertoire, you pose a greater threat, making it increasingly difficult for defenders. With your physical prowess and strength, once you refine your post techniques, you can be both imposing and agile, effortlessly racking up 20 or 30 points." The vision painted by Francis was enticing. Not only Howard, but even Xia Tian found himself stirred by the prospect. In the summer, he added, once you score over 30 points, focus on grabbing those rebounds and aim for a 30-20. Then you'll truly be the most dazzling star on the court. Howard envisioned that splendid scene, nodded resolutely, and replied, all right, I will strive for it. The advent of summer has undoubtedly altered certain historical trajectories. Thus, it is essential to mold Howard into a distinct entity, endowing him with a measure of offensive autonomy. Even if the two were to part ways in the future, Howard would still possess the capability to excel. Having addressed Howard's concerns, the esteemed leader turned to Xia, inquiring, and what of me, Xia? How shall I compose my narrative? Summer remarked, I wonder if Francis has considered transitioning to shooting guard. Shooting guard? If Francis continues to play point guard, and if either Summer or Nelson rises to prominence, the management may be compelled to part ways with one of them due to contract and salary considerations. Given the current trajectory, it seems likely that Francis would be the one to be let go. However, if he were to switch to shooting guard, the scenario would change significantly. Another concern is that at 191 meters, Francis is somewhat undersized for the shooting guard position, which could pose defensive challenges. Yet, if Allen Iverson can excel as a shooting guard, why can't Francis? His ball handling skills are equally impressive, and he possesses superior athleticism. I must admit I have entertained such thoughts myself in the past, but never voiced them. Since you have brought it up, I will discuss it with the coaching staff. In the summer, with a clap of his hands, Xia Tian exclaimed, that's settled then. Homework is out of the way, let's commence our training. From this day forth, Howard would focus on low-post techniques, specifically attacking the basket following back to the basket plays. Francis would continue to serve as Xia Tian's practice partner, primarily honing techniques to evade blocks during layups, such as the Eurostep and mid-air switches. Chapter 59. Orlando has no soft targets on November 29th. The Magic would host the New Orleans Hornets, marking the second encounter of the season. In their previous clash earlier this month, the Magic, lacking cohesion, succumbed to the Hornets. This match served as the last of November, and the Magic were determined to exact revenge. Coach Davis mandated that everyone arrive at the arena an hour early for a gathering in the locker room to submit their assignments. A piece of news was shared. Steve Francis would be absent from the game due to a headache. Howard whispered to Xia Tian, do you think Big Steve is trying to avoid handing in his homework by claiming he has a headache? I used to do that when I didn't want to go to school. That's impossible, Xia Tian replied. Everyone knows Francis has chronic headaches due to his ear condition. During his time with the Rockets, he missed over 20 games because of it. Coach Davis then announced today, Xia will start in place of Steve. Does anyone have any objections? No. Howard was the first to shout, his voice ringing loud and clear. No objections here. I agree. Echoed Hill, Stevenson, and others. The opportunity to start came rather unexpectedly. It had only been a handful of games, yet here was a chance to begin, albeit temporarily. All right. Let's see the assignments from yesterday, Davis instructed. Everyone produced their completed homework, except for Howard, who rummaged through his pockets and backpack. Coach Davis, holding a stack of papers, playfully glanced at Howard and asked, Dwight, you didn't forget to write yours, did you? Davis, I did write it truly. I just can't seem to find it, Howard replied. In a humorous twist, both Davis and Howard echoed each other, reminiscent of students during a homework collection. I really did write it. Look, I almost lost it. Howard finally extracted the paper from a crevice in his backpack, grinning as he handed it to Davis. Davis lowered his gaze to the paper, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Howard. Did you write this yourself? Meeting Davis's gaze, Howard affirmed, of course. My body and skills are my own. I know my circumstances best, and there is no way to copy someone else's. Excellent. I hope you keep your word. I will retain this, and I expect to see a transformation by the end of the season. If you fail, there will be consequences. What consequences? Howard inquired eagerly. Well, according to the script, you should be responding with a guarantee to fulfill your tasks. But Howard, you are thinking outside the box by asking about penalties first. I'll impose a year without hot pot on you. To Howard's dismay, he responded immediately, no way. That's unacceptable. Let us change it. No changing it. Just strive to meet the expectations, Davis replied, continuing to peruse the next page. The advantages and disadvantages of summer are often discussed topics. Strengthening breakthrough capabilities and improving shooting accuracy are the directions he must diligently pursue in the coming period, if not the entire season. In fact, after a month of training, his shooting percentage, particularly for mid-range shots, has significantly improved compared to the beginning. While it is difficult to assess performance in actual games, he has achieved a shooting accuracy of approximately 70 in practice. However, the NBA standard dictates that one should maintain a shooting percentage above 95 in uncontested situations. Now that everyone has set their goals, I hope to witness your transformation and overall progress. When effort is mentioned in the NBA, many think of Kobe Bryant, renowned for his famous saying about the early hours in Los Angeles. Yet, numerous players, particularly those of African descent, possess exceptional physical attributes but train lazily, relying solely on their athleticism. Over time, they inevitably fall behind their contemporaries. Prepare well for tonight's game, I hope. As Davis was speaking, assistant coach Chris Gent entered. How audacious of them to treat us like soft persimmons. Just look at their record this season. 1 win, and they still have the audacity to boast, Gent muttered, his frustration palpable. In an instant, a dozen faces of varying hues turned toward him, puzzled. What is going on? You're not a child anymore. Why are you acting so rashly like Dwight? Howard furrowed his brow, tilting his head in confusion. The Hornets' starting point guard, David Wesley, made a statement during a pregame interview, saying. Gent hesitated, glancing at Summer. What did he say? Speak up, Davis urged. His exact words were, with Steve Francis absent, that kid from Huaxia is starting. Don't worry, Huaxia players are soft. Easily toppled. I'll definitely dominate him. The reporter reminded him that Summer had just dunked over Pierce and stolen from Peyton in the last game, showcasing his formidable performance. Wesley continued, I played in the CBA for a year. I know how they play. To exaggerate, I could take on 5 of them alone. Even Baron Davis chimed in, asserting that they would surely claim victory today, just as they had in their last encounter on home turf. Baron Davis, David Wesley, and Jamal Magloire are known as the Hornets' Trident, capable in both offense and defense. However, this season, they have a dismal record of 1 win and 12 losses, ranking last in the league. Their sole victory was against the Magic in the second game of the new season, during which Summer did not play. And Howard was still adjusting to the NBA. Coupled with significant roster changes from the previous season, the team had not yet found its rhythm, resulting in a narrow defeat against the Hornets. You may provoke others, but why drag Huaxia into it, claiming that Huaxia players are soft and easily toppled? Who wouldn't be angered upon hearing that? Davis understood that Summer took great pride in his honor, particularly as an outsider. He would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his dignity. From a broader perspective, Davis advised, Summer, this is your first start. I hope you can maintain your composure. Can you do that? Upon seeing Summer nod, Davis added, as long as you remain rational and within the rules, feel free to express yourself. Everyone listened intently. What should we do if they provoke us? Howard clenched his fists and shouted, let us crush them. Noting Davis's stern gaze, Howard quickly retracted his bravado, clearly realizing this was not the right moment for jokes. Show your skills, widen the score gap, hold nothing back, and demonstrate through action that Orlando is no soft target. We are a team, today, as they provoke your teammates. I hope you unite and make them recognize their position at the bottom of the standings. Davis's impassioned words stirred a fiery spirit among the players. Had this been a battlefield rather than a basketball court, he might have been assembling a battalion of fearless warriors. Howard was already eager for action. Calling me soft? Humph. Summer declared, then let us go and annihilate them. Chapter 60. No retreat until victory. The current roster of the New Orleans Hornets includes David Wesley, Baron Davis, P.J. Brown, George Lynch, Jamal Magloire, J.R. Smith, David West, Darrell Armstrong, and Rodney Rogers. David Wesley, who disparaged Huaxia players as soft, was overlooked during the draft due to his height and subsequently went undrafted. Thus, he honed his skills in the CBA for a year before joining the New Jersey Nets, later spending 3 years with the Celtics and now nearly 7 seasons with the Hornets as a steadfast starter. Baron Davis, the 3rd overall pick in 1999, was selected as an All-Star and made the All-NBA 3rd team last season, showcasing his prowess. In their last encounter, it was Baron Davis who scored an impressive 37 points to defeat the Magic. This game was also broadcasted on Huaxia Sports Channel, with commentary by Yu Jia and special guest Zhang Shidao. Following the Olympic match between Huaxia's men's basketball team and the Dream Team, Yu Jia had conducted a post-game interview with Summer. As the match approached, Yu Jia remarked, let us take a look at the starting lineups. The Hornets starters are Baron Davis, David Wesley, George Lynch, P.J. Brown, and Jamal Magloire. The Magic's lineup features Summer, Stevenson, Grant Hill, Kevin Cato, and Dwight Howard. This marked Summer's first start, a rare achievement for a rookie free agent, indicating the Magic's coach's confidence in him. especially considering that Francis was absent and a first-round rookie. Nelson was available. Zhang Zhidao concurred, stating, "Indeed, for a rookie free agent, becoming a starter in the first season, particularly within the first 20 games, is quite uncommon." Yu Jia turned to Zhang Zhidao, inquiring about Summer's future prospects in the NBA. As a former national team player and an experienced commentator, Zhang's insights held considerable weight. Given the current trajectory, Summer's development seems promising. His potential? A guard capable of 15-10 should be well within reach with such performance. A starting position would be almost guaranteed. What he needs now is time to grow. Yu Jia nodded, adding, "I personally believe Summer's ceiling could be even higher." Now, the players are entering the court, and the game is about to commence. Howard and Magloire jump for the ball, and the Magic secures possession. Howard's leap is remarkably high. From an overall perspective, the Magic players seem to be holding their breath, their expressions resolute and determined, embodying the spirit of no retreat until victory. Summer brings the ball to the front court, assessing how to execute the initial offense, opting to either pass or take the shot himself. Zhang Zhidao commented, "Given Summer's selfless playing style, he will certainly pass if his teammates have an opportunity. His approach is quite rational, unlike some players who recklessly charge in, only to be chased down upon making a mistake." As soon as Coach Zhang's voice faded, Summer maneuvered with his back to the basket, creating space reminiscent of Baron Davis, and delivered a timely pass. Howard had already secured his position. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a back-to-the-basket move against Magloire, but his hook shot rimmed out, allowing the opponent to seize the rebound. Coach Zhang chuckled, acknowledging that missing the first attempt was no cause for alarm, as Howard, visibly frustrated, smacked his thigh, reminding himself that it was merely the initial offensive play. Yu Jia promptly clarified. A recent statement from David Wesley of the Hornets during a pre-game interview declared that the Chinese players were soft and asserted that they would undoubtedly claim victory in Orlando today. Thus, both teams were fully energized, and I believe that not only must Summer and the Magic achieve victory, but they should also secure it by a substantial margin, leaving no opportunity for their opponents. They must decisively overpower them. Coach Zhang's expression shifted to one of realization as he continued to focus on the game. During the Hornets' first offensive play, Baron Davis passed to the interior, who then relayed it back to David Wesley. In the course of the play, Summer switched defensive assignments with Stevenson, positioning himself against Wesley. Just as Summer intended to assert his dominance with a steal, P.J. Brown intervened, effectively blocking the path between the two. After evading Summer, Wesley utilized his speed to penetrate beyond the arc, successfully sinking a mid-range shot. Following his basket, Wesley's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant as he shrugged at Summer and, while approaching, deliberately nudged his shoulder against him. Despite his age, Wesley displayed a level of immaturity akin to that of a child. Summer retorted curtly and moved to receive the inbound pass, while Wesley's previously jovial expression darkened significantly. He mused, "You call me old and accuse me of being immature." Coach Davis advised maintaining composure, and thus Summer refrained from anger. To lose one's temper would only serve to play into the opponent's hands. Any reckless behavior resulting in ejection would merely bolster their post-game narrative. Not only were they soft, but also, with a volatile temperament, utterly lacking in substance. How could Summer possibly have his way? Steady now. As Howard prepared to serve, Summer uttered a phrase. Howard nodded in acknowledgement, but at that moment, Wesley, the cunning veteran, suddenly charged in from behind, aiming directly at the recently turned Summer. Remarkably, Summer's reflexes were swift. He executed a behind-the-back dribble and sidestepped, evading the ambush, while Wesley, unable to halt his momentum, veered out of bounds. This little rascal truly embodies cleverness. Summer passed by with astonishing speed. By the time Wesley realized it, Summer had already approached the halfway mark, with a 5-on-4 situation in the front court. Stevenson was now in a state of defensive vacancy, and Summer sent the ball directly to him. Stevenson advanced a couple of steps, while Baron Davis rushed to provide support. George Lynch dared not leave Hill unguarded, as they were fully aware that Hill's prowess surpassed that of Stevenson. Thus, Byron abandoned Summer, as he could not afford to leave Stevenson completely unmarked. Stevenson displayed remarkable patience, promptly returning the ball to Summer. Positioned at the free throw line, Byron could only follow the ball's trajectory. By the time he arrived to defend, Summer had already leaped to take the shot, employing super aiming for added accuracy. To everyone's surprise, the Magic's first basket was scored by Summer. Previously, he had often been criticized for his shooting accuracy. However, since entering the NBA, his statistics from the past few games revealed an impressive free throw percentage of 80. With an overall shooting percentage of 75, Summer had limited playing time and fewer shot attempts, so despite being frequently criticized for his shooting, his field goal percentage was surprisingly high. Meanwhile, David Wesley's erratic behavior left his teammates scrambling on defense, as he idly watched from beyond the three-point line while Summer scored 2 points. Chapter 61. Domination after Summer made his first basket. The Magic's home crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Among them, a handful of Chinese tourists visiting Orlando waved signs with Summer's face and chanted his name in Mandarin. As the general roar of the crowd faded, the voices calling his name in Chinese lingered in the air. It was the first time Summer had heard his fellow countrymen cheering for him in Orlando, stirring a unique emotion within him. In that moment, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Chinese men are no cowards. I'm not, and neither are they. David Wesley glared at Summer with fury, unaware of the storm he and the Hornets were about to face. As Wesley received the ball and took 2 dribbles, Summer swiftly cut off his path. "Fool, trying to prove yourself against me?" To his surprise, Wesley muttered those words. Summer spread his arms wide, his 2-meter wingspan nearly enveloping both Wesley and the ball. Trapped. Wesley halted his dribble, waiting for support. Byron Davis rushed over to assist, but Summer locked him down like an iron cage. Every time Davis extended his hand to pass, Summer's shadow followed, leaving no room for escape. Feel the terror of being controlled by Summer. Byron managed to circle behind Wesley and finally received the ball, quickly pushing it up court. But with only a step left to cross half court, the 8-second violation was called. Turnover, possession switched. Yu Jiao praised, "What excellent defense." In just the first minute, Summer has been relentless on both ends. Coach Zhang chuckled. "Look at Byron Scott, the Hornets head coach, waving his arms and cursing on the sidelines, completely losing his composure. And rightfully so. Wesley's performance on both offense and defense had been utterly foolish. Since the opponent had openly provoked the Chinese, Coach Zhang held nothing back in his commentary. He was certain every Chinese viewer would agree, watching his coach's outburst. Team leader Byron Davis redirected his frustration towards Summer. As Summer advanced to the front court, Davis confronted him, physicality escalating immediately. The Summer heat did not relent. Irrespective of the opponent's tactics, he met every challenge head-on. While dribbling, his arms and elbows collided forcefully with his opponent's chest. Neither party flinched, their blows striking with palpable intensity. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, captivated by the fierce confrontation between the two. In the sweltering summer, with a sudden pivot, Byron tilted his body, and in an instant, Xia Tian tanked him back, swiftly maneuvering to evade his opponent before lofting the basketball into the air. Howard reached out to catch the ball, and upon landing, executed a seamless spin, delivering a thunderous one-handed dunk that was so powerful and ferocious that even Magloire dared not approach. This remarkable synergy between Xia Tian and Howard exemplified Howard's prowess. Such a difficult alley-oop is beyond the capabilities of most players. With a score of 4-2, despite only a few offensive plays, the Hornets appeared somewhat bewildered. Byron Davis, with the ball in hand, charged forward, and Xia Tian met him head-on, displaying equal physicality and strength. Wesley positioned himself to receive the ball, closely followed by Stevenson. The Magic players, having undergone a psychological conditioning by their coach prior to the game, exhibited a notably vigorous defensive effort, utilizing a screen. Byron Davis maneuvered past Xia Tian and surged into the paint for a layup. However, Howard was quick to respond, swatting Davis's attempt, sending both him and the ball crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Tian reclaimed the basketball and initiated a counterattack, determined to deny them any chances. Truly, Howard lived up to his moniker as Superman. In light of the pregame provocations, Coach Zhang's commentary deviated from his usual calm demeanor, adopting a more animated tone. Howard's block elevated the atmosphere among the spectators to a fever pitch. On the Magic's bench, Nelson clutched his head, his face a portrait of sheer astonishment. Grant Hill took the lead as Xia Tian executed a long pass, allowing Hill to effortlessly score over George Lynch. With the score at 6-2, the Hornets had initially secured 2 points, but the ensuing offensive plays were either thwarted by steals or blocks, resulting in a swift 6-0 turnaround for the Magic. Yet, this was far from over. The storm was still raging. In stark contrast to the Hornets coach, the Magic's head coach and his assistant appeared remarkably relaxed, seated together in jovial conversation. Despite their apparent ease, Davis remained acutely aware of the unfolding game dynamics as the Magic maintained dominance on both ends of the court. Internally, he urged his team to sustain their momentum and further widen the gap, pondering what audacity the league's bottom team possessed to provoke them. Now, it was David Wesley's turn to control the ball, and without hesitation, he sought out Sia Tion, for much of the pre-game banter had been directed at him. Players who reach the NBA often carry a sense of pride that cannot abide provocation, and both Sia Tion and Wesley were no exceptions. Thus, to substantiate his claims, Wesley aimed to defeat Sia Tion directly, ensuring he could strut out of the Magic's arena with confidence post-game. "Don't assist me. I shall handle this myself," he declared, gesturing for Sia Tion to keep an eye on Byron. At the top of the arc, Sia Tion extended his arm to block Stevenson while simultaneously creating space for his one-on-one duel with Wesley, intent on merely keeping Byron in his sights. "Fool, do you seek confidence at my expense?" In the summer, he declared openly, "Watch your ball, for I am about to intercept." With this straightforward proclamation, he aimed to snatch the ball away. Even Gary Payton, a guard of the finest caliber, had fallen prey to Summer's deftness. Summer felt a measure of confidence when facing Wesley. David Wesley, however, wore a look of disdain, dribbling the ball while retorting, "Do you take me for a fool?" As he dribbled, he executed a crossover, showcasing his skills. No sooner had he spoken than Summer activated his ability, reaching out to touch the basketball. With a deft twist of his wrist, he pulled the ball toward himself. At that moment, Summer felt as if his eyes had zeroed in on his opponent's ball. His ability was only at the initial level. With subsequent upgrades, he might attain an almost guaranteed interception. The thought was daunting. Would he become a nightmare for some of his adversaries? Prepared and resolute, Summer initiated a turbo boost, unleashing his full power. This might be what Coach Zhang referred to. Some players engage in the game irrationally, merely bulldozing forward, and when intercepted, they can only trail behind. Yet, Summer's speed eclipsed theirs, surging ahead. In the previous positioning, Byron Davis and Stevenson occupied the wings, while Hill and George Lynch stood at the corners. Thus, Summer's sudden interception left no one able to react in time. Approaching the three-point line, Summer glanced back, then slowed as he entered the paint, watching Wesley rush toward him. He leaped and executed a spectacular dunk. "You are truly slow. Perhaps you should consider renaming yourself Snail." "And you are a fool." Summer retaliated without reservation, igniting a blaze of fury within Wesley. Byron Davis, however, maintained his composure and restrained the enraged Mickey Mouse. The remarkable steal and the audacious dunk drew admiration even from Coach Zhang, who exclaimed, "A brilliantly executed steal, brimming with confidence and assertiveness." At last, our Huaxia has a guard of such caliber. The younger generation is indeed formidable, with a future boundless. In Chapter 62, The Understanding Younger Brother, Summer's stats read 4 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, boasting a perfect participation rate. His performance had already captivated the fans of Orlando. Head coach Davis remarked to his assistant coach, "I believe it's time to discuss with management the need for a greater investment in Summer. We can slightly increase his playing time." James nodded but expressed his concerns. "If we augment Summer's minutes, won't Steve and Jameer have objections?" Davis, exuding confidence, replied with a slight smile, "There's no need for concern. I have my methods. If Steve desires to play shooting guard, let him have more time there. As for Nelson, his minutes will remain unchanged, thus allowing Summer's playing time to increase." Stevenson quipped, "I seem to be caught in the crossfire. With Francis taking on the shooting guard role, this would alleviate some of Steve's playing time." This was, in fact, the most optimal choice Davis could make at the moment. The game continued with the Hornets adjusting their strategy, directing the ball into the paint. Center P.J. Brown, after receiving the ball, engaged in a tussle with Kevin Cato. However, Howard's help defense intensified the pressure, resulting in a missed shot. Howard secured the rebound and initiated a fast break for Summer. In the summer, the ball was passed to Stevenson, who had been rather inconspicuous during the initial offensive plays. Summer felt that if he did not pass the ball to him soon, he might silently grumble about it, even if he did not voice his thoughts. Summer was quite adept at navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Stevenson dribbled the ball and scored 2 points. Glancing at David Wesley with a smile and gesturing with his hands across his chest, it was obvious what that gesture implied. The score was 10-2. As the Magic unleashed a 10-0 surge, scoring 5 times out of 6 offensive attempts, with 4 out of 5 players contributing to the scoreboard. The Hornets, with tears in their eyes, called for a timeout. Yay! Howard and Summer exchanged high fives, and the 5 players walked off the court with smiles. "Well done, team. You've truly embodied the spirit of the Magic, and I am proud of you all." Head coach Davis welcomed the 5 young men with a smile. And after they took their seats, he added, "What I desire is far beyond this. I believe you feel the same. We must continue to widen the score gap and deliver a resounding blow to them, making them aware of their standing." Their provocation towards Orlando cannot be mitigated by this mere 8-point difference. To borrow a phrase from Summer, let us just do it. Tactical arrangements were unnecessary. But the motivational speeches must not cease. That is the essence of the Magic's head coach. Looking at Howard, it was evident that he was still yearning for more after a spectacular dunk and a block. Summer, I want to soar. I wish to dunk over them. You have a way. As the timeout concluded, Summer led the way onto the court, followed closely by Stevenson and Hill, with Turkoglu and Howard bringing up the rear. The five moved with a distinct hierarchy, exuding confidence and bravado, reminiscent of a band of ruffians. On the Hornets' side, adjustments were made as David Wesley was replaced by this year's first-round draft pick, J.R. Smith, a player familiar to Summer, who would later be known as a volatile talent. P.J. Brown was also substituted for David West. The Hornets head coach recognized the current situation, understanding that Wesley's pregame remarks had provoked the Magic, and thus decided to keep him off the court. However, Byron Davis had also made comments, and the Magic were unlikely to relent easily. The coach had issued orders to expand the lead. The Hornets' timeout and personnel changes proved somewhat effective, as J.R. Smith immediately received a pass and sank a three-pointer. The score was now 5-10, and the Magic were on the offense. In the summer, he called upon Teague to execute a pick-and-roll from the perimeter, eluding Baron Davis, and made a breakthrough from the right side, with David West advancing to defend. In the summer, the ball was distributed to Turkoglu. Standing tall as a power forward, yet possessing the finesse of a small forward, Turkoglu received the pass but did not drive towards the basket. Instead, he dribbled back a step, retreating beyond the three-point line, disregarding Byron Davis's defense, and launched a three-pointer with precision. While you may excel at shooting threes, our Magic are not limited to that. We can also score from inside the arc. If you dare to challenge, come forth. Byron Davis sought to engage Summer in a physical confrontation, leveraging his skills to force his way into the paint. As he rose for a shot, Summer intended to block but inadvertently struck the opponent's hand, resulting in a foul. A shooting foul, which felt somewhat unjust. After all, Byron Davis is an all-star caliber player who, under pressure and amidst a barrage of boos, sank both free throws. On the offensive end for the Magic, Summer observed the eager Howard in the post and sought an opportunity to pass the ball inside. Howard, pivoting for a dunk, faced the staunch defense of Magloire but drew a foul in the process. Tensions escalated, with both teams intensifying their physicality and accumulating fouls. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, the Magic's shooting touch waned slightly, yet they maintained a 10-point lead at 27-17. The second quarter commenced with Summer taking a brief respite, allowing Nelson to take the floor alongside Stevenson, Christie, Turkoglu, and Tony Batty. David Wesley re-entered, seemingly aiming to evade the starters and guide the bench unit in a scoring pursuit. However, the Hornets' strategy faltered, as the Magic's lineup boasted both offensive and defensive prowess on the perimeter, even if their interior game lacked Howard's presence. Nevertheless, on the offensive front, the firepower of Nelson, Stevenson, and Turkoglu was comparable to Wesley, J.R., and Rodney Rogers on the opposing side. Thus, the contest remained fiercely competitive, with the Magic consistently upholding a 10-point margin. During a timeout midway through the second quarter, Summer's loyal ally, Nelson, wisely approached Coach Davis, requesting Summer's return to the game. "Why should I come in?" Summer inquired. Nelson replied with a grin, "I know you're still simmering. So consider this a few borrowed minutes for you to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. Just remember to repay me with some playing time in the next game." Sensing the potential discomfort in his words, Nelson added, "But if you forget, that's fine too." Such thoughtfulness from this little brother is commendable. In the summer, Siatian cheerfully declared, "All right, after training tomorrow, let us indulge in hot pot for dinner." Nelson willingly granted Siatian a few minutes of his time, having long been intrigued by the allure of hot pot. With Siatian's response, he felt a flicker of anticipation within. Both agreed to the plan, and the head coach offered no objections, seeming pleased to allow Siatian to take the court alongside the substitutes. Upon seeing Siatian enter the game, Scott, the head coach of the Hornets, felt a wave of concern. David Wesley, a dual-position guard, was currently playing as the point guard, directly matched against Siatian. Scott quickly discerned that this Chinese guard was far from the inept player Wesley had described. On the contrary, Siatian possessed the prowess of a starting point guard. His playing style bore the influence of Allen Iverson, infused with an array of unexpected maneuvers. It was impossible to pinpoint a singular template that could fully encapsulate his uniqueness. His dribbling showcased the lessons learned from Iverson, while his fadeaway jump shot echoed Kobe Bryant's finesse. In terms of passing and game management, he drew parallels with Jason Kidd and John Stockton, and his breakthrough techniques were reminiscent of Manu Ginobili. His height and wingspan were strikingly similar to Chauncey Billups. Yet, what stood out most was his own distinctive flair. The skills bestowed upon him by his system were truly unparalleled. In the summer, I stepped onto the court with a smile, observing David Wesley, the dual-threat guard. I transformed you into a mere shadow of your former self. Chapter 63. The Ankle Terminator. There is no escape for you. After the summer player took the court, David Wesley found himself in an uncomfortable position, struggling to make any progress. In his memory, players from Huaxia, particularly the defenders, were incapable of engaging in physical confrontations. Yet, he found himself unable to withstand the summer player's height, strength, and skills, all of which seemed to overshadow his own. What a perplexing situation. Like a weeping Mickey Mouse. He could only attempt a shot under the relentless defense of the summer player, but the distance was too great, resulting in a complete airball. Throughout the summer, there was a persistent desire to intercept, yet this individual twisted and turned, withholding any opportunity. Upon a glance at the situation, it became evident that the cooldown period still required over 2 minutes. This cooldown period, however, does not correspond with the time on the court, which accommodates pauses. Rather, it reflects the unyielding passage of real time. Shortly after the commencement of the first quarter, the first foul was committed, leading to a free throw and a subsequent timeout. After taking into account the intermission, it was determined that, in essence, there remained 2 minutes in real time. In summer, there is no need for haste. Even without the ability to seize opportunities effortlessly, he still possesses a chance. At the very least, in one-on-one confrontations on the offensive end, this little mouse is unable to withstand him. As Summer advanced with the ball, Mickey Mouse steadfastly defended, while Sam Gold created space and seamlessly broke through. This time, he reacted swiftly, remaining in front of Summer, whose peculiar footwork left him in a state of relentless pursuit. With rapid shifts from left to right, he leveraged off Summer's movements. As the serpentine dribbling commenced, Summer gracefully arrived beneath the basket, contorting his body midair to execute a deft layup. This exemplified the fruits of his training. Though still lacking in refinement, it sufficed against an underdeveloped interior player like Anderson. The score stood at 39-27. Marking the first occasion the lead had stretched to 12 points. On the defensive end, Christie finally revealed his formidable side, mismatched against J.R. Smith. He anticipated Smith's shot release, perfectly timing his intervention to swipe the ball just as J.R. lifted his arm. J.R., feeling the sting of injustice, thought to himself, "You've got a beef with them. I haven't uttered a word. I merely wish to play a good game." Following the steal, Christie passed to Stevenson, who brought the ball up court before relaying it to Summer at the top of the arc. With the 3 offensive threats in play, Summer held the ball with both hands, persistently probing to wear down his opponent's resolve. Time and again, as he feigned with his steps, Wesley gradually extended his anxious claws, prompting Summer to execute a back dribble and breakthrough on the right side. Wesley immediately matched his pace, while Rodney Rogers advanced to provide double coverage. Summer has commenced with a showcase of individual dribbling skills. It begins with a deft between-the-legs dribble, swiftly followed by an exaggerated crossover. Taking a step forward, David Wesley's body sways noticeably, while Rodney Rogers manages to maintain his balance. In the summer, with relentless motion after taking a step forward, a sudden and dramatic change of direction followed, causing David Wesley, who had been swaying, to lose his balance completely. As he fell, he inadvertently obstructed Rogers' defensive path, leaving Summer unguarded. Surprisingly, Summer did not take the shot himself. The possession was seized by Christie, who now found himself in a similar state of being unmarked, opting instead to pass the ball. Christie, stationed just beyond the 3-point line at the corner, leaped and launched a shot that soared through the air, igniting a wave of excitement among the fans who erupted in jubilation. Almost the entire crowd chanted Summer's name, with some female fans shrieking in delight, while children silently elevated Summer into the realm of their idols. The Magic's bench was a veritable sea of joy as Nelson and Howard, draped in towels, mimicked Wesley's stumble, their faces alight with mirth. The dribbling was ethereal. To be honest, I watched with bated breath, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. It gave me goosebumps." Not only did he showcase his skills, but he also left one opponent in his wake, truly an ankle breaker. I never anticipated that a guard from our nation could perform such feats. Times have changed. I retract my pre-game assessment of Summer. His potential cannot be limited to a mere 15-10. I sense that the Chinese men's basketball team is on the verge of resurgence. Rodney Rogers gazed at the recently risen Wesley and sighed. I fear neither the formidable opponent nor the lackluster teammate. You could simply fall, but why obstruct my defensive route? I want to leap over you without causing you embarrassment, yet I dread stepping on you like a tiny mouse. Yu Jiao composed himself, turning to Coach Zhang, inquiring. Coach Zhang, do you not feel a sense of exhilaration at this moment? Coach Zhang chuckled softly, responding, you know how it is. David Wesley no longer bore the arrogance he had before the match. Instead, confusion clouded his features. He could not fathom why Summer was so formidable. Nor could he comprehend why he had been so easily outmaneuvered. Is this what they call the disparity? As Summer swiftly passed, it extinguished Wesley's confidence entirely. Hornets head coach Scott buried his face in his hands, a wave of resignation washing over him. How could they provoke anyone when they stood at the bottom of the rankings? He cast a glance towards Magic's coach Davis, who, sensing the gaze, shot him a sidelong glance before turning his back. Why look at me with such a pitiable expression? Weren't you all quite arrogant before the game, treating the Magic like soft fruit? If you were so tough, then be tough all the way. Has impotence set in? The score reached 42-27, marking a 15-point deficit for the first time. Lacking confidence, Wesley reluctantly took on the role of a mere facilitator, passing the ball to West as soon as he crossed half-court. He no longer possessed the courage to face the challenge head-on. Immediately, Turkoglu shadowed West defensively, while Summer abandoned Wesley to double-team West. Stuck between two defenders, West had no choice but to return the ball to the now-open Wesley. Taking a deep breath, Wesley summoned his last vestige of courage and attempted a three-pointer. However, Summer had already retreated in defense the moment West made the pass. Though there remained a half-step of distance, it was sufficient for defensive pressure. With a timely leap, he executed a perfect block, sending the ball soaring into the backcourt. Out of bounds. Summer's vertical leap was impressive. One could only wonder what surprises he would unveil in the remainder of the game. Yu Jiao remarked, to be honest. Having witnessed this match thus far, I have already encountered an abundance of surprises. This block was the final straw that broke Wesley's back. Echoing Yu Jia's initial sentiment, they must be brought to their knees, subdued entirely. Summer accomplished this in just 2 quarters, fueled by an unwavering determination that could be deemed extraordinary. With a dead ball situation arising, Davis called Summer to the bench for a breather, allowing Nelson to re-enter the game. You have 2 minutes to crush them, Davis instructed. Nelson exchanged a fist bump with Summer, saying, all right, boss. Internally, he felt grateful that relations with Summer had not soured completely, for he knew he could not match Summer's performance in the short term. By halftime, the Magic led 51-35, a 16-point advantage. Summer had contributed 8 points, 5 assists, 1 rebound, 1 steal, 1 block, and 1 foul, without a single turnover throughout the first half. Yet, Coach Davis remained dissatisfied, suggesting that his pent-up frustration had simmered for too long. Previous matches had been arduous for the Magic, and after finally experiencing a commanding performance at home, they could not afford to relent. A 16-point lead was merely a starting point. Unless they achieved a margin exceeding 20 points, they would not consider it a victory. Go all out. If the opponent has objections, I will handle them. Remember to maintain composure and avoid malicious fouls. We must not only win decisively but also do so with integrity. With the coach's directive, the Storm could be unleashed with even greater ferocity. In the second chapter, the Hornets scored only 35 points in the first half. For a team renowned for its offensive prowess, this might represent merely a quarter's output. Despite a 16-point deficit, Coach Davis remained insatiable, a testament to his relentless ambition. As the second half commenced, the Magic's starting lineup saw Turkoglu replace Cato, while the Hornets began to bench David Wesley. Early in the third quarter, Summer assisted Howard for another emphatic dunk. As the gap approached 20 points, Byron Davis sensed the inevitability of the game's outcome, now focused on minimizing the deficit to avoid a humiliating loss. Yet, their persistence only fueled the Magic's offensive ferocity. Byron glanced at Summer, who was defending him directly, and suddenly accelerated forward. At that moment, Summer activated his knack for seizing opportunities, much like a cheetah targeting its prey. Coach Zhang observed Summer's steal, invigorated by the display, exclaiming that steal was quite challenging. Summer's audacity is truly commendable. Yu Jia added, indeed, his willingness to engage is remarkably rare. I particularly admire his enthusiasm on the court, investing himself fully in both offense and defense. It is a privilege to commentate on this match today, as I believe Summer has made tremendous strides since the Olympic Games. With a 2-on-1 advantage in the front court, Summer passed to Grant Hill, who successfully converted a layup, narrowing the gap to 20 points. It must be noted that Byron Davis's composure vastly overshadowed that of David Wesley. Despite the game's disarray, he maintained his steady approach, assisting P.J. Brown for a successful floater. The Hornets finally found the scoreboard, yet against the invigorated onslaught of the Magic, their efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. In the summer, with the ball in hand, Siakam executed a deft isolation play against Byron, utilizing a serpentine movement to secure another 2 points. Coach Zhang with these 2 points. Siakam has reached double figures, hasn't he? Coach Zhang nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, he has achieved double digits, 10 points and 7 assists, and this is merely the third quarter." There is a real prospect for Siakam to attain his first double-double in his NBA career. Today, the Magic are a formidable opponent that the Hornets cannot withstand. With the advantage of playing on home turf, they exude an exceptional level of confidence, with each player's shooting percentage notably surpassing their usual performance. The intangible quality of fighting spirit, though invisible and intangible, can sometimes bridge gaps in skill and ability. Much like on the battlefield, a side with high morale can emerge victorious, even when outnumbered. In this contest, the Magic's inherent strength eclipses that of the Hornets. And combined with the collective determination that surpasses that of their opponents, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the Magic not to secure a win. It is worth noting that they have delivered such an impressive performance even in the absence of their second leading scorer today. As the third quarter progressed, Siakam intensified his personal offensive efforts, leveraging drives and drawing fouls to elevate his stats to 15 points, 8 assists, 2 steals, 1 rebound, and 1 block. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Magic held a commanding lead of 80-55, a 25-point advantage that rendered the outcome nearly inevitable. "Shall we continue?" Grant Hill inquired before the start of the fourth quarter. Head coach Davis chuckled and countered with a question for his players. "Do you wish to proceed?" "Yes." Howard raised both hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. "I, too, wish to continue. Consider it a practice session. To be honest, this is the first time in the past month that our offense has flowed so seamlessly. We could benefit from further practice." During the summer, personal grievances were set aside as thoughts were expressed from the perspective of the team's progress. Davis was exceedingly pleased with the players' performance today, stating, "In that case, let us proceed with unrestrained enthusiasm." Jamil was called upon to assist in managing some of the ball-handling duties, while Christie was tasked with alleviating some of the defensive pressure on the perimeter. With the personnel adjustments complete, Grant Hill and Stevenson took a temporary respite. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Hornets initiated the offense. J.R. Smith positioned himself at the three-point line, unleashing a shot that hinted at his potential as a mercurial talent in his rookie season. On the Magic's side, Nelson dribbled the ball across the court and passed it to the moving Summer, who executed a sudden jump shot, but regrettably missed the mark. McGlure secured the rebound, and the Hornets launched a fast break. Byron, utilizing a screen, successfully completed a layup, narrowing the deficit to 60-80. The gap had returned to 20 points. And Davis had declared that without a lead of over 20 points, the Magic could not be considered victorious. "Sergeant, bring forth my Italian cannon." Nelson continued to dribble the ball across half-court, delivering it to Summer. Summer, with a breakthrough move and a glance back, positioned Nelson at the arc, who then drew back his bow and, with precision, returned the favor to the Hornets with a three-pointer. Byron continued to shoulder the offensive burden for the Hornets, once more penetrating to the basket. The moment of glory for Howard had finally arrived as he executed a spectacular block, seizing possession of the ball and promptly launching a long pass to Summer, who initiated a fast break, leading to a 2-on-1 situation in the frontcourt. In the summer, Siakam passed the ball to Nelson, and the two exchanged passes while advancing. J.R., overwhelmed by their coordination, could only watch as Nelson executed a flawless layup. Grateful for his teammate's generous assist, he savored the moment. Nelson scored 5 consecutive points, and with his mindset liberated, he finally showcased his true prowess. Remarkably, he achieved a double-double with 15 points and 10 assists, and with time still on the clock, Siakam had the potential to reach a 2010 performance. The score remained a 25-point gap at 5-5. On defense, Siakam and Nelson trapped Byron, forcing him into a corner where he found himself immobilized. However, Byron was no fool. He leaped off the ground, striking the ball against Siakam's knee, resulting in both the ball and himself going out of bounds. Yet, since the ball had hit Siakam's leg before going out, the possession remained with the Hornets. What a crafty maneuver! In the sweltering summer, a thought crossed my mind. Thankfully, my brother possesses a resilient physique. The Hornets initiated a play, and I intentionally feigned a weakness, providing Byron with an opportunity to receive the ball. As Brown executed the pass, I leapt into the air to intercept. Another steal. This time, I embarked on a solo break, penetrating the paint for a layup, adding another 2 points to our tally. The Hornets' offense once again found itself at a standstill. Halfway through the fourth quarter, the Magic had widened the gap to 94-64, dominating on both ends of the court. With a 30-point deficit, the Hornets called for a timeout. Typically, one would expect the leading team to withdraw their star players to spare their opponents some dignity, allowing for future encounters to be amicable. However, today, it was the Hornets who displayed a lack of mercy. Following the timeout, the Magic dispatched a lineup featuring myself, Nelson, Christie, Turkoglu, and Howard. The Hornets head coach could no longer contain himself and summoned the Magic's coach to midcourt. "Coach John Davis, we concede this match. Could you please bench your starters?" Davis looked at Byron Scott of the Hornets with a bemused expression. "Brother, are your eyes deceiving you? I currently have only Dwight on the court as a starter. The rest are substitutes, and Dwight is merely a rookie this year. Let him gain some experience." Scott took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "But what about that player, Summer? Could he be substituted?" Davis, observing me once again utilizing my serpentine agility to break through for a layup, replied with an unflinching demeanor. "He is merely a guard from Huaxia. You must realize that the media's assessment of him is that he can only pass and cannot score, and he went undrafted. What are you so afraid of? But can we not allow the score to widen any further?" John Davis's demeanor shifted from jovial to serious. "Absolutely not. Who told you to treat the Magic like a soft target? The last-place team making bold claims before the game? I have never encountered such shamelessness. We are merely helping you recognize your true standing, nothing more." Scott could no longer remain calm, unleashing a torrent of invective towards Coach John Davis, who retreated with an expression of innocence. Instead of the players clashing, it was the two coaches who engaged in a heated argument. Nonetheless, John Davis refrained from retaliating, allowing the insults to flow. The head referee, deeming Scott's outburst unacceptable, promptly issued him an ejection. With the coaches expelled, what was left to fight for? Faced with a staggering 30-point deficit, it was hard for anyone to muster the spirit to continue. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed on their home court, defeating the New Orleans Hornets with a score of 106-70. Sports commentator Yu Jia, reflecting thoughtfully, remarked, "I just reviewed the scores from all matches this season, and a 36-point difference is the largest we have seen so far." Simultaneously, 70 points marks the lowest final score of the season. Chris Paul chimed in. "I haven't even arrived yet, and the Hornets are already nailed to the disgrace pole?" Coach Zhang, with a smile, responded, "The Magic played exceptionally well today. Had they not substituted all their backups in the final moments, the score could have exceeded a 40-point margin. My performance today was nothing short of spectacular. I played with dignity, contributing on both offense and defense." Yu Jia continued, "Let us now examine the technical statistics from this match. Byron Davis of the Hornets secured the highest score for his team with 16 points, while J.R. Smith managed 11 points. The brash David Wesley, who had been so vocal before the game, could only muster 6 points and 1 assist. They should now recognize their place." Observing Coach Zhang nodding in agreement, Yu Jia added, "On the Magic side, Hill scored 18 points, Howard amassed 20 points with 16 rebounds and 4 blocks, establishing himself as the dominant force in the paint. Stevenson contributed 11 points, Nelson 10, and I delivered a well-rounded performance with 20 points, 12 assists, 3 steals, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. We eagerly anticipate my continued improvement." Coach Zhang asserted, with 5 players scoring in double figures, the Magic's defensive efforts were commendable. Whether I was matched against Byron Davis or David Wesley, I effectively limited their impact. Howard's intimidating presence in the paint cannot be underestimated, as long as he occupies the paint. This game could aptly be described as a one-man blockade against all. The two coaches then engaged in a detailed analysis of the match, concluding the broadcast. Meanwhile, the victorious Magic players celebrated by singing on the sidelines, interacting joyfully with the fans, transforming the Amway Center into a vibrant sea of elation. If my previous performances had yet to win over the Orlando fans, today, my display was nothing short of impeccable. Many young female fans gazed at me with starry eyes, enchanted by my prowess. In every era, there are those who seek shortcuts, and for a woman, that shortcut often involves finding a wealthy, capable, and handsome man. Those with a broader perspective understand that my rise is inevitable. Scoring 2012 today suggests that similar performances will continue in future games. Once my rookie season concludes and my value skyrockets, gaining access to me will become a formidable challenge. In the summer, he greeted several Chinese fans present, expressing his gratitude for their support. Walking alongside Howard towards the players' tunnel, a group of fashionable young women obstructed their path. These ladies, adorned in trendy attire, possessed alluring figures and striking features, blonde hair and captivating blue eyes. "Xia, are you free tonight?" Would you like to go out? Xia, I'm home alone. Could you keep me company? I'm scared. Xia, just look at my figure. I could definitely make you feel good. How about joining me in my room tonight? A couple of the more bashful girls, who didn't seize the opportunity to speak, discreetly slipped 2 small notes into Xia's hands. The unexpected scene sent chills down his spine. He was aware of the liberal nature of foreign cultures but hadn't anticipated such boldness. Right in the midst of a crowd, they directly proposed meetings and exchanged notes. This was quite astonishing. In the sweltering heat of summer, if one were to succumb to temptation, it would be an irresistible allure. After all, it is meat delivered right to one's lips. Xia Tian shook her head and said, "Everyone, let us postpone for another day. I am weary today." Summer hastily departed, yet Howard found himself once more encircled, standing at the threshold of the corridor. As Summer glanced back, he saw Howard surrounded by admirers, his large hands wandering about their waists. "Little darlings, do not be deceived by our resounding victory today. We exerted every ounce of our strength," Summer remarked, acknowledging the fatigue that enveloped them. Howard eventually extricated himself from the throng of girls and made his way to the locker room. "I thought you wouldn't return," someone teased. "Oh, how could I not?" In the locker room, everyone was exhausted yet elated. The finest narrative unfolded before them. Their opponents, brimming with bravado before the match, fled in disarray afterward. "Boss," Nelson chuckled, "I heard there are beauties waiting for you tonight. Well, can you spare me one of the leftovers?" Summer erupted in laughter, replying, "You should hurry out. They should still be around." Coach Davis entered, clapping his hands to command silence. "Everyone, you have all worked hard today." The team exchanged puzzled glances at Davis, as he was unusually out of character. He was known for dispensing motivational platitudes during games, yet post-match, he typically offered a stern wake-up call. Hearing him commend their efforts was a first for Summer. "I hope that in every future match, you all can maintain the same enthusiasm as today. I also wish for our forthcoming games to proceed even more smoothly." After delivering a few more encouraging words, Davis pulled Summer aside. "Summer, ordinarily, I would not interfere in your personal life as long as it does not affect your performance, but I must offer you a word of caution. The world is rife with temptations. As a man, indulging occasionally is not without merit, yet moderation is essential, especially for someone as physically robust as you. Be aware. Those women can be quite the seducers." It was evident that Davis had witnessed the scene in the Player S tunnel and wanted to offer Summer this counsel. "Rest assured, Coach Davis, I am well aware of my limits." Davis patted Summer on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, I trust you. Just be mindful of that big oaf you are living with." In the summer, Xia Tian feigned ignorance, asking, "What should I pay attention to? Are you implying that Dwight has some peculiar preferences?" Davis, aware that Xia Tian was jesting, replied, "You may ignite sparks on the court, but not in the evening. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Your performance has thoroughly captivated the Magic's management, and henceforth, your playing time will gradually increase." "Am I to encroach upon Steve's playing time?" Xia Tian inquired immediately. "I've made a compromise. You will share some of Steve's minutes, as he and Deshaun have overlapping time on the court. Do you agree with Steve's decision to switch to shooting guard? Let us give it a try and see how it unfolds." "Thank you, Coach Davis." In Orlando, Xia Tian expressed his gratitude to Howard and Big Brother for their training and guidance, but he felt equally indebted to 2 others, Scout Kevin Mann, who had paved the way for his entry into the NBA, and head coach Davis, who had shown him exceptional care and trust. For instance, even if Francis had been present for today's game, he would likely have still allotted Xia Tian 30 minutes of playing time. Returning home to rest, Xia Tian examined the system panel. Ghostly Pass Experience points 74, 100, Super Aim Experience points 80, 100, and Easy Pickings Experience points 460. Given the current circumstances, Super Aim should reach level 2 in 2 more games, while Ghostly Pass is expected to level up in about 3 games. With the benefits of the system, his progress was unparalleled. His training already had double bonuses, and skills could directly enhance certain abilities. As his playing time increased, Xia Tian pondered a question. When the time came for him to secure a starting position that overlapped with Francis, how would the coaching staff make their choice? Chapter 66. Sparks of Gift. The morning after a resounding victory over the Hornets, both domestic and international media, along with basketball commentators, were in a frenzy. Xia Tian and Howard both achieved impressive stats, one with 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, and the other with 20 points, 16 rebounds, and 4 assists. Howard, as the first overall pick, was expected to perform at such a level. However, the astonishing emergence of the once derided Huaxia guard who was deemed incapable of scoring and not even given a chance by some teams a month ago, achieving 20 points and 12 assists was nothing short of remarkable. ESPN remarked, "One must acknowledge the terrifying progress Sia Tian has made in just over a month. It is hard to fathom that an Asian guard can achieve such results. He has demonstrated through action that Asian guards can indeed thrive in the NBA and deliver spectacular performances." Orlando Sports stated. The number one player of the Orlando Magic continually astounds, reminiscent of Tracy, and he is sure to claim the Most Improved Player award. Dwight, the towering figure, exhibited dominance in the paint, with a formidable shot-blocking ability that struck fear in opponents. The new twin stars of the Magic are rising, illuminating the night sky of Orlando. With a promising future ahead, NBA legend and the all-time assist leader, John Stockton, commented on social media, "Even if your shooting ability is lacking, so what? Your passing has elevated the team's offense, and besides, your scoring ability is not to be underestimated." Receiving Stockton's endorsement is a testament to Sia Tian's passing skills, which have already placed him among the elite in the NBA. Kenny Smith tweeted, "Charles Barkley, it seems you have once again underestimated the Huaxia people. Yet another Huaxia player is emerging, and this time it's a guard. Thankfully, you didn't wager to kiss my behind this time." NBA luminary and Spurs legend George Gervin remarked, "Please watch his steals in slow motion. His technique is reminiscent of a masterful art." Huaxia Sports Channel questioned, "Do certain teams regret their decisions? Who said he can only pass and cannot score?" Coach Zhang stated, "Sia Tian's progress is evident. Such splendid performances result from diligent training. As a Huaxia person, please support him." Basketball Pioneer reported, "Sia Tian is like a treasure waiting to be unearthed." The Magic's development looks promising, and all Huaxia fans eagerly anticipate his ascent. On this day, Yang Yi, the chief editor and co-founder of Basketball Pioneer, decided to personally visit the United States. With all November NBA games concluded, the evaluations have been finalized. Dwight Howard was named the Rookie of the Month with averages of 15, 5 points, 11, 2 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Notably, Sia Tian also appeared on the Rookie of the Month ballot, though due to limited playing time earlier, his vote count was relatively low. It's important to note that the Rookie of the Month award is not restricted to just players from this year's draft. Undrafted free agents can also qualify as long as it is their first year in the NBA, though he may be somewhat behind in the Rookie of the Month race. Sia Tian still has a chance for the end-of-season Rookie of the Year award, which also includes the opportunity for the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Regarding the external commentary, Sia Tian only cast a fleeting glance. While positive reviews were gratifying, negative ones did not sway his mindset. He understood that his journey was still long, and the path to so-called success remained distant. In the summer, Howard, Nelson, and Turkoglu convened at the training facility. Francis, hindered by a headache, was unable to participate in strenuous activities and thus did not attend. The group divided into pairs for practice, with Howard and Turkoglu focusing on developing low-post techniques and enhancing their offensive capabilities beneath the basket. In the summer, Sia Tian faced off against Nielsen, who defended against his layups. The purpose of this training was to diversify layup techniques, such as the emergence of the pull-up in this match. Naturally, this exercise was reciprocal. While Sia Tian could enhance his offensive repertoire, Nielsen could also strengthen his defensive skills. The two would switch roles, with Nielsen taking the offensive while Sia Tian assumed the defensive position. Every 2 hours, Sia Tian engaged in shooting practice, as continuous competitive play could hinder stamina. With the benefit of dual training, by evening, Nielsen's defense began to wane, prompting a change in strategy as Howard and Turkoglu took over the defensive duties under the basket, while Nielsen focused on guarding Sia Tian's dribble penetration. Then, Summer endured a challenging practice session, faced with 3 defenders and an additional sentinel guarding the basket. Achieving success twice out of 10 attempts was commendable under such circumstances. As the evening training concluded, the 4 of them inevitably gathered together. Howard requested Turkoglu to drive Summer and Nelson, while he made a trip to the supermarket to procure ingredients. Upon arriving at the residence shared by Summer and Howard, Nelson closely shadowed Summer, eagerly anticipating the hot pot meal he had longed for. He was determined to observe Summer's every action meticulously. Ingredients for the hot pot, broth, various vegetables, and meats were arranged on the plates. "Is it really that simple?" Nelson inquired. "Why would it be otherwise? Here, we have spicy on one side and non-spicy on the other, allowing for personal choice," Summer explained. Nelson then pondered, "So, can I prepare it myself at home too?" Sia Tian smiled and remarked, "You may give it a try. If you cannot even wield chopsticks, how do you expect to replicate that flavor?" At that moment, Howard entered the room, holding a gift box, and walked directly up to Xia Tian. "This is a present for you," he said. Xia Tian was taken aback. It was neither a festive occasion nor a holiday. What could prompt the giving of gifts? In the summer, Xia Tian received the gift with curiosity and inquired, "Why the sudden present?" Howard, unusually serious, replied, "My achievement of being named Rookie of the Month is largely due to your encouragement and rigorous training, as well as your impeccable assists on the court." To be more direct, Xia Tian's passing significantly elevated Howard's average points per game. Indirectly, Howard's usual nonchalance and laziness were often countered by Xia Tian's persistent supervision during their training sessions. "This is my token of gratitude towards you. You cannot decline it. For I am aware that in your culture, one does not accept rewards without merit." In the summer, Xia Tian expressed, "In truth, I must extend my gratitude to all of you. Without your support and guidance, along with that of Brother Fu, my progress would have been exceedingly challenging." At this point, Nielsen, rather impatient, interjected, "You two have been living together for days. There's no need for such mutual admiration. The hot pot is already boiling." Tekagla chimed in, "Indeed. We've been waiting for quite some time. Let us commence." Summer has also put away the gifts, and the four of them embarked on a grand cleanup. Cheers to Dwight for being awarded the Rookie of the Month. The four enjoyed their meal and conversation, lingering until well past 10 in the evening. Howard gifted Summer a complete set of athletic gear. Although the team provided similar items, the sentiment behind a friend's gift is distinctly different. On the evening of December 1st, the Magic began a new journey, and this match was one that Summer eagerly anticipated. In Houston, Texas, the Magic faced off against the Rockets, marking Summer's first encounter with Yao Ming in the NBA. Chapter 67. Farewell, Yao. Francis felt some relief from his headache for this game. The coaching staff suggested he rest in Orlando, but he insisted on attending. While games may be missed, certain individuals are worth meeting. Before the match, Yao Ming invited Summer and Francis to meet at a CAF not far from the arena. As they walked along, Xia Tian conversed with Francis, inquiring, "Francis, when the Rockets traded you, did you harbor any resentment?" Francis abruptly halted, turning to Xia Tian with a probing gaze, and retorted, "If you had spent 5 years with the Magic and they suddenly traded you, would you feel any resentment?" In the summer, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate feelings about experiences he had yet to encounter. Initially, there was undoubtedly a spark of ambition, even at the onset of the new season. He remained hopeful that upon meeting them, he would exert his utmost effort, delivering a stunning performance that would make them realize that trading him was indeed a misjudgment. In the summer, they listened intently, their footsteps significantly slowing. "And what of now? At present, I have come to a certain understanding. Victory and defeat are matters of fate. It seems that after the trade, the Rockets have been restructured, achieving a record even better than in the previous 2 seasons. Is it not ironic that no matter how much I demonstrate my individual prowess, they currently stand 5th in the West, while in the past 2 seasons, I could only lead the team to 7th or 8th place?" In the summer, it was evident that Francis spoke lightly, yet harbored some grievances within, coupled with a tinge of reluctance for the team he had served for 5 years. "I shall convey to Coach Davis that you will continue to start tonight." Summer shook his head with a smile and said, "Big Brother Fu, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot start in this match." "Why?" Francis inquired, perplexed. "If you hadn't come to Houston today, starting wouldn't be an issue. Since you were on the roster, that starting position must belong to you. I believe even if you spoke with Coach Davis, he would not agree to my starting this match. If I were to start today, well, what would your former teammates think? What would the Houston fans say? That I can't even secure a starting position with the Magic?" Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of face. Francis has always been considerate towards newcomers, as he was with Yao Ming in the past and now with Summer. The Chinese value gratitude and reciprocity. If Francis treats me well, I shall do the same. Summer understood this principle clearly. "Thank you," Summer said. Francis clapped Summer on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. Yao Ming will be anxious if we keep him waiting." Upon ascending to the 2nd floor of the CAF, Summer immediately spotted the towering figure of the Eastern Giant. "Big Yao, long time no see," Summer said, extending his fist for a greeting. "Long time no see," Yao Ming replied, turning to Francis and saying in English, "Steve. Long time no see. Yao, I didn't expect that after the Olympic experience, you have changed so much. As we say in our culture, it's been 3 days since we last met. What comes next?" In jest, Xia Tian remarked, "It has been but 3 days since we last met. Yet I can already see how much weight you have gained." A hearty laugh escaped from Yao Ming upon hearing Xia Tian's playful banter. When Yao first entered the NBA, he was rather slender. However, in his quest to bolster his interior combat abilities, he has been steadily gaining weight over the past 2 years, though it would be more accurate to say he has grown stronger rather than merely heavier. Come. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Yuming beckoned, leading Xia Tian to a seat opposite a figure he was eager to present. Yang Yi? Xia Tian unexpectedly revealed, recognizing the man before him. At that moment, Yang Yi appeared somewhat different from his later on-screen commentary persona. He was younger and slightly more rotund. Yet Xia Tian could still discern the familiar contours of his face behind the glasses he wore. You know me? Yang Yi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Are you not the one who? No, did you not establish the Basketball Pioneer newspaper? Xia Tian intended to mention Yang Yi's frequent NBA commentary. But since Yang had yet to embark on that path, he altered his statement. So you are aware of the Basketball Pioneer newspaper? Did Yao Ming inform you? Yang Yi gazed at Xia Tian with a hint of astonishment. The Basketball Pioneer newspaper is not particularly renowned within the country. And Yang Yi had no prior acquaintance with Xia Tian, making his surprise understandable. I have heard your name resoundingly well. Of course, I know of it, Yang Yi chuckled, extending a handshake to Xia Tian, who reciprocated, along with a greeting to Francis. I have come today not only to witness this highly anticipated domestic clash, but also to conduct an exclusive interview with you. I had initially intended to visit Orlando, but fate has brought me to Houston, where I can meet both you and Yao Ming. Summer nodded and remarked, front page headline? Yang Yi, in a playful manner, responded, let's see how you perform today. You should still be coming off the bench. If you manage to achieve a double-double, then it will be front page news. At that moment, the front page headline of the newspaper was akin to today's trending topic. Summer responded with a smile, for the sake of your headline. It seems we must take today's match seriously. How about a special interview after the game? You know how time-sensitive newspaper news can be. No problem, came Summer's reply. With that, Yang Yi stood up and said, you all catch up. I must take my leave. I will be attending the match tonight as well. So give it your all. After Yang Yi departed, the three continued their conversation primarily in English. Although conversing with Yuming in English felt somewhat awkward, they had to consider Francis's feelings too. How does it feel in Orlando? In the summer, I took a sip of coffee and remarked, quite delightful. Thanks to the attentiveness of Dwight and Steve, and the coach has been kind to me as well. Yuming responded, that is wonderful. We played an exhilarating match the night before, which served to vindicate our compatriots, and we performed admirably. Regrettably, I was absent from the match, Francis lamented. Summer, brother Francis, have you ever pondered a question? In tonight's match, if you drive to the basket for a layup, do you think he would block you? Francis chuckled. But Yuming interjected, indeed, he certainly would. If you come, I will too. In the warmth of summer, Xia smiled and said, look, Francis, he shows no mercy. We need not hold back tonight. The three exchanged knowing glances, for in the arena of competition, even the closest of friends or kin must remain loyal to their respective teams. The notion of throwing a game is simply contrary to professional ethics. Suddenly, Francis interjected. I am quite eager to witness the duel between Yao and Dwight in the paint. Do you think that clumsy giant can keep pace with Yao's finesse? Yao Ming, agile in the key, had yet to seek the counsel of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon regarding his famed footwork. Pretending to be offended, Yao retorted, clumsy giant? Steve, is that how you refer to interior players? Do you call me that as well? Francis quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, no, absolutely not. Just kidding, tonight I shall impart a lesson to the so-called clumsy giant. After over 2 years in the NBA, Yao's confidence had grown immensely. The trio shared jovial banter until the hour grew late, prompting them to disperse in preparation for the evening's contest. Chapter 68, Kinship. The match was to be broadcasted by the Huaxia Sports Channel, with Yu Jia and Coach Zhang once again teaming up for commentary. Zhou Hao, not one to miss such a pivotal showdown, entered the broadcast room early to prepare for the live commentary. Observing the 3-digit viewer count, he felt a surge of happiness. This experience of live broadcasting mirrored that of writing a novel. One feared the absence of an audience, for a lack of viewers would extinguish even the most spirited enthusiasm and meticulous preparation. At the Toyota Center in Houston, the venue was a sea of fans, filled to capacity with firecrackers and drums creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yao Ming was immensely popular among Houston's fans, many of whom brandished signs bearing his name and likeness. The starting lineups had been finalized. For the Rockets, it would be John Barry, Bob Sura, Tracy McGrady, Juwan Howard, and Yao Ming. Juwan Howard had played for the Magic last season and was well acquainted with Hill, Stevenson, and others. Similarly, Kevin Cato from the Magic had been traded alongside Francis. Thus he too was familiar with Yao and his teammates. Francis remained the starting point guard for the Magic, though he refrained from mentioning his lingering migraine. And the duration of his playtime was uncertain. The other starters for the Magic included Stevenson, Hill, Cato, and Howard. Without further ado, the game commenced. The Rockets won the opening tip, and their first defensive play was entrusted to McGrady, who attempted a shot from the perimeter but missed. Cato secured the rebound, and Francis pressed forward, executing a ball screen maneuver before penetrating the paint, scoring despite Yao's defensive effort. The crowd erupted in a small cheer. A collective expression of nostalgia and welcome for Francis, who had spent 5 seasons in Houston, leaving many fans accustomed to seeing him in a Rockets jersey rather than that of the Orlando Magic. Following his successful basket, Francis waved to the crowd in gratitude as he retreated on defense. The Rockets executed a pick-and-roll, with Yao setting a high screen. Sura drove and passed back to Yao, who was rolling to the basket. Aware of the game's significance, Howard displayed an aggressive defensive approach. Yao, backing down, turned and shot. Howard was unable to contain him. Yao's mid-range shooting was remarkably accurate among interior players, combining a soft touch with his towering height, making him a challenging opponent to defend. The first quarter unfolded with both teams exchanging blows, as many players were well acquainted with one another, making offensive execution a complex endeavor. For instance, Hill and McGrady had played together for 4 seasons, and their matchup was a fierce contest. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the game entered an official timeout. "Sia, Hill, you take over for the last 3 minutes," the coach instructed. "I feel awful," Howard said with a pained expression. Coach Davis interjected, "Why not share your feelings? I can't stop him. He's taller and more agile than I am. The worst part is, he doesn't engage me physically. It's as if I possess all the strength, yet Yao effortlessly evades my defense. Is it really so miraculous?" Sia retorted. "Is you secretly practicing Tai Chi to counter you?" In the past 8 minutes, the Magic trailed 17-18, with scoring concentrated among Francis, Stevenson, and Hill, while Howard had yet to score, managing only 1 rebound and 1 block, which was understandably frustrating. "Sia, please help me," Howard pleaded, feigning helplessness. He understood the relationships between Yao, Sia, and Francis, so even while being overmatched, he refrained from anger or foul language. Coach Davis, exasperated, admonished, "You can't just look to Sia for help whenever you're in trouble. Is he your father? You need to find your own solutions to improve." Though Coach Davis held a fondness for Howard, his words were often harsh. Howard had grown accustomed to this dynamic and did not take offense. In a moment of levity, Howard called out to Sia, "Dad." "Whoa, you can't just say that," Sia exclaimed in surprise. Even the usually serious Hill and Christie couldn't contain their laughter. Howard's antics were amusing. "Have you no shame?" Coach Davis chided with a laugh. Howard grinned. "What need have I for shame? It won't help me score. Only Sia understands me." While they had joked in the past, this was the first time Howard had publicly referred to Sia in such a manner. While others used the timeout to strategize, the Magic took a unique approach, engaging in a humorous declaration of kinship. Astonishingly, a match of such significance had transformed into a grand familial reunion. In the summer, Sia remarked, "Very well, I shall endeavor to pass the ball to you. But you must remain agile, otherwise, you may easily find yourself blocked." Coach Davis interjected, "Sia, this game will primarily focus on perimeter offense. The Houston Rockets starting lineup exhibits a vulnerability in their backcourt, a fact I trust you have also discerned. If the opportunity arises, do pass him the ball a couple of times." Summer nodded slightly, while Howard beamed with delight, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Summer, and thank you, Coach Davis." As the timeout concluded, the players from both teams re-emerged onto the court. "Hello, Tracy," Summer greeted McGrady proactively. "Hello, Summer. Quite impressive. You didn't bring shame to the Magic's number 1. McGrady responded, still appearing somewhat drowsy, referring, of course, to the match between the Magic and the Hornets. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement, and the game recommenced. In the summer, he brought the ball to the front court, skillfully dribbling past the defender Barry. Utilizing the screen set by Turkoglu, he maneuvered along the baseline, darting past the basket, thereby capturing the attention of Yao Ming. In the summer, a player executed a jump shot, only to abruptly alter his gesture mid-air, transforming the shot into a pass. Howard seized the opportunity and descended towards the basket, while Yao Ming positioned himself to disrupt the play. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Howard was thwarted by the rim. Observing from the sidelines, Yang Yi jotted down a phrase in his notebook, the love-hate relationship between the emerging dunkers and the hoop. Fortunately, Howard managed to reclaim the rebound, forcefully slapping it down before pivoting to attempt another dunk. However, Yao Ming and Juwan Howard were already poised for action, their four formidable hands intercepting in midair. The commentator, with a hint of amusement, remarked that Howard had no choice but to concede, first thwarted by the rim, then by Yao Ming. Frustrated, Howard stomped his foot as the Magic prepared for an inbounds play. Hill received the pass and swiftly relayed it to Summer, who, displaying remarkable patience against the defense, executed a feint shot that deceived Barry. After evading Barry, Summer leaped, extending his hand to release the ball. Although the shot did not find its mark, it resulted in a foul. A trip to the free throw line awaited. Yang Yi nodded in approval, noting in his notebook a display of clever play. As Summer stepped onto the free throw line, the first shot missed, but the second found its mark. The Rockets launched an offensive, with McGrady attempting a long-range three-pointer, which also failed to connect. However, Juwan Howard secured the offensive rebound and passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao, once again positioned in the low post, executed a pivot and effortlessly guided the basketball into the hoop. Howard gazed at Summer with an expression of innocence, as if to say, "Father, love me once more." Chapter 69. Digging One's Own Grave? Yao Ming, having battled in the NBA for over 2 years, holds records against numerous formidable centers. He has garnered some insights regarding a player like Howard. Perhaps Howard never envisioned that scoring would become his most fervent aspiration during his first quarter of play. The utility player Barry passed the ball to McGrady, who, despite Hill's defense, sank a two-pointer from the baseline, with a score of 22-18. The Rockets appeared poised to widen the gap, yet it was imperative to maintain composure. One should not force plays when opportunities in the paint are scarce. Grant Hill demonstrated a proactive approach in this match, exhibiting a strong desire to attack. Upon noticing Summer's approach, he eagerly called for the ball. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, Hill engaged in a one-on-one with McGrady, both players showcasing a graceful style of play, turning their confrontation into a visual feast. It is widely recognized that during their time with the Rockets, Yao and McGrady's health posed significant challenges, often alternating between injury and recovery. And Hill proved to be even more fragile than McGrady. After enduring several ankle injuries, his speed diminished considerably, and his offensive routes were consistently thwarted by McGrady's lateral movements. As Juwan Howard prepared to double-team, Hill, with his reputation as a forward organizer, keenly observed Summer's positioning and swiftly flicked the ball backward. Upon receiving the ball, Siatian swiftly maneuvered from the right side, distributing it to Stevenson in the corner. Stevenson advanced a couple of steps before delivering a two-point shot for the Rockets. Though it was actually a chance for a three-pointer, opting for caution, he settled for the two. Howard watched the dwindling seconds with a sense of helplessness. His frustration was futile, as it was not that Siatian refused to pass, but rather that opportunities were scarce. The Rockets' offense culminated in a layup by Bob Sura, while Siatian capitalized on a fast break, executing a precise half-court shot. After the Rockets' offense faltered, only 8 seconds remained for the Magic's final offensive play. Howard sighed, resigning himself to simply lying low for the first quarter. In the summer, Siatian and Stevenson exchanged passes, swiftly advancing to the front court. At the arc's apex, with only 3 seconds remaining, Siatian made a decisive move towards the paint. Yao Ming stepped forward, thwarting his drive and preparing to conclude the first quarter. As Yao took that small step, Siatian opted to forego his penetration and slammed the basketball against the backboard. Howard soared into the air, seizing the rebound and executing a spectacular putback dunk. "Ha ha ha, Sia. I finally escaped being shaved bald in the first quarter," Howard exclaimed joyously, his towering stature belied by the exuberance of a child, finding delight in the simplest moments. "Who knew you could pass like that, Sia? You truly are our magician in Orlando." Indeed, Siatian's unconventional pass not only facilitated a buzzer-beater dunk but also secured a rebound. "You truly are impressive," Yao Ming remarked with a smile, having mentioned prior to the match his intention to teach Howard a lesson by preventing any scoring from the Sparks in the first quarter. It seemed that Wish had slipped away. However, one could not deny Yao's pivotal role in limiting Howard, leaving Siatian struggling to distribute the ball, with their synergy only manifesting at the final moment. The first quarter concluded in a stalemate at 24-24. "Dad still loves you," Siatian gestured toward Howard. Howard hummed a tune as he returned to the bench, while Coach Davis could hardly tolerate Howard's cocky demeanor, believing that pride and complacency were the greatest pitfalls in sports. "Are you satisfied with 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block for the first quarter?" Howard raised a towel between himself and Davis, then let it drop suddenly, his previously playful expression replaced by an unexpected seriousness. "I'm quite satisfied." He quickly reverted to his cheerful self, shifting expressions faster than the transformations in Peking opera. Davis, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "If it weren't for Sia's splendid last-second pass, you would have been utterly humiliated in the first quarter, and still. You find joy in that. Do you think you can score 15 points in this game? Are you living up to being the #1 pick for the Magic?" Howard retorted, "Who are you looking down upon? It's just 15 points. I can definitely achieve that. If not, I'll dress up and dance for you." Summer reminded him, "You are being reckless again. Have you forgotten what happened last time?" Howard, with an air of indifference, replied, "It's fine. After all, you're here. I trust that even if you were feeding me, you would ensure I reach 15 points. In the summer, with a cheerful shake of the head, one might wonder, are you not afraid of being sold by me? Yet, it is evident that, through their daily interactions, Howard possesses immense confidence in Summer's passing abilities. Very well. I shall await your performance. It is imperative that you achieve at least 15 points. In the second quarter, Francis intends to remain off the court, granting the opportunity to Summer and Nelson. During the summer, a quintet comprising Nelson, Turkoglu, Howard, and Tony Batty took to the court. This lineup exhibited a formidable perimeter offensive capability, rivaling that of Hill and Stevenson, albeit lacking the latter's consistency. Hill and Stevenson primarily relied on mid-range shots and drives to score, with their three-point shooting not particularly robust. In contrast, both Nelson and Turkoglu possessed a degree of long-range shooting prowess, though, naturally, three-pointers are not as reliable as two-pointers. Another noteworthy adjustment involved positioning Howard at the power forward spot, allowing him to evade Yao Ming. On the Rockets side, McGrady took a breather while Yao Ming and Juwan Howard remained on the floor. In the summer, Siakam waved his hand at Howard, who looked utterly perplexed and asked, "Is this our new hand signal?" With an eye roll, Siakam replied, "Lower your head. I have a method to share with you." "Oh, understood," Howard exclaimed, nodding eagerly upon hearing Siakam's words. "Indeed, Dad still loves me." This moment not only showcased Howard's skills but also Siakam's, with Yang Yi observing from the sidelines, anticipating their double-doubles. As the second quarter commenced, the Magic took the lead in their offensive play. Nelson brought the ball across the court and passed it to Siakam for organization. One must admit, this young subordinate is becoming increasingly astute. Barry continued to struggle in limiting Siakam's movements, and after training with Iverson for 2 days, Siakam had intensified his practice, mesmerizing Barry with his dazzling dribbling. Howard received the ball at the free throw line and backed down against Juwan Howard. The two players, both named Howard, were clearly at odds, with the Beast demonstrating superior physicality and strength. As he backed into the paint, Howard pivoted suddenly, taking a long stride to create space and successfully executed a jump shot. Every member on the Magic's bench wore a smile, not out of joy for Howard's score, but rather at the somewhat awkward and exaggerated nature of his movements, which rendered the entire offensive play rather comical. Yet, in the eyes of the Beast, who cared about aesthetics? Did the beauty of the move determine the validity of the 2 points? This move is quite effective, Howard thought as he jogged back on defense, clearly recognizing the necessity of enhancing his low-post skills, as suggested by Siakam and Francis. However, Siakam realized a pressing issue. This play could only be credited as his assist and would not reflect in the statistics. If this continued, his chances of achieving a double-double today seemed precarious. How could he activate Howard while simultaneously finding himself in a predicament? It was one thing to be led astray by others, but to ensnare oneself was quite another. As the Rockets allowed McGrady to rest, both starting big men remained on the court, making their offensive intentions glaringly obvious. Barry, noticing Siakam's aggressive approach, passed the ball to Sura as they crossed half-court. Following the Magic's substantial lead against the Hornets, Siakam's reputation grew, particularly due to his precision in delivering crucial passes, prompting many teams to study his offensive and defensive strategies. Jeff Van Gundy, the wise coach of the Rockets, schooled by the legendary Pat Riley, would not allow his players to utter reckless words nor underestimate their opponents. Barry, evidently heeding his coach's warning, was determined not to grant Siakam any opportunity for a close encounter, as that could easily lead to a steal. Sura, without hesitation, seized the moment and passed the ball to Juwan Howard. Juwan possessed an array of offensive techniques, and while his defense left something to be desired, even the Beast found it challenging to contain him. Last season, he had been the Magic's leading scorer in the paint. The matchup became intriguing since the teams had undergone nearly half a roster change since the previous season. In a rapid transition, Siakam passed to Nelson, who attempted a three-pointer but missed again. This inefficiency could not persist, Siakam mused, as achieving a double-double appeared increasingly daunting, given his current capabilities. He could only aim for points and assists, while the prospects of double-doubles and rebounds, steals, or blocks remained elusive. Resolute in his decision to elevate his scoring, he intended to adapt to the unfolding circumstances on the court. After Yao Ming secured a rebound, Barry pushed for a fast break, but the Rockets' configuration found quick transitions challenging. Xiao and Nelson, both young and swift, dictated the pace of the game. Thus, they opted for an inside attack, with Juwan Howard scoring yet again. Stay alert for help defense, Xiao urged his teammates, who nodded in agreement, including Turkoglu and Tony Batty. At the top of the arc, Xiao dribbled, assessing his teammates' positions while establishing his own offensive route. Suddenly, Rockets guard John Barry lunged forward, intercepting Xiao's pass. The audacity, Xiao thought, quickly reacting to chase after Barry. In a one-on-one scenario, Barry's speed was commendable, consistently denying Xiao an opportunity to surpass him. As he leaped for a layup, Xiao closed in, executing a stunning block off the backboard. Coach Zhang was invigorated by this play, exclaiming, "Wow, what a leap." I doubt Barry anticipated Xiao's ascent. Nelson, following the play, swiftly regained possession and pushed the ball back, while Yao Ming lagged behind on defense, setting up early. Nelson, unhurried, awaited Xiao's return before passing the ball. Upon receiving it, Xiao maintained his speed, charging into the paint for a spectacular layup. This offensive sequence was a testament to Xiao's relentless drive, reminiscent of the unstoppable Russell Westbrook. With the score tied at 28-28, Xiao had accumulated 4 points and 2 assists. Notably, Howard's 4 points, although set up by Xiao, did not count as assists. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Xiao led the half-court defense, and Barry, seeking to pass, found his efforts thwarted. Once again, Xiao showcased his relentless defense, with the referees keenly observing the two players, unable to overlook any minor infractions. As Barry passed, Xiao snatched the ball before he even realized what had happened. Ever since unlocking the pickpocket skill, Xiao had developed a fondness for it, as its success rate was impressively high. Like the skill's name suggests, stealing the ball from an opponent felt as effortless as reaching into a pocket. It was as if the last offensive play had been replayed, albeit with the roles of offense and defense reversed. As Xiao approached the basket, he executed a sudden stop, his palms and wrists clasping the rim. With a swift upward motion, Barry leapt in response, only to be met with solitude as he was propelled out of bounds by the force of his own momentum. Meanwhile, Xiao, observing the advancing Nelson, delivered a timely pass, finally securing a long-awaited assist. Since entering the NBA, he had anticipated grappling with the challenges of scoring. However, today he found himself troubled by the pursuit of assists instead. The Magic once again seized the lead. In the summer, a swift defensive strategy was employed, calling upon Howard and Tony Batty. The directive was clear. Whenever the opposing power forward initiated an offense, Tony, please assist Dwight with a double team. Tony Batty nodded in agreement and swiftly positioned himself. True to expectations, under the collaborative defense, Juwan's attempt to back down was thwarted, allowing Turkoglu to slip into the paint and secure the rebound. Coach Zhang offered his assessment. The Magic executed their 2 offensive plays quite admirably, potentially widening the score gap. Suddenly, Yu Jia inquired with a smile, "Coach Zhang, both teams feature our fellow compatriots. Which team do you wish to win?" Coach Zhang replied, "Why would you pose such a question? We are pleased regardless of who triumphs. If one team falters, they should not be disheartened. There is ample time ahead, and opportunities for future encounters abound." Yu Jia internally scoffed, thinking, your answer is effectively meaningless. However, from his standpoint, where both sides are akin to family, the outcome is inconsequential. This dilemma is indeed challenging for most to address. In this offensive play, Summer signaled Howard to set a screen, seeking to create an opportunity for him to roll to the basket. Yet, as Summer prepared to pass back, Yao Ming had already anticipated the move, obstructing Howard's path. Summer charged into the paint, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Yao Ming. A hearty laugh erupted as Yu Jia remarked, the love-hate dynamic is palpable. Previously, they were inseparable teammates on the national team, a duo of remarkable synergy. The camera focused on Summer, who shook his head, smiling. Truly, there was no mercy shown. Summer exchanged a word with Yao Ming, who responded with a quintessential smile. During the summer, while executing a baseline pass, he capitalized on his excellent passing vision to identify Nelson's opportunity to receive the ball, while the mobile Skogirl also presented a chance. In an instant, Xiao executed a serve, while Nelson positioned himself to receive the ball. Unexpectedly, in the following moment, Xiao effortlessly tossed the ball to the moving Turkoglu. without even a glance in his direction. Upon receiving the ball, Turkoglu made a swift adjustment and launched a three-point shot from the wing, successfully scoring. "It turns out you are the true mastermind of the day. Boss, your feint deceived even me," Nelson remarked as he and Xiao retreated into defense. Summer smiled and cast a glance at the sidelines, where McGrady was already waiting. Clearly, with a score of 33-28. The Rockets were in need of McGrady's scoring prowess. During the Rockets' offensive play, Yao Ming utilized his agile footwork to deceive Tony Batty, leading to a foul that counted towards his accumulation, thus avoiding free throws. Seizing this opportunity, the Magic substituted Hill for Batty. Howard would return to the center position, while Turkoglu took over the power forward spot. With McGrady's return, could the Magic continue to extend their lead? Chapter 71. A duel of offense. As McGrady and Hill both re-entered the game, the battle intensified to a fever pitch. Tracy McGrady, as a shooting guard and one of the emerging elite players, was now positioned as the shooting guard. Consequently, Barry was reduced to a mere supporting player. And with McGrady's presence, their perimeter defense would undoubtedly become much more manageable. After McGrady disregarded Nelson and sank a three-pointer, the Magic's coach quickly signaled for Stevenson to prepare for entry, knowing that Nelson, limited by his height, would struggle to contain McGrady. While Stevenson may not match McGrady in various attributes, he at least possessed the advantage of height. During the summer offensive, once again, Summer signaled for Turkoglu to come for a screen, deftly penetrating and distributing the ball to the cutting Turkoglu. In contrast to Howard's straightforward role after a screen, Turkoglu had a plethora of options at his disposal. As the pride of Turkish basketball, Turkoglu possessed a diverse array of offensive skills. After receiving the pass from Summer, he executed a Eurostep layup, adding another assist to Summer's tally. Indeed, Turkoglu was the concealed king of the day. At this juncture, McGrady, who had struggled in the first quarter, experienced a resurgence. Utilizing Yao Ming's high screen, he decisively drove through, maneuvering past Nelson and Turkoglu, and completed a thunderous two-handed dunk despite Howard's defensive effort, simultaneously drawing a foul from him. This exemplified McGrady's extraordinary capabilities. The quartet of shooting guards, East, AI, West, South, and McGrady from the North each possessed unique strengths, yet shared a common trait, a rich arsenal of offensive techniques, justifying the label of an offensive kaleidoscope. As McGrady stepped to the free throw line, Stevenson exchanged places with Nelson. The score stood at 35-34, with the Rockets trailing by a mere point. Observing McGrady score 6 consecutive points, Summer felt a sense of helplessness. Defending against him was no easy feat. Much like guarding Kobe, the limitations to contain him were manifold. Yet he always seemed to possess myriad methods to breach one's defense. At this moment, Grant Hill also stepped up, sinking a two-point shot, following a series of offensive plays. Under Summer's defense, Barry committed a passing error, failing to save the ball from going out of bounds, thus granting possession to the Magic. In the summer, Xiao passed the ball to Hill, who encountered an interception during his breakthrough. Hill returned the pass, and Xiao skillfully maneuvered his way under the basket, executing an aerial switch to evade Yao Ming's block and successfully completed a layup. Observing the relentless offensive prowess of the Magic, the Rockets called for a timeout. The score stood at 39-34, with the Magic maintaining a 5-point lead. McGrady alone scored 6 points, while Xiao, Hill, and Turkoglu collectively contributed another 6 points. Engaging in a fierce exchange with McGrady, on the sidelines, Yang Yi attentively observed the game, jotting down notes, noting that with 6 points and 4 assists, Xiao was still a distance away from a double-double and needed to step up his game. On the defensive end, they released their point guard. Xiao and Deshaun executed a double team against Tracy. Dwight was instructed to protect the rim, ensuring that they did not allow easy layups. Davis laid out a series of strategies, primarily focusing on defense. The players were familiar with one another, yet the head coach remained a stranger to them. This was Davis's first year as the Magic's head coach, and the same could be said for the Rockets' Van Gundy. After the Magic implemented a double team on McGrady, Barry acted as a transitional hub, passing the ball into the paint. Yao Ming showcased an impressive shooting touch today, successfully making several mid-range jump shots. And with Ju and Howard posing an offensive threat, the Rockets' offense remained unceasing, even with McGrady slightly contained. In the latter half of the second quarter, Xiao managed to score 2 points from 2 attempts and converted both free throws, raising his tally to 8 points. In terms of organization, he finally found an opportunity to connect with Howard, assisting him in executing a thunderous dunk. As the first half concluded, the Magic led by a narrow margin of 49-47. In the summer, the entirety of the second quarter was filled with activity. And while the overall performance was commendable, the Summer was not entirely satisfied. Previously, controlling the game felt effortless, yet this second quarter seemed somewhat lackluster. There were 2 turnovers, and several passes failed to yield the desired effects, which could be attributed to both the teammates' shooting woes and the opponent's defense. Had it not been for the timely restriction of McGrady's scoring, the Magic might have lost their competitive edge in that quarter. As the second half commenced, McGrady unleashed his fury, scoring consecutively and catching the Magic off guard, including a 3-pointer. Fortunately, on the Magic's side, Francis and Hill once again took charge of the offense, ensuring that the Rockets could not widen the gap. Both teams showed improved shooting in the third quarter, treating the fans to a thrilling offensive showcase, with the Toyota Center echoing with cheers. In the latter half, Yao Ming took a breather to recover his stamina for the decisive fourth quarter. With the score at 65-64, the Magic trailing by a single point, Coach Davis summoned Summer and Howard to take the court together, wagering with Howard whether they could score 15 points. This was Howard's moment to shine. However, Howard's attempts at independent scoring faced an even more formidable defense than Yao Ming's. Indeed, the Rocket center was the towering Dikembe Mutombo, who joined the NBA as the 4th overall pick in 1991, made the All-Star team in his rookie year, and was a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, along with 3 selections to the All-Defensive Team and 8 All-Star appearances. His defensive prowess eclipsed that of the current Yao Ming, as he was renowned for his shot-blocking supremacy. Howard's layup was swatted out of bounds by Mutombo, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. Typically, he is the one blocking others, yet today, he was thwarted by both Yu and Mutombo, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. On the baseline, Howard sought out Summer's position. With a swift cut, Summer evaded Barry, receiving the ball perfectly. Turkoglu set a screen, allowing Summer to break through from the wing. As Turkoglu descended to draw defenders, Summer slipped to the baseline and passed to the already positioned Howard. With a resounding thud, Howard executed a 2-handed slam dunk, an embodiment of violent beauty, venting his frustrations against Mutombo's defense. The Rockets initiated their offense, with McGrady handling the ball. Summer and Stevenson once again executed a double team, while Ju and Howard set a pick. Sports Channel commentator Yu Jia remarked that a mismatch had emerged. Although Ju and Howard had blocked Stevenson, Summer found himself face-to-face with McGrady. Coach Zhang chuckled, uncertain whether Summer possessed the capability to steal the ball from McGrady. He mused that while a steal during a pass might present an opportunity, intercepting during dribbling remained a challenge. Yet, before Zhang could finish his thought, Summer, with an already cool demeanor, reached out with a wicked hand and successfully stole the ball from McGrady. What a feat! The live stream's commentator exclaimed. As a staunch supporter of Summer, he unabashedly cheered for him. Even against Yao Ming, he felt compelled to vocalize his support, a privilege reserved for amateur commentators like him. Following the successful steal, the fast break surged into the front court. McGrady's quick recovery mirrored Summer's efforts, leaving Summer to safeguard the ball while awaiting his teammates' positioning. Howard received the ball in the low post, as Summer and Stevenson executed off-ball movements. Spotting Summer shake free from Barry, Howard delivered a swift pass. In the Summer, after receiving the ball, I executed a sudden stop and leaned back, scoring. With these 2 points, my score finally reached double digits. Chapter 72, A Clash of Titans. After 3 quarters, the score stood at a deadlock of 74-74. The final quarter would be the true moment of reckoning. In the Summer game, he recorded 11 points and 7 assists, while Howard contributed 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Dwight, you still need 7 more points. You must push yourself. Summer reminded him before the start of the fourth quarter. Howard scratched his head, appearing visibly troubled. It's quite daunting, he thought. Having scored only 8 points in the first 3 quarters, achieving 7 in the final quarter would prove to be a challenge. The crux of the issue lay in the Rockets' formidable interior defense. With Yao Ming absent and Mutombo present, Howard found himself rather constrained. As the decisive final quarter commenced, the starters took the floor. Francis, returning to the game, exuded confidence, handling the ball as if he were carrying a dynamite pack ready to explode. He secured a 2-point lead for the Magic, only for Yao Ming to respond with a hook shot. Both teams engaged in an offensive exchange, with the Rockets favoring inside attacks while the Magic relied on mid-range shots. Midway through the fourth quarter, Howard finally received a pass from Hill, executing a bank shot to reach double digits, allowing him a moment of pride. However, his triumph was short-lived, as he was quickly deceived into committing a foul by Yao Ming's feint. Yao stepped to the free-throw line, his gentle touch rendering him exceptionally reliable among centers. In the subsequent 2 minutes, the Magic found themselves in a scoring drought. Both Francis and Hill struggled with their shots, while Yao happily collected rebounds. The Rockets led 86-80, a 6-point advantage, prompting the Magic to call a timeout. Seizing this opportunity to adjust their lineup, Summer and Turkoglu entered the game. In this challenging moment, Summer remained focused on his playmaking skills, with just 3 minutes left on the cooldown. After executing a pick-and-roll with Turkoglu, which resulted in an assist, Summer was taken aback when McGrady opted to defend him on the next possession. Why, at such a critical juncture in the game, was Summer on the court? Despite McGrady often appearing lethargic, he was acutely aware of the situation. In many past games, Summer had been instrumental in revitalizing the team during tough stretches. You had once jokingly told McGrady that Summer seemed to possess a unique buff, enhancing shooting percentages whenever he received his passes. While this was merely a jest, it subtly reflected Yao's admiration for Summer as a teammate. Faced with McGrady's imposing defense, Summer felt a wave of anxiety. Come on, not now. I still need 2 assists. Although McGrady's defense was not as tenacious as Kobe's, his height and wingspan posed significant challenges, leaving Summer in a precarious position. McGrady soon shone on the offensive end, scoring 4 consecutive points to extend the lead to 90-82, with only 3 minutes remaining. As the situation grew dire, Coach Davis signaled for a brief timeout. With time running short, he addressed the team succinctly. Remember, we are a unit. Cooperation is paramount. Summer, your pick-and-roll with Hill was effective. So why shy away from it now that McGrady is defending? Also, as the point guard, you must trust yourself and your teammates. Do not let a few missed shots deter you from passing. Do you understand? This marked a rare moment of seriousness from Davis as he spoke to Summer. In the sweltering summer, Sion acknowledged, I understand. These 2 minutes were problematic on my part. It suffices to recognize the issue. I trust you and my players. Now, go forth. In these final 3 minutes, give it your all. The 30-second timeout concluded swiftly, and Sion re-entered the game, calling upon Turkoglu to set a screen. After evading McGrady, he faced the defensive effort of Sura, executing a dazzling double crossover that left him on the floor. The match unfolded in a rather tranquil manner, devoid of mockery from either side. Slipping into the baseline, Sion drew Yao Ming's defense. Yujia finally witnessed the moment he had long anticipated. Yao Ming is guarding Sion. Will he dare to shoot? With sufficient time on the shot clock, Sion remained composed, dribbling patiently. He initiated his drive. Utilizing that peculiar footwork, shifting left and right, his center of gravity in constant flux, leaping. It was not a layup but a pass. As he dished it to Howard, who faced another Howard's defense, the beast unleashed a thunderous dunk, shaking the rim. Coach Zhang remarked, the Magic need to tighten their defense. This offensive opportunity cannot allow the Rockets to score, or their chances will dwindle. Fortunately, Sion was a fighter, unwilling to yield until the final moment. Following the dunk, Howard and Sion exchanged a vigorous high-five, perhaps the most exhilarating moment of the match for him. The score stood at 90-84. Coach Zhang focused intently on the game, stating, let us observe the Magic's defense this time. Barry brings the ball up court, with Sion leading the half-court defense. Barry quickly passed to McGrady, and Sion moved to double-team him. McGrady pressed on, attempting to break through. Where's the ball? Another steal by Sion. The long-awaited cool-down was finally over, and he seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yujia's voice grew increasingly animated. Stevenson impeded McGrady's pursuit, and Sion is one-on-one against Barry. Can he withstand the pressure? Dribbling, changing direction, he propelled himself upward against Barry and executed a two-handed dunk. Exquisite. The score now read 90-86. And in a critical moment, Sion stepped up, stealing from McGrady and completing a fast break dunk. Wow, what an exhilarating play. The adrenaline is palpable. Echoed throughout the arena. The Rockets quickly inbound, initiating a fast break to deny the Magic any respite. McGrady drove in, as the double team had yet to materialize, and launched a trailing three-pointer. Swish. Tracy McGrady, what audacity to take that shot. This is McGrady, one of the 4 great shooting guards, never hesitating in crucial moments. The Magic mirrored this approach, executing their own fast break, as Sion passed to Turkoglu, who took a mid-range shot and scored. Yujia exclaimed, 93-88. The final moments are nothing short of spectacular. It's a clash of titans. Such rapid exchanges drained energy. Those who scored were fortunate, while those who couldn't retrieve the ball were left exhausted, merely chasing after it. With no rebounds to secure, Howard could only run back and forth, feeling drained. In the closing moments, McGrady disregarded any support, bringing the ball up court with the swiftness of the wind, while Sion and Stevenson prepared for defense. As the double team approached, McGrady promptly passed to Barry, who then delivered the ball to Yao Ming. Yao took a mid-range shot and scored. Coach Zhang noted. A 7-point gap with a minute and a half left. Let us see how Xia Tian handles this. While a timeout could stabilize their strategy, Yu Jiao proposed an alternative view. Both teams are on fire. Calling a timeout might disrupt their offensive rhythm. Xia Tian faced Barry, leveraging a back-to-basket dribble to create space, stepping forward before executing a wide-angle change of direction. Barry slipped, failing to keep up, allowing Xia Tian to find Hill in the corner for a prime opportunity. Hill's shot, however, clanked off the rim. Yao Ming, utilizing his height, secured the rebound and swiftly passed to McGrady, who initiated a fast break. The Magic quickly positioned themselves, and McGrady aimed to take it himself, shaking off Stevenson before slamming the ball against the backboard and soaring for a decisive dunk. The momentum seemed to slip away from the Magic. They opted for a timeout. Oh no, Hill lamented. Xia Tian's pass indeed created an opening, but missing that long two-pointer from the corner is truly regrettable. That exchange resulted in a 4-point deficit. Had the Magic scored, they would have narrowed the gap to 5, maintaining hope. Instead, McGrady's self-assisted dunk added another 2 points, bringing the score to 97-88 with only 52 seconds remaining, sealing their fate. Chapter 73. Not enough to compete, all right. There's no need to be disheartened. It was just one missed shot. A loss is simply a part of the game. Failure is not something to fear. We must confront it, learn from it, and gather wisdom, as the journey ahead is still long. John Davis, ever the motivator, could always uplift the spirits of the disheartened players with a few words, reigniting their fighting spirit. Yao Ming noted that Xia Tian seemed to possess a beneficial aura. And to the Magic players, Davis's encouragement felt like a halo effect. This enhancement inspired Xia Tian and Howard to secretly nickname Davis Coach Chicken Soup after the game. Howard suddenly stood, clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, there's no need to feel down. Look at me. I've been subdued all game." Coach Davis's attention shifted to him. "From your tone, it sounds like you're rather proud of being subdued all game, huh? Dwight, you've only scored 12 points so far. Where's that promised 15? Howard chuckled awkwardly, responding, "But there are still 52 seconds left in the game. In the summer, a jest was made. Well, just a 3-pointer will do. Haha. This is quite feasible," Nelson suddenly chuckled. However, upon sensing Howard's murderous gaze, Nelson had no choice but to retract his neck and obediently fall silent. The Magic substituted Hill and Stevenson, bringing in Nelson and Tony Batty. On the Rockets side, Barry, McGrady, and Juwan Howard had all exited the game. Both coaches were acutely aware that this was the inaugural face-off between Yao Ming and the summer player, with countless fans from Huaxia watching intently. They were determined not to disappoint the spectators, allowing the two Huaxia players to compete until the very last moment, even at such a critical juncture. The summer player remained earnest, dribbling meticulously and passing with pinpoint precision. With just 30 seconds remaining, Howard had yet to score. "Summer, lend a hand to the child," Howard suddenly exclaimed, nearly causing the summer player to burst into laughter. "All right then," he replied, as he advanced the ball. The tension in both teams' defenses eased slightly in the final moments, allowing the summer player to pass to Howard without much effort. Upon receiving the ball, Howard did not even dribble. He charged directly towards the basket. Noticing Yao Ming's outstretched hand attempting to block, Howard eagerly moved in. The ball went in, and Yao Ming was called for a foul. That's 14 points now, and I have another free throw," Howard said, raising an eyebrow and smiling at the summer player. "You truly are something else," the summer player responded, astonished that the often brute force Howard had learned to draw fouls from Yao Ming. It seemed both Yao Ming and the summer player shared the sentiment that, under normal circumstances, the intensity of the game should not be so fierce at this point, given the outcome was already decided. Yao Ming did not hold a grudge. Howard took a deep breath and approached the free throw line. Francis remarked to Coach Davis, "It appears Dwight may actually accomplish this. He has been pressured throughout the game but has become clever in the final moments." Just as Coach Davis was about to respond, Howard missed the free throw with a resounding clang. Davis shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Just look at that." Francis was left speechless. Wang Defa. Howard cursed internally, feeling that hope was now slipping away. The Rockets also abandoned their final offensive attempt as the clock ran down. The highly anticipated showdown concluded dramatically with Howard's missed free throw. The final score was 97-90, with the visiting Magic falling short by 7 points against the Houston Rockets. The summer clash between Yao Ming and his opponent has come to a conclusion. As the esteemed guest commentator Zhang noted, the outcome of this match holds little significance for fans of the Chinese basketball community. What truly matters is the thrilling nature of the contest. The fierce competition in the final quarter, akin to a celestial duel, was indeed captivating. In terms of statistics, McGrady delivered an impressive performance, leading the scoreboard with 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Yao Ming contributed 22 points, 13 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 assists, while Howard added 15 points and 7 rebounds. For the Magic, Hill scored 18 points, Francis contributed 14 points, Howard recorded 14 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while Stevenson and Turkoglu added 9 and 11 points, respectively. In the summer, he executed an impressive performance, achieving 5 successful shots out of 7 attempts, alongside 3 out of 4 free throws, culminating in a commendable tally of 13 points, 11 assists, 3 steals, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. His shooting percentage was astonishingly high. Apart from the contributions from free throws and his remarkable precision, the majority of his points came from layups or dunks. His ability to navigate through defenses with serpentine agility rendered his layups considerably easier. Coupled with fast breaks following steals, he consistently scored in one-on-one situations with minimal pressure. Even Yao Ming, who was well acquainted with him, was taken aback by his 5-4-7 shooting performance. After the game concluded, Yang Yi put away his notebook, applauding both teams, while the Houston fans generously expressed their appreciation with applause. Many former teammates seized the opportunity to embrace one another and inquire about each other's well-being, sharing laughter and conversation on the court. Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady approached Summer and Howard. "Hello, Summer, you played exceptionally well," McGrady greeted him warmly. In the embrace of Summer, he joyfully commended McGrady, exclaiming, "Tracy, you are extraordinary. Your final offensive maneuver left me in awe." In 2004, during the closing moments of the game, McGrady's brilliance was undeniable. "Your passing is exceptional. Houston is in dire need of a point guard like you." Upon hearing McGrady's words, Howard became visibly agitated and retorted, "Sia is a Magic player under contract. Do not even think about poaching him." Observing Howard's vexation, Yao Ming provocatively remarked, "What if our offer exceeds that of the Magic?" To this, Howard replied, "I have faith that Sia will not abandon me. After all, we are good brothers." Yao responded, "I was once his teammate, and we share the same heritage. My bond with him surpasses yours." Howard, not to be outdone, raised his chin defiantly and declared, "I dare call him father." "Do you dare?" McGrady was amused by this exchange, chuckling, "Really? Father?" The laughter erupted, and Yao Ming joined in with delight, stating, "You win. We cannot compete." Sia Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, "All right, Dwight, they are merely jesting with you. If the reporters were to hear this, it would tarnish your reputation. It's fine to be called that at home, but do refrain from such appellations in public." McGrady redirected his gaze back to Sia Tian and remarked, "You clever lad, you managed to steal the ball from me twice in a single game. How did you accomplish that?" Summer chuckled, remarking, "It's simply a matter of keen observation, decisive action, and a stroke of good fortune. Since joining the NBA, luck has been on my side on the court." McGrady laughed in response, "That won't do. I claimed it with my skill." Yao Ming and Howard exchanged a few words, primarily with Howard expressing admiration for Yao's footwork in the paint. Their conversation led to a mutual agreement to attend Hakeem Olajuwon's center training camp during the off-season. "It's time to freshen up. It's getting late, and Yang Yi is still waiting," Yao said. "All right, I'll head over now. Wait for me at the entrance of the arena so we can go together." Chapter 74. Exclusive interview. Yao Ming drove Summer and Yang Yi to his residence in Houston, a locale characterized by its tranquility. The so-called exclusive interview entailed Yang Yi posing questions to Summer, or Summer sharing his journey since entering the NBA, which Yang Yi would then summarize, edit, and publish in Basketball Pioneer. Yao Ming's entry into the NBA has illuminated for the Chinese populace the existence of such a prestigious basketball platform abroad, uniting elite players from around the globe, making it arguably the highest level of competition in the sport. Whether through sports channel broadcasts, articles in Basketball Pioneer, or live streams by Zhou Hao, the aim has always been to promote basketball, inspiring more young Chinese to embrace the sport. Thus, the competitiveness of Chinese basketball can be preserved. After some idle chatter, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and stated, "Shall we begin?" Upon receiving a nod from Summer, Yang Yi posed the first question. "With merely over 3 months since the conclusion of the Olympics, many have noted your significant progress. How do you typically train?" Summer, firstly, one notable trait shared by many of us, the sons of Huaxia, is our industriousness. It is often said that diligence can make up for a lack of talent. I believe my natural abilities are not particularly extraordinary, yet my dedication ranks among the best in the Magic and, indeed, the entire NBA. Secondly, I owe much to the support of Howard, Francis, and the coaching staff. Howard, Francis, and Nelson have all served as my training partners, providing targeted practice sessions. Head coach Davis is exceptionally welcoming to newcomers. He possesses a remarkable quality of allowing you to identify issues during games and seek solutions independently. This approach makes our training more purposeful. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings, and targeted training conveys a positive and uplifting energy to the young basketball enthusiasts in Huaxia during the summer. Yang Yi, operating his camera equipment, simultaneously takes diligent notes. He pauses, glances at Summer, and continues the second question, which is a matter of great interest and speculation for many. Is what achievements do you envision for yourself in the NBA, or what goals do you aspire to in the future? Summer smiled and remarked, I once told the media in the United States that one of my aspirations is to become the leading scorer in the NBA regular season. You see, they all doubted my scoring ability and dismissed it as a mere joke. However, I wish to clarify that this is no jest. I aspire to be the leader in assists, steals, scoring, to secure the MVP title, and ultimately, to win the championship. As he spoke, Summer clenched his fist and shook it a couple of times in front of him. Yang Yi responded, You have caught me off guard. Observing Yang Yi's sudden silence, Summer inquired, Do you believe I am joking as well? Yang Yi waved his hand and replied, How should I put it? I am indeed astonished. Your answer differs from what I had anticipated. The innate talent of Chinese players in basketball is not particularly exceptional, making it exceedingly challenging to achieve these ambitions. Overall, Chinese players may not possess the same level of talent as their African-American counterparts or the native players from Europe and the United States. But given the vast number of Chinese individuals, it is not surprising that an exceptionally gifted talent occasionally emerges. Summer exudes an unwavering confidence. Without delving into other aspects, take for instance the title of steals leader. He may very well secure it in his rookie season, as his prowess is effortlessly formidable. Having even snatched the ball from McGrady on 2 occasions, he believes that his chances of becoming the assist leader are equally promising. With his deft passes set to elevate to a new level shortly. Even if he cannot achieve this accolade this season, he is certain that he will in the future. As for the scoring title and MVP, they seem somewhat elusive at this moment, and the prospect of a championship title feels like a distant dream. This uncertainty is why Yang Yi finds it hard to believe. Countless players dedicate their lives to the pursuit of such glory, yet many, like Stockton and Charles Barkley, are left with the title of the never-crowned king. It is indeed a formidable challenge, yet Summer remains undeterred. Without dreams, what distinguishes life from carefree existence? Those who toil diligently deserve our expectations, and we eagerly anticipate his eventual triumph. Yang Yi continued with his inquiries. Many are aware of your situation with the Timberwolves, and the sports channel has taken a firm stance in your favor, refusing to air Timberwolves games. Are you prepared for the upcoming match? To speak candidly, the Timberwolves currently sit at 6th in the Western Conference, and for the Magic at this juncture, overcoming them poses a significant challenge. The game against the Timberwolves on December 10th is preceded by 4 matches, and training continues in an orderly fashion. Summer believes that all he can do at this moment is to remain focused. In those 4 games, as long as he gets the chance to play, he is confident that his skills in assists and scoring will inevitably improve, serving as a source of reassurance for himself. He is aware that fans of Huaxia are eagerly anticipating this match, hoping for a victory for the Magic, and they have been diligently training for that very purpose. Coach Davis has organized intensive training sessions, and his teammates are equally enthusiastic. Personally, Summer feels prepared, and when the time comes, he will give his all on the court. Yang Yi nodded repeatedly, saying, We look forward to the arrival of this match. He then posed several more questions. This interview felt considerably more relaxed and informal compared to those broadcast on television. Even if Summer misspoke at times, Yang Yi would refine those moments in the subsequent editing process. The interview lasted an hour and a half, and just as Summer prepared to rise, Yang Yi suddenly remarked, There is one more off-topic question, one that some young female fans are curious about. You may choose to answer or not. Go ahead, Summer replied with a smile. So, do you have a girlfriend? Summer contemplated for a moment and said, Currently, there isn't any. Would you be able to publish this question? Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback but nodded in agreement. Since you have such a request, I can certainly accommodate it. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, May I ask if Lenny could be my girlfriend? To which Summer replied, I trust you will see it. Even if Lenny does not read the Basketball Pioneer, my good friend will ensure the newspaper is delivered to her. A true brother will always provide the necessary support without needing further persuasion. Well, this is the first time I have encountered such a confession. Rest assured, I will certainly publish it. Yang Yi stood up with a smile, expressing his gratitude for accepting the interview with basketball pioneer and wishing him continued success in the NBA. Thank you. As the interview concluded, Yao Ming also prepared a late-night snack for the two. Shall we stay an extra day? Yao Ming extended an invitation. As Summer pondered, he remarked, perhaps we should postpone this for another time, as the game against the Timberwolves approaches. I must return to my training. Yao Ming responded, precisely for that reason. I wish for you to stay an additional day, not only you but also Howard. Noticing the look of confusion on Summer's face, Yao Ming continued, relying solely on your efforts will not suffice. Both you and Howard should remain for a day. Tomorrow, Tracy and I will accompany you in training. A last-minute sharpening of skills is still beneficial. It was evident that Howard had been recently refining his low-post techniques. I wondered if my temporary tutelage would be adequate. Howard's development in low-post skills had been slow while practicing alone in Orlando. However, if Yao Ming could offer some guidance, even for a single day, and if Howard was willing to practice, improvement was undoubtedly within reach. Very well, I shall speak with Howard now. Chapter 75, The Enigmatic Howard. In the summer, Siat Tion explained the situation to Coach Davis, assuring him that this time, with Dwight and Francis together, there would be no unfortunate delays like before. Upon hearing that they aimed to develop Howard's post skills and prepare for the game against the Timberwolves, Davis had no reason to decline. Engaging with different players during practice, rather than training in isolation, would undoubtedly yield greater progress. Even with a training camp, the team was limited in numbers after several sessions. Familiarity would foster a distinct training dynamic. Much like an artisan learning under a master, their fixed mindset could benefit from exposure to alternative methods through collaboration. The following morning, the five convened at a court. Tracy McGrady graciously agreed to accompany Yao Ming in training Siat Tion, for which Siat Tion felt immense gratitude. They split into pairs for practice. Howard and Yao focused on low-post techniques, while McGrady and Francis took on the task of defending Siat Tion, enhancing his ability to penetrate defenses. By the end of the morning, Siat Tion was thoroughly challenged. The training differed significantly from a game, where he could opt to pass the ball, whereas in practice, he was compelled to devise various strategies to break through defenses. For a player aspiring to improve, such trials were essential. Whether being overwhelmed on the court or during training, Siat Tion would certainly prefer the latter, as being outclassed in a game would be rather humiliating. In the afternoon, to inject some enjoyment into the monotonous training, McGrady invited J.R. Smith, and the six of them engaged in several rounds of 3-on-3. This friendly competition between the Magic and the Rockets featured a rather amusing penalty of performing push-ups, which evoked memories of Siat Tion's middle and high school days spent playing basketball with classmates. The day passed swiftly, as training extended into the evening. Yao Ming treated everyone to dinner. The next day, Siat Tion and the others returned to Orlando together. That evening, a game was scheduled, and before it commenced, the players gathered in the locker room, though Howard had yet to arrive. What's going on? Did you leave him back in Houston? Nelson inquired, noticing the absence. Summer remarked, no, we returned together. When we left, he asked me to go ahead. I have no idea what he's up to. Nelson chuckled. Could it be that he lost a bet to Coach Davis and is too afraid to show up? In the previous game, Howard had squandered his free throws, shattering his dream of scoring 15 points. The wager stipulated that the loser would don women's attire and perform a dance, a fate even more humiliating than the last. Francis interjected, I doubt it. He was quite gracious in his last performance in women's clothing. Nelson mused. What do you think he would dance if he had to wear women's clothing? Ballet, perhaps? The Black Swan, can you imagine that image? It would be quite a sight. Laughter erupted in the locker room. However, as half an hour passed, Howard had yet to arrive, and they were preparing to warm up. I surmised that he truly might not dare to come. Suddenly, the doors swung open with a clap, and Howard, sporting headphones and a backpack, strolled in. Who says I wouldn't show up? He declared, tossing a concealed object at Nelson. He added, Jamil, you ought to chew gum more often instead of constantly gossiping behind people's backs. Nelson accepted the gum, his curiosity piqued, and asked, what about your women's attire? I won't tell you, Howard replied with a hint of pride. Nelson envisioned the scene and laughed. Dwight, I think you should dance ballet, gliding gracefully like a swan. Howard shot him a sidelong glance, responding, your suggestion is quite good, but I shall not heed it. I believe. Howard abruptly interrupted Nelson, asserting, I don't want your opinion. I want my own. Well, all right then, but you do intend to follow through, right? Of course, I wouldn't backtrack on that. Listening to their exchange and observing their expressions, the atmosphere in the locker room was harmonious and delightful. Yet, there was palpable anticipation for Howard's performance in women's attire. Even Summer discreetly inquired, "You went to prepare the props, didn't you?" Howard smiled broadly, replying, "You're quite clever. Hasn't Jamil the Fool noticed how unusually packed my backpack is today?" "Summer, what kind of attire?" "A bikini, perhaps?" Howard replied with an air of mystery. "I cannot disclose that, not even if Coach Davis inquired. Just wait and see. It seems he enjoys keeping things enigmatic." Howard continued, "I must redeem myself tonight. I am determined to score no less than 15 points. Summer, please pass me the ball more often. You should also have a word with Steve. His playing time surpasses mine. He always agrees when I bring it up, yet once the game starts, he focuses solely on his own plays. I am left to battle for offensive rebounds, relying on second-chance opportunities to survive. My heart is heavy with this burden." Summer shook his head with a smile and said, "All right, given the nature of our relationship, we can just wait." That evening, the Orlando Magic would host the Memphis Grizzlies. Currently, the Grizzlies occupy the 8th position in the Western Conference, while the Magic have fallen back to 9th in the Eastern Conference after their loss to the Rockets. Judging by their records, the two teams possess comparable strengths, making for a balanced matchup. In the Western Conference standings, the Suns hold the top spot, followed by the Spurs. Then the Supersonics, Mavericks, Rockets, Timberwolves, Kings, Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Lakers. In the East, the Heat firmly maintain first place, with the Pistons in second and the Celtics in third, followed by the Bulls, Wizards, Pacers, 76ers, Nets, Magic, and Cavaliers. The Grizzlies' star player, Pau Gasol, hails from Spain, born in 1980, standing at 2.13 meters tall. Selected as the third overall pick by the Hawks in 2001, he was subsequently traded to the Grizzlies. In his inaugural season with the Grizzlies, Gasol quickly emerged as a pivotal leader for the team. He possesses the soft shooting touch characteristic of European players. Yet he exhibits a greater affinity for physical play in the paint than any of his European counterparts. With his agile footwork and exceptional basketball intellect, he averaged 17.6 points, 8.9 rebounds, 2.7 assists, and 2.1 blocks per game in his rookie season, earning him the title of 2001 to 2002 Rookie of the Year, making him the first European player to receive this honor. Last season, he led the Grizzlies to the playoffs for the first time as the 6th seed in the Western Conference, only to be swept 4-0 by the Spurs. In October of this year, Gasol signed a 6-year contract extension with the Grizzlies worth a total of $86 million, making him the second highest-paid international player, following Dirk Nowitzki. After the warm-up, both teams confirmed their starting lineups, with the Magic sticking to their usual starters. For the Grizzlies, the lineup included Earl Watson, Bonzi Wells, Shawn Marion, Pau Gasol, and Lorenzen Wright. The shooting percentages for both teams in the first quarter were not particularly high. The Grizzlies relied heavily on Gasol's scoring in the paint, while the Magic's offense was spearheaded by Hill and Francis. With the score tied at 17, only 3 minutes remained in the first quarter, marking the time for Summer to take the court. During this time, Summer would play for the last 3 minutes of the first quarter, a significant portion of the second. Limited time in the third, and the fourth quarter would depend on the situation, totaling approximately 15 to 18 minutes of play. The advantage of entering the game in the first quarter lay in his super aiming ability, which could be utilized twice in a single match. Currently, his experience with this skill reached 93/100, just 7 points shy of an upgrade, creating a sense of urgency for Summer to improve. Upon entering the game, Turkoglu set a screen to help Summer create space for a mid-range jump shot. However, the shot clanged off the rim. Yet Howard was quick to leap up and secure the offensive rebound, completing the putback. Over the past month, consistent shooting practice had significantly improved Summer's accuracy, raising his overall shooting percentage by 10 to 15%. Of course, the increase from super aiming of 10 points was not infallible, and there were still moments of inaccuracy, intensifying his desire to reach level 2 and discover the potential benefits of such an upgrade. The game continued, with Earl Watson, a second-round pick in 2001, being a fairly standard guard with a penchant for passing, somewhat reminiscent of Summer. However, in terms of ability, he fell short. Upon noticing Summer approaching to defend, Watson instinctively passed the ball, likely surprising his teammates with the rapidity of his decision. The resulting pass went astray, directly impacting a spectator on the sidelines. Am I truly that intimidating? Summer mused to himself, unaware that his consecutive steals from renowned players like Payton and McGrady had instilled a sense of caution in the guards he faced. The Grizzlies captain had previously warned him not to be underestimated by that Chinese kid. In their view, being intercepted by Summer seemed an embarrassing ordeal, regardless of their perceptions. This was a positive development for the Magic, as it endowed Summer with a newfound defensive presence. Gaining possession of the ball was undoubtedly a favorable outcome. Francis drove the ball down the court, executing a seamless penetration into the paint before passing it out to Summer on the perimeter. In the summer, Siakam began to break through as he received the ball. The two of them created chaos against the Grizzlies' defense, employing serpentine movements that allowed Siakam to evade formidable opposition. However, as he attempted a layup, he was thwarted by Gasol's interference. After failing to score on his first two attempts, Siakam felt a surge of defiance. Gasol passed the ball to Watson, but as soon as Watson received it, Siakam swiftly positioned himself beside him. In a seamless motion, he spun around and snatched the basketball. Francis had already retreated past half-court, surprised that Siakam managed to reclaim the ball. In the summer, he skillfully penetrated the defense, driving towards the basket, his body gracefully folding in midair to evade the block and score. "When you interfere with me, I shall take advantage of your guards." Humph. It is essential to note that this particular play by him was not merely a matter of easy execution. Pau Gasol whispered a few words into Earl Watson's ear, to which Watson nodded repeatedly. In truth, Gasol was encouraging him not to feel intimidated. If one harbors fears of being intercepted, the likelihood of such an occurrence dramatically increases. After all, according to Murphy's Law, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to transpire. Gasol and Watson had played together on the Grizzlies for 2 years, both being part of the same draft class. However, Gasol swiftly ascended to the role of the team's star player, while Watson remained a mere backup guard, averaging only single-digit points. Thus, Gasol frequently offered encouragement to Watson. Recently, the Grizzlies' starting point guard, Jason Williams, has been sidelined due to a finger injury, granting Watson the opportunity to step into the starting position. Summer felt a sense of regret today, having missed the opportunity to face off against White Chocolate. He had hoped to witness his peculiar passing style and perhaps glean some wisdom from it, but alas, circumstances did not align. Encouraged by Gasol, Watson indeed appeared more self-assured, his dribbling becoming more fluid. When he saw Summer approaching for defense, he refrained from hastily passing the ball this time. However, as fate would have it, before he could advance past the three-point line, Summer's hand reached out like a specter. "Damn it!" Watson muttered a particularly vulgar exclamation as he chased after him. Francis took the lead, receiving a pass from Summer and converting an easy layup. The score stood at 23-17 after Summer entered the game. They had swiftly achieved a 6-0 run. Although Summer had missed his first 2 attempts at scoring, it hardly impeded the team's ability to widen the gap. While others struggled to score, the Grizzlies found themselves bereft of even a single offensive opportunity under relentless defense, having been stripped of the ball twice in succession. How were they to continue in such a manner? The head coach of the Grizzlies hesitated for a moment before signaling for a timeout. "Boss, you're incredible. How did you manage that?" "Please teach me this move," Nelson exclaimed, handing Summer a towel and water, his face aglow with eagerness for knowledge. "I would love to teach you," Summer replied, "but this is not something one can impart. It is a power bestowed by the system." As Summer waved his hand, he remarked, "There is little to teach. It can be summarized in a few words: keen observation, decisive action, and swift execution." "Really?" Nielsen remained skeptical, commenting, "I observe your ball handling lacks that ferocity. Rather, your wrist appears remarkably nimble." Meanwhile, Howard expressed his grievances. "Wasn't it agreed that you would pass the ball to me? Why then do you charge and recklessly as well?" Summer, although accustomed to praise, could not help but acknowledge, "Well done indeed." John Davis, the head coach, yawned to witness the team's progress, and this overwhelming display brought him immense satisfaction. Anticipating Davis's next words, Summer interjected, "Rest assured, I shall continue to strive and refrain from arrogance." "Excellent. You should all take a page from Summer's book," Davis encouraged. After a brief discussion regarding the game's proceedings, the match resumed. Following a score by the Grizzlies, shooting guard Bonzi Wells protected the ball, crossed the half-court line, and passed it to Sean Battier, who, stepping just beyond the three-point line, executed a successful long two-pointer, breaking the deadlock. With little time remaining in the first quarter, Summer swiftly maneuvered the ball across the court, while Howard, stationed low, extended his arm, eager to challenge the heavens. Summer feigned ignorance, passing the ball to Hill in the corner. Observing Summer drive towards the paint, Hill dribbled a couple of times before returning the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Summer did not hesitate, charging towards the basket as if to shoot. But where was the ball? The defending Watson realized in an instant that he had been outwitted, seeing Summer's shooting motion devoid of the basketball. Meanwhile, on the other side, Howard leaped to dominate the rim, leaving the Grizzlies center White utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, after receiving Hill's pass, Summer had discreetly fed Howard from his waist. The proximity of their positions allowed for minimal movement, and Watson, fixated on Summer's shooting hand, failed to notice Howard positioning himself against White. Even if Gasol rushed over to help, he would be too late. What a pass. Aspiring to emulate Jason Williams, the execution was commendable, yet technically still lacking finesse. The Grizzlies head coach murmured to himself, lamenting how beneficial it would be to have such a guard, one to start alongside Jason. With only 3 seconds left in the first quarter, Battier's long-range three-pointer failed to find the net, leaving the Grizzlies with a mere 19 points against the Magic's 25. In the second quarter, Summer partnered with Francis in the backcourt, while Hedo Turkoglu took the small forward position and Howard remained in the paint alongside Cato. Nelson and Stevenson were set to enter in the latter half of the second quarter. The Grizzlies made substitutions as well, bringing in swingman James Posey and power forward Mike Miller, shifting Gasol to the center in hopes of containing Howard. After falling short by a single point in the previous game, Howard had already scored 6 points and grabbed 4 rebounds in the first quarter, including 2 offensive boards, proving his significant impact. With a revamped lineup, the Grizzlies seized the initiative as Posey scored from a drive. Following Francis's missed shot, Gasol secured the rebound. And they launched another offensive, with Wells assisting Gasol for a jump hook. For consecutive points narrowed the gap to 23-25. The Magic, undeterred, relied on Summer as the catalyst, with Turkoglu, Francis, and Cato exchanging passes until Summer assisted Turkoglu for a three-pointer. Approaching his 20th NBA game, Summer's command over the game situation grew increasingly adept. In this offensive sequence, all 4 teammates contributed, ensuring each felt involved. Moreover, most passes provided teammates with ample shooting or passing opportunities, even without the ball. He actively moved without it, drawing defenders or setting screens for his teammates. In basketball, enthusiasm truly matters. In the first half of the second quarter, with Summer's collaboration, the Magic maintained their lead. When they led 38-30, Summer was substituted for Nelson. In the latter half, influenced by Summer, Nelson also exhibited remarkable vigor as the Magic sustained their advantage heading into halftime. Before the second quarter concluded, Howard abruptly returned to the locker room, disappearing until the end of the half. Originally, the plan was to regroup and analyze their strengths and areas for improvement from the first half. However, the subsequent scene left the entire Magic team in shock, and the audience equally stunned, mouths agape. The Grizzlies players halted, unable to comprehend the spectacle, with Gasol rubbing his eyes in disbelief. During halftime, the cheerleaders performed, each one exceptionally fit and clad in alluring outfits. While their performance was typically a visual delight, an unexpected figure emerged amidst them. Standing at 2.08 meters with dark skin, he was strikingly conspicuous among the youthful cheerleaders. Clad in a cheerleader uniform and wielding glittering pom-poms, he rhythmically kicked his legs and waved his arms in sync with the squad. Nelson was left entranced, murmuring, "Wow. He really did it." Coach Davis remarked, "This is utterly shocking." Finally, the Summer came to the realization that Howard's pregame antics were steeped in mystery, leaving even himself in suspense, only to unveil a grand surprise. "Unbelievable." Then, Summer exclaimed, "I can no longer contain myself, ha ha ha." In an instant, the entire Magic team succumbed to uncontrollable laughter, and the arena reverberated with the amused chuckles of the crowd, nearly entrancing everyone present at the Amway Center. It was truly a scene of euphoria, prompting Orlando fans who did not purchase tickets for this event to lament their unfortunate absence. In the central seating area, a hefty gentleman, initially savoring a sandwich with delight, found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief, his sandwich slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor, unnoticed. My goodness. This was quite the spectacle. Dwight was nothing short of a comedic genius. This is perhaps one of the reasons why the Magic's locker room exudes such harmony. Following the eruption of laughter from the fans, a collective sense of astonishment emerged. Gasol widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld Howard, clad in a cheerleader outfit, revealing his belly button and sporting short shorts that barely reached mid-thigh, an inconceivable transformation from their earlier physical confrontation. In mere minutes, he had morphed into a cheerleader, delighting the audience to no end. Meanwhile, the Magic players were in fits of laughter. Nelson was doubled over, on the verge of rolling on the floor, while Coach Davis abandoned all semblance of authority, resting his hand on Summer's shoulder, wiping away tears of joy. However, the excitement escalated further as all 3 referees suddenly joined in the revelry, inciting an unwavering wave of cheers from the crowd. In the Summer, she approached the photographer, insisting that he capture some remarkable photographs to send to her after the game. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Howard exhibited no shame. Instead, he danced with even greater exuberance. With his slicked back hair, beeper in hand, and embodying a 007 persona on the dance floor, he called out, "Come on," to the left. "Let us draw a dragon together." To your right, "Let us paint a rainbow." "Let's go." Now, to the left, "Join me in creating a rainbow." To your right, another dragon. He gestured towards his chest, mimicking Howard, swaying his head side to side, his two fingers resembling two mischievous rockets, pointing towards the dazzling lights. Finally, as the cheerleading performance concluded, the enthusiastic fans were still craving more, chanting Howard's name in unison. In response, Howard gracefully took a bow before sprinting back to the locker room to change into his uniform, generously gifting his cheerleader outfit to a little girl in the audience. Noticing the still laughing Nelson, Howard approached him, playfully squeezing his head and stating, "Who was it that claimed I wouldn't dare come before the game?" As Nelson gradually stifled his laughter, he replied, "Brother, I was wrong. I should never have doubted you. Dwight, you are my idol, the bravest person in my heart." "That's more like it," Howard said, releasing Nelson. "So, Summer, how did I dance?" he inquired with a sense of pride. In the summer, suppressing his laughter, he extended his thumb and exclaimed, "Absolutely splendid. Regardless of the score you achieved today or the outcome of the match, you are undoubtedly the most dazzling figure on the court." He added, "I truly delight in conversing with you. It is a pleasure to hear you speak." Unlike some who express insincerity, Howard cast a sidelong glance at Nelson as he spoke. Nelson, feigning ignorance, gazed up at the ceiling. "Coach Davis, I have wagered and honored my commitment. I have succeeded." Davis continued to chuckle, utterly lacking the gravitas expected of a head coach. "Ahem, I can hardly believe this," Davis remarked. "I intended to deliver a halftime summary, but what can I say? Your presence elicits nothing but laughter." He mused, "Shall I acquire an additional title? Perhaps the Harbinger of Joy?" Davis nodded, quipping, "And how about the Fashionista?" This is the essence of the Magic team, perpetually brimming with mirth, where the head coach mingles effortlessly with the players, devoid of any generational divide. On the other side, Pau Gasol observed his teammates still laughing, occasionally casting glances toward Howard. He shook his head, silently lamenting, "Despicable, shameless, employing such tactics. How shall we compete in the second half? Just the sight of him makes one want to laugh. I cannot hold back any longer." In Chapter 78, the first goal was unforeseen. No one anticipated Howard would orchestrate such antics during halftime, as laughter echoed throughout the Amway Center without pause. Finally, the second half commenced, with Howard as a starter, in front of the Grizzlies. He wiggled his hips and kicked his legs. It was impossible to dissociate this from the earlier scene without succumbing to laughter, yet the Grizzlies endeavored to contain themselves. As the Magic launched their offense, Francis passed the ball inside. Howard received it, thrusting his posterior, nudging White aside, and flawlessly deposited the basketball into the hoop. When the Grizzlies took their turn on offense, Howard danced even while defending, creating a rather awkward spectacle. Indeed, Gasol's offensive attempt was disrupted by Howard's flamboyant defense. Carter secured a rebound and assisted Hill, who executed a successful fast break layup. With the score gap widening, Gasol seized the ball and, with a fierce roar, roused his teammates. Following this, Battier intercepted Stevenson, igniting a furious counterattack by the Grizzlies, who remarkably narrowed the gap to 50-54. As Summer once again donned his armor, he was substituted for Francis, and Turkoglu followed suit. It remains uncertain whether Coach Davis orchestrated this, but Turkoglu consistently entered the game alongside Summer, mirroring his every move. Davis entrusted Summer with the task of extending the lead to over 10 points. For Summer, who had grown increasingly confident in the NBA, this was a trivial matter, though one could only assert such confidence when facing a relatively weaker opponent. The Grizzlies then replaced center White with Mike Miller. Upon entering the game, Summer effortlessly pilfered the ball from Wells and assisted Stevenson for a layup, narrowing the gap to 6 points. The Grizzlies, awakening from their slumber, launched a formidable offensive, with Gasol exhibiting his exceptional basketball intelligence through high-post playmaking and behind-the-back passes, culminating in a banked shot by Mike Miller. The teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. Turkoglu set a screen for Summer, received a pass, dribbled back a step, and sank a three-pointer. In response, Battier, unwilling to be outdone, connected on a corner three after receiving a pass from Gasol inside. Howard, receiving a pass, backed down against Gasol. After a series of fakes, he attempted a layup which was contested by Gasol. However, Howard managed to reclaim the ball and executed a thunderous dunk over Gasol. The young Gasol proved capable of holding his own in the paint, using his height to somewhat limit the connection between Howard and Summer for alley-oops. Despite several attacking attempts, the Grizzlies succumbed to the pressure. Wells missed a three-pointer, and Summer seized the opportunity to slip into the paint, successfully securing the rebound amidst the tussle between Howard and Gasol. Initiating a fast break, he first maneuvered past Watson, and when confronted by the closing Battier, Summer employed his elusive footwork. Like a serpent weaving through a jungle of giants, or a graceful sprite dancing amidst the air, he darted left and right, rendering Battier a formidable defender, powerless and merely a backdrop to Summer's artistry. With this basket, his score reached 8 points, and his experience in executing the elusive footwork reached its pinnacle. Summer remained unhurried, as the game had yet to present significant pressure. The Magic maintained their lead and saw no immediate need to upgrade either the super aim or the elusive footwork until after the game, weighing the pros and cons. The Grizzlies called a timeout, with the deficit now at 8 points. Following the break, Davis opted to rest Howard, Stevenson, and others, bringing in Christie, Nelson, and Tony Batty, essentially a lineup of substitutes. This was the second time Davis had implemented this strategy, hoping for increased interaction between Summer and the bench players. The Grizzlies exerted themselves in their pursuit of points, yet Summer's defense instilled growing trepidation in Watson, relegating him to a mere supporting role. Even in this role, he feared being stripped of the ball, lamenting his situation. Why was he being overshadowed when both were substitute guards? Additionally, Christie's lockdown on the perimeter left the Grizzlies' offense reliant on Gasol. However, when Gasol eschewed scoring to facilitate and screen for his teammates, the Grizzlies' shooting percentage faltered. In the realm of Summer basketball, strategic plays were executed with finesse as Summer engaged in a pick-and-roll collaboration with Tony Batty and Hedo TRKO Lue, culminating in Batty's successful finish under the basket. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Magic led by 12 points, with a score of 73-61. As the final quarter commenced, the Grizzlies endeavored to mount a counteroffensive, with Battier and Gasol finding success in their attacks, igniting a flicker of hope. However, under the relentless assault from Francis, the Grizzlies found themselves compelled to surrender prematurely. As the game transitioned into garbage time, Davis whimsically suggested that Summer assume the role of shooting guard. With a significant lead, it was a moment to indulge in the game. Though Summer's shooting prowess was not to be underestimated, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the position of shooting guard. He relished the sensation of controlling the basketball, seeking opportunities, a semblance of orchestrating a grand strategy. With the ball in hand, he could penetrate defenses, facilitate passes, and draw the opposing team's attention. Demonstrating his refined aim, he successfully executed a mid-range jumper, affirming Davis's trust in him. The dual-threat guard role is no simple task. Perhaps in the future, Summer may evolve into such a player. But for now, it is prudent for him to excel in his position as a point guard. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed at home, defeating the visiting Grizzlies with a score of 97-87. As the game concluded, Howard and Nelson joyfully celebrated on the court, dancing with abandon. This victory, albeit by a mere 10-point margin, raises the question of what might have transpired had the opposing team's star point guard, White Chocolate, remained uninjured. Indeed, it could have been a fiercely contested match. Alas, the opportunity to glean knowledge from this encounter slipped away unfulfilled. Playing basketball in Summer does not involve imitating anyone, nor does it entail a desire to become someone else. Summer is simply Summer. One can certainly learn from the good techniques, enriching one's offensive and defensive strategies. For instance, the ball-handling skills of Iverson and the jump shots of Kobe are undoubtedly beneficial to acquire. Likewise, international player Gasol exchanged greetings with Summer after the game. The match had an inherently harmonious atmosphere, further enhanced by Howard's antics during halftime, which ensured that neither side would display any animosity. Gasol's performance of 20 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists is commendable, demonstrating his exceptional basketball intelligence. It is evident that his teammates were lacking, for had they been more supportive, his assists could have easily surpassed 10. Battier also had an impressive outing, sinking 3 of 5 three-point attempts and accumulating 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. On the Magic's side, Howard, who narrowly missed a win in the previous game, exploded with a performance of 20 points, 13 rebounds, 2 blocks, and an assist, including 4 offensive rebounds. Francis contributed 18 points, Hill added 16, while Summer recorded near double digits with 10 points, 9 assists, 3 steals, 1 rebound, 1 turnover, and 3 fouls. Had he not been placed in the shooting guard position for an experiment at the end, Summer would have undoubtedly secured that assist. With an increase in playing time, achieving double digits seems increasingly attainable for Summer. His next objective is to elevate his average points, aiming for 15, while stabilizing his assists between 8 and 10 per game. He remembers that during contract negotiations, the general manager promised bonuses if Summer met his statistical targets by the end of the season. More importantly, if he can establish himself as a guard with a 15-10 record, it would be hard for the team to overlook him, leaving little reason not to start such a player. Chapter 79, Management Meeting. Gentlemen, securing this game was commendable. Our upcoming opponents possess considerable strength, so we will organize a training session tomorrow. As per usual, punctuality is expected from everyone. During the summer, although Davis remarked that the upcoming opponents were formidable, he was, in fact, preparing for the match against the Timberwolves. He is a coach adept at nurturing the sentiments of others. This applies to Sion as well. If Howard or any other player harbored grievances today, he would encourage them to strive collectively. As he aptly stated, regardless of the outcome. The Magic is a cohesive unit that shares both triumphs and defeats, provided they put forth their utmost effort, initially intending to unwind. Howard ultimately relinquished his plans in favor of tomorrow's training. Upon returning home, Sion powered on his computer and logged into social media. A message from Housey popped up. Sion, I've been performing increasingly well in recent matches, and my commentary is garnering more and more viewers. When will my signed Kobe sneakers be sent over? During the summer, I smiled at the screen, noticing that Kobe's signed sneakers had been here for quite some time. Yet no one had been able to send them back. The opportunity for an exclusive interview with Yang Yi was promising, but unfortunately, I was in Houston at the time, and it was impractical to carry the shoes with me. Rest assured, I will send them back to you when the chance arises. There is no need for haste. After approximately half an hour, I finally received a response from Housey. I was quite anxious while waiting. By the way, isn't the game against the Timberwolves approaching? Summer. Yes, let us see how it goes. By the way, have you read the Basketball Pioneer news? Mouse, I have, and I showed it to Lenny. What was her reaction? None. She didn't say anything? No, but Lenny suddenly became the center of attention at school, with quite a few people surrounding her. All right then, I have training camp tomorrow, so I'll head to bed now. Summer felt a bit dejected. Is this a failed confession? Forget it. No need to dwell on it. I'll save my energy for tomorrow's training camp. The next morning at 8 o'clock. The entire Magic team gathered at the training facility. Summer, you start practicing your shots, while Dwight continues to work on his low-post skills. Hedo Turkoglu will practice three-pointers, and Francis will focus on shooting after receiving the ball. Davis assigned each player their training tasks and added, our coaching staff has to attend a meeting led by Mr. Richard DeVos himself, so I must leave. Until I return, follow the training plan I have laid out. After Davis finished speaking, he departed with assistant coach Gent and strength coach Bass. Grant Hill stroked his chin and remarked, if Mr. DeVos is personally holding a meeting, it must be significant. Hill had been with the Magic for quite some time and was more aware of the management than newcomers like Summer and Howard. Who is Richard DeVos? The owner of the Magic and one of the founders of Amway, he is also among the 3 prominent speakers in the United States at that time. Typically, meetings are led by the team's general manager or president. If the owner is personally conducting a meeting, all departments are likely to participate. Noticing the curious expressions on Howard, Nelson, and others, Francis said, let us not concern ourselves with that. It's beyond our reach. Let us focus on training and get moving. Such charisma. With a single command from Francis, everyone seamlessly immersed themselves in their training. In the team management meeting, presided over by owner DeVos, general manager Gabriel expressed his thoughts. After discussion, the team decided to build a playoff-capable squad around Dwight Howard and Summer as the cornerstones. There might be some personnel changes, and convening everyone was also to gather opinions. Team operations, as it stands, there is hope for the team to make the playoffs. However, if we make personnel changes, the team may need to re-establish chemistry, and whether that is beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. Business department. If we build the roster around Dwight and Summer, how should we handle players like Grant and Steve? General Manager Gabriel turned to Davis and said, John, share your perspective. You know these players best. If we center the team around Summer and Dwight, how do you suggest we adjust the roster? In truth, Coach Davis had already been consulted by the higher-ups, and they had reached a conclusion. First, I can state with certainty that both Summer and Dwight, being in their early 20s, possess immense potential. Building the team around them poses no issues. Next, we need to construct the roster around these two, with Dwight's growth. Our interior defense and rebounding will be among the league's best. I recommend strengthening the power forward position, ideally with someone tall, quick, and capable of shooting. As for the small forward position, it's a challenging point. Grant has the ability, but his injuries are a concern. While Haidar Turkoglu possesses shooting skills that better meet our requirements. In the shooting guard position, Steve is keen on playing the two-guard role. And we will assess his performance in training. Summer has excellent court vision and organizational skills. His passing can compensate for the interior player's lack of individual abilities. As for the bench, Jameer is a viable option, and Doug Christie's defensive capabilities are essential. Kevin Cato may lack starting-level skills, but he is sufficient as a backup. Other matters can be discussed further. That's my perspective. Business department. So, according to Coach Davis, does that mean we should part ways with Grant Hill? Weighing the pros and cons, why not let him go? He holds a multi-million-dollar contract. And we could seize this opportunity. The vice president of basketball operations interrupted Davis. I oppose this. Replacing a still-developing Chinese guard with a stable Grant would bring unforeseen consequences to the team. What's wrong with the Chinese guard? Is he performing worse than local players? He was signed by me, and I trust his capabilities. General Manager Gabriel interjected. For players that align with our team's development and possess potential, we must retain them. The vice president countered. We already made a mistake when we let go of Shaquille O'Neal. Will parting with Grant lead to similar repercussions? The meeting room buzzed with various opinions and ongoing debates. If the roster is built around Summer and Howard, players like Hill and Stevenson may not fit. Summer requires the ball, and the team needs those who can move without the ball, catch and shoot, have long-range capabilities, and maintain solid defense. At that time, the Magic aimed to create a lineup centered around one star and four shooters, and Turkoglu could play the three while providing shooting range. The power forward position needed reinforcement. And the shooting guard issue was why Davis had Francis practicing catch-and-shoot techniques, as Summer's performance had not yet reached the level of being a foundational player. Half the people remained skeptical, and no final decision was reached. They would have to discuss it again next time. However, the owner, president, general manager, and others with decision-making authority chose to keep Coach Davis for a further brief meeting. Chapter 80. Storm clouds gathering. Coach Davis was an advocate for change, stating, given the current state of the team, we stand little chance against the Spurs, Suns, and Heat. We could compete against teams on the playoff bubble. But if our players remain healthy and the team stays intact, making the playoffs may not be too difficult. However, merely making the playoffs is insufficient. We must ensure the Magic remains competitive, and change is imperative. The sooner we implement changes, the more time we have to develop team chemistry once the trade deadline arrives. It will be too late. The NBA trade deadline is set for the 16th Thursday after the start of each season. Teams cannot engage in trades again until the day before the June draft, but they can release players or sign free agents to address sudden injuries. After discussions, the general manager told Davis, you can have Dwight, Steve, and Summer train in this direction. I will keep a close eye on potential trade opportunities while increasing Summer's playing time. Davis departed with a sense of optimism. Although Summer and Howard had not yet fully matured, Davis had unwavering faith in the direction of their development. He envisioned a rejuvenated Magic team, one that would not only reach the playoffs but also excel beyond expectations. Had it not been for Summer, Davis might not have advocated for alterations within the roster. Yet this year had presented a treasure trove of opportunities. If they were to wait 2 years for Summer and Howard to blossom, their market value would likely soar, complicating any efforts to strengthen the team under the constraints of the salary cap. The trio, Summer, Howard, and Nelson, were all in their rookie seasons, and the team currently possessed the financial flexibility to engage in trades. Davis couldn't help but admire the keen eye of scout Kevin Mann. Lost in thought, he found himself at the training facility where practice had come to a halt. Coach Davis, what did the meeting entail? Howard, the ever-curious soul, inquired. Nothing of great consequence. Merely a discussion about work. You haven't been slacking off in training, have you? Howard replied. Feel the sweat soaking my shirt. Excellent. Continue with your training. The coaching staff then joined in to offer guidance. At the end of a full day of practice, Davis extended an invitation to Summer, Howard, Francis, Turkoglu, and Nelson for dinner. On their way, Summer, filled with curiosity, asked, Coach Davis, what prompted this sudden invitation?